Chapter 1. Afraid to open my eyes, hoping it is but a mirage. The mountains rise and fall in layers, just as I possess my own rhythm. A single book cannot cater to the tastes of all, yet I earnestly hope you find joy in its pages. The narrative commences. July 7th, clear skies. Tai'an gazed at the flickering, dim candlelight before him, leaned over his desk, and began to pen today's entry. Today marks the 3rd year since I arrived in the Qi Dynasty, as well as the 3rd year of my service in the Imperial Guard. In accordance with tradition, I shall make a wish at the outset, hoping that upon waking tomorrow, I shall awaken a system, preferably one embodied by an elderly gentleman. He has lingered within me, drawing upon my essence, feeling indebted to me, thus imparting secret arts, guiding me through the profound caverns of great powers, rescuing fallen fairies, and encountering enchanting yet vexing spirit maidens. As he continued to write, the corners of Tai'an's mouth involuntarily curled upward. It was evident that he had already envisioned the boundless glory of striking down the talented disciples of sects and kicking the venerable ancestors of various schools. Ahem, I digress. Recollecting his thoughts, Tai'an cleared his throat and resumed his writing. The unfortunate news is that, after 3 years of trials and tribulations, I can now definitively ascertain that this place is a realm of celestial beings on land, a world of profound martial arts that transcends the divine. And yet, I have yet to acquire a system by my side. My survival thus far has been entirely reliant on sheer luck strike through. It is solely due to my ability to dream. As he inscribed the words "to dream," Tai'an's hand paused momentarily, a glimmer of profound light flashing in his eyes. That was an event from 3 years ago. 3 years prior, he had unexpectedly regained his youth, arriving in this unfamiliar world to embark on his adventures. Confronted by the myriad dangers surrounding him, he began to dream that very night. In his dreams, a celestial maiden imparted wisdom and teachings unto him. Though her visage had grown indistinct in his memory, the image of her clad in flowing azure garments, standing gracefully as if she were a fairy, remained etched in his mind. As if she were a gentle cloud veiling the moon, swaying like snowflakes caught in a gentle breeze. It was also after awakening from that night's slumber that Tai'an discovered, to his astonishment, that he could sense the flow of qi. Thus began his formal journey along the path of martial arts. However, whether due to the maiden's guidance or not, his method of cultivating qi diverged significantly from that of others. While most practitioners commence their martial journey by tempering their bodies and refining their vital essence, he began with the manifestation of tattoos. Tai'an cast his gaze upon the back of his left hand. There, 3 distinct diamond-shaped patterns of purple-gold qi were inscribed, strikingly vivid. It is said that the martial path is divided into 9 grades. When I first entered the 9th grade, I manifested my first purple-gold qi pattern. Subsequently, upon entering the 8th grade, I acquired a second. Now, with this 3rd pattern, I have attained the 7th grade. Tai'an pondered thoughtfully, murmuring, "It seems that with each elevation in grade, an additional corresponding qi pattern will emerge. Each of these patterns corresponds to a unique divine ability, filled with infinite mysteries and transformations, far from simple." Even after years of service in the Imperial Guard, having perused countless historical texts and martial arts manuals, Tai'an had never encountered a technique that could rival his own. Indeed, the Qingyi goddess imparts knowledge that is anything but ordinary. Tai'an sighed inwardly, pondering, "I wonder when I shall see her again." It is worth mentioning that her visits in my dreams used to be quite frequent, sometimes every 3 days, other times every fortnight. However, as time progressed, those occurrences became increasingly rare. It has already been half a year since our last dream encounter, hasn't it? Tai'an felt a twinge of melancholy. He had contemplated searching for her in reality, leveraging his current status as a member of the Jinhui. Yet, inexplicably, whenever they met in his dreams, he could vividly recall her visage. Yet upon awakening, all memories would blur into obscurity. How could one seek another without knowing their face? Never mind, never mind. I shall not dwell on it. She has always sought me out. If fate permits, we shall meet again. With a yawn, Tai'an began to put away his writing instruments, preparing for rest. Life as a Jinhui was far from easy. Even when not on a mission, daily martial training was no trivial endeavor. Without adequate rest, one could hardly endure. However, just as Tai'an had shed his outer garment and was about to freshen up, he heard an urgent patter of footsteps outside, echoing with a sense of haste. Intrigued, he moved to the door and swung it open. In that instant, a graceful silhouette appeared before him. She was a stunning young woman, her cascading hair tied up in a high ponytail, secured by a silver crown. Her eyes, slightly downcast, were accentuated by a tear mole, emanating an air of cool elegance. The blue cloud-patterned robe she wore fit her tall frame exquisitely, adding to her commanding presence. Yet, what captivated attention the most were her exceptionally long legs. Longer than my lifespan. No matter how many times he beheld her, Gu Tai'an could not help but feel this sentiment rise within him. With long legs and a slender waist, she bore twin blades at her side. This was none other than the renowned swordswoman of the Jinhui, and Gu Tai'an's current deputy Tang Tang. Tang, what brings you here? Without delay, Tang Tang stated her purpose. I just received intelligence indicating that a multitude of corpses has emerged 10 miles beyond the city outskirts. Corpses? Gu Tai'an paused, instinctively responding. Has there been a murder? Ordinary murder cases do not warrant our intervention, Tang Tang replied, her expression darkening. The reason we have been dispatched is that those corpses are animated. Corpses that move? If they are indeed corpses, how can they possess motion? Gu Tai'an quickly deduced the implications, murmuring, are you suggesting that some extraordinary individuals are orchestrating this? Those with exceptional abilities, both martial and scholarly, have historically acted with impunity. Take, for instance, the practitioners of Qi in the martial world. After years of cultivating their energy, they roam freely, often regarding the court's laws with disdain. It is precisely upon this foundation that the court established the Jinhui. Beyond the oversight of officials, their paramount duty lies in restraining and targeting the idle wanderers of the martial world, thereby preventing them from posing a threat to the authority of the court. Should the corpses indeed be the result of human manipulation, it would undoubtedly fall within the purview of the Jinhui's responsibilities. The animated corpses have begun to spiral out of control in significant numbers. The directive from above is to resolve this matter before dawn. Tang Tang articulated, her fingers caressing the hilt of her blade, her voice ringing clear. Otherwise, should the common folk catch sight of them, it would incite unnecessary panic. Gu Tai nodded in agreement. Is it just the two of us? Indeed, tonight, the responsibility of the tiki rests solely upon you and me. Very well. You go summon the personnel. I shall arrive shortly. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Gu Tai'an dared not delay, hastily preparing before setting off. The distance from the outskirts of the city to the Jinhui's command office was considerable. In urgent response to the situation, after issuing the orders, the two decided to advance ahead, arriving promptly at the scene of the incident. It was a small village. Perhaps due to the lateness of the hour, not a single soul was visible. All that met the eye were various styles of adobe houses. The sounds of roosters and barking dogs were absent, lending an eerie silence to the surroundings. Encircling the village were vast thickets of dense forest. The evening breeze rustled through the leaves, stirring a cacophony of cawing crows, rendering the scene unsettling under the cloak of night. Chapter 2. A Sinister Breed. Hardly worth listening to. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Tang Tang, resting her hand on the hilt of her dagger, could not suppress the furrow of her brows. They had merely traversed the outskirts of the dense forest, yet already an abhorrent stench assaulted her senses. It was evident that this place was no ordinary locale. Gu Tai'an crouched down, his fingers brushing against the blood-soaked earth, murmuring, did they not say there were many corpses? How is it that we have encountered none thus far? No sooner had he spoken than the night wind surged, a palpable shift in the atmosphere. The two turned in unison to behold the shadows behind them. From the depths of the forest emerged a myriad of dark green lights, flickering dimly like will-o'-the-wisps, drawing nearer with an eerie allure. A chorus of raspy howls echoed from within the thicket as countless figures materialized, encircling the village and the two at its entrance. A cursory glance revealed no fewer than 100 of them. Ah, so there are indeed zombies, Gu Tai'an mused, his expression devoid of fear. Instead, he regarded the approaching horde with a curious intrigue, lamenting, had I known, I should have brought some seeds. Seeds for what? Tang Tang interjected, bewildered. To plant, of course. Tang Tang sighed, exasperated by his peculiar thought process. Be careful. At that moment, the corpses surged forward, their bloodlust awakened, roaring as they lunged towards the two. Without hesitation, Tang Tang unsheathed her twin blades, stepping forth to strike first. The blades glimmered, arcs of light flashing as she effortlessly severed the nearest zombie in half. Yet, the battle was far from over. A multitude of undead pressed in around her, intent on tearing her apart. However, like a bolt of lightning, Tang Tang darted through the throng, a blur of motion as she repelled them one by one. Meanwhile, Tai'an observed her struggle against the tide of corpses, displaying no inclination to assist. After all, they were merely the dead. How much more could they suffer? Propping his chin on his hand, he turned his gaze toward the village, contemplating, as the undead gather, our only recourse is to sever the source of this calamity. With that, he pivoted and ventured deeper into the village. Fortunately, the settlement was not expansive. It wasn't long before he discerned an unusual sight at its heart. A massive alchemical furnace blazed with fervor, and before it stood a gaunt, skeletal old man, leaning on a cane while dragging a burly man who was paralyzed with terror, unable to utter a sound. With little regard, the old man flung the hapless soul into the furnace. Sizzling, the flames danced, casting flickering shadows across the old man's face. Sensing an observer behind him, he leisurely turned, stroking his white beard, and scrutinized the young man before him. Fish dragon attire? Have the officials come? Tai'an remained silent, his gaze fixed on the old man and his furnace, fingers caressing the hilt of his dagger. The reclusive practitioners of alchemy are beyond the reach of the court. But to dare refine pills with living beings, you have broken the rules. Rules? The old man laughed heartily as if he had heard a great joke. Rules are merely constructs of humanity. You say it cannot be done while I assert that it can. Should I heed your words or my own? Incorrigible. Indeed, it is futile to discuss profound truths with someone like you. You are unworthy of such discourse. Tai'an coldly snorted and slowly raised his arm. 3 diamond-shaped tattoos shimmered into view, each radiating a dazzling purple-gold brilliance. One of these tattoos unexpectedly sank into his body, coursing up his arm like flames, enveloping half of his face. Tai'an suddenly clenched his fist, and a resounding explosion followed. Kneel. With a single step, he vanished from sight, appearing before the old ghost in an instant, and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the top of the old man's head. The old ghost seemed taken aback by his astonishing speed. Caught off guard, he was sent flying by the blow. His frail body crashed through several earthen walls, raising a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. The old ghost coughed amidst the ruins. He felt as though he had been struck head-on by a battering ram, nearly unable to catch his breath. Struggling to push aside the debris that pinned him down, he rose again, casting a venomous glare at Tai'an. Young man, you possess remarkable strength. It appears you have taken the path of horizontal training, haven't you? In that case, as long as I keep my distance, what can you do to an old man like me? Having spoken, he let out a fierce shout, his energy field expanding dramatically. He slammed his cane onto the ground, and a ghostly green magical formation emerged beneath him, coalescing into the illusion of an alchemical furnace that encased him protectively. Simultaneously, the preceding sounds of the dead returned. Yet this time, it was not an assault from the surroundings. Rather, the living beings previously cast into the furnace emerged as fiery corpses, encircling the old ghost. Kill him. Throw him into the furnace to refine medicine. The old ghost brandished his cane, and the gathered fiery corpses surged forward. Tai'an's gaze sharpened, revealing no hint of fear. He merely snorted coldly. He then raised his hand, and the purple-gold energy patterns that had spread across his arm gradually receded, transforming into an ancient purple-gold longbow that materialized in his grasp. Taking a step back, Tai'an drew the bowstring back to a crescent, aiming at his target. Kill. In the next moment, a tremendous surge of energy converged into a sharp purple-gold arrow that roared forth. What? The old ghost's expression changed dramatically, his eyes widening. The wind generated by the passage of the purple-gold arrow was sufficient to obliterate the fiery corpses surrounding him. He had no time to evade. Gritting his teeth, the old ghost activated the magical formation beneath his feet, using the illusion of the alchemical furnace to shield himself. Yet it was in vain. The sharpness of the purple-gold arrow swiftly tore through his defenses, striking true to his chest. A mouthful of blood erupted uncontrollably from the old ghost. The old ghost, grievously wounded by the arrow, felt his strength waning and attempted to utter more. However, Tai'an had already closed the distance. Raising a palm to deliver a crushing blow, be suppressed. The flow of qi manifested as a vivid rune imprint, which Gu Tai'an applied to the chest of the old spectre, solidifying into shackles. The old spectre could no longer maintain his composure. He felt that all the true qi within him had been suppressed in an instant, rendering him utterly powerless. This is no mere martial technique. What sorcery is this? Gu Tai'an waved his robe, dispersing the dust before him, and replied calmly, the 8-9 profound arts, the divine combat technique. Chapter 3. Do you acknowledge this as your Dan Furnace? This name was, of course, a whimsical invention of Gu Tai'an. To be frank, he had no knowledge of what this rather domineering technique was truly called. When the goddess entered his dreams, she merely chose to impart wisdom without revealing the name of the technique. Thus, Gu Tai'an naturally named it as he pleased. Today he felt joyful, so he called it the divine combat technique. Tomorrow, in a different mood, he might whimsically refer to it as the I am so angry I want to kill you technique, or is there anyone who will love me again technique. It was all a matter of personal choice. Paying no mind to the old spectre's astonished expression, Gu Tai'an cast his gaze around until it settled upon the fervently burning Dan furnace, and he approached it. He knocked on it lightly, listening intently. It seemed to hold no secrets. He then kicked it over, and with a clattering sound, aside from the scattered coal and refuse, there were a dozen glistening pills that stood out prominently. Gu Tai'an slowly bent down, his fingertips delicately probing. Did you refine so many villagers just for these pills? The old spectre's face turned pale with panic. Who put so many pills in my furnace? You acknowledge this as your Dan furnace? Gu Tai'an demanded loudly, selecting the sole refined pill from the pile of substandard ones, feeling its warmth in his palm. Speak. What is the name of this pill? What is its purpose? The old spectre clenched his teeth, refusing to utter a word. Not speaking? Gu Tai'an chuckled coldly. That is of no consequence. The Jin Yi-Wei's interrogation techniques number 378. I believe one of them will surely pry open your lips. The old spectre's complexion changed slightly. The Jin Yi-Wei had gained a notorious reputation over the years, having enforced their laws upon numerous wandering heroes, and he had indeed heard whispers of the imperial prison. Even hell boasts but 18 layers, yet to reach the imperial prison, one must count to 19. That was a place far more terrifying than the realm of Yama. Just as the old spectre pondered whether this young man was merely attempting to frighten him, a lithe blue figure appeared, landing gracefully beside Gu Tai'an. A sideways glance revealed her long, slender legs, her delicate waist adorned with twin blades. It was none other than his assistant, Tang Tang. Alone against 100-strong horde of corpses, the young woman appeared unfazed, her twin blades resting at her waist, her expression remaining calm and composed. Not even the hem of her skirt bore a speck of dirt. All taken care of. Upon Tang Tang's arrival, her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings, her long legs striding forward. After years of partnership, they were well acquainted with each other's capabilities. During the fierce battle with the horde of corpses, the undead suddenly lost control and collapsed. She realized that Gu Tai'an must have made some progress. The one controlling the corpses must be him, right? Tang Tang glanced at the old ghost with a somewhat displeased expression and coldly remarked, "What a ruthless method. Not a single soul left alive in the entire village. Rest assured, the law will take its course." Gu Tai'an offered a word of comfort. Tang Tang nodded, her gaze falling upon the pill in his hand. "Oh? Is that the witch god pill?" Gu Tai'an was momentarily taken aback, somewhat surprised. "You recognize it?" The origins of the Jin Yi-Wei varied, and were typically shrouded in secrecy. Before joining the Jin Yi-Wei, Gu Tai'an was merely a homeless drifter without any official documentation. Even after 3 years of service, his understanding of this world remained exceedingly limited. In contrast, Tang Tang was different. Although she had never explicitly revealed her background, Gu Tai'an could discern from her demeanor and poise that she undoubtedly hailed from an affluent family, not to mention the daughter of a prestigious lineage. She at the very least was a young lady of a prominent household. One could only wonder why, despite living in comfort, she chose to join the Jin Yi-Wei and engage in such a perilous profession. Tang Tang took the witch god pill and murmured thoughtfully, "I am not entirely certain of its specific effects. However, ancient texts suggest that this pill is crafted by a master of witchcraft, using the essence of the living as a catalyst, infused in a cauldron to seize the foundation of others, ensuring that the consumer possesses keen senses and prolonged life. Is it truly a pill that can extend one's lifespan?" Gu Tai'an felt a flicker of interest. Yet, to his surprise, Tang Tang shook her head and earnestly countered, "Not only does it extend life, if consumed over a long period, it may even grant immortality." Gu Tai'an's pupils slightly widened in astonishment. Immortality? Is there truly such a thing as eternal youth in this world? Tang Tang smiled bitterly. I do not know. But that is indeed what the texts record. A flicker of uncertainty passed through Gu Tai'an's eyes. He was unsure if such a method had existed before. However, should this information spread from today onward, it would undoubtedly provoke a tremendous uproar in the outside world. If everyone were to know that they could prolong their lives by refining the essence of others, what chaos would ensue? Would humanity still be humanity? Meanwhile, the old ghost observed Gu Tai'an's expression, seemingly mistaking his intrigue for temptation, and promptly cackled. What is this? The lad is tempted? Very well. Since it has come to this, I shall no longer pretend. I confess, this pill can indeed extend one's life. Though I have lived a life filled with sins, I am not a bloodthirsty person. Were it not for the imminent approach of my demise, I would not engage in such a cruel act as refining the living into pills. Having fallen into your hands today, I accept my fate. Therefore, consider this which God pill as an offering from me. As long as you spare my life today, I can additionally impart to you the art of pill refining, ensuring you too can achieve longevity and immortality. What say you? Tang Tang remained silent, merely turning to look at Gu Tai'an beside her. A mere method of alchemy in exchange for a life? Gu Tai'an lowered his eyelids. Perhaps the dimming light obscured the expression on his face. Since I have already learned that this technique is called the witch god pill, I might as well search through ancient texts myself. Why seek your assistance? The old ghost chuckled coldly. If you truly can find it, then go ahead. I shall not hesitate to reveal the truth. This method has long been lost to the world. I obtained it after enduring countless hardships in the depths of the 10,000 great mountains when I ventured into the southern wilderness. Not to mention ancient texts. Even in this present age, I am the sole keeper of this knowledge. Just you alone? Such confidence? Gu Tai'an's fingers caressed the hilt of his knife, leaving his thoughts unspoken. Yet the old ghost chose not to elaborate, clearly brimming with conviction. Gu Tai'an began to pace around him, until he finally circled to the old ghost's back. He slowly drew the azure pattern blade from his waist, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. If you are indeed the only one who knows, then this matter becomes much simpler. Chapter 4. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is quite normal. The old ghost had assumed this matter was secure. However, unexpectedly, in the next moment, a chill enveloped his heart. He gradually lowered his head, only to witness the azure-patterned steel blade, emblematic of the Jinyui's identity, piercing directly into his heart. The old ghost turned in shock, disbelief etched across his face. He could not comprehend why, despite his willingness to divulge the secrets of immortality, he was still met with betrayal. Gu Tai'an slowly crouched down, smiling as he said, "Take a deep breath. Dizziness is a normal reaction. It will pass soon, very soon." With that, he continued to twist the spring knife in his hand until the hunched figure before him lay motionless on the ground. Only then did Gu Tai'an rise, withdrawing the long blade, allowing droplets of blood to cascade down onto the earth while he rubbed at his aching neck. Tang Tang approached, gazing down at the lifeless body without a trace of regret, softly stating, "You killed him just like that?" Yes, it was a task. The criminal resisted fiercely, resulting in excessive self-defense. Gu Tai'an slightly flared his nostrils, evidently having concocted a justification. Tang Tang regarded him, her tone calm. Yet that was the method for immortality. Setting aside everything else, simply presenting it to the emperor would assure you a prosperous future and a swift ascent in your career. Indeed, you are correct. Gu Tai'an smiled, looking skyward, casually remarking, "But the issue is, such an action comes at a cost." What cost? From this day forth, chaos will reign across the land. Gu Tai'an's demeanor grew unusually serious. Humanity will cease to be human and instead become a resource to be exploited at will. Peace will become a distant memory in this world. Do you believe it? Tang Tang fell silent, offering no response. Gu Tai'an resumed, sheathing his weapon, meticulously concealing the instrument of death. Prosperity brings suffering to the common folk. Destruction brings suffering to the common folk. In the end, it is always the lower strata, these common people, who bear the brunt of it all. Thus, it is better for such a calamitous creation to fade into obscurity. Tang Tang smiled, the corners of her lips lifting beautifully. Indeed, above others, one must regard others as human. Below others, one must regard oneself as human. Hasn't this always been the principle you adhere to? Gu Tai'an smiled gently and stretched his limbs. Since the mission is accomplished, shall we return? Very well. Tang Tang nodded, removing the firearm from his waist and firing a shot into the air. The The sound echoed, and fireworks burst forth in the night sky. This was a unique signaling method of the Jinui. Although their task was complete, one mustn't forget the numerous fallen bodies in the woods outside the village. Someone must take responsibility for the aftermath, mustn't they? While waiting, Gu Tai'an approached the corpse of the ghostly elder once more. Initially, he had intended to escort him back to the Jinui prison for interrogation, hence employing certain means to temporarily restrain the flow of his true energy. However, now that the elder was deceased, there was no longer any need for such measures. He needed to reclaim the purple-gold energy patterns. Just as Gu Tai'an reached out to undo the seals, a mysterious message accompanied the return of the energy patterns to his body. As Gu Tai'an perused the information in his mind, his pupils widened slightly. "Hey, someone is coming. We should leave." Tang Tang's voice interrupted his thoughts. Observing Gu Tai'an, who seemed lost in a trance, Tang Tang approached and inquired, "What's wrong? Why are you in a daze?" "Oh, it's nothing." Gu Tai'an snapped back to reality. Shaking his head, "Let us go? What do you plan to do with this witch god pill?" Tang Tang waved the pill in her hand. According to Jinui regulations, all confiscated items during law enforcement belonged to the officers and did not require submission to the court. Thus, theoretically, this witch god pill was theirs. However, how could a single pill be divided into two portions? After pondering for a moment, Gu Tai'an took the pill and mused, "The calamity-inducing method has been eradicated. This pill can at most prolong life, but it does not grant immortality, hence it is of little consequence. Perhaps we should sell it? If we find a right buyer, it could fetch a handsome price." The Jinui's salaries were modest, necessitating occasional extra income for sustenance. Tang Tang shrugged, "That works." Such nonchalance could only belong to a wealthy patron. Gu Tai'an silently clicked his tongue, contrasting his own plight of toiling for 3 years without being able to afford a down payment on a suburban house. During their conversation, the Jinui personnel responsible for the aftermath had already arrived. After briefly briefing them, Gu Tai'an and Tang Tang departed. The journey was not short, and coupled with the time spent handling matters, by the time they returned to the city, dawn was already approaching. Listening to the crowing of roosters, Tang Tang stretched, her graceful figure accentuated by the blue-patterned robe she wore. Now that everything is settled, the subsequent reports and documentation are all your responsibility as the leader. Tang Tang's eyelids grew heavy, and she could not suppress her yawns. "If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave to catch up on some sleep. Good night." With that, she turned and departed, as if resolutely making up her mind. Gu Tai'an opened his mouth to speak, yet before he could utter a word, her figure had already vanished from view. "Tsk, she certainly moved swiftly." Gu Tai'an shook his head. While Tang Tang could return to rest after finishing her tasks, he could not afford such luxury. He needed to organize the details of the current assignment, its processes and outcomes, while the memories were still fresh, in order to file a report for archiving and review. By the time he emerged from the office, midday had long since arrived. Gu Tai'an trudged back to his rented accommodation, weary to the bone. It was a modest courtyard located at the corner of a street in the west of the city, not particularly large, yet commendably clean and simple, and not far from the town's magistrate office. It was the best he could afford on his salary, considering the hardships of commuting daily through wind and rain. If he did not have a more comfortable place to return to, seeing that cramped, dog kennel-like space each day would surely deepen his despair and evoke thoughts of futility in life. Upon reaching home, despite his fatigue, Gu Tai'an did not immediately collapse onto his bed. Instead, he filled a tub with water, then retrieved a packet of crimson powder from a nearby cabinet. Sprinkling it into the tub, once the water was suffused with a blood-red hue, he removed his clothing and immersed himself in the tub. Chapter 5. The Divine Maiden enters the dream. It is said that martial arts are divided into 9 ranks. The lower ranks, from 9 to 7, focus on refining one's vital energy and honing the body, comprising the 3 lower realms. The middle ranks, from 6 to 4, involve harnessing the essence within and comprehending the laws of nature, forming the 3 middle realms. The upper ranks, from 3 to 1, emphasize the mastery of the spirit and the clarity of thought, constituting the 3 upper realms. In simpler terms, the lower ranks cultivate essence, the middle ranks cultivate energy, and the upper ranks cultivate spirit. While the overall categorization is not difficult to grasp, one truly understands the challenges of embarking on the martial path only upon attempting it. Take the lower 3 realms, for instance. To refine vital energy and hone the body, how does one achieve this? It requires substantial financial resources to procure precious herbs or nourishing meals for daily fortification. The annual expenditure can easily reach 100 to 180 taels of silver. A typical household, however, earns no more than 33 taels a year, which does not even account for living expenses. If those were deducted, they would be left with scant savings by year's end. Thus, this alone is enough to exclude the majority from pursuing martial arts. Had it not been for his fortunate position within the Imperial Guard, receiving monthly subsidies for body-refining medicines and meals, Tai'an would not have ascended to the pinnacle of the 7th rank in just 3 short years based solely on his meager salary. The adage "the rich are martial, the poor are scholarly" is not merely a saying, it holds truth. After relying on financial means to navigate through the lower 3 realms, those who practice energy cultivation will find their senses heightened, beginning to glimpse and harness the flow of qi in the world around them. This realm, although no longer reliant on vast financial resources, still demands years of relentless dedication to achieve any significant accomplishments. Consequently, most individuals expend a decade or even several decades of their lives without daring to claim mastery over the manipulation of qi. The martial path of the masses may very well reach a standstill at this juncture. As for the cultivation of the spirit following the refinement of qi, that is an endeavor even more arduous. Beyond the necessities of wealth and effort, it also requires profound insight. Some are endowed with extraordinary talent, and upon a moment of enlightenment, can effortlessly ascend to the highest ranks. Others, possessing mediocre aptitude, may find themselves forever distant from even the threshold. Such disparities are inherent to life, not something that can be compensated for through material wealth or external possessions. When the essence, qi, and spirit are all cultivated to their fullest potential, one may attain the legendary state of unity with the cosmos, a celestial being among mortals. Yet to this, common folk can only listen and hear, but never truly witness. Thus, none dare to assert with certainty whether such a realm truly exists. However, if indeed there exists a celestial being among humanity, she might very well be one of them. Tai'an, immersed in the herbal-infused bath, felt the rich elixirs evaporating with the warm waves, honing his body, and recalled the ethereal green-clad goddess who once graced his dreams. Yet, the goddess's realm remains a distant aspiration. His immediate concern should not be pondering the existence of celestial beings, but rather contemplating how to break through to a higher tier. It has been quite some time since I found myself stagnating at the 7th rank. When I first joined the Jinhui, I met Xiao Tang as mere novices at the 9th rank. Yet, 3 years have passed, and she has already ascended to the 6th rank, while I remain trapped at the lower tier. Even the effects of medicinal refinement on my body have diminished significantly. Tai'an furrowed his brow and gazed into the blood-red waters of the bath. Contemplating, it is said that the 9th rank is known as the state of guarding simplicity, symbolizing the concealed dragon and the hidden edge. This stage is pivotal for tempering vitality. While its combat prowess may not greatly surpass that of armored opponents, it excels in resilience. As long as one is not suffering from the pain of severed limbs or decapitation, they can gradually heal on their own. Upon reaching the 8th rank, one enters the state of unveiling the edge. At this stage, the vitality becomes stable, emphasizing the refinement of flesh and the forging of bones, preparing to sustain the true qi that will later circulate within. It is said that the pinnacle of body refinement allows one to shatter stone with a fist, and a mere fingertip can bring forth death. Above the 8th and 9th ranks lies the 7th rank, referred to as the state of inquiring the heart. The path of martial arts may not be intricate, yet it is filled with the voices of myriad schools contending for supremacy. First, the great Confucians resounded through the heavens, stirring the clouds of Kunlun. Then came the sword immortals, their blades soaring to the skies, surveying the 12 towers of Yujing. As for the martial schools filled with murderous intent, the mechanisms of creation, and the sorcery of the southern regions, they are countless. However, none of these are what I seek. Tai'an gazed at the 3 purple gold qi patterns on his arm, letting out a sigh. The purple gold qi patterns, ever-changing and infinitely mysterious, can each transform at his will into any corresponding divine ability he desires. In recent years, he had attempted to transcend the lowly tier, exploring the paths of sword cultivation, talisman crafting, body refinement, and alchemy. Yet, despite the efficacy of the purple gold qi patterns, he merely managed to grasp the fundamentals of each discipline. He acutely sensed the dissonance between these paths and the qi patterns he had mastered. Should he persist along these routes, he might eventually break through to a higher tier. However, An unstable state of mind would likely confine him to a singular realm, preventing any further advancement. This was not the outcome Gu Tai'an desired. Hence, he could neither resort to reckless endeavors nor wish to do so. However, to continue languishing in indecision was ultimately untenable. Gu Tai'an closed his eyes and murmured, "The bottleneck has arrived. Which direction should I take on the path of qi cultivation? A choice must be made. If I do not clarify this question, I may remain ensnared in this lowly tier for an extended period." In a daze, he felt his thoughts grow heavier, and he gradually succumbed to slumber. In his dream, Gu Tai'an found himself before an unfamiliar vast lake. The shimmering light danced upon the water's surface, creating a sparkling spectacle. In the distance, wisps of clouds gracefully ascended with the wind, while fishing boats across the river softly sang ballads. Faced with such beauty, Gu Tai'an stood in awe, exclaiming, "How did I end up here? Is this still Fengdu?" The capital of the Great Qi Dynasty was situated in Fengxiang Prefecture, hence its name, Fengdu. Nestled in Xianyong and at the foot of Mount Qi, where could such an expansive lake possibly come from? His sudden appearance here could only suggest one explanation. Had he entered a dream once more? Gu Tai'an touched his nose, unfazed by the scene before him, for each time he dreamt, it often heralded a singular outcome, the arrival of the goddess. Chapter 6. A Mother's Essence Indeed. Gu Tai'an's gaze swept the surroundings. A graceful figure materialized in the distance. Clad in azure garments, a woman sat beneath a gentle rain, fishing alone by the shore, her hair dancing in the breeze, her eyes cast modestly downward. Even with the rain hat obscuring her visage, her ethereal aura remained untainted. The azure-clad goddess, how fragrant she was! Gu Tai'an inhaled the delicate aroma wafting through the air, instinctively approaching. Yet, he refrained from disturbing the goddess in her tranquil pursuit. Instead, he quietly settled beside her, a wry smile gracing his lips. "It is indeed not easy to meet you." After a long absence, she remarked, "You still remain quite the fool." Her tone was serene, akin to the placid waters before them. "I have imparted all that you ought to learn, yet you find yourself ensnared in a bottleneck." Clearly, she recognized the predicament Gu Tai'an now faced. He shrugged, replying nonchalantly, "Such is the nature of motherhood. One need only be a hands-off manager, while a child must navigate myriad considerations." Why call me mother? Do I appear so aged? No, a mother embodies a feeling. I have one mother. And chaos reigns in the realm of humanity. The Celestial Maiden in Azure was genuinely perplexed by this man's eccentricities and could only murmur, "Your skill and verbal dexterity remains unscathed." Without any visible movement, she merely flicked her sleeve, and Gu Tai'an immediately felt as though his head had been forcefully struck, a sharp pang of discomfort coursing through him. "Yet, you called for me, so here I am." The Celestial Maiden pressed her lips together lightly and inquired, "Speak. What trouble have you encountered this time?" Gu Tai'an clutched his chest, feigning profundity as he proclaimed, "I cannot perceive a bright future, and the winding path seems interminable." "Speak plainly." "Very well. I have been ensnared in the 7th stage for an exceedingly long time." Gu Tai'an shrugged in response. "The 7th stage? That memory appears to be quite distant from the maiden, to the extent that it took her considerable time to comprehend. Is that the realm where one must consult their heart to determine their path henceforth?" "Indeed," Gu Tai'an replied with a hint of melancholy. "Had I not witnessed the divine prowess of combat, I could have muddled through whether I pursued swordsmanship or alchemy. However, having beheld the pinnacle, I no longer wish to settle for less." The maiden remained unperturbed, occasionally asking with curiosity, "Divine prowess of combat?" Gu Tai'an raised his hand, pointing to the golden-purple patterns on his arm. "This is it. 8 or 9 mystical arts, the divine prowess of combat. When you imparted it to me, you failed to mention its name, so naturally, I practiced it as I pleased. Suit yourself. After all, it is merely a name." The Celestial Maiden appeared indifferent and continued, "However, among the myriad laws of the world and the 100 schools of thought, my path is indeed not one that can be comprehended by just any of them." Gu Tai'an's eyes brightened. Could it be? The so-called path is merely a means to delineate the foolish, to prevent them from losing their way midway. The Celestial Maiden responded with a calm gaze. "So it is with cultivation. Were there not individuals who practiced before the rise of the 100 schools?" Gu Tai'an nodded in agreement. "Then what should I do?" "Do not ask me. Consult your heart. Inquire within yourself." The Celestial Maiden softly murmured, "Consider. When you employ the divine prowess of combat, what insights do you glean?" "What insights?" Gu Tai'an rested his chin on his hand, thoughtfully murmuring, "The divine prowess of combat is ever-changing, unbound by traditional techniques. It can transform into blades, spears, swords, or halberds at will, manifest as alchemical arrays, and embody both agility and weightiness. If I had to select a defining trait, it would be dominance. Gu Tai'an tentatively articulated his conclusion. Without addressing whether the answer was correct, the Celestial Maiden urged him to vocalize his revelation once more, prompting Gu Tai'an to lift his head. His expression unusually earnest. From it, I can perceive dominance. Indeed, this is your path. The azure-robed goddess nodded slightly. My path? Is it one of dominance? Gu Tai'an's expression faltered, caught between confusion and realization. The azure-robed goddess chose to remain silent, allowing him to ponder the truth on his own. Gradually, Gu Tai'an found himself in an extraordinary state. Though his eyes were closed, he could distinctly perceive the subtle changes in the surrounding flora and fauna, experiencing an exhilarating sense of unity with the cosmos. The azure-robed goddess merely cast a fleeting glance his way before averting her gaze. In professional terms, this phenomenon is referred to as attaining qi. While the journey of martial arts is often encapsulated by the term cultivating qi, it is only upon reaching the middle tier that one genuinely steps onto the path of qi. Years spent in the lower tier yield nothing but postnatal essence. Entering the middle tier signifies the acquisition of innate qi. Refining essence into qi signifies Gu Tai'an's official elevation to the 6th rank. Entering the realm of the profound. Upon reopening his eyes, he found the world around him astonishingly vivid. Even the whispers of the wind were melodious and captivating. His senses were heightened. He murmured, "So this is the world as seen through the eyes of one who has attained qi." As he spoke, he noticed the previously tranquil surface of the lake suddenly ripple. Had a fish taken the bait? Gu Tai'an's thoughts stirred, ready to call out a warning. Yet, in the next moment, the azure-robed goddess had already cast her line, tracing a graceful arc through the air. The water surged skyward as a colossal creature erupted from the depths, its wings resembling clouds descending from the heavens, casting a shadow that inspired awe and trepidation. However, the azure-robed goddess simply extended her hand delicately. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to freeze. She plucked a droplet of water from the air and flicked it towards the great fish. The droplet moved slowly, merely reflecting within the glass-like eyes of the fish, magnifying endlessly until a flash of white light illuminated the scene. The droplet returned to the azure-robed goddess's palm, ensnaring the massive fish within, transforming it into a fish talisman. "This is for you," she said, presenting the talisman to Gu Tai'an. Cultivating qi is not akin to refining essence. It is a meticulous endeavor. It may take a decade or even a century to reach the state of transformation. This talisman contains the wisdom I gathered during my wanderings in the mortal realm. Wearing it will aid you in continuous enlightenment and progressive cultivation. Gu Tai'an, taken aback, cradled the fish talisman as if it were a precious treasure. Was this not a fortuitous boon for his cultivation? "The shackles are broken. Your dream should awaken now, and I must take my leave," the azure-robed goddess stated without hesitation, turning to depart. However, as the wind threatened to disperse her silhouette, Gu Tai'an hesitated momentarily before calling out, "Hey." The azure-robed goddess paused, glancing back slightly. "We've known each other for some time. At least tell me your name?" Gu Tai'an summoned his courage to ask, "Though I may forget your visage upon awakening. I would like to remember your name." The azure-clad goddess paused, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she shook her head slowly. "It is futile. You shall not remember." "Why?" "Because this is not the first time you have inquired about my name." Chapter 7. Are you not bullying the honest? The dream has ended. Gu Tai'an still lay in the bathtub, staring at the ceiling above, struggling to regain his senses. It was not until a warning ache coursed through his neck that he rubbed it and sat up despondently. In that moment, he realized he still held something in his hand. It was the fish talisman. Gu Tai'an looked down and discovered he had brought forth the talisman the goddess had bestowed upon him in the dream, which aided in cultivating qi. Without this tangible proof, it would have been difficult to ascertain whether his previous experiences were merely a fleeting dream. With a resigned smile, Gu Tai'an rose from the bathtub, allowing the clean water to cascade over his abdomen, wrapping a fresh towel around himself. When he glanced back, he saw that the blood-red water, once tainted by the herbs, had transformed into crystal clarity. This was the result of completely absorbing the medicinal properties. Henceforth, there should be no need for medicinal baths. Gu Tai'an felt the changes within his body. Ever since he ascended to the 6th rank, his vitality had reached saturation, rendering further refinement of his qi and blood rather unnecessary. He was not on a path dedicated to physical cultivation. By this logic, could the monthly medicinal allowance be converted into something else? Yet another source of income. Gu Tai'an felt a surge of delight within him. Although the salary of the genie Wei was not meager, extravagant spending was out of the question. Over the years, Gu Tai'an had saved a modest sum for emergencies, but it was still limited. As the saying goes, in the capital, one earns like a phoenix but spends like a phoenix. Once gone, they wish to take nothing home. This was indeed the capital of Daqi, where daily expenses were significant, with rent consuming a large portion. Not to mention the occasional desire for finer dining, leaving him to spend every bit of his hard-earned money on indulgences. Gu Tai'an carefully tucked away the fish talisman and then approached the wardrobe, selecting a clean outfit to don. He regarded himself in the full-length copper mirror. Clad in elegant garments, he stood tall and poised, a hint of warmth between his brows, exuding an air of refined elegance. His gaze, sharp as a sword, was veiled within a lean visage. Coupled with his pronounced broad shoulders, slim waist, and powerful legs, he truly appeared strikingly handsome. With great satisfaction, Gu Tai'an stepped out the door. Outside, the sun shone brightly, reminiscent of yesterday. Who would have thought that merely a fleeting moment in a dream could signify the passage of an entire day? It is said that the capital is a place of unparalleled virtue. The incessant sounds of merchants and vendors filled the air as Gu Tai'an navigated through the bustling crowd, purposefully making his way toward a street lined with food stalls. Steamed buns, wontons, tofu pudding. Gu Tai'an passed by various vendors, scanning their signs, uncertain of what to eat, until he reached a street corner and noticed a newly opened stall with few patrons. Approaching it, he inquired, "What do you sell here?" The vendor at the small stall was a modest woman, clad in simple attire, yet her demeanor exuded an undeniable charm reminiscent of a tofu shisher. Upon noticing a customer approaching, she promptly smiled and said, "Rice noodles, a family recipe. Would you care to try some?" Gu Tai'an, feeling the pangs of an empty stomach, pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Then let me sample the delicacy." Certainly. Please hold on a moment," she replied with enthusiasm. After a brief wait, the woman cheerfully served a steaming bowl of rice noodles, the texture delightfully smooth and the broth exquisitely flavorful. Gu Tai'an swiftly consumed his meal, letting out a satisfied burp. He then casually produced several coins from his wrist, placing them on the table as he prepared to leave. "Excuse me, sir," the woman called out with a cheerful tone. Stopping him in his tracks, "You haven't settled the bill yet." Gu Tai'an paused, pointing at the coins on the table. "Isn't this enough?" "Not nearly. You've only paid for half. There's still another bowl less worth," she replied. Gu Tai'an, momentarily taken aback, struggled to comprehend the situation. Just then, 4 or 5 burly men emerged from the shadows, encircling the woman and casting sinister glances at Gu Tai'an. "Goodness," Gu Tai'an gasped, incredulously remarking. "Is it possible you wish to cause trouble under the broad daylight, in the heart of the empire?" But even the emperor must pay for his meals. Wouldn't you agree?" The woman retorted, her confidence unshaken, accompanied by a flirtatious smile. Meanwhile, one of the imposing men approached menacingly, shoving Gu Tai'an while demanding, "Listen here, boy, pay up quickly, or things may get rough." Gu Tai'an stumbled backward as the commotion attracted the attention of passers-by, who observed with a mix of sympathy and apprehension. "How dare he eat at that stall?" one murmured. "Doesn't he know the owner is notorious for her vindictiveness?" Another added, shaking his head in dismay. "Alas, this lad is in dire straits," someone whispered. The cacophony of voices finally snapped Gu Tai'an back to reality. He chuckled softly, rubbing his temples. "It seems I've been quite out of touch lately. I hadn't realized a bully had taken residence in this food street." "Who is the bully?" the large man barked, pointing threateningly at Gu Tai'an. "It's only natural to pay for your meal. You're just taking advantage of the lady's kindness, hoping to skip out on the bill. We're merely ensuring justice is served. Do you understand? Fork over the money." The audacity of their claims was evident as they disregarded Gu Tai'an's solitary presence. He licked his lips, casting a sidelong glare at the man. "1 bowl equals 1 payment. Can you grasp this simple concept?" "Oh, for heaven's sake." The burly man, cursing vehemently, reached out to seize Gu Tai'an. However, this time, Gu Tai'an did not indulge him. With a swift motion, he grasped the man's wrist and twisted it, instantly subduing him. "Ouch, that hurts," the brute exclaimed in pain, urgently calling out to his subordinates behind him. "What are you all standing there for? Get him." Several strong men rushed forward at the sound of his command. Gu Tai'an, unfazed, raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick, sending the previously subdued man sprawling onto the ground. He then lifted his arm, and the purple energy patterns swiftly spread across it, enveloping him like an invisible suit of armor. Tai'an approached with an air of composure, striking left and right, each slap resonating with his words. Extortion is met with a slap, and those who harm the innocent shall face the wrath of the 18 dragon palms. In less than a moment, all the strong men were knocked to the ground, some with bruised faces, while others even exhibited the faint sound of bones cracking. Remarkably, this was the result of Tai'an deliberately holding back. Had he unleashed his full strength, bolstered by the energy patterns, it would have been a trivial matter to eliminate them outright. Seeing the dire situation, the initially downed brute turned to flee. Tai'an cast a glance at him and raised his hand. In an instant, numerous streams of light coalesced in his palm, transforming into a sharp long sword. This was the manifestation of energy, a legitimate 6th-tier technique, distinguishing it from the levels of refining essence and energy. Go, he commanded lightly. The long sword shot forth like an arrow, pressing against the fleeing man's throat. The brute's escape halted abruptly, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he hastily raised both hands in surrender. Only the earlier mentioned woman remained, now trembling and swallowing hard as she cowered behind a stall. Tai'an's gaze had unmistakably settled upon her. These individuals are all skilled practitioners, he remarked, surveying the fallen men with a hint of intrigue. Many are of the 9th tier, and the leader has even reached the 8th tier. It is a challenge for an ordinary family to nurture a martial artist of refined essence. Yet you have gathered so many here. What is this? The black forces of Fengdu? Aye, the woman stammered in fear. She was well aware that the capital was a melting pot of characters. But wealth was also prevalent, was it not? She had been cautious, avoiding the bustling areas, only daring to extend her hand in this narrow street of food stalls. Yet, who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Finding her situation increasingly precarious, she feigned weakness and collapsed to the ground, crying out, "My lord, I am truly left with no choice." Tai'an kicked a stool over and sat down leisurely, asking, "What choice do you have? Speak, I am listening." Wiping her tears, the woman, on the verge of sobbing, explained, "My father is an alcoholic, my mother is bedridden, and I have a younger brother who is a gambler. My life is in shambles, and I have no other recourse. I'll give you 2 punches." Tai'an wore an expression of utter disbelief, clearly unable to accept such a feeble explanation. Just as he was pondering the merits of questioning the woman further, a sudden commotion erupted from the outskirts. "Hey, what is happening here? Are you unaware that brawling in the streets contravenes the laws of the court? Have you all lost your minds?" 2 patrolling officials finally took notice of the disturbance and approached, one on the left and one on the right, eager to ascertain the truth of the matter. Upon seeing them, the woman hurriedly rushed forward, clinging to one of the officials' legs and lamenting, "Sir, you have finally arrived. Please, do seek justice for this humble woman." Her tear-streaked visage evoked sympathy in anyone who beheld her. The official, whose leg had been seized, cleared his throat, though the softness he felt below stirred his baser instincts. He could only maintain a stern facade before the gathered crowd, feigning seriousness as he inquired, "Please rise and explain what has transpired in detail." It was him. The woman turned to point accusingly at Tai'an, who was seated upon a stool. "He dined without paying and then struck me. Just look at the chaos he has caused to my stall. Is that so? I must see for myself who dares to disturb the peace beneath the Emperor's gaze in broad daylight," the official declared, rolling up his sleeves and advancing with a fierce demeanor. However, upon recognizing Tai'an's features, he could not help but express his surprise. "Oh? Is that not Brother Gu?" At this revelation, the woman's eyes widened in shock, her heart sinking with dread. They were acquainted. Tai'an looked at the man before him, utterly perplexed, and could only ask, "And you are?" "Ah, esteemed sir, you are perhaps forgetful. I am also of the Jinui," the official replied with an embarrassed smile. "Though I am not yet a full-fledged tiki, I merely serve as an auxiliary Husong. I assisted you during your previous assignments." Realization dawned on Tai'an, and he nodded in acknowledgement. The internal structure of the Jinui consisted of 2 categories, Tiki and Husong. Though both belonged to the same organization, they were worlds apart in terms of status. To become a Tiki was a mark of genuine officialdom, even if it was merely a 9th rank. Such a title carried weight and conferred various privileges, including avenues for promotion, exemption from corvée labor and taxes, ceremonial entitlements, judicial favors, and numerous allowances without compromise. The Husong, however, were quite different. They could be likened to auxiliary personnel, akin to clerks in the bureaucracy. Aside from the prestigious title of Jinhui and a meager monthly stipend, they possessed little else. Entering the ranks of the Husong was straightforward. One need not possess formidable skills, merely a semblance of ability, a lineage of 3 generations with a clean slate, and some connections would suffice. However, to ascend to the rank of Tiki required true merit. Even the most powerful connections would falter without the requisite capabilities. For Tiki were typically appointed directly by the emperor himself. Should one lack the requisite skills and audacity to intrude, the consequences of failing to fulfill a task can be dire. The repercussions of personal failure may be trivial, yet the ramifications for the state are monumental. No one is willing to shoulder such a risk. Thus, despite the seemingly numerous members of the Jinhui, most are merely peripheral attendants. Only a scant few are deemed worthy to be true officers. Yet it is precisely these select individuals who instill fear in the hearts of court officials and the various factions of the martial world. Brother Gu, what is the situation? The official cast a glance at the earlier mentioned woman and then turned his gaze to Gu Tai'an with a smile. Although he had previously inquired about the matter, it did not deter him from asking again. Gu Tai'an, however, responded with candor, stating, I ordered a bowl of noodles, yet they insisted I pay for 2. When I refused, they resorted to violence. Is that so? The official raised an eyebrow, turning to observe the individuals sprawled on the ground. Has Brother Gu not contributed to the state of Deqi over the years, shedding blood for its honor? And now, for a mere bowl of noodles, you are to be extorted? Is there no law remaining? As he spoke, he did not hesitate to deliver a few kicks to the downed individuals. Gu Tai'an waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. Take them away. There is no need to send them to the Jinyui's prison. It's not a grave matter. Just escort them to the Jingzhou Prefecture's office and let them spend a few days in jail for some reflection. Understood. The official cupped his fist in acknowledgement. Gu Tai'an nodded and proceeded to leave, vanishing from sight. Only then did the official exhale in relief and turn to the earlier woman, saying, What are you all still dawdling for? Hurry up and get up. Come with us. Sir, I am wronged. The woman, with tears resembling pear blossoms, attempted to explain her plight. Yet the official merely scoffed. Humph, whether you are wronged or not is of no concern to me. You should address that to him. Do you realize who he is? The Jinyui, the Qian Division, Gu Qianhu. Do you know the purpose of the Qian Division? Among the 8 divisions of the Jinyui, Qian, Kuan, Sun, Zhan, Li, Kan, Dui, and Zhen, the Qian Division is the apex, tasked with apprehending imperial offenders and pursuing those notorious in the martial realm. Do you comprehend the significance of the title Qianhu? It denotes the leader of an entire division. Consider how many nefarious villains have fallen at his hands over the years, allowing him to ascend to such a prestigious position. Do you think you rabble can challenge him? The woman's complexion paled as she grasped the gravity of the formidable opponent she had unwittingly provoked. Chapter 9. I grew up in the spring breeze after departing from the snack street. Gu Tai'an did not wander far. He soon arrived at a time-honored dim sum establishment, purchasing 2 packets of freshly baked pastries before making his way toward the palace gates. Stop. This is a restricted area. Who dares to intrude? The guard stationed at the gate barked sternly, attempting to halt his advance. Gu Tai'an leisurely retrieved the waste token of the Northern Pacification Office from his bosom and presented it. Ah, it is Gu Qianhu. The guard smiled. Returning the token and gesturing to his companions, let him pass. The duties of the Jinyui are well defined. They often convey messages to the heavens and enter the palace for audiences, thus the imperial guards would not dare to impede their passage. After stowing away his badge, Gu Tai'an retrieved an object from his bosom, a map. It is said that the feng shui of the Forbidden City nurtures its inhabitants, and indeed, this assertion holds true. Within the capital, there exists an inner city, and within that, an imperial city, and within the imperial city lies the Forbidden City, which houses the royal palace. This series of cities within cities positions the emperor's residence in the most advantageous geographical location of the entire Sanqin region. How could such auspicious surroundings fail to foster vitality? Alas, it is unfortunate for those of us who are directionally challenged. Gu Tai'an wore a pained expression as he gazed at the map in his hand. Every visit to the palace felt akin to facing punishment, with the red walls and golden roofs surrounding him, leaving him utterly disoriented. He recalled his first venture into the palace, where he became hopelessly lost in the Forbidden City, inadvertently wandering past the patrolling imperial guard and into the inner chambers of the harem. Had it not been for a timely intervention from another, pulling him away before he could be discovered. He might have lost his head by dawn. Since that incident, Gu Tai'an had cultivated a prudent habit of carrying a map before entering the palace. Surely, with a map in hand, he could never lose his way again? Yet, as he studied the map, he found himself at a loss. The Sili Jian, he noted. He set the map down. The Arrow Pavilion, he mused. Confounded. He wondered how he could misnavigate despite following the map precisely. It must be a flaw in the map. Quickly resigning to this thought, he tossed it aside. To navigate the complexities of this tumultuous world with ease, one must remember a crucial tenet. Rather than engage in self-inflicted struggles, it is far more prudent to cast blame elsewhere. Just as Gu Tai'an turned to leave, a melodious voice called out from behind, Xiao Anzi. Startled, Gu Tai'an paused and turned back, only to find a white-haired woman had appeared before him. She was in the prime of her youth, her visage as beautiful as jade. With an air of elegance and fortitude, her silken hair cascaded like clouds, adorned with a delicate hairpin, while 2 strands fell naturally by her temples. Clad in a narrow-sleeved black and gold warrior robe, her tall figure was accentuated by a jade belt, drawing attention to her slender waist. Her expressions, whether frowns or smiles, radiated brightness, reminiscent of the sun, symbolizing a prosperous and peaceful nation. Taiping. Gu Tai'an's gaze flickered with surprise. What brings you here? Taiping was the first friend he made within the palace, and indeed, his only one. Their acquaintance had blossomed from that fateful day when she was the one who pulled him away during his reckless intrusion into the harem. Taiping, Tai'an, he mused, reflecting on the serendipity of their connection. With such a vast palace, where could I not go? Taiping, hands clasped behind her back, approached with a charming smile. Gu Tai'an smacked his forehead, returning her smile. I nearly forgot. You are the only talented one in this palace, tasked with executing the emperor's commands. Pray tell, are you here because the emperor is within? As he spoke, he couldn't help but stretch his neck to peer inside. In the world beyond, the Jinui were often derogatorily referred to as the emperor's hounds, the court's watchdogs. However, in Gu Tai'an's view, this was indeed a grave injustice. For all these years, he had never even laid eyes on the emperor. The Jinui claimed to have direct access to the heavens. But what relevance did that hold for a mere 1,000 household official like him? With ranks such as Tiki, Xiaoqi, Zongqi, Baihu, Qianhu, and the commanding officers, he had 2 superiors above him. Even if one were to confront the imperial edict, that would be a task meant for others, not a lowly 1,000 household official like himself. Thus, Gu Tai'an's impression of this emperor remained ensconced in rumors and hearsay, knowing only that she had ascended to power through a coup. A coup? Wasn't the empress of his previous life also elevated through such upheaval? Moreover, she had been a woman over 60 years of age at that time. Could it be that this emperor was also in her 60s? Gu Tai'an was quite curious. Seeing his demeanor, Taiping smiled nonchalantly and said, Would you like to see her? Come, I will take you in to have a look. Ha, do not jest. Gu Tai'an waved his hands in refusal, teasingly retorting. Meeting the emperor requires kneeling. Am I so lowly as to rush to bow before someone else? Taiping raised an eyebrow in surprise, with such audacious words. Do you not fear that I might report you to the emperor and bring about your family's ruin? Gu Tai'an blinked and replied playfully, Then I shall bribe you. As he spoke, he produced a package of pastries from his hand and offered it to her. Is this from the Embroidered? Taiping's eyes brightened, and upon opening the yellow wrapping, the aroma of the soft, glutinous delicacies wafted towards her. Gu Tai'an grinned mischievously. The most renowned pastry shop in Fengdu City. I made a special detour before entering the palace to buy them fresh out of the oven. So, will this sweeten your tongue? Taiping remained silent, but shifted her gaze to his hand. Pinching a piece of pastry and taking a bite, she casually inquired, And what of the other package? Is it for some maid in the palace? Gu Tai'an scoffed, Your eyes are quite sharp. However, that package is not for a young lady. It is for a certain elderly eunuch. For a eunuch? Indeed, an old eunuch. Gu Tai'an pressed his lips together and then smiled. Well, I have given you the treats. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. Yet, as she watched his retreating figure, Taiping hesitated for a moment before calling out, Hey! Gu Tai'an paused and turned back. Taiping raised the pastry in her hand. If I told you there was a way for you to meet the emperor without kneeling, would you like to see her? Gu Tai'an shrugged and replied with a smile. Why should it be me who meets her and not she who meets me? Taiping was momentarily taken aback. Because she is the emperor? Gu Tai'an chuckled lightly. To meet the emperor may be a mark of honor for others, but not for me. Why? Because I have grown up in the spring breeze. With laughter, Gu Tai'an waved goodbye and walked away, leaving Tai Ping to gaze after him. Tai Ping lowered her head, gazing at the pastry in her hand, slightly pursing her lips as she whispered softly, audible only to herself. Why wasn't it her who met you? Could it be possible that she has already seen you? Chapter 10. This matter, I will bear for a lifetime. Old Su. In the sweltering heat of midsummer, Gu Tai'an, having endured the scorching sun for nearly an hour within the palace, finally arrived at the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs, guided by a young palace maid. Upon entering, he could not refrain from raising his voice. It was not long before an elderly eunuch, clad in a crimson palace robe and wielding a ceremonial whisk, emerged from the inner hall, his expression stern as he scolded, "You insolent brat, what are you yelling about? Are you unaware that this is a forbidden area of the palace? How many times must I remind you? While it may not matter if you vex me, should you dare to offend the emperor, you shall not escape unscathed." Gu Tai'an rolled his eyes and casually seated himself to the side, muttering, "Enough of that. You always use her to intimidate me. How many times have I come here, and when have I ever seen her? Hey, you rascal." Such irreverent words provoked the eunuch, who narrowed his eyes and raised his whisk, ready to strike Gu Tai'an's head. Yet, Gu Tai'an swiftly raised the pastry along with a case file above his head, presenting them together. What does this mean? The eunuch was taken aback. The case file concerning the corpse handling incident in the outskirts of the capital was in Gu Tai'an's hand. Pouring himself a cup of the palace's exquisite cool tea, he continued with familiarity. The Imperial Guards manage the inner palace, and you are the Emperor's appointed chief eunuch, concurrently holding the position of the commander of the Imperial Guards. Naturally, you are my superior. After completing this case, I must present the file for your review, should I not? As for the pastry, it is freshly made from the dining pavilion, brought here as a token of respect for you. The eunuch smirked. "Oh, look at you, you little brat, showing such thoughtfulness." Setting down his teacup, Gu Tai'an smiled. "After all, it was you who brought me into the Imperial Guards years ago." He reminisced about his early days, feeling lost in a new environment, lacking the necessary permits to prove his identity. Even the shopkeepers and vendors were hesitant to take him in for odd jobs. After 3 days and nights of hunger, dizzy and on the brink of collapse, it was only thanks to old Su that he was brought into the Imperial Guards. Otherwise, Gu Tai'an might not have survived to see this day. He vowed, "I will always remember this favor. Rest assured, when you retire, I shall ensure you live comfortably." Though the eunuch did not voice his gratitude, warmth surged within him. Eunuchs are often rootless, and no matter how esteemed they may be today, they may find themselves isolated and vulnerable tomorrow, susceptible to mistreatment. Someone willing to care for them, regardless of the sincerity, is a comforting notion. Thus, he chose not to dwell on the young man's rudeness. The eunuch began to meticulously examine the case file in his hands. The recorded details and processes were thorough, and Gu Tai'an, being an elite in this field, had not made significant errors. "Did you kill that old ghost?" Upon reaching the conclusion, Master Su displayed a hint of astonishment. He was well aware of the notorious figure known as the Old Ghost. During his service to the late Emperor Gaozong, this individual was already a wanted criminal by the court. At that time, he seemed to have already transcended the lower levels of training and attained the intermediate realm of energy cultivation. Given the passage of years, one would expect his prowess to have significantly improved. Yet, how could he have been vanquished by Gu Tai'an? Master Su squinted, scrutinizing Gu Tai'an closely. Utterly taken aback. "Have you ascended to the 6th rank?" Observing Gu Tai'an's vigorous demeanor and piercing gaze, it was evident that he bore the hallmark signs of an energy cultivator. Gu Tai'an, however, did not shy away from this acknowledgement. With a modest smile, he remarked, "It was merely a stroke of luck." "Ah, indeed, I was right about you back in the day. You are truly a remarkable talent," Master Su exclaimed, extending his hand to pat Gu Tai'an, his voice brimming with praise. "To achieve energy cultivation at such a young age, given time, you might well ascend to the upper ranks." Gu Tai'an smirked, teasingly retorting, "Are you painting me another grand vision?" "Nay, this is not mere fanciful dreaming. It is a clear possibility," Master Su insisted. Gu Tai'an, seemingly unfazed, interrupted him and produced a small box from his attire, pushing it toward Master Su. With curiosity, Master Su opened the box to reveal a brown pill, no larger than a longan, emanating a delicate herbal fragrance. "Is this the witch god pill?" he exclaimed in astonishment, his surprise rivaling that of earlier. It's a fine specimen, indeed, at 99% purity." Gu Tai'an appeared pleased with his reaction, generously praising "See? How could I have misjudged you? You certainly have an eye for quality. So what is your offer?" Suddenly standing upright, Master Su gazed fervently at the pill in his hand, pacing back and forth. After a moment, he seemed to recollect something, turning to fix a penetrating stare at Gu Tai'an. "From where did you acquire this pill?" Gu Tai'an shrugged nonchalantly. "As a mere junior officer, where could I possibly procure such a treasure? It was undoubtedly as spoils of war. The other night, while apprehending the old ghost, I coincidentally discovered him concocting pills. After handling the situation, the pill was freshly completed, so I simply took it with me." Master Su inquired eagerly, "What about the recipe? Did you manage to find the formula on him?" Gu Tai'an paused momentarily before calmly replying, "No, I did not." "No?" Master Su pressed. "When I arrived, the old ghost attacked me immediately. I had no inkling he was engaged in alchemy." Gu Tai'an took a deep breath, explaining, "By the time I realized, he was already deceased." Master Su scrutinized Gu Tai'an, who maintained a calm demeanor, locking eyes with him. Gu Tai'an added, "During the mission, Xiao Tang accompanied me. If you think I may have overlooked anything, you may inquire with her." Upon hearing this, Master Su sighed heavily. "What are you saying? You are my trusted confidant. For years you have performed admirably. If I cannot trust your word, then whom can I trust?" Gu Tai'an remained silent. "All right, since you say there is none, let us regard it as a case of fate unfulfilled." Master Su chuckled softly, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "The divine sorcerer's pill possesses the power to alter destiny, yet it can also cause harm. It is no small feat that you honor me with such a gift, is it not?" "Wait a moment." Gu Tai'an immediately seized upon the crux of his words, gently pushing aside the hand resting on his shoulder, casting a sidelong glance at him as he spoke. "Old Su, our conversation is one thing, but do not lead me into a pitfall. The offering of pastries is what I bestow upon you. When did I ever claim that this divine sorcerer's pill was also a token of respect for you?" Master Su appeared equally astonished, rubbing his palms together and widening his eyes. "Did you not just declare that you would care for me in my old age? Affection is one matter, while finances are another. How do these relate to one another? How can they not be related?" Master Su earnestly attempted to persuade him. "Consider this. You are the one who introduced the Imperial Guards to our household. Thus, we owe you a debt of gratitude. In comparison to such a favor, what does this meager pill amount to? Are you really going to pull this on me again?" Gu Tai'an protested, slamming his hand on the table in indignation. "Reflect upon your conscience. With this small matter in hand, how many precious items have you extorted from me over the years? What about the exquisite contraptions, the rare insects from the southern borders, the elusive body-refining techniques, and not to mention the ancient and modern swords seized from the illustrious suspended sword pavilion? All of these treasures were acquired through my perilous endeavors during missions. Have I ever complained? And now you come to me again? Are you truly intending to leverage this for a lifetime?" Chapter 11. Master, I yearn for progress. "Look at you. Why are you suddenly so agitated?" Master Su chuckled sheepishly, a hint of guilt creeping in. Gu Tai'an shot him a reproachful glare and retorted fiercely, "Spare me your antics. Either you procure it today, or I shall seek another buyer. I refuse to believe that a pill capable of extending one's lifespan would find no takers." With that, he tucked away the divine sorcerer's pill and prepared to leave. Hey, why are you in such a rush?" Master Su swiftly grasped him, appearing at a loss for words. "Are you truly in such dire need of money?" "Of course I am," Gu Tai'an replied with a look of despondency. "Do you have any idea how challenging it is to earn an honest living in this world?" Master Su regarded him with a peculiar expression, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "But the issue is, you are a high-ranking officer in the Imperial Guards. You hardly seem like a person of modest means." "How am I not modest?" Gu Tai'an retorted, his anger flaring. "I do not engage in thievery. I refrain from deceit. And I would never force anyone into a life of vice. For all these years, I have diligently fulfilled my duties without complaint. Yet, what has been the outcome? Even a thief who enters my home leaves in tears, while I remain so impoverished that I cannot even afford the down payment on a house in the outskirts of the capital." Seeing his fervor, Master Su sought to placate him, saying gently, All right, let us consider that we have misjudged you." Gu Tai'an snorted in response, remaining silent. With a shrewd glint in his eye, Master Su remarked, "However, since you lack a place to reside, I propose this. We have a spacious estate on South Street, a 4-courtyard residence generously bestowed by the late Emperor Gaozong. I shall exchange it for your elixir. What say you?" Gu Tai'an snorted dismissively, retorting, I refuse. Refuse? Master Su was taken aback, confusion etched on his face. Aren't you in need of accommodation? This estate, given your current salary, would take you 10 lifetimes to afford. Why would you turn it down? Gu Tai'an curled his lip, responding earnestly, money has its worth, yet it is not invaluable. Master Su paused, then chuckled reproachfully. The young rascal is quite astute. Having spent a lifetime in the palace as a cunning fox himself, he was not oblivious to Gu Tai'an's insinuation. Silver is indeed a treasured commodity, but it pales in comparison to the value of life. What is money when weighed against longevity? To acquire this elixir, one must offer something of greater worth in exchange. But what could possibly hold value for this young man? Master Su found himself momentarily at a loss, and thus inquired. Well then, since you've broached this topic, it indicates you must have a plan in mind. Pray do share. Ah, one who understands me. Old Su, Gu Tai'an said, rubbing his nose as he leaned in closer, whispering, it is not a difficult matter. I have heard that the position of the commander of the Jinhui in Fengdu remains vacant. You see, as a Qianhu, Gu Tai'an trailed off, rubbing his palms together, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The Jinhui's influence stretches across the nation, divided into 8 departments, each overseen by a commander, known as the Zhi Hui Shi, the one who governs the promotions and transfers of these commanders, who holds sway over the entire Jinhui and reports directly to the emperor. Is the Du Zhi Hui Shi, the very Master Su before him? Master Su cast him a sidelong glance. What? Seeking a promotion? Master, you must understand my fervent desire for advancement. Gu Tai'an implored. That will not do, Master Su replied coldly, his voice devoid of warmth. The appointment of each commander is of great consequence. Unlike the minor positions of Qianhu or Baihu, which I can readily approve, the transfer of a commander requires the emperor's approval. Surely not. Gu Tai'an questioned incredulously, Old Deng. Do you lack even this authority? Keep guessing. Master Su was momentarily rendered speechless by the young man's naivety. Tell me, why do other regions have commanders while the position in Fengdu remains unfilled, with only me, the Du Zhi Hui Shi, at the helm? Gu Tai'an scratched his face. Why is that? Because Fengdu is the capital of our great Qi. Master Su met his gaze earnestly. In terms of rank, officials in the capital are always considered to be a half rank above their provincial counterparts. This holds especially true for the Jinhui. To put it in layman's terms, the commander of Fengdu is akin to the crown prince within the Jinhui. Do you comprehend what being the Jinhui's crown prince signifies? Gu Tai'an's expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment. He had previously only possessed a rudimentary understanding of the ranks within the Jinhui, yet he had never contemplated the intricate complexities that lay beneath its surface. It turned out that the genie commandant in Fengdu was essentially the preordained successor to the position of chief commandant, was it not? No wonder this role had remained vacant for so many years. It was likely awaiting the trust of a favored confidant of the emperor. However, he had never even laid eyes upon the emperor, let alone establish such a connection. The prospect seemed bleak. Su Gongong cast a discerning glance at him. Noting the despondent expression that clouded his features, and the amusement in his eyes became increasingly pronounced. As he leisurely poured himself a cup of cool tea, he remarked, I am growing old. I cannot occupy this position for much longer. Across the nation, there are countless commandants, and you can only imagine how many eager eyes are fixated upon this coveted role. Indeed, you have accumulated some merits over the years. Yet, who among those destined to become commandants is devoid of their own tales? In terms of experience, many among them have served since the time of the late emperor. And when it comes to capability, each one has been meticulously selected as 1 in 1,000. Before he could finish, Gu Tai'an raised his hand to interrupt. His expression pained. Enough, do not speak further on this matter. But you, too, are not entirely without opportunity. The unexpected twist in his words left Gu Tai'an momentarily stunned, and he looked up sharply to find Su Gongong regarding him with an expression of playful mockery. Gu Tai'an licked his lips in anticipation, eagerly inquiring, What do you mean? Su Gongong replied with a gentle smile, Though you lack both experience and strength, your fortune is remarkable, for you possess an advantage that none of them can claim. What is it? Gu Tai'an pressed, unable to contain his curiosity. Yet, Su Gongong fell silent, reclining slightly as he continued to smile at him. After a prolonged moment of realization, Gu Tai'an suddenly laughed, understanding that his advantage was indeed a powerful backer. Ah, you have indeed taken something from me. If you do not exert some effort behind the scenes, would you truly expect to have an easy time with me? Su Gongong jested as he toyed with a pill in his hand. Gu Tai'an blinked, his expression tinged with resignation. I can only hope that those beneath me do not whisper behind my back that I have ascended merely through flattery. Chapter 12 yet. Upon sending Gu Tai'an on his way, Su Gongong remained seated, idly toying with the pill for some time as the fervor in his gaze gradually dissipated. With a soft sigh, he finally rose and made his way toward the outer precincts of the Li Jian. He arrived at the archery pavilion and addressed the palace maid on duty. Please inform the emperor that the old servant Su Qingfeng requests an audience. Please wait a moment. The maid replied respectfully, performing a deep bow before turning to relay his message. In less than a minute, she returned, stepping aside to make a gesture of invitation. Su Gongong then strode confidently into the pavilion. Although it was referred to as a pavilion, the archery pavilion was far from a mere small structure. It served as an expansive training ground for the imperial family's equestrian and archery exercises. The area was vast, adorned with banners fluttering in the breeze, offering a wide and unobstructed view. Su Gongong surveyed the scene. Soon, her gaze settled upon a tall, young woman at the center. The woman, with hair as white as snow, was tied up high in a ponytail. Under the sunlight, she radiated brilliance, perfectly complementing her black and gold robe. At that moment, she was nocking an arrow, allowing her skirt to sway gently in the breeze, exuding an air of heroism. Eunuch Su approached and knelt in reverence. However, the white-haired woman paid him no heed, her eyes still focused intently on the target 600 paces away. With a swift motion, she drew the bow to its full moon shape, releasing the arrow with a whistle as it soared straight to the bullseye. Excellent, exclaimed Eunuch Su, his voice filled with genuine admiration. Your archery has improved significantly, truly worthy of the title of the world's greatest marksman. The white-haired woman let out a soft breath, casually tossing the imposing dragon-headed bow to a nearby maid. She then accepted a cup of chilled water and a damp towel, meticulously wiping her hands. I have heard tales of an archer from times past, whose bow drew thunder from all directions, striking down a rock from 8,000 miles away. Her voice was crisp and melodious, devoid of any discernible emotion. In comparison, my shot lacks the power to pierce the heavens, falling short by mere inches. How can I dare claim to be a divine marksman? Eunuch Su, having served the imperial lineage for many years, quickly grasped her intent and humbly replied, Your Highness, you are mistaken. The measure of a marksman is not the distance, but the target. The archer aimed for the rock, yet his arrow could barely reach 8,000 miles. However, Your Highness, you target the mountains and rivers. Where your arrows pass, the world submits, extending far beyond 10,000 miles. A subtle smile graced the lips of the white-haired woman as her gaze flickered toward Eunuch Su, who chuckled softly. No wonder my father and grandfather hold you in such esteem. After all, you have served 3 reigns, surpassing these younger generations in eloquence. Eunuch Su laughed heartily. Your Highness, you flatter me excessively. I am but a humble servant. Only the great ancestors of the Qi dynasty deserve such reverence. The white-haired woman offered no response. She turned and walked to a shaded pavilion, settling into a spacious armchair, crossing her legs and savoring her tea. Observing this, Eunuch Su bent down and prostrated himself at her feet, retrieving a small palm-sized box from his robes, lifting it carefully above his head to present it. What is this? The white-haired woman did not reach out for it, nor did she even glance at it. Eunuch Su reverently replied, This is known as the Witch God Pill, a treasure of celestial creation, said to enhance longevity. Enhance longevity? The white-haired woman finally showed a flicker of interest, accepting the box and opening it. A round pill, the size of a longan, rolled into her palm, releasing a potent herbal fragrance. She held the pill up to the sunlight, propping her head with her jade-like hand, and asked with curiosity, Does this pill grant immortality? If consumed continuously, it may indeed harbor a sliver of divine promise. Yet, there is only one here. Her brows knitted slightly as she inquired further, What about the formula? Such a crucial elixir lacks a recipe? How have you managed your duties? Daring not to deceive her master, the white-haired woman stated that this elixir was fortuitously acquired by the esteemed Gu Tai'an of the Jinyi while pursuing a treasonous criminal, who had long since met his end, with the formula now lost to time. However, she added with a hint of self-justification, perhaps this was simply the fated course of events. The ever-obliging Su Gongong chimed in, affirming that the master's ambitions reached the heavens, destined to be fulfilled in due time. The white-haired woman ceased to engage further, closing her eyes and slowly inquiring, Have you made arrangements for the matter I entrusted to you some days ago? Are you referring to the Tianxia Tower? The Tianxia Tower, renowned as the foremost establishment in the realm. The white-haired woman, toying with the elixir in her hand, let out a cold laugh. On the surface, it masquerades as a network of taverns spread across the nation, yet in truth, it engages in plots of assassination against the sovereign. They claim that for the right price, anyone can be eliminated. Over the years, many officials of Daqi have fallen victim to their sinister machinations, instilling fear in the hearts of all. Even I have been troubled by their schemes on numerous occasions. Now that I have finally discerned their stronghold, how can I find solace without a bloodbath? When the emperor is enraged, rivers run red, and countless lives are lost. Su Gonggong, apprehensive of any misstep, hastily responded, "Rest assured. I have already given instructions for this matter, with Gu Tai'an of the Jinyue at the helm. He shall not disappoint your expectations." Yet, he added with concern, "But he has only been with the Jinyue for 3 years, still honing his skills. Can he truly handle such a task?" With a respectful demeanor, Su Gonggong replied, "To your question, the Jinyue comprises 8 divisions, with the Qian division tasked specifically with monitoring officials and patrolling the realm. As a Qianhu, he is indeed in a position to take charge. If Gu Tai'an were merely a novice, I would not dare to send him to investigate the Tianxia Tower, lest he alert them. However, having now surpassed the foundational level of cultivation, I find him to possess a certain cleverness. It may be prudent to allow him the opportunity to prove himself." The white-haired woman drummed her fingers on the armrest, contemplating for a while before instructing. "Ensure you notify the Liangzhou officials in advance, so they may provide necessary support." Su Gonggong chuckled in agreement. "Naturally. As for this elixir." The white-haired woman, showing no attachment, sealed it back in its box and presented it to Su Gonggong. "This is a reward for you." Su Gonggong, visibly startled, quickly bowed low to the ground. "How could this be? Your Majesty, I am still young. A slight extension of life is inconsequential," she interjected. The white-haired woman waved her hand dismissively, continuing with an air of nonchalance. "But you, having served the House of Lu with unwavering loyalty for 3 generations since the founding of Daqi, are deserving. This elixir may rejuvenate your waning vitality." Tears streaming down his cheeks, Su Gonggong struggled to articulate his gratitude before finally bowing his head. "I am deeply grateful for your generous kindness, Your Majesty." Stretching languidly, revealing her graceful form, the white-haired woman rose and stepped into the sunlight. She raised her hand, allowing the golden rays to cascade through her fingers onto her face, murmuring, "The resplendent sun shall shine upon the world. My lifelong aspiration is to ensure that this sun illuminates every citizen of Daqi, making the heavens appear less grim. Do you believe I shall see my wishes fulfilled?" Xiao Gonggong earnestly proclaimed. "The master embodies the hearts of the multitude as his own, akin to the great Taizong and Taizu. In this world, to have a monarch such as this is indeed a blessing." Chapter 13, Gu Bao. Special agent. Upon exiting the palace gates, Gu Tai'an felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. Finally, he had escaped that labyrinth. Despite his notorious lack of directional sense, having served in the Jinyue for 3 years meant he was not entirely lost. Finding his bearings, he took a shortcut and swiftly returned to the town protector's office. Due to the Jinyue's vast structure, which encompassed 8 departments and a multitude of personnel, the space became rather congested. Consequently, the town protector's office was divided into 2 branches, the Northern Town Protectorate and the Southern Town Protectorate. Gu Tai'an was stationed in the illustrious Northern Town Protectorate. Gu Qianhu. As he walked through the office, numerous individuals greeted him, to which Gu Tai'an responded with nods. Upon reaching his designated workspace in the Qianzi division, he sought a moment of respite, only to unexpectedly encounter a figure gliding toward him. Indeed, gliding. Instinctively, Gu Tai'an prepared to strike, but at that crucial moment, a pair of slender, elongated legs caught his attention. "Xiao Tang." Gu Tai'an paused, recognizing the graceful figure of his subordinate, Tang Tang. "You've broken through to the 6th rank?" Suspended 3 feet above the ground, Tang Tang scrutinized him, seemingly astonished. Gu Tai'an nodded. "As long as one has hands, it's sufficient." "What path did you choose from the 100 schools?" "I chose none. I followed the path of dominance." "Dominance?" Tang Tang pondered for a moment, then nodded. "That indeed aligns with your investigative style." Gu Tai'an did not respond but gazed at her, inquiring, "And you? What are you doing?" "Practicing qi." Tang Tang's fingers danced over the hilt of her blade as she explained. "It is said that the pinnacle of qi practice allows one to ride the wind like a rainbow. Sword cultivators can fly on their swords. However, I practice with a blade, not a sword, so you aspire to fly with your blade? Gu Tai'an raised an eyebrow, perplexed. That seems unnecessary. Even if you cannot ride a sword, if you wish to fly, you could utilize machinery. With the current advancements in mechanical technology, you could collaborate with the Kanzi division to acquire mechanical wings. Wouldn't that suffice? Tang Tang shook her head. It's not the same. What do you mean it's not the same? Riding a sword is far more impressive. All right. So it seems that the desire to ride a sword is an innate romanticism deeply embedded in every martial artist's essence, is it? Gu Tai'an sighed, then scanned the surroundings, asking, where are Shangguan and Wuxiang? Probably in the training hall, Tang Tang replied, not entirely certain. As she focused on controlling the flow of true qi beneath her feet to prolong her suspension in the air, Gu Tai'an strode towards the training hall. But as he stepped inside, he was met with a sudden thud. Bang! A hefty piece of wood hurtled directly toward him. Alarmed, Gu Tai'an prepared to defend himself. Yet a flash of white light sliced through the air, cleaving the wood in two mid-flight, narrowly missing him. As he turned to look back, as I observed, Tang Tang had already sheathed his sword, his expression remaining composed. Oh dear, Tai'an, what brings you here at this moment? A melodious voice rang out. An effeminate gentleman hurried over, grasping Gu Tai'an's arm, inspecting him with great concern. Let me see properly. Did that bald man injure you anywhere? Gu Tai'an felt a wave of irritation rise at his forehead, gritting his teeth. Even if I were injured, it wouldn't be limited to below. Why do you keep touching my legs? Get away. He forcefully shoved him aside and continued forward. Upon reaching the wooden posts, a venerable bald monk was practicing his punches. Although the techniques he employed were indeed from the sacred Buddhist scriptures, for some inexplicable reason, a faint crimson glow emanated from him, creating a stark dissonance. Gu benefactor, he said, noticing Gu Tai'an's approach, quickly retracting his fists, bringing his palms together in a gesture of respect. Gu Tai'an surveyed the surrounding wooden posts, utterly shattered by iron fists, devoid of even a single intact piece, and could not help but advise, I say, Wuxiang, as a monk, why must you always resort to such violence? The bald monk raised his head, replying earnestly, the world is rife with slaughter. Learning Buddhism cannot save the masses. With a sigh, Gu Tai'an glanced back. One was a loud ironhead, another a coarse effeminate, and one more was a ghostly presence that instilled a sense of unease. These were his companions, the few core members of the Qin division. Aside from them, only an eccentric old woman remained unintroduced. However, she was presently absent, having gone to Jixia Academy for further studies, renowned for her exceptional talent in mechanical arts. So much so that it was almost astonishing. Gu Tai'an even harbored doubts about whether she hailed from the same origin as himself. The last news he received was not long ago. It was said she had been chosen as the next leader. Whether there would be another opportunity for her return remained uncertain, preferably not. The thought of her past actions sent shivers down his spine. As for the rest, they were merely some attendants assisting from the periphery. There were many, and due to the unique nature of the Qin division, these attendants were quite capable. Among the more competent of their peers, Gu Tai'an readjusted his mindset and waved to the remaining three. Come here, I have something to discuss. The melodious gentleman, Shangguan Roji, and the bald monk, Wuxiang, approached promptly, while Tang Tang, like a specter, drifted behind Gu Tai'an. Noticing the rigid hilt of a blade nearly pressing against his waist, Gu Tai'an could not help but remark, must you always linger behind me? It makes me quite anxious. If I could control where I float, then what need would I have for training? That makes sense. Gu Tai'an reluctantly shifted his position slightly, attempting to distance himself from the hard object, turning his head to continue. The higher-ups have issued orders. We need to make a trip to Liangzhou. To Liangzhou? For what purpose? To dismantle the rebel stronghold. Rebels? Shangguan Roji was momentarily taken aback. In the flourishing era of Deqi, where could one find rebels? Certainly not in the open. Gu Tai'an shrugged and elucidated. Yet, over the years, how many forces, emboldened by their might, have clandestinely transgressed the law? Wuxiang, intrigued, inquired further. So, this time the target is Tianxia Tower. Chapter 14. Boss, are you aware of my Tianxia Tower? The one renowned as the foremost establishment in the realm? Tang Tang furrowed her brows. She had, of course, heard of this notorious name. In recent years, both civil officials and military generals of the court had fallen victim to their hands in considerable numbers. Among the most notable was a military general from the reign of the late Emperor Gaozong, who held a fourth-rank title. It was said that this man, seasoned and exceptionally talented, had begun to shine as a general in his youth, destined to become a pillar of the Qi. Yet, this very national hero met his demise en route to his official post. At that time, Emperor Gaozong was incensed, dispatching over 10,000 cavalry to scour the rivers and lakes. This incited fear among the esteemed sects, who privately cursed the infamous Tianxia Tower. They concealed themselves so well that the court might not locate them. However, other sects, with their names and trails, were indeed traceable. If the court could not find Tianxia Tower, how could they fail to find the others? Misplaced wrath. Even knowing this to be true, those sects had no recourse but to keep a low profile for an extended period, daring not to provoke the court's ire. Yet, as time passed, what was meant to fade did indeed fade. With the passing of Emperor Gaozong, it had been 3 years since the establishment of the Zhao dynasty. The rivers and lakes still thrived, and the martial spirit remained undiminished. People seemed to gradually forget the tumult of the cavalry's march, only recalling that Tianxia Tower continued to operate with impunity. It was no wonder that today, as emperor harbored animosity towards them. However, since the traces of Tianxia Tower were discovered in Liangzhou, why not simply dispatch the Jinhui of Liangzhou to handle the matter? Tang Tang glanced at Gu Tai'an. Since the inception of the Jinhui, aside from military secrets and intelligence transmission, they had always tended to their own affairs. Why would they think to involve them in Liangzhou? Even if Tianxia Tower was of great significance and manpower was scarce, their role would merely be to assist from the sidelines, right? Yet, from Gu Tai'an's earlier remarks, it was clear they intended to take the lead. In response, Gu Tai'an merely smiled and explained, the influence of Tianxia Tower appearing in Liangzhou. If the Jinhui of Liangzhou were to act, what would that be called? A mere matter of clearing their own responsibilities. If they succeeded, it would be without merit. If they failed, they might very well lose their heads. But if we take action, that would be termed as diligent effort, journeying 1,000 miles to uphold the stability of the court. Even without merit, there is labor to be accounted for. This is a blatant political achievement. Tang Tang fell silent, casting him a sidelong glance. When did you become so ambitious? Gu Tai'an shrugged. There's nothing wrong with being a Qianhu, but as a commanding officer, one could embrace a broader horizon. Indeed, Shangwan Roji stepped forward, delicately gesturing with her fingers, feigning modesty. Our Tai'an possesses talent and capability, so what is wrong with striving for further advancement? Tang Tang dismissed the effeminate individual with indifference. Her gaze steadfastly fixed upon Gu Tai'an. She spoke earnestly. Have you truly considered this? Though the position of Qianhu may be modest, it offers a semblance of freedom, allowing for withdrawal at any moment. However, once you ascend to the rank of commander and stand before the Son of Heaven, you will find yourself in a perilous alliance, akin to walking alongside a tiger. Gu Tai'an nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, the greater the tempest, the more valuable the fish. Perceiving his resolution, Tang Tang regarded him with a profound look, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Gu Tai'an clapped his hands, summoning 3 individuals, and continued, our expedition to Liangzhou bears great significance. To ensure absolute success, it is imperative to bring along additional personnel. Who among you wishes to accompany me? The trio exchanged glances before sequentially voicing their thoughts. Gu Tai'an, you know me. I must devote myself to honing my swordsmanship. A prolonged journey will undoubtedly hinder my skills. Tai'an, you are aware of my predicament. The sun's relentless glare during our travels is bound to darken my complexion. Gu, you understand my position. The malevolent spirits in Fengdu require my attention for their salvation. The meticulous excuses left Gu Tai'an in a state of silence, his gaze lingering on them thoughtfully. I see now. Each of you possesses unique talents. The trio responded in unison with smiles. Frustrated, Gu Tai'an thumped his chest and declared, did you truly believe I was seeking your counsel? If you refuse to go, then you shall all be compelled to join. Any dissent will result in a salary deduction. He had anticipated that such a tactic would be effective, yet he was unprepared for the fact that none of them were ordinary individuals. A mere exchange of glances revealed their unwavering composure. It matters not. My family is affluent enough to sustain me. A salary penalty this month? I shall simply spend less next month. Gu, do not take offense. Wealth is but a transient concern. Such responses left Gu Tai'an on the verge of exasperation. Nevertheless, having worked alongside them for many years, he was well acquainted with their vulnerabilities. He quickly donned a smile, speaking earnestly, you are all my trusted confidants. Consider this, should I ascend to the position of commander, What of Tang Tongji, Shangwan Qianshi, and Wuxiang Qianhu? Your contributions in aiding my rise will necessitate my consideration of your futures. The eyes of the three individuals brightened simultaneously. Commander Gu, let us not make our superior-subordinate relationship so rigid. Indeed, Tang Tongji, shall we extend our congratulations to Commander Gu? I am unworthy of such accolades. Shangwan Qianshi, he chuckled. In the midst of their joviality, Gu Tai'an successfully placated them. However, upon regaining his composure, he adopted a solemn demeanor and stated, all of this hinges upon our ability to first accomplish our duties. Therefore, let us not delay. You, contact the Imperial Guards in Liangzhou for their advance assistance. You, visit the Kanzi division and procure equipment from those miserly logistics officers. He then turned his attention to Shangwan Roji and Wuxiang, issuing further instructions. Although Shangwan Roji did not refuse, her eyes darted towards Tang Tang, who stood behind Gu Tai'an. With a slight lift of her chin, she inquired, and what about her? On this sweltering day, why must the two of us run errands while this vixen does nothing? Tang Tang raised an eyebrow and retorted without hesitation, you effeminate fool. Hey, enough of that. Gu Tai'an, suffering from a headache due to their quarrel and aware of their animosity, turned to Tang Tang and instructed, you, go to the street corner and buy me a jianbing guozi, with 2 eggs added. I see you resemble 2 eggs. Tang Tang shot back, her expression menacing as she placed a hand on the hilt of her sword, her thumb inching out slightly. Consequently, chaos erupted in the martial hall, accompanied by cries reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. Chapter 15. The bandits must be exterminated on the 15th day of July in the 3rd year of the Zhao dynasty. A grand court assembly was convened, following ancestral customs. Before entering the palace, officials of various ranks awaited in the court hall, gathering in small clusters, idly conversing about trivial matters. The previous day, which young master had caused a ruckus? Which dignitary had taken a 9th concubine today? It was only when the sound of 3 ancient and melodious chimes resonated that the officials rose en masse, proceeding towards the Golden Luan Hall in an orderly fashion. Scholars in one line and military generals in another. However, 3 individuals stood apart from the ranks. They did not join the officials, but casually positioned themselves at the forefront of the assembly. The figure on the left was a middle-aged man clad in a Qilin-patterned robe. His demeanor grave and composed, his emotions carefully concealed. The one on the right was an elderly man, adorned in a crane-embroidered garment, stooped in posture and seemingly asleep, perhaps due to his advanced age. The individual in the center appeared younger than both, likely in his 30s, yet possessed the same striking white hair as the Empress Zhao. He exuded an extraordinary presence, resembling a celestial being, and wore an eye-catching 5-clawed dragon robe, exuding an air of flamboyance. Since the establishment of the Dynasty dynasty, there had never been a precedent for a prince of a different surname. Such honors were only bestowed posthumously. Thus, his audacity in donning the dragon robe while alive unmistakably revealed his noble status. His Majesty has arrived. With that proclamation from Eunuch Su, the court officials promptly knelt, exclaiming, we, your subjects, pay our respects to your Majesty. May your Majesty live for eternity. The Empress Zhao gracefully stepped out from one side of the grand hall, casually tossing her sleeves as she settled into the dragon throne, reclining slightly. Today, as always, she radiated beauty. Her exquisite visage resembled the brilliance of Zhao Yang, and the dragon robe she wore did not appear cumbersome. Rather, it imparted an aura of sovereign dominance. Her elongated phoenix eyes swept across the assembly, exuding a chilling yet indescribably languid allure, while her slightly pursed lips captivated the gaze of all present. Please rise. The Empress's voice was clear and unpretentious. Thank you, Your Majesty, the officials replied as they regained their footing, their heads bowed, none daring to meet or even glance at her divine countenance. The Empress surveyed the room and eventually fixed her gaze upon the white-haired man, chuckling softly. Uncle, you have graced us with your presence today. The silver-haired man smiled faintly, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and said, I, Lu Jingli, wish to convey my greetings to your Majesty. The Emperor replied, I am well. The Empress, with a graceful flick of her sleeve, cast her gaze upon the 3 men and inquired, it is indeed rare to see all 3 chief ministers gathered today. Has some significant matter arisen? The 3 exchanged glances, each harboring hesitation. Then, a middle-aged man clad in a Qilin robe stepped forward, holding a jade gu, and spoke with resonant clarity. We have heard that your Majesty has once again increased the allocation for the Jinui this year. Even the common folk understand that expenditures necessitate an initial budget. This is especially true for the court. The Treasury receives tax revenues throughout the year, and the Ministry of Revenue typically drafts a list of necessary expenditures for review by the cabinet. As ministers, it is straightforward to inquire about the destination of these funds. The Empress nodded in acknowledgement but did not refute the claim. That is indeed the case. What of it? The middle-aged man continued with composure, Your Majesty. I believe there may be a discrepancy in this matter. The Empress's expression remained largely unchanged. What does the Grand General find to be amiss? His voice resonated with strength as he elaborated. Your Majesty, the tax revenues collected by the court each year are finite. Since the first year of the Zhao dynasty, considerable sums have been expended on constructing royal tombs, dredging the north-south canals, and the annual military supplies for the elite forces stationed at the 9 borders. Furthermore, since the onset of spring this year, the Luoyang region has suffered from locust plagues, prompting Your Majesty to issue relief for the victims. This not only diminishes this year's treasury receipts, but also incurs substantial additional costs. With these expenditures, the national finances are already stretched thin. The middle-aged man hesitated momentarily, but his meaning was unmistakable. What further expenses have been added for the Jinui? The Empress responded with a serene smile, speaking methodically. The Jinui, established by our founding emperor, is intended to maintain peace across the realm. But does peace still reign in the land? While it appears that the world of Deqi is still bright and prosperous, in truth, the factions within the martial world are divided, each disregarding the laws of the court, resorting to violence. Particularly, the Tianxia faction has become increasingly brazen. In the days of the late Emperor Gaozong, he was frequently troubled by their antics, even dispatching over 10,000 cavalry to quell them. Yet, what was the outcome? These ruffians are impervious to lessons learned. When our forces arrive, they scurry away like turtles retreating into their shells, but once the troops depart, they return to their lawless ways. Are we to bring forth the army every time the court is wronged? The assembly fell into a profound silence, none daring to voice a response. It was evident to all present that such a course of action was implausible. This was not merely a matter of the court's control over the military or the frequency of troop movements. Each deployment of the army represented astronomical costs. This was not akin to waging war on the frontier, where victory might later yield compensation from a foreign foe. The essence of sending troops into the realm was defined as suppressing bandits. While these factions may appear formidable, how much profit could truly be extracted from them? To thoroughly examine their every move, is it feasible to mobilize the Grand Army? It is simply not worth the cost, a venture destined for loss. Yet, the pressing question remains, can we afford to let these bandits continue their reign unchecked? This is not merely a child's play in a backyard. If the court endures humiliation without retaliating, what credibility will our national institution hold in the long run? The bandits cannot be left unrestrained. To confront professionals, one must employ professional strategies. Thus, the Empress learned from the lessons of the late Emperor Gaozong's reign. From the outset, she prioritized the allocation of resources to the Jinui and various military training initiatives, aiming to suppress the increasingly brazen sects of the martial world. The ministers present were no fools. They understood the intricacies of the situation. However, even so, the 3 chief ministers exchanged glances and spoke in unison. We hope Your Majesty will reconsider. Indeed, your reasoning is sound, yet we are constrained by finances. The Empress inhaled deeply. Despite her frustration with these obstinate individuals, she did not exhibit overt anger. Instead, she supported her head with her delicate hand, leaning slightly, and quietly redirected the ball. Since the 3 chief ministers are present today, why not let you discuss amongst yourselves? Assess this year's expenditures and identify which areas could be trimmed. The middle-aged general who had previously spoken stepped forward once more, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, this year, due to the calamities in Halua, every expenditure of the court has already been meticulously reduced, leaving no surplus to allocate. However, since Your Majesty has mentioned the rampant influence of the martial sects that must be curbed, I have a suggestion. Oh, what insights does the general possess? A glimmer of intelligence shone in the general's fierce eyes as he slowly articulated 2 words, recruitment. The intent of Your Majesty is merely to let those wandering martial artists know that the court also wields a sharp blade, dissuading those from the mountains and fields from daring to offend the dignity of our Deqi. The general continued, however, one need not forge a sword with one's own hands. Investing a modest sum to procure one from the periphery can yield the same outcome. In comparison, purchasing a finished product is not only more economical, but also spares the years required for forging. Truly a win-win situation. The Empress cast a casual glance at him. I comprehend your meaning, General. You suggest that instead of expending great effort to establish the Jinui, it would be more prudent to recruit from one of the established sects, bringing it under the court's jurisdiction, correct? Your wisdom is indeed profound, Your Majesty. If you are inclined towards this course, I presume you must already have a candidate in mind? The Empress smiled slightly. Which sect in the martial world has caught your eye? After a moment of contemplation, the general replied, I believe Nexi Tower would be the most suitable choice. Tianxia Tower? Upon hearing this, not only did the Empress on the dragon throne react, but whispers of astonishment rippled through the attending ministers. Tianxia Tower, the very rebel faction deemed the gravest threat by the late emperor? It is known that in recent years, many of our Daqi officials have met their demise at the hands of these rebels. How could the general possibly suggest this? However, when it comes to the Tianxia Tower, the dragon that reveals its head but conceals its tail, they are indeed the unparalleled choice for wielding the blade in comparison to other sects of the martial world. This alone surpasses even the esteemed suspended sword pavilion. If they could be persuaded to submit, it would undoubtedly be a fortunate event for the stability of the court. Even so, such reckless actions cannot be permitted. The court officials expressed their diverse opinions, and voices were heard in a cacophony. The Empress cast a glance at Eunuch Su beside her. He immediately understood, stepping forward to crack the purifying whip in his hand. The resounding thwack of the whip striking the ground silenced the discussion among the officials, leaving them speechless. The Empress then turned her gaze to the middle-aged general and said, maintaining her composure, Surely, you are aware of the nature of the Tianxia Tower, General? Your Majesty, I am well aware. The general's stance remained unchanged. However, I believe that different times necessitate different strategies, and we must adopt a progressive perspective to address issues, adapting to local circumstances. For instance, at present, we should prioritize talent, regardless of moral character. The Empress slowly closed her eyes. This time, she remained silent for an extended period. Uncle Elderfan, what are your thoughts? She reopened her eyes, shifting her gaze to the other two advisors. One was her uncle, the current Prince of Zhou, a brother of the late emperor. The other was a venerable official who had served since the era of the founding emperor, the current prime minister. It was unreasonable to discuss matters while sidelining these two. The white-haired man hesitated momentarily before smiling and saying, Your Majesty, I have been distant from the court and do not possess the understanding of the current situation that the general does, so I hesitate to speak. Cough, cough. I am in a similar position. The elderly man, leaning on his cane, spoke in a muffled, feeble voice. Although the cabinet frequently deliberates on significant matters, the general has already mentioned our esteemed Qi's elite military preparations. I am but an outsider, lacking knowledge of military affairs, and thus, I find it inappropriate to comment. Two cunning old foxes. Observing the pair's continued evasion, the Empress narrowed her phoenix eyes, silently cursing them. They were clearly using this chow to further their own agendas. What a notion to replace the Jinui with the Tianxia Tower. In essence, they merely sought to usurp her power. The Jinui, directly subordinate to the imperial authority, serves to patrol the martial world and monitor officials internally. It has always hung like a sword of Damocles over the heads of these civil and military ministers. If the Tianxia Tower were truly to replace the Jinui, it might seem that the blade had grown sharper in the short term. Yet, over time, could she guarantee that this new generation of Jinui would not collude with certain high-ranking officials in court, secretly conspiring? The weapon initially intended to intimidate the officials could instead become a peril to herself. The Empress would never allow such foolishness to transpire. Regardless of whether she ultimately comprehended the situation or agreed, these two had already distanced themselves neatly from any responsibility. If the plan succeeded, they would reap the benefits as ministers lurking in the shadows. If it failed, she could not hold them accountable. Truly, they were adept at avoiding blame. Understanding this, the Empress's displeasure is indeed genuine. However, she does not allow any emotion to surface, maintaining the same calm demeanor as before. Whether to change the sword is a matter I shall contemplate further, she mused, her fingertips tapping lightly on the armrest of the dragon throne. Yet, since both King Zhou and Elder Fan find merit in the general's words, let us temporarily set aside the matter of forging the sword. Upon hearing her pronouncement, Both King Zhou and Elder Fan instinctively lifted their heads in unison, addressing her, "Your Majesty." With a graceful flick of her sleeve, the Empress rose and departed. Observing this, Eunuch Su stepped forward once more, proclaiming loudly, "Court is dismissed." This scene prompted a frown to crease King Zhou's brow. Even Elder Fan's eyes, nearly compressed into a narrow line by age, flickered with a hint of brilliance. He murmured to himself, in a voice only he could hear, "Who would have thought that the once peaceful Princess Taiping now bears fine dragon scales amidst her hair?" After the court session concluded, the Empress returned to her heart-nurturing palace, removing the intricate adornments from her hair and carelessly casting them aside. Once her soft, snowy locks cascaded down her waist, she reclined on her couch, picking up the book she had not yet finished from the previous day and began to peruse its pages. Eunuch Su, with his head bowed, approached quietly from outside the palace. First, he moved to the incense burner, igniting a soothing fragrance that sent wisps of aromatic smoke curling into the air. He then accepted a cup of chilled tea from a nearby maid and carefully presented it before the Empress. "Your Majesty, please calm your temper." "Calm my temper? What anger do I possess?" The Empress replied nonchalantly, her eyes fixed on the pages of her book. Eunuch Su found himself at a loss for words and attempted to clarify, regarding the matter of pacifying the realm. "I believe that neither King Zhou nor Elder Fan truly concurs with the general's perspective." The Empress scoffed lightly. "Their agreement is inconsequential. What matters is that I require their consent." The old eunuch, perplexed, pondered further. It was clear to any discerning eye that the establishment of the Tianxia Tower aimed to supplant the Jinyue and further diminish imperial authority. Should both King Zhou and Elder Fan openly oppose and align themselves with the emperor today, even if the general harbored such intentions, they would surely prove unfeasible. "But my sovereign, why would you intentionally push them toward the general's side?" Slowly, the Empress set her book aside and regarded her loyal servant. "I am 19 years of age this year. Do you not think that 3 advisors may be somewhat excessive?" Chapter 17. Is it called Sunny Day, Little Pig? Given the significance of the Tianxia Tower affair, Tai'an decided to uphold a low profile during his journey, venturing out of Fengdu with only a handful of riders. After several days of travel, they finally caught sight of the silhouette of Liangzhou City, just as the sun began to set. "Hurry, exert yourselves. The city gates will close in a quarter of an hour," Tai'an urged, glancing back at the 3 individuals trailing behind him. To his surprise, fatigue was etched across their faces. Tang appeared somewhat better, beads of perspiration glistening on his forehead, yet he managed to lean on his sword and maintain his stance. However, the effeminate Shangguan and the bald monk, He Wu, were far less optimistic about their condition. Both individuals currently lay exhausted on the ground, leaning against a grand tree, gasping for breath, utterly devoid of dignity. No, truly, it was impossible to continue. Shangguan repeatedly waved his hands in dismissal. The once delicate and charming visage now resembled a wilted eggplant, drooping dismally. "Are we going to make it?" Tai'an urged. Unexpectedly, Shangguan Yoji reacted with distress, lamenting, "We covered a total of 16 days' journey, and we been running for 15. At this rate, we shall either perish from fatigue or be scorched by the sun." Tai'an shot him a glance, retorting, "Who can we blame? We were perfectly fine riding out of the city until we encountered those fleeing from disaster. You too, overwhelmed with compassion, insisted on giving up your horses." Shangguan Yoji, with a look of grievance, replied, "But those people felt pity for the refugees and wished to help them reach the relief tents sooner." "Well, I cannot ascertain if they reached the tents, but I do know that horse meat would have been quite delicious," Tai'an scoffed. "Damn it! Those ungrateful peasants dared to slay my horse." Moreover, Tang gazed at the 2 sprawled on the ground in exasperation. "You too showed compassion to the victims, which is commendable. Yet why is it that while I merely scouted ahead with Tai'an, our horses have vanished?" "Using our horses in your names?" Wuxiang scratched his face, seemingly feeling a twinge of embarrassment. "Enough, we've already prayed 99 steps. Do we really need this last bit of effort?" "Stand up," under Tai'an's insistence. Despite their utter exhaustion, the 2 had no choice but to muster the strength to rise. Tang then approached Tai'an, inquiring, "Was it not said that there would be designated personnel to assist us in Liangzhou? Where are they? They should be nearby, right?" Tai'an scanned the surroundings, uncertainty clouding his expression. A sense of foreboding surged within Tang as she pressed, "What was his name? Something like Sunny Little Pig? You mean to say that after running under the blazing sun for over 10 days, you expect us to find this sunny little pig?" Tang Tang silently drew her long knife from her waist, resting it against this scoundrel's shoulder. Gu Tai'an raised his hands in surrender. How exactly did they brief you? Tang Tang ground her teeth in frustration. Gu Tai'an spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, offering a weary smile. I forgot the details ahead, lost track in the middle, and overlooked everything behind. In any case, if this task is accomplished, all will be well. If it fails, the ministers will oppose, and the emperor will have no explanation. Tang Tang felt a wave of despair wash over her. With such unreliable companions, it was a mystery how she had endured these years. Just then, amidst their conversation, an older gentleman approached, clad in rough cloth, a dogtail flower clenched in his mouth. Grinning broadly, exuding a distinct air of the streets, Gu Tai'an instinctively stepped forward, shielding his companions behind him, eyeing the man warily. The stranger cleared his throat and clasped his fists, announcing, 3rd Battalion, 6th Group, White-Faced Calabash Kid. A code? Gu Tai'an's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as he continued. The code is correct. The 18th Group of the 9th Battalion, Fairy Dogtail Flower. A smile immediately spread across the middle-aged man's face as he opened his arms, eager to embrace. Ah, at last, you have arrived. The intel indicated that you would be here within 10 days, yet you have delayed for such a considerable time. The Jinyui faced the emperor directly, and time is of the essence. Instances of such significant delays are indeed rare. Gu Tai'an, feeling somewhat sheepish, touched his nose and offered a hesitant explanation. Ahem, unforeseen circumstances. He certainly could not divulge that his companions had insisted on giving their horses to the victims along the way, only for those victims to hastily butcher the animals. Such revelations would not earn him praise for his compassion. Rather, he would be reproached for failing to discern priorities. After all, aiding disaster victims is the responsibility of the government. The Jinyui are solely accountable for upholding imperial authority. The middle-aged man, perceptive enough, did not press further. Shifting the topic, you must be the leader of this expedition, correct? What should I call you? Fengdu Qianhu, Gu Tai'an. Liangzhou Commandant, Zhu Qing. Truly a prodigy of the age, exclaimed Tang Tang, who stood beside him, raising her head in surprise. A talented individual indeed, to attain such a position at your age. Zhu Qing, filled with nostalgia, remarked, I recall when I, old Zhu, took a dozen years to rise from 100 households to 1,000. Gu Tai'an chuckled and modestly replied, I merely seized the opportunity. The recent turmoil in the martial world has propelled me to this achievement. I cannot compare to Brother Zhu, who possesses genuine skill. Well spoken, Zhu Qing remarked, playfully tapping him and flashing a knowing smile. Come, let us enter the city, for soon the gates will close. Zhu Qing draped an arm around Gu Tai'an's shoulder, leading him forward. The 3 companions trailing behind had no choice but to quicken their pace to keep up. They soon arrived at the city gates, where the guards were diligently inspecting the incoming and outgoing individuals as per protocol. Liangzhou, positioned in the northwest, though not a direct border city, is still a frontier area prone to a mix of characters. Rigorous checks are always prudent. Halt! What is your business? The guard commanded, stopping Gu Tai'an and his group. As Gu Tai'an prepared to respond, he felt Zhu Qing's hand on his shoulder, accompanied by a confident smile. Allow me to handle this. He stepped forward, discreetly retrieving a badge from his robe and presenting it. Jinyui Commandant? The soldier's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively bowed. However, Zhu Qing, quick to react, caught him and whispered, Shu, this mission is confidential. There is no need for fanfare. Just treat us as ordinary citizens. The soldier understood and nodded vigorously. Rest assured, sir, we are adept at treating the common folk. Zhu Qing acknowledged with a grunt, about to turn away when suddenly, slap. A sharp sound echoed through the air. Zhu Qing turned his head in shock, seemingly caught off guard, as the soldier pointed an accusatory finger at him, scolding, What are you staring at? Mind your manners. Chapter 18. Do you wish to test the sharpness of my blade? In a fit of rage, Zhu Qing was about to retaliate. His years of experience as a commander rendered futile in the face of public humiliation. This was the first time he had been struck in such a manner. However, at that crucial moment, Gu Tai'an intervened, grasping him from behind. Brother Zhu, let it go, let it go. There's no need for this, he urged, diffusing the tension. Zhu Qing, a seasoned veteran in the bureaucratic arena, gradually regained his composure, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The mission they were about to undertake was classified. A public altercation at the city gates would undoubtedly alert the intelligence network within half an hour. Such a misstep could unravel everything. setting off a chain reaction of consequences. Suppressing his anger, Zhu Qing stepped aside. Gu Tai'an then approached the soldier, producing his insignia. Yet, as he extended his hand, the soldier's gaze was drawn not to the insignia, but to the 4 distinct diamond-shaped patterns etched on Gu Tai'an's arm, each vividly pronounced. Tattoos? Ties to the underworld? The soldier hesitated, noting that although the young man before him was seemingly less intimidating than the middle-aged man he had just confronted, he bore an air of undeniable authority. After a moment's contemplation, he refrained from striking and respectfully returned the insignia. Next was Tang Tang. Upon presenting a similar insignia, the soldier began to raise his hand, but was met with a sharp, cold admonition. Do you wish to test the sharpness of my blade? Tang Tang's delicate hand gripped the hilt at her waist, her gaze icy and unwavering, as if daring him to make a move. Faced with such resolve, the soldier faltered. Moreover, he had never encountered such a strikingly beautiful woman before. Her long legs seemed to reach up to his neck. The thought of striking her weighed heavily on his conscience. After returning her insignia, he turned his attention to the next 2 individuals. One exuded a fierce demeanor, while the other possessed a serpentine, sinister air. Both appeared formidable. After much deliberation, the soldier hesitated, reluctant to act. However, with his hand already raised, he found himself compelled to strike Zhu Qing again. Stunned, Zhu Qing stood there, clutching his face in disbelief. The first slap, purely a consequence of his own provocations regarding the people, had been a lesson learned. But this second slap? What was its purpose? The soldier swiftly provided an answer, barking, Did you not hear me tell you to behave? Why are you still here, blocking the way for others? Zhu Qing felt his fists clench in indignation, his vision blurring with rage. He was about to charge forward when Gu Tai'an quickly restrained him, offering apologetic smiles. My apologies. Esteemed official, we shall leave at once. With a gentle push, the group finally entered the city. Although the scenery of Lingtong did not rival that of Fengdu, it possessed a unique charm all its own. Gu Tai'an cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Qing, unable to suppress his laughter. I've tolerated you for quite some time. You've been chuckling nonstop since just now. Zhu Qing could no longer contain his irritation and shot a glare at Gu Tai'an. In response, Gu Tai'an hastily clarified, You've misunderstood. Brother Zhu, we are all professionally trained, and ordinarily, one would not laugh so uncontrollably. Zhu Qing turned to look behind him. He noticed that aside from the long-legged lady, the remaining 2 were nearly doubled over with laughter. Zhu Qing felt utterly exasperated. However, the city guards here in Lingtong are somewhat overbearing, he remarked. Gu Tai'an stifled his laughter and rationally adjusted his demeanor, slapping the common folk in the street. If this were in Fengdu, the Jinjui wouldn't even need to intervene. The court would have taken action that very day. Zhu Qing rubbed his face and sighed. I have no idea how this happened. I've never heard of city guards daring to lay hands on the populace before. You see, the reason he dared to act against you might be precisely because you are not an ordinary citizen, Tang Tang said softly. Both Gu Tai'an and Zhu Qing froze momentarily. Once they regained their composure, Gu Tai'an chose to distance himself from Zhu Qing, disdainfully exclaiming, So it turns out it is you who are being arrogant in Lingtong? By heaven and earth, I have never acted arrogantly in Lingtong all these years. Zhu Qing retorted. How do you explain the strong discontent directed at you? Gu Tai'an countered. Zhu Qing was momentarily at a loss for words, finally managing to mutter, Perhaps it's because the city guards are drawn from the Lingtong general's residence. The Lingtong general? Gu Tai'an inquired. Zhu Qing continued. Yes, the station general, Zhuo Qingxi, fought alongside General Chao Ao in countless battles on the frontier. Although our Dachi has familial ties with the 16 tribes of the grasslands, akin to family, Liang'o is adjacent to the border and teems with diversity. Therefore, to ensure absolute safety in this area, in addition to the fixed military authority assigned to a town, the Lingtong general's residence can also mobilize an additional 3,000 elite troops for protection. Most of the city guards are likely his direct subordinates. But how does this relate to you being assaulted? The lady behind them, Shengwan Roji, interjected. Zhu Qing shot her a glance. The Lingtong general wields immense power. If not properly checked, how can he remain compliant? Gu Tai'an nodded in understanding. I see. You must have caused quite a bit of trouble for the general's residence over the years, which is why the underlings are seeking to settle scores. Zhu Qing remained silent, but the implication was clear. Gu Tai'an chuckled. Then the slap you received was entirely unwarranted. If only you had asked him to refrain from making a scene. He might not have had the audacity to strike you. Yet, you insisted he treat you like a common citizen. thus providing him with justification. Zhu Qing gritted his teeth in frustration. No matter. I have already taken note of that scoundrel. Once this tumult passes, I shall ensure he experiences the taste of the Jinjui's prison. Gu Tai'an refrained from comment. If the assailant were merely an ordinary citizen, perhaps he would have sought leniency. However, given the possibility of connections to the general's residence, it inevitably entailed factional strife. He was an outsider, reluctant to get involved. After deftly skimming over the topic, Gu Tai'an and the others, under Zhu Qing's guidance, proceeded towards the heart of the city, completely unaware that a pair of eyes had been scrutinizing them intently. It was a young man, appearing quite refined, yet he was a fortune-teller, seated in front of a small stall, beside which stood a flag emblazoned with the words "Divine Calculation." How marvelous! The fortune-teller, counting on his fingers, expressed his excitement. Who would have thought that in such a desolate place like Liangzhou, I would encounter such distinguished individuals? My future is secured. Chapter 19. Words unfavorable to unity should not be spoken. Zhu Qing led Gu Tai'an and the others to Chonglin Street, where they took up residence at the Renlai Inn. For well-appointed rooms awaited them, alongside a banquet spread, ensuring a quiet atmosphere. Zhu Qing pulled a silver ingot from his pocket and pushed it forward. Gentlemen, please follow me. The waiter promptly guided them upstairs. Upon entering the room and observing the relatively clean surroundings, Gu Tai'an did not let down his guard entirely. His years of reconnaissance experience with the Jinui had taught him to remain vigilant in times of safety, instinctively surveying every corner of the room to avoid any oversight. Rest assured, I have meticulously chosen this place. There will be no issues. Zhu Qing nonchalantly seated himself at the table, pouring tea for himself. Gu Tai'an smiled wryly, sighing. There's no way around it. Orders from above have been issued, and this matter must succeed, not fail. Before coming here, I even swore an oath. Zhu Qing understood and promptly produced 2 small scrolls from his sleeve, handing them over. This contains all the information we have gathered about Tai'an thus far, he explained. Don't think it's too little. Time is of the essence. Gu Tai'an shook his head. Although it was their responsibility, they had indeed taken the initiative. And since the other party did not complain and was willing to assist, it was already commendable. What more could one ask for? Let me see. Tai'an is publicly known as Qingrunju, a large restaurant. Qingrunju? Upon uttering this name, Gu Tai'an paused momentarily. Why does this name sound so familiar? He felt as if he had encountered it before. Just a moment ago, Gu Tai'an scanned the surroundings, trying to recall. Tang Tang, leaning against the window with arms crossed, remarked nonchalantly. How could it not be familiar? That lavish restaurant diagonally across from this and is called Qingrunju. Are we situated right under the nose of the suspects? Gu Tai'an stared wide-eyed at Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing, uninterested, simply scratched his ear and grinned. The most dangerous place is often the safest. This location is quite convenient. If any disturbances occur, it saves you all the running around, doesn't it? Gu Tai'an slapped his forehead. What difference is this from sleeping beside the enemy? It was indeed rather provocative. The wanted list prominently featured the lead suspect, the owner of Qingrunju, Madame Susan. Gu Tai'an gazed at the portrait of the beautiful woman, murmuring, she appears to be a master of qi manipulation, likely at a mid-tier level. Skilled in the art of puppet manipulation as a yinshi, yet she has never revealed her prowess in public. A cascade of intelligence was clearly laid out before him. Gu Tai'an swiftly formed a general understanding of the forces behind Tianxia Tower. However, why was there no map of the interior of Qingrun residence? He set down the information in his hand, furrowing his brow. They were operating in enemy territory, and the greatest disadvantage was the loss of geographical advantage. Given that Qingrun residence had long served as a stronghold for Tianxia Tower, eluding the authorities throughout the years, it was hard to believe they lacked the cunning to have 3 burrows for a crafty rabbit. Yet, among the gathered intelligence, there was everything except a map of the interior of Qingrun residence. Without this crucial information, if they were to capture the rebels and allow them to catch wind of their approach, utilizing their geographical advantage to escape through secret passages, it would be akin to startling a snake by stirring the grass. Zhu Qing shrugged, candidly stating, I had contemplated scouting the map for you previously. However, I, along with my few brothers, are regulars in Liangzhou's Imperial Guards, each of us well-known faces. Every time we enter Qingrun residence, there are numerous eyes watching in the shadows. We dare not make any unnecessary movements. Gu Tai'an raised his gaze to meet his, and after a prolonged moment, he finally tucked away the intelligence, smiling. No worries. Acquiring this information has already saved us considerable detours. As for the map, we shall investigate it ourselves. Zhu Qing nodded. Very well, should you need anything, just give a shout. Liangzhou may lack other resources, but manpower is abundant. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhu Qing rose to take his leave. Upon Gu Tai'an's return to his chamber, he found Tang Tang by the window, her eyes fixed intently upon him as she inquired, "Do you suspect that Zhu has ulterior motives?" Gu Tai'an shook his head. "Let us refrain from speaking words that may sow discord." Tang Tang remained non-committal. "So, what shall we do now?" Gu Tai'an approached the window, leaning his hands against the sill, scrutinizing the bustling tavern filled with traders and travelers, deep in thought for a moment. "Change your attire and summon Shangguan and the bald man from the next room. We shall pay a visit to Qingrun residents." Knowledge gleaned from paper is ultimately superficial. Gu Tai'an resolved to personally investigate first. The group readied themselves, soon appearing revitalized, shedding the weariness and discouragement they had felt upon entering the city, resembling the demeanor of affluent nobles. As they stepped into the tavern, a waiter approached them promptly. "Gentlemen, what would you like to eat?" Gu Tai'an opened his folding fan. Adopting an arrogant tone and demeanor, exuding the air of a dandy, "What specialties do you offer here?" "Our madam's specialties," the waiter replied. Gu Tai'an looked at him in confusion. Before he could respond, a powerful shove from behind sent him to the side. "Get lost." Soon after, a strikingly beautiful woman, exuding charm, approached the crowd, fanning herself with a graceful smile. "Esteemed guests," she said, "do not heed this lad's nonsensical ramblings. He speaks without sense. At Qingrunju, we may lack in many things, but we are abundant in culinary delights. From the skies above to the earth below, and the waters that flow. If you can name it, we can prepare it to your satisfaction." Gu Tai'an recognized this woman as Su Sanyang, the one associated with the establishment behind Tianxia Tower. He raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Such confidence. What if you fail to prepare it?" "If we fail, then all the expenses for today shall be on me," Su Sanyang, she declared, her tone playful. This amused Gu Tai'an, who waved his hand grandly. "Then let us have spicy fish scales, braised sea cucumber, crispy fried cucumbers, charcoal grilled pig trotters, and candied pork intestines." Upon hearing this string of dish names, Su Sanyang was momentarily taken aback. Are any of these dishes even remotely normal? Even Tang Tang beside her couldn't help but cover her face, well aware of her boss's peculiar logic. Meanwhile, Shangguan Roji leaned forward with a sly smile, asking, "What? Can't even prepare these homely dishes?" Su Sanyang lightly covered her lips with her fan, feeling a sense of grievance. "Homely dishes? Where is the homeliness in these? None of these have ever been on our menu." Tang Tang, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, all right. Just bring out your signature dishes and find us a quieter spot." "Ah, please come inside," Su Sanyang said, visibly relieved, as she ushered everyone in. Entirely unaware that shortly after their entrance, a scholarly-looking young man hurriedly followed them into the tavern. "Esteemed guests, how do you find the ambience here?" Su Sanyang cheerfully opened the door to a private room. Gu Tai'an and the others entered, nodding in approval at the relatively tranquil environment. "Kindly wait a moment. I shall urge the kitchen to prepare your meals," she said with a smile before stepping out. Tang Tang rose and quietly approached the door, ensuring the proprietress had genuinely left before turning back to Gu Tai'an. "Tai'an, how do you plan to investigate this tavern?" Shangguan Roji glanced curiously at Gu Tai'an. Earlier, upon entering, they had sensed no fewer than 10 concealed gazes observing them, either intentionally or inadvertently. Such scrutiny might elude ordinary patrons. But given their backgrounds as elite spies from the Jinyue, their skills in reconnaissance and counter-surveillance were unparalleled. How could they not notice? In such a scenario, any rash or improper actions might easily alarm those lurking in the shadows. Yet, Gu Tai'an appeared unfazed. He raised his hand, the purple gold aura patterns on his arm transforming into a flowing light that spread to his palm, forming a distinct spider web emblem. Subsequently, the intricate web was affixed to the ground. Countless silken threads emerged from beneath his palm, akin to ethereal serpents, curiously probing and, under the deft manipulation of Gu Tai'an's intent, burrowed deep into the earth, spreading forth like roots. With his eyes closed, Gu Tai'an immersed himself in the sensation. Meanwhile, as Wu Xiang beheld this wondrous spectacle, he clasped his hands in reverence, exclaiming, "No matter how many times we meet, the prowess of Master Gu is nothing short of miraculous. The path of Qi is profound and enigmatic. Even those who dedicate themselves to a single discipline may hesitate to claim mastery after many years. Few are like Gu Tai'an, whose techniques are endlessly varied yet remain true to their essence, firmly establishing their realm. Is it any wonder that our Tai'an has received such favor, rising to prominence in merely 3 years? Shangguan Roji, with a delicate gesture, radiated pride. Hush, let us be quiet, Tang Tang interjected, wishing to avoid disturbing Gu Tai'an. As the silken threads extended and spread underground, Gu Tai'an's perceptive range expanded as well. These threads became his eyes and ears, amplifying his awareness infinitely. The private room, kitchen, main hall, and backyard, each location visited by the threads rendered a vivid scene within Gu Tai'an's mind, gradually clarifying his understanding of the tavern's layout. Until one thread detected the presence of Su Sanyang. Intent on tracking her, the thread followed her like a darting dragon, seeking to unravel more secrets. Alas, apart from her movements in the kitchen and attending to guests in the main hall, Su Sanyang exhibited no peculiar behavior, leaving Gu Tai'an somewhat disheartened. Yet, just as he intended to retract the threads, he witnessed Su Sanyang suddenly stiffen, her gaze sharpening, as she crouched down, reaching towards the ground with claw-like hands. With a resounding crash, bricks shattered and dust soared, instantly capturing the attention of all kitchen staff. As the haze settled, Su Sanyang lifted her hand, revealing only a few grains of debris trickling through her fingers, with nothing amiss. "What happened, Sanyang?" inquired a nearby waiter, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Su Sanyang straightened, shaking her head. "Nothing." The others returned to their tasks, each fulfilling their role. Yet, as Su Sanyang gazed at the fissure she had created, a frown creased her brow as she murmured, "Did I misperceive something?" At that moment, Gu Tai'an, having gathered all the threads from every direction, opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and assured. "Bring forth the contraption," he commanded, extending his hand towards Wuxiang. The latter promptly produced a palm-sized box from his sleeve. Opening it revealed a collection of small spherical components, reminiscent of childhood marbles. Gu Tai'an seized a handful of these marbles, channeling his qi to scatter them across the ground. A marvelous transformation ensued. The marbles began to morph, some into spiders, others into fireflies. In summary, these elements exist in such subtlety that they are difficult for the untrained eye to detect. Subsequently, these mechanical creations seemed to acquire a consciousness of their own, slipping stealthily through the cracks of the door, their destinations unknown. Now, all that remained was to wait. Gu Tai'an lifted the teacup from the table, taking a delicate sip. He had thoroughly investigated this Qingrun residence from top to bottom and inside out. Every detail was firmly within his grasp. As anticipated, there indeed existed numerous hidden passages within. Since the Tianxia Tower had been a source of disturbance for the court for many years, it was only natural that they had their own escape routes. Though Gu Tai'an possessed this knowledge, he was unable to share what he had seen directly with his companions beside him. Thus, he required the assistance of mechanical arts. The group had been partners for many years, and this level of tacit understanding was established. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Gu Tai'an, closest to the entrance, rose to answer it. However, whether due to the abruptness of his action or the inattention of the visitor, he inadvertently miscalculated his force. As a result, Su Sanyang stumbled forward and fell right into Gu Tai'an's embrace. Holding the soft figure in his arms, Gu Tai'an, with a hint of playful teasing, remarked, "Madam Proprietress, even if you cannot prepare the dishes I previously ordered, there is no need to resort to seduction as a bribe." With her eyes sparkling, Su Sanyang chuckled, her hand fan creating a fragrant breeze. "With a gentleman as handsome as you, I could never make such a significant sacrifice for anyone else." As Gu Tai'an was about to respond, Tang Tang, standing behind him, abruptly hurled a teacup towards them, her expression devoid of emotion as she stated, "I am here to dine, not to witness your flirtations." Gu Tai'an shrugged, releasing Su Sanyang from his embrace with a smile. "Did you see that? Our esteemed lady has spoken. You should hurry and bring forth all the delicacies and drinks from your establishment." With a playful laugh, Su Sanyang clapped her hands. The signature dishes that had been ordered soon arrived, each one a feast for the senses, fully living up to the tavern's esteemed reputation. "Please enjoy your meal," Su Sanyang said cheerfully, bowing gracefully before retreating with her companions. As the door closed once more, the smile on Gu Tai'an's face faded like threads unraveling. Turning around, he summoned his chi patterns. The purple gold line spread from his arm to half of his face, subtly igniting a faint golden glow. Within that golden light, an invisible mark gradually emerged. "Is that the puppet seal?" Tang Tang's eyes widened in surprise. This emblematic mark was commonly used by craftsmen to control puppets, indicating they had possibly been ensnared by the Tianxia Tower's schemes. Chapter 21. Do you wish to dine at the national feast? Feigning physical contact. They had insidiously implanted this seal, designed for controlling inanimate objects, into a living body. Shangwan Roji's countenance turned icy, a cold smile forming as she said, "This little vixen truly harbors a venomous heart. The puppet seal is ruthless and unparalleled. Even craftsmen dare only use it on the dead, for the living possess consciousness. Once manipulation occurs, a conflict arises between the puppet in hand and the control of the puppeteer. In less severe cases, the vital energy channels within the puppet may become chaotic and disrupted, resulting in grievous injuries that are difficult to heal. In more severe instances, the puppeteer might erase the consciousness of the puppet, reducing it to a mere living corpse. Such actions are clearly precautionary measures." Wu Xiang clasped his hands together, and an unmistakable glimmer of bloodlust shone in his eyes as he chanted, "RumoredBeau? It is precisely because of the multitude of evils in the world that we require the wrath of the Vajra to suppress all demons." Tang Tang turned to Gu Tai'an and inquired, "They have already begun to suspect us. Shall we take action?" Gu Tai'an shook his head and shattered the puppet seal with a wave of his hand, calmly stating, "Now is not the time. Given the intelligence of Tianxia Tower, suspicion was inevitable. I have long been mentally prepared for this. Rather than being forced into chaos, we should seize the opportunity to ascertain the location of their hidden strongholds. Tianxia Tower conceals numerous pathways, and it is precisely for this reason that we must ensure absolute certainty. They have already made the first move, and currently, Tianxia Tower is under surveillance. Thus, there is no need to rush." Gu Tai'an was wagering that Tianxia Tower would not so readily abandon such a significant stronghold. Business transactions, ledgers, and lists of assassins, all of these require time to relocate. Otherwise, if they fall into the hands of the court, Tianxia Tower would lose its veil of mystery. When exposed to the scrutiny of the court, capturing them would become child's play. They need time to make their transitions. Gu Tai'an also required time to share information with his companions through mechanisms. What lay ahead was a race against time for both parties. Of course, sharpening the knife does not hinder the woodcutter's work. Gu Tai'an settled down cross-legged, inhaling the fragrant dishes before him, his fingers twitching with anticipation. At this point, there's no use in haste. It would be better to fill our stomachs first. This is quite delicious. Observing Gu Tai'an's carefree demeanor as he indulged in the meal served to him, Tang Tang could only facepalm in exasperation. "Aren't you afraid they might poison your food?" Gu Tai'an smiled gently, "Not at all. I have kept a vigilant eye on the kitchen throughout the entire process. From washing the vegetables to serving the dishes, everything has been under my scrutiny. If anything were amiss, I would have overturned the table long ago." Shangwan Roji, upon hearing this, also picked up her chopsticks and tasted the food, expressing her surprise. "Indeed, this is quite remarkable. Such culinary skills must be approaching the level of a national banquet." Gu Tai'an raised an eyebrow and jested, "Oh, so you've had a national banquet before? No need for metaphors. Do you understand? TSK. Would you like to experience a national banquet?" With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Gu Tai'an mysteriously proposed, "I have a way for you to enjoy a national banquet." Shangwan Roji was skeptical. "What method?" "Well, once you return, enlist in the army. When you eat with your unit, take your time, and you will find that your comrades will affectionately inform you that you are enjoying a national banquet." Laughter filled the room. On the other side, having just flaunted her charms, Su Sanyang suddenly paused, as if sensing something, and turned to gaze at the tightly shut door, her brow furrowing as she murmured, "Has the puppet seal shattered? It seems I did not misinterpret the situation. These individuals are indeed formidable." Her eyes were deep and contemplative. After a brief moment of reflection, she did not linger but proceeded directly towards the third floor. This was the section of Qingrun residence that was not open to the public, the very core of the entire Tianxia Tower. With a creak, Su Sanyang pushed open one of the doors and walked towards the window. A hawk was hopping about, preening its feathers. Su Sanyang reached out to calm it and removed the paper tied to its leg. The information from the Jin Yi Wei of Fengdu, the Qianzi division, was meticulously laid out before her, and a flicker of thoughtfulness crossed her eyes. It appears the court is resolute in their intentions, even going so far as to mobilize troops from Fengdu. If the threat were merely the Jin Yi Wei of Liangzhou, I would have several methods to navigate through this. The Tianxia Tower has garnered a reputation over the years, not solely for offending others, but also for cultivating numerous allies. However, The arrival of forces from Fengdu signifies the Empress's unwavering determination. They will not relent. It is clear they intend to dismantle us. A tinge of regret washed over Su Sanyang as she contemplated the potential loss of the stronghold she had nurtured for so many years. Although the clandestine network of Tianxia Tower spanned the 19 routes of Deqi, losing one would not be catastrophic. Nevertheless, Liangzhou, being close to the border, had attracted considerable internal investment and development due to the lax governance over the years, making it one of the largest establishments. To abandon it so abruptly would leave anyone feeling discontented. Yet, as the one in charge of the first floor, Su Sanyang would not engage in such petty and short-sighted actions. Alas, I shall consider it a financial sacrifice to avert disaster. Lowering her head, she slowly tore the intelligence report into shreds. No one would dare oppose the court, for it represented dignity. Su Sanyang turned and walked to the bookshelf, gently caressing the incense burner atop it. With a low rumble, a hidden chamber revealed itself. Stepping inside, she found a spiral staircase leading downward, with each step unveiling a sealed chest. Upon opening them, they were invariably filled with a variety of gold and silver treasures, each of immense value. This was the fortune amassed by Tianxia Tower over the years. Each individual who sought their services paid a substantial fee, and as time passed, these contributions accumulated to form the current scale of their wealth. Su Sanyang's fingertips grazed over the jewels. Although she felt a pang of regret, she remained unenthralled as she continued her descent. Eventually, she reached the depths of the hidden chamber. The dim candlelight illuminated shelves embedded in the walls, filled with ledger books and rosters. In the 9th year of Emperor Gaozong's reign, March executed the 5th rank official of Yanbei, acquiring 38 boxes of silk. In the 12th year of Emperor Gaozong's reign, June executed the 4th rank inspector of Chuanfu, acquiring 500 boxes of silver and 30 boxes of gold. In the 1st year of the Zhao Shi era, July, executed the 6th rank official of the Ministry of Personnel, acquiring 100,000 in pearls and jades. In the 1st month of the 2nd year of Zhao Shi, a captain of the brocade-clad guards in Huainan was killed, garnering a sense of public sentiment. Every time Su Sanyang recounted a detail recorded in the ledger, she would tear off a page and bend down to place it in the fire basin. The flickering flames cast a more sinister glow on her enchanting visage. Chapter 22. Please allow me to join your team. Gu Tai'an extended his palm, allowing a thumb-sized spider on the ground to ascend to his fingertip. He took out a sheet of Xian paper and spread it across the table, placing the spider upon it. In the next moment, the spider's abdomen surprisingly released ink, as its 8 legs hurriedly scurried across the paper. Before long, a lifelike image emerged before everyone's eyes. This was the final piece. Gu Tai'an retrieved the spider, rolled up the naturally dried ink painting, and placed it alongside the previous 5 illustrations. These 6 terrain maps indicated the locations of the hidden passages he had previously uncovered. This meant that, should they engage in combat, the rebels within Tianxia Tower would undoubtedly attempt to escape through these 6 points. Yet, there were only 4 of them. Tang Tang furrowed her brow and posed the critical question, not to mention that the number of rebels to be captured within Tianxia Tower exceeded 100. Could one person effectively guard each hidden passage? Even if they could, how could 4 individuals secure 6 exits? Perhaps we could summon that man surnamed Zhu and request assistance from the brocade-clad guards of Liangzhou, suggested Shangwan Roji thoughtfully. Gu Tai'an shook his head, his gaze fixed on the 6 drawings without lifting it. No, this operation is fundamentally our own affair. It is acceptable to have Liangzhou's people assist us from the periphery. However, should they become directly involved, while we might not mind sharing the spoils of victory, any oversight would only lead to mutual blame. In their territory, it is unnecessary. The group understood and was compelled to inquire further. So, how shall we proceed? Gu Tai'an remained silent, lost in contemplation. Just then, a ruckus erupted outside the window. Hey, be careful, be careful. Don't be mischievous, don't sway around, go. The few individuals in the room exchanged glances. Shangwan Roji, being the closest to the window, stepped forward. Without any visible motion, she casually reached out toward the outside. In the next moment, a frail figure was tossed inside. It was a young scholar, dressed modestly, with an unremarkable appearance, the kind that seemed easily bullied. Hey, wasn't I still climbing the ladder? How did I suddenly? The scholar faltered, looking around in a daze. For pairs of unkind eyes converged upon him. Given such behavior, it could easily be deemed a breach of confidentiality, and they could execute him on the spot, leaving him no recourse for protest. However, Just as Gu Tai'an was about to speak, the scholar's gaze met his, and with a sudden spark of realization, he stepped forward, earnestly grasping Gu Tai'an's hand and declaring, "Please, I must join your team." "And you are?" "I am Ditsong Ming." Observing the scholar puffing out his chest with an air of pride, Gu Tai'an couldn't help but smile. "Ditsong Ming? Indeed. It is a matter of being a shade wiser than the astute, a remarkable intellect," the scholar unabashedly proclaimed. Yet, Gu Tai'an, observing his demeanor, felt an uncontrollable urge to laugh. Perhaps due to cultural disparities, the definition of a remarkable intellect that he comprehended differed significantly from that of the scholar. Clearing his throat, he stifled his amusement and inquired, "So, you must be the legendary?" The scholar blinked, though he did not grasp the essence of the phrase. He recognized that dragons and phoenixes were esteemed figures, thus he nodded proudly. This left Gu Tai'an momentarily at a loss. Tang Tang, standing nearby, casually surveyed the scholar's robe and remarked, "A mere fortune-teller dares to compare himself to dragons and phoenixes?" Such a statement was erroneous. The scholar promptly raised his finger in protest. "Fortune-telling is merely a pastime of mine. However, strategizing is indeed my innate talent." Shangguan Roji draped her arm over the scholar's shoulder, gently lifting his chin with a delicate hand, and with a coy smile, she queried, "Tell me, young man, do you know who we are to dare to profess your desire to join us?" The scholar paused. "Who are you?" "We are the," Shangguan Roji replied, her fingertips lightly tracing the scholar's refined visage, her smile imbued with a sinister undertone. "The infamous, who dares to slay anyone, the #1 building in the world." She gestured towards the monk beside her. "Do you see this monk? He was once a recluse, but now he is a notorious figure in the martial world, a living embodiment of Yama." Upon hearing this, the scholar turned to glance at the monk, swallowing hard. Wu Xiang cast a similar gaze, and though he remained silent, the crimson glint concealed within his eyes sent chills down one's spine. "Oh dear, one so fragile, daring to accompany him? Today you may walk with him, but if he awakens in a foul mood tomorrow, he could tear you apart." Whether Shangguan Roji intended to frighten him or spoke with sincerity, her words were vivid enough to instill genuine trepidation within the scholar, who began to tremble. However, moments later, when his gaze returned to Gu Tai'an, he resolutely shook his head. "No? What do you mean, no?" Shangguan Roji raised an eyebrow, gradually releasing her hold on his shoulder. "You do not believe I am trying to scare you, do you?" Wu Xiang, understanding the unspoken connection, slowly rose, his malevolent aura becoming palpable, his calm pupils gradually turning crimson. He approached the scholar, seemingly intending to intimidate him. Yet, the scholar's gaze remained fixed upon Gu Tai'an. Despite his overwhelming fear, gripping his garment tightly, he did not make any motion to retreat. Wu Xiang, his eyes gleaming with intensity, showed no hesitation. He raised his hand and struck towards the scholar's head. A gust of wind surged forth, carrying a chill that the scholar could distinctly feel. Yet, even so, he merely lowered his head, gritting his teeth and closing his eyes, exhibiting no inclination to evade. With a resounding thud, his face was brushed past by the force of the strike, the tremendous energy shattering the marble table before him. The scholar abruptly opened his eyes, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, overwhelmed by the sensation of having narrowly escaped death. How intriguing. Gu Tai'an crouched down, observing him with keen interest. "Little scholar, are you truly unafraid of death?" The scholar, still panting, shook his head. "It is not that I am unafraid, but rather that I have faith in myself." "Faith in what?" "Faith that I shall never err." The scholar earnestly explained. "I do not know who you are, but I am certain of my own identity. I once consulted the heavens and discerned that my life would be fraught with turmoil. If I wish to alter my fate, I must firmly grasp hold of that one invaluable benefactor." Gu Tai'an shrugged. "And who, pray tell, is your benefactor?" "You." The scholar answered without hesitation. Chapter 23. Regardless of the circumstances, the advantage is mine. "Is that so?" Gu Tai'an smiled faintly, then, with an icy tone, uttered a few words. "Unfortunately, your benefactor's interest in you is rather limited. Throw him out." Gu Tai'an slowly rose, delivering his verdict. Wu Xiang, no longer hesitating, reached for the scholar's collar with a massive hand, lifting him like a small chick, preparing to toss him out the window. The scholar flailed in panic, shouting, "Wait. I am of use. I can help you." Gu Tai'an did not turn. As the window opened and the scholar was about to be flung out once more, his gaze fell upon 6 geographical maps nearby, and he cried out, "Are you trying to determine which hidden passage in this tavern is most significant?" I know. Before he could finish his sentence, the scholar was hurled outside. As he cast one last glance and saw only Gu Tai'an's back, despair enveloped him. Is it still futile? A bitter smile crept upon the scholar's lips. Yet, just as he resigned himself to the impending fall onto the cold ground, he inexplicably found the surroundings shifting. Had he returned to that room? The scholar frantically checked himself, discovering no injuries whatsoever. What is happening? Before him, Shengwan Roji slowly lowered her hand. The ethereal blue light in her palm gradually dissipating. Gu Tai'an cast a casual glance at the scholar. My patience with you is limited. You best convince me within 3 sentences. Otherwise, this time, it won't merely be a matter of being thrown out. You might lose your life. The indifferent tone left no room for doubt regarding its authenticity. After carefully formulating his words in his mind, he spoke. My name is Shen Yuansa. That was the first statement. I do not know which of the 6 hidden passages is the most crucial. The crowd frowned at his words. Yet Gu Tai'an remained measured, his expression revealing no hint of approval or disapproval, and said, the second statement. But I do know where the pivotal nexus of these 6 hidden passages intertwines. Upon uttering the third statement, Shen Yuansa's gaze locked onto Gu Tai'an, resembling a gambler wagering everything on a single bet. The pivotal nexus? At this novel term, Tang Tang propped her chin thoughtfully, murmuring, it is said that where one can advance or retreat, maneuver freely, is deemed the pivotal nexus. The celestial pivot, the heavenly principles. The portals of the circular and the square, though covered, can be restored without losing their measure. Gu Tai'an slowly interjected, surveying Shen Yuansa's gaze, finally displaying a flicker of interest. Who would have thought that a fortune teller on the street could possess knowledge of the art of strategy? Shen Yuansa exhaled a sigh of relief, aware that he had once again bet correctly. The term celestial pivot may sound intricate, yet it merely refers to the inevitable route derived from the complex intersection of 6 hidden paths, akin to countless streams ultimately converging into the rivers and seas. The celestial pivot is indeed the rivers and seas. As long as one can seize the celestial pivot, it equates to firmly controlling the throats of these 6 hidden paths. No matter how the streams may shift and change, one can navigate with ease. Shengwan Roji, with a smile, approached and circled around him. You could have succinctly conveyed this in 2 sentences, yet you chose to elaborate, demonstrating quite a boldness, young man. Shen Yuansa revealed a bright smile, responding with measured confidence. It merely showcases my capacity for tolerance. Furthermore, since we are destined to work together in the future, it is only fitting that everyone becomes acquainted with me beforehand. When did we ever say we would allow you to join us? Tang Tang leaned against the door, arms crossed, her gaze piercing as it fell upon him. Oh well. Shen Yuansa scratched his face, casting a pleading glance towards Gu Tai'an. However, Gu Tai'an paid him no heed, fixated instead on the 6 topographical maps, musing aloud. Where lies the celestial pivot among these 6 hidden paths? Shen Yuansa, clearly perceptive, understood when to assert himself and when to comply. He approached the map, grasping a nearby brush and ink, and gradually illustrated his understanding in relation to the 6 topographical maps. The 6 hidden paths intertwined, ultimately converging at a singular point. The general's office of Liangzhou. Gu Tai'an narrowed his eyes, slowly articulating the name of that pivotal point. These rebels, daring enough to construct a hidden path leading to the general's office? Have they truly lost their sanity, or is this lad merely deceiving us? No, that cannot be. Let us reconsider. It is not that they have the audacity to build towards the general's office, but rather that the general's office is situated precisely at the celestial pivot of Liangzhou City. Gu Tai'an's thoughts raced. Liangzhou, being adjacent to the border and rife with turmoil, demanded vigilance. As the highest local authority, the general of Liangzhou must monitor any movements from the grasslands while ensuring the city remains under his control. In such circumstances, the selection of the general's office location becomes paramount. If it were to be situated at the celestial pivot, it would allow for both flexibility and strategic advantage, seemingly the optimal choice. The rebels' intentions fortuitously aligned with those of the general's office. Thus, we may find ourselves alleviated of considerable burdens. The group collectively grasped the essence of the situation. Shengwan Roji, her excitement palpable, remarked, to dare to construct a backdoor to the general's office means that when chaos erupts at the front, we can simply head to the general's office to intercept them. Ah, but didn't that Zhu fellow claim the general's office is home to 3,000 elite troops? When the army encircles them, these rebels wouldn't stand a chance of escape, even if they sprouted wings. Tang Tang and Wuxiang shared this sentiment. nodding in unison as they turned their gazes toward Tai'an. The rebels abound. Employing a method of guarding the gates, they may not be able to oversee everything. However, if the troops from the general's mansion are deployed, it would mean a significant disparity in forces, with 3,000 against 100. The advantage lies with me. Surprisingly, despite such a brilliant strategy, Tai'an hesitated to make a decision. Do you think this young man is merely rambling? Tang Tang leaned in, inquiring softly into Tai'an's ear. Tai'an shook his head. The idea is sound. If it were me, I would certainly flee towards Tianshu first, then adjust my strategic direction based on the enemy's movements, striking back when the time is right. However, one cannot put all their eggs in one basket, can they? Shen Yuansa, with a playful grin, elucidated Tai'an's thoughts. The art of war states that the weak should appear strong, and the strong should appear weak. We are aware that this point is Tianshu. The adversary is equally aware. Therefore, during their retreat, they would not place all their assets in one location to avoid being annihilated. They would surely disperse. Thus, a breakout from Tianshu is plausible, as is a frontal assault. Tang Tang furrowed her brows, sensing that this young man was intentionally showing off his cleverness. She turned to Tai'an, seeking his opinion. Tai'an, toying with his teacup, seemed even more intrigued than before. You dabble in military strategy as well? Shen Yuansa puffed out his chest with pride. In the world of martial arts, one must always be equipped with diverse skills. Tai'an regarded him with a measured gaze. Non-committal, then approached the map, commanding, Xiaotang, contact Zhu Qing and instruct him to send someone to check the building tonight. Baldy, temporarily detain this young man. Do not allow him to communicate with anyone. Shangguan, go pay a visit to the general's mansion and ensure they are prepared as well. Once that is accomplished, the three of you will coordinate, and the defense at Tianshu will be entrusted to you. Not a single person must escape. The three exchanged glances, clasping their fists in acknowledgement. As for the frontline defense, Tai'an slapped his hand down on the table, smiling faintly. Leave that to me. Chapter 24. Today. Do not blame me. As the lights begin to twinkle, the bright moon graces the window. Tonight, the city of Liangzhou remains as lively as ever. As the curfew approaches, the throngs of citizens on the streets gradually disperse. Ah, esteemed guest, please take care, and do visit again. Outside Qingrunju, a waiter assisted a plump guest out of the tavern, smiling as he bid farewell. Until the figure vanished from sight, the waiter's smile slowly faded, and he returned to the establishment with an impassive expression. Unlike the desolate shadows outside on the streets, the tavern was bustling with activity. The hall was filled with individuals, from the owner, Su Sanyang, to the cooks and accountants. They had all gathered, as if convening for an important announcement. Sanyang, what is the matter that has brought everyone together again? A cook yawned and was the first to speak. Su Sanyang cast her gaze over everyone present, slowly stating, not long ago, I received word that the location of Qingrunju has been compromised, and the imperial forces have dispatched troops to surround us. The crowd exchanged glances, displaying no signs of panic, only laughter. Again? Oh dear, does the court truly have so much silver that they are running out of places to spend it? Oh, do you not know? They hold activities every year without fail. Which of the imperial guards is responsible for the operation this time? Is it still that one with the surname Zhu? I, for one, have no desire to hide any longer. I might as well discuss things openly and turn a blind eye. The crowd exchanged words, clearly dismissive of this so-called encirclement. Indeed, in the past, such encroachments were merely superficial, a show more than substance. It was simply stricter scrutiny for a time, causing everyone to behave a bit more cautiously. Once the pressure subsided, they would return to their former indulgences. How could there be so many bandit exterminations? To put it plainly, it was merely a formality, a performance for the common folk to witness. Seeing the crowd's attitude, Su Sanyang let out a cold laugh. It is precisely because of the complacency of the past that today, the Empress of the world is taking matters seriously. She has traveled thousands of miles, specifically dispatching the imperial guards to encircle us, and they have now arrived in Liangzhou. If we do not flee, this mid-autumn festival, you shall all find yourselves celebrating from within a prison cell. There were no heart-wrenching admonitions, nor any compelling evidence presented. It was simply a stance, believe it or not. Yet, oddly enough, the crowd was entirely convinced by this approach. Engaged in a perilous profession, they understood that if they could not discern the subtleties of good and ill, they might have long since met their demise. Eyeing one another, they lowered their postures and inquired, when shall we evacuate? This matter should be addressed sooner rather than later. We shall depart tonight, following the previously established plan. A gleam of determination sparkled in Su Sanyang's beautiful eyes. I have already instructed the opening of the secret passages of the 6th Bureau in advance. You are all veterans of my Tianxia Tower, so I shall refrain from unnecessary reminders. Take care of yourselves, and we shall meet at the usual place. The crowd nodded in agreement, not pausing for a moment, and turned to leave. However, some perceptive individuals noticed that their madam did not intend to retreat like the others. Shopkeeper, aren't you leaving? Someone inquired amidst the throng. Su Sanyang waved her fan lightly, replying nonchalantly, someone must remain to cover our retreat, mustn't they? The individual hesitated, furrowing their brow. Unlike other sects in the martial world, where hierarchy is distinctly defined and orders are absolute, Tianxia Tower, being an assassin organization, is composed of fiercely independent members who seldom bow to anyone. Even the ostensible leader, the ghost, who instills fear in countless hearts, may not always be heeded. Thus, notions of self-sacrifice and remaining behind to cover the retreat are not taken seriously by anyone. Yet, here stood Su Sanyang, fanning herself leisurely, exuding an air of calmness, devoid of any sense of urgency. The very group that had intended to evacuate in waves now found themselves rooted in place. With a resigned sigh, Su Sanyang remarked, as the head of the household, I am responsible not only for arranging your departure, but also for eliminating our past accounts. If I leave now, who will take care of settling the accounts? The crowd fell silent. Su Sanyang rose, lazily declaring, very well, every moment we linger increases our peril. I could depart immediately. However, should the accounts remain unresolved, and the court uncovers any evidence, tracing it back to us, do not blame me for my lack of loyalty. With that, she took a step towards the exit. The crowd's eyes flickered with uncertainty. The individual who had previously spoken could only force a smile and say, Sister Sanyang, what are you talking about? We all respect you because of your fair dealings, right? We entrust you with the task of settling accounts. And we are at ease. We shall take our leave now. Instantly, the crowd erupted into chaos, dispersing like frightened birds and beasts. The once crowded hall became desolate in the blink of an eye. Sanyang remained in place, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of coldness as she murmured, if it were possible, I would also like to withdraw with you, but alas, the court has already seized the upper hand this time. I must abandon the carriage to protect the commander. What she had said earlier was indeed the truth. The individuals sent by the Fengdu had already arrived in Liangzhou, and it was evident that action would be taken soon, either tonight or tomorrow at the latest. However, what she did not mention was that the location of the secret passage might have already been compromised, although she was not entirely certain. A strong intuition warned her that the group she encountered earlier that day was far from ordinary. Those capable of easily shattering the puppet seal she had placed were likely the advanced troops sent by the court. Under such circumstances, if she were to retreat through the secret passage, she would risk being caught like a turtle in a jar. Therefore, even if she had to withdraw, she could not exit through the secret passage alongside this group. She must abandon the carriage to safeguard the commander. A large contingent would naturally be regarded as the main force retreating, thus attracting sufficient firepower. In such a scenario, would the absence of a person or two draw notable attention? She waited, biding her time for the moment when any change occurred at the secret passage would signal her opportunity to depart. Time ticked away slowly. Sanyang was remarkably patient. She was in no hurry. Picking up the figurine placed on the table, she meticulously wiped it clean, applying tongue oil while moving its joints with precision. Uncertain how long had passed, Sanyang suddenly lifted her head, gazing intently at a particular direction, a subtle smile curling at the corners of her mouth. They have arrived. The opportunity she had been waiting for had finally come. A surge of genuine chi emanated from the south, unmistakably signaling the onset of a confrontation. The assassins from Tianxia building had already clashed with the court's men. Without hesitation, Sanyang donned the cloak she had prepared earlier, opened the door, and dashed into the night with great speed. Perhaps driven by impatience, she failed to notice a slender figure on a nearby loft, keenly observing her every move like a hawk. Chapter 25. Do not worry, for I am the strongest. Tai'an lay in wait like a hunter for his prey. Though the wait had been lengthy, fortune favored him, and the rabbit had finally appeared. A discordant cooing of a pigeon shattered the tranquility of the night. Tai'an, upon hearing the sound, retrieved a mechanical bird from his bosom. This device, known as the flying pigeon messenger, was an invention from the Jixia Academy years ago, which he had specially seized from the logistics team of the Kanzi department before his departure. Its function was quite simple. It served as a telephone. However, Due to the peculiar materials used, this telephone required qi to operate. In other words, one had to reach at least the third realm of the medium grade to utilize it. Furthermore, due to the limitations of the era, its range was restricted, capable of transmitting sound only within a single city. With a swift invocation of true energy, the message was transmitted like a carrier pigeon. A clear voice resonated from the other end. Tai'an, we have engaged the enemy, and as anticipated, numerous rebels have indeed appeared around the general's residence. Tai'an replied with a thoughtful hum. Can we subdue them? Yes, Zhuochengxi previously promised to lend us 800 elite soldiers, which should suffice for a thorough encirclement. Excellent. Let us strive to capture them alive. There is one more matter. Tang's voice wavered slightly. In the crowd, we have not detected the presence of the rebel leader, Su Sanyang. She has not opted for a retreat through the secret passage. I am aware. I have already spotted her. Tai'an smiled. Let the main force sacrifice themselves to ensure her safe withdrawal. Haha, as expected of a bandit leader. She possesses far more cunning than her subordinates. After a brief silence, Tang cautioned, be careful, although Su Sanyang is alone. She can be rated as a ghost-level assassin within the confines of Tianxia Tower. In terms of threat, she is more formidable than all other assassins combined. Tai'an merely chuckled. Are you worried about me? Enough banter, Tang replied coolly. Just remember to return safely. Fear not, I am the strongest. Tai'an laughed softly before disconnecting the line. He then stepped onto the railing, leaping into the air, turning gracefully, and suspended himself at the pinnacle, letting the night breeze rustle his garments and tousle his hair. Raising his arm, the purple-gold energy patterns morphed into an ancient bow. Under the moonlight, he knocked an arrow and called out, to the northwest, shoot the celestial wolf. The arrow flew forth, soaring into the void, resembling a constellation of stars or the luminous moonlight, radiating brilliance as it plunged toward a distant street. In that moment, Su Sanyang, who was frantically fleeing, felt a sharp pang in her heart. Raising her gaze, she saw the ominous projectile approaching, magnifying within her pupils, too late to react. With a thunderous explosion, a shocking shockwave rippled outward, causing nearby structures to crumble, leaving behind a gaping abyss. As the dust settled, Tai'an's figure gradually emerged. However, upon reaching the pit, he found no trace of Su Sanyang, only a shattered doll, emitting wisps of smoke. A puppet decoy? Intriguing. Tai'an licked his lips and surveyed the surroundings. Let us see just how far you can run. He closed his eyes tightly, and upon reopening them, the energy patterns transformed into flowing light, piercing into his pupils, illuminating his dark orbs with a radiant purple-gold hue. But that was not the end. A sudden, violent tremor disrupted the tranquil night sky, as if the very fabric of space had been torn asunder. Countless massive vertical pupils opened, eerie and mysterious. As they swirled, the entirety of Liangzhou city fell under Tai'an's watchful gaze. I have found you. A pair of slitted eyes swept through the surroundings, locking firmly onto Su Sanyang. No matter how she attempted to flee, it was as if she were stripped bare, devoid of any semblance of privacy. Infuriated, Su Sanyang felt the urge to curse. Having traversed the martial world for many years, she had never encountered such unscrupulous tactics. With both lethal force and relentless tracking, they seemed to be her natural nemesis. Resolved to seize her escape, Su Sanyang noted a beam of light shooting forth from those piercing eyes, hurtling directly towards her. Suddenly, Su Sanyang's expression shifted as she recalled the devastating power of that arrow. Had it not been for the intervening figure, she would have suffered grievously. As a puppeteer rather than a brutish fighter, her strength lay not in her physical form, but in her mastery of puppetry. With a resounding thud, her body transformed. Her once supple skin became parched, flesh and blood vanishing, entirely supplanted by wood. She had become a doll, an effigy. Yet, she herself emerged behind the puppet. Her beautiful eyes cold and filled with a haunting sorrow as she regarded the youthful figure whose fist had just obliterated her creation. Clearly, this was an experienced veteran of the martial world, exhibiting remarkable reflexes. Tai'an surveyed the shattered puppet at his feet, a faint smile gracing his lips. To evade my attacks twice in succession is no small feat. Few can claim such prowess among the mid-tier. Watching the remnants of her puppet smoldering on the ground, Su Sanyang felt a deep-seated wariness. Nonetheless, she maintained an air of nonchalance, teasingly remarking, "Oh, young master, why are you wandering about at this late hour instead of seeking rest? The long night stretches endlessly, and sleep eludes me," Tai'an replied leisurely. I thought I was the only one restless. It seems you too share this affliction. Indeed, Su Sanyang said, her tone laced with a hint of grievance. You see, my business was thriving until a band of unwelcome guests emerged from nowhere, disrupting the peace for all. What recourse do I have? Gu Tai'an chuckled softly. Your flourishing business comes at the expense of others. A glimmer of determination shone in Su Sanyang's eyes as she subtly formed a hand seal behind her back. With an impassive facade, she countered, Young master, your assertion is rather biased. We are all wanderers of the martial realm, who would shun the allure of wealth. We cannot be denied our livelihood simply because our business is prosperous. Are you proposing a business discussion with me? Gu Tai'an shrugged. How fortuitous. For I have a proposition that requires your cooperation. Su Sanyang's expression grew wooden. What if I were to decline? Then we have nothing further to discuss, Gu Tai'an replied, his tone brooking no opposition. Su Sanyang's countenance shifted, her pearly teeth clenched tightly as she forced a smile. One must exercise mercy when possible. Since we have already achieved some measure of success, why pursue total annihilation? Let us find a compromise. When you next visit, I shall host you with due hospitality. Gu Tai'an regarded her with a frigid stare. I have made myself clear. Either engage in this business today or relinquish your trade henceforth. Such tyranny. Su Sanyang narrowed her eyes, a cold smile curling her lips. Then I shall choose a third option. I invite you to your demise. With a snap of her fingers, she signaled her resolve. Suddenly, the previously shattered puppet sprang to life, lunging towards Gu Tai'an with intent to strike. Unfazed, Gu Tai'an gazed at the figure and calmly remarked, A puppet, is it? How unfortunate, for I possess one as well. Chapter 26. Using their spear against their shield. What? Su Sanyang's pupils dilated in shock. For she beheld, emerging from behind Gu Tai'an, another puppet that deftly shielded her prior assault. This puppet, unmistakably, was the very one she had left behind after her initial substitution. How can this be? Why does my puppet? Su Sanyang felt a surge of panic. Having trained in the art of puppetry from a young age, each puppet she commanded was crafted by her own hands, leaving her intimately familiar with their workings. The audacity of this individual to wield her own puppet against her was infuriating. Damn it, I can no longer sense any connection to that puppet. Clenching her silver teeth, Su Sanyang endeavored to establish contact with the destroyed puppet through her puppetry seal, yet met with naught but silence. What on earth is happening? The arrow that had previously struck was imbued with a destructive aura. Had she not substituted in time, she would surely be on the brink of collapse by now. Thus, under such circumstances, her puppet could not possibly remain unscathed. Yet, here this individual was, not only capable of restoring her dismantled puppet, but also commanding it against her. Having traversed the martial world for years, Su Sanyang had never encountered such a peculiar situation. Observing the aura surrounding this youth, it was evident he had only recently begun cultivating his qi, yet he proved to be remarkably formidable. Su Sanyang's eyes flickered, and a sense of retreat began to take root within her. She found herself perplexed by this adversary. Even as a professional assassin, renowned throughout the realm as a ghost whose presence spelled doom, she lacked absolute confidence in defeating him. Turning to flee may well be the only optimal solution. Unconsciously, Su Sanyang began to step backward. Gu Tai'an, keenly observing this scene, quipped with a playful tone, thinking of escaping? Under this night sky, all eyes belong to me. Where do you think you can run? Su Sanyang retorted with a cold laugh. Not necessarily. After years of navigating the martial world, if I lacked the means to survive, I would have perished countless times already. With that, she reached towards her waist pouch, retrieving an array of puppet dolls. Like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, Su Sanyang released her puppets, channeling her true qi to transform them into replicas of herself. Identical cloaks, physiques, and flowing energies proliferated in every direction, unless one ventured near. It would be nearly impossible to discern any differences among them. Humph. Let us see if your eyes can distinguish the true from the false, she mused, as her voice echoed from all directions, seemingly emanating from each puppet. Gu Tai'an remained silent, his gaze intently surveying the intriguing display of puppetry. Truly an interesting ability, he acknowledged. With a disdainful snort, Su Sanyang ceased speaking and, turning away, led her legion of puppets to scatter, embarking on their escape. Gu Tai'an followed leisurely behind, calling out loudly, Sanyang, how would you feel if the shields that protect you transformed into spears aimed at you? Su Sanyang chose to ignore him. Gu Tai'an's gaze returned to the puppets, and he swiftly selected the one closest to him, saying, Let's start with you. He stepped forward and approached the puppet from behind. his palm glowing with intricate patterns as he delivered a powerful strike. The puppet instantly became motionless, as if it had lost consciousness. And under the influence of the energy patterns, it radiated a resplendent purple-golden light. Had the puppet been assimilated? The number of puppets under Gu Tai'an's control rapidly multiplied from 1 to 2. More critically, those marked by the energy patterns spread like a plague, assimilating others at an astonishing rate. 2, 3, 4, the puppets under Gu Tai'an's command grew increasingly numerous, while those belonging to Su Shenyang dwindled. Gradually, the scattered puppets that formed a protective circle transformed into an encircling net, directly targeting the real Su Shenyang. Everything unfolded just as Gu Tai'an had previously stated. The shields that were meant to protect her had now become the spears that harmed her. In that moment, as Su Shenyang gazed at the countless pursuers behind her, she felt as though the sky itself was collapsing. The means of escape that once seemed so straightforward had now become a confining cage. She had considered reclaiming the puppets, but the issue lay in the fact that the puppet seals on those that had been assimilated had been completely erased. In other words, those puppets had slipped from her grasp. What kind of formidable technique was this? The audacity was astounding. Su Shenyang felt a mix of shock and fury. The situation had unfolded entirely beyond her expectations. Whether to fight or flee was no longer within her control. She resigned herself to her fate. Stopping in her tracks, she turned around. Surrounded by the dense throng of puppets that should have belonged to her, a profound sense of helplessness surged within her heart. You have won. Su Shenyang exhaled deeply and slowly extended her arms. Gu Tai'an approached her, smiling as he said, "Not running away?" Su Shenyang met his gaze earnestly, declaring, "Your abilities have completely countered mine. No matter how many puppets I have, they are of no use. These blades aimed at you will ultimately turn to restrain me, and I am powerless against you." She spoke the truth. Gu Tai'an did not deny it. Instead, he retrieved handcuffs from behind and calmly remarked, "You certainly know your place." However, just as he was about to bind this formidable spirit, Su Shenyang's eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce glint. In the next moment, her arm transformed into a long blade, mercilessly thrusting toward Gu Tai'an's throat. Gu Tai'an neither flinched nor dodged, his gaze indifferent and mocking, as though he were observing a mere jester. The energy patterns on his body once again spread to the surface, enveloping him in a formidable layer of armor that no matter how fiercely the long blade struck, could not be breached. Realizing there was no retreat, he resolved to fight with all his might. Gu Tai'an's tone betrayed no hint of emotion, merely stating, "What a pity, your methods are too lacking." He gripped Su Shenyang's arm tightly, then suddenly pivoted, delivering a ruthless kick to the delicate waist of the beautiful woman. With a soft thud, Su Shenyang, who was not a cultivator, could scarcely withstand such a blow. Blood spurted from her mouth, her lovely eyes rolled back, and she almost instantly lost consciousness, her body crashing heavily against the nearby wall, stirring up a cloud of dust. Gu Tai'an no longer glanced at her. Instead, he retrieved a palm-sized wooden box from his robe. Channeling true energy, he gathered all the puppets surrounding him into the box. After completing this task, Gu Tai'an intended to carry Su Shenyang back. However, at that moment, the carrier pigeon in his possession began to chirp again. From the other end, Tang Tang's voice, tinged with a hint of solemnity, came through. "Gu Tai'an, something has happened." Chapter 27. He is a man of the world. Whom does he owe an explanation? Gu Tai'an hurriedly returned to Qingrun residence, their agreed meeting place. Once the capture operation was completed, they would convene at Qingrun residence to further investigate the various crimes associated with Tianxia Tower. However, to Gu Tai'an's surprise, upon his arrival, he found not only the Jinjui present at Qingrun residence, but also a throng of soldiers clad in gleaming armor. Were they from the general's residence? Gu Tai'an's thoughts raced, but he did not linger. Instead, he proceeded directly into the building. On the third floor of the pavilion, Tang Tang and several others had gathered, their expressions somewhat glum. It was only upon seeing Gu Tai'an's arrival that they all rose. "What has happened? Was the capture process unsuccessful?" Gu Tai'an inquired directly. Yet, Tang Tang shook her head. "No, within Tianxia Tower, all the criminals wanted by the court, except for the leader Su Shenyang, have been imprisoned." Gu Tai'an was momentarily taken aback. "Then why did you hastily summon me back?" Without further ado, Tang Tang, her delicate face slightly pale, handed him a piece of letter paper. The paper bore the marks of having been singed by flames, though not entirely consumed. Some parts were charred while others remained barely legible. "What is this?" We discovered this correspondence among the rebels' letters while searching Qingrun residence, having been inadvertently retrieved from the fire basin, Tang Tang explained, taking a deep breath. Take a look at the contents for yourself. Gu Tai'an glanced down. The handwriting was rendered nearly indistinct by the fire, making it difficult to decipher. Yet, he could still discern 5 bold characters at the beginning of the letter, before General Xue. General Xue? Xue Qingxi, the general of Liangzhou. Gu Tai'an momentarily faltered, nearly uttering the name aloud. Why would correspondence between rebels involve a figure related to the general of Liangzhou? His first instinct was to suspect a frame-up. A dignified general of the nation, commanding 3,000 elite troops. Wielding real power. Why would he forsake a promising future to associate with the very outlaws the court had repeatedly sought to apprehend? Yet, as he pondered further, something felt amiss. The Tianxia Tower has managed to operate under the very nose of the General's residence for so many years, which undoubtedly indicates that there are factors at play that are well concealed. Yet, in such a vast General's residence, it seems implausible that not a whisper of information could have reached them. Before Gu Tai'an arrived in Liangzhou, he had taken the time to review the archives pertaining to the Tianxia Tower in this region. Notably, he found no records of Xue Qingxi submitting any petitions for orders. This implies that the General's residence has indeed never made any proposals regarding the Tianxia Tower. It would be unreasonable to assert that there are no ulterior motives involved. If the station general were truly so oblivious as to be unaware of the presence of rebels within his jurisdiction, how could he possibly monitor external threats during border defense? Such a critical position should not be entrusted to someone so careless, unless the current emperor is exceedingly foolish and incapable of discerning talent. Gu Tai'an quietly dismissed this thought from his mind. Though he had never met the empress, he knew she had ascended to power through a coup. An emperor who has emerged from a sea of corpses and blood may not be a paragon of virtue, but it is inconceivable for such a figure to be utterly incompetent. In other words, Xue Qingxi must possess both the character and capability that warrant his significant responsibilities. Therefore, it suggests that this letter may not indeed be a deliberate framing. Gu Tai'an gradually narrowed his eyes. At that moment, Shangwan Roji, beside him, spoke up. Tai'an, you once sent me to the General's residence to request General Xue to dispatch reinforcements, and before he agreed, he made a request of his own. What request? Gu Tai'an inquired. Shangwan Roji let out a bitter laugh. He said that if he could capture the rebel leader, Su Sanyang, he would like her delivered to him first. Upon hearing this, Gu Tai'an furrowed his brow. Why? He replied that several of his subordinates had perished due to the Tianxia Tower, and he wished to interrogate Su Sanyang to uncover who was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Shangwan Roji's face was filled with regret at that time. I didn't think much of it and agreed. But now, considering the relationship between the Tianxia Tower and the General's residence, it is far from simple. We cannot hand her over to him. Gu Tai'an remained silent, pacing within the hall as he pondered once more. The matter was quite intricate. He felt as though he had overlooked some crucial detail. What could it be? If the Tianxia Tower truly had clandestine dealings with the General's residence, why would Xue Qingxi have readily agreed when Shangwan Roji requested reinforcements? With so many captives at hand, was he not concerned about potential exposure afterward? Yet, if there were no connections, how could one explain the previous discrepancies in behavior? Gu Tai'an's frown deepened further. The situation had grown increasingly convoluted. Just as everyone was at a loss, a sharp voice suddenly rang out from below. I hear you have captured the rebel leader? Where is she? Gu Tai'an snapped back to reality and stepped towards the door, gazing down the staircase. At some point, a young woman clad in armor had stormed in on horseback. The woman possessed a complexion as radiant as peach blossoms, yet her brows were filled with a fierce spirit. Her fitted armor accentuated her shapely figure, and with a green dragon blade in hand, she rode a spirited steed, embodying the essence of a formidable heroine. Who might she be? Gu Tai'an turned to the 3 individuals behind him. Tang Tang introduced her. Xue Yi, the only daughter of Xue Qingxi, is leading the support operation tonight. Gu Tai'an nodded in understanding. At that moment, Xue lifted her gaze and spotted Gu Tai'an and the others standing in the corridor, immediately demanding, Where are they? Hand over those you have captured. Gu Tai'an furrowed his brow and turned back, perplexed. Is this woman always this arrogant? Perhaps it was due to their shared affiliation with the Jinyue. This girl seemed to harbor no fondness for them. Tang Tang shrugged. After all, most of the memorials submitted by her father have been pinned by the Jinyue of Liangzhou. If it weren't for working together tonight, she might not even consider assisting us. Gu Tai'an placed a hand to his forehead, gaining a modicum of insight. However, understanding did not imply that he would coddle this woman. An explanation? He was a man of the streets. To whom did he owe an explanation? Tai'an shifted his body, perching himself on the stair railing, arms crossed. Speaking from a position of superiority. Hey, miss, do you know who I am? Zhuo Yi glanced up at him. Of course, 1,000 household of the Jinhui. A dog of the emperor. Tai'an raised an eyebrow, unperturbed, since the founding of Dachi over 70 years ago and the establishment of the Jinhui. You are the first to demand a person from us. Is the Jinhui so impressive? Zhuo Yi scoffed, aside from boasting in front of the emperor and stirring up trouble. What else can you do? Can you defend the borders? Can you command troops? Tai'an cast a casual glance at her, his tone unruffled. If you insist on employing such a pedantic approach, what can someone like you, a so-called tiger daughter of a military family, do besides relying on your forebears for power? You. Zhuo Yi thrust her green dragon blade forward, fury palpable, seeking death. With genuine energy coursing through her, she stepped forward, swinging the green dragon blade. Unleashing a sharp arc of light aimed directly at Tai'an's head. Tai'an simply observed her with calm indifference, showing no inclination to act. Behind him, Tang let out a cold snort, stepping forward to take the initiative. With a swift motion, she drew her twin blades, which clashed like thunder, effortlessly intercepting Zhuo Yi mid-air. Sparks flew as the green dragon blade met the twin blades, producing a piercing sound. Step aside, Zhuo Yi commanded in a deep voice. Yet, Tang had no intention of engaging in idle chatter, channeling her genuine energy. She exerted force through her arms and struck down with her blades. The thunderous light has arrived, she declared, as the blade shimmered with icy brilliance, accompanied by a rumble of thunder that sent Zhuo Yi flying back 100 meters. Once she regained her footing, Zhuo Yi's expression darkened considerably, evidently wary of the long-legged girl wielding dual blades. Whether from the capture operation tonight or the recent encounter with her, it is abundantly clear that this young lady possesses no ordinary skills. Should she persist in her obstruction, it seems I may not pass through today. With a sense of resentment, Zhuo Yi lifted her head and directed her gaze at Tai'an atop the pavilion, unleashing her fierce retort. Do you only hide behind women? Tai'an, unperturbed, responded with derision. You must understand that your ability to stand here conversing with me is solely due to your lineage as the daughter of Zhuo Qingxi, the general. Without the glory of your forebears, your corpse would already be cold. Zhuo Yi gritted her teeth, feeling suffocated, and replied, The honor of my ancestors, you say? Very well, I shall indeed rely on that today. With urgency, soldiers stationed outside the door rushed in, forming a dense crowd that encircled the hall in layers, rendering escape impossible. Zhuo Yi raised her arm, her unwavering gaze fixed on Tai'an, and declared coldly, by the command of the general of Liangzhou, seize the criminal leader Su Sanyang and bring her to the general's residence to face military justice. Any who dare obstruct shall be met with death. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices resonant and powerful. Tang, upon hearing the command, positioned herself at the staircase, gripping her blade with a fierce expression, showing no sign of retreat. Meanwhile, Wuxiang and Shangwan Roji descended from above, their energy fields fully activated, their robes billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. Their gazes expressionless as they regarded the soldiers before them. Wuxiang clasped his hands together, his pupils of vivid crimson, shattering his outer garment. Glimmers of golden Sanskrit emerged upon his skin, akin to the wrathful gaze of a Vajra. Shangwan Roji, without any overt action, lightly treaded the ground, causing a shimmering blue barrier to rise gradually, enveloping all present within its confines. With the powers of the Buddhist sect and the techniques of the strange doors, Zhuo Yi recognized the formidable abilities of the two, her expression shifting as she murmured, I did not expect this individual to gather such talent beneath him. Coupled with that long-legged girl wielding dual blades, even if they number only 3, we may struggle to apprehend them with our current forces. What to do? Zhuo Yi found herself at an impasse. As the tension escalated, the risk of conflict loomed. If she were to capitulate before her subordinates now, it would surely tarnish her reputation. Yet, engaging in combat posed its own difficulties. Whether inflicting harm upon these imperial envoys or suffering losses on her side, she would inevitably face the ire of her superior, perhaps even confinement. Sighing softly, Zhuo Yi resolved, let them scold me. I shall merely block my ears. After all, she was the daughter of a general, and soon she made her decision, shouting once more, all troops, prepare to charge. The soldiers raised their weapons, aimed squarely at the 3 before them. Tai'an, observing that this woman was indeed prepared to confront them head-on, instinctively narrowed his eyes, his energy patterns swirling as he contemplated whether to capture the leader first. Just as the atmosphere thickened with anticipation, a sudden voice rang out from outside. "Hold. Do not engage." Everyone turned to see the Liang Genie commandant hastily approaching. Zhu Qing stepped into the center of both parties, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. "We are all on the same side. Why not discuss our grievances openly?" he implored. "Once fists are thrown and the matter reaches higher authorities, it will escalate terribly, and none of us will emerge unscathed. Gu Qianhu, you are still young. You must consider your bright future. And you, without an official title, command those around you solely because your father is a general. But are the troops of Deqi your private property? If this matter reaches the emperor's ears and punishment ensues, can you bear the consequences? Will you not rely on your father for support before resorting to violence? Can we not engage our minds?" His words, though blunt, held undeniable reasoning. Zui, though harboring resentment, merely snorted in response, choosing not to escalate the situation further. Zhu Qing turned to the three individuals blocking the staircase. "And as for you three, might you consider retracting your abilities?" The trio remained silent, standing resolutely in place until Gu Tai'an finally spoke up. "Since Commander Zhu has expressed his thoughts, as fellow comrades, can we not grant some leniency? Let us put an end to this." With that, the three reluctantly dispersed their energies. Zhu Qing then addressed both sides, inquiring, "What was the crux of today's conflict?" Zui retorted with a cold smile. "Before my father agreed to lead troops for tonight's operation, he stated that if we capture the bandit leader Su Sanyang, she must first be handed over to the general's mansion for interrogation. I have come to demand her release." Zhu Qing, puzzled, asked, "But what do you want with her?" Zui shot him a glance. "In recent years, many officers of the Liangzhou army have perished at the hands of the Tianxia Tower. As a core member of the Tianxia Tower, Su Sanyang should certainly provide some names." "No. Otherwise, how can my father respond when questioned?" Zhu Qing fell silent, with the morale of the troops at stake. He found it difficult to argue and turned his gaze back to Gu Tai'an above. Gu Tai'an scratched his head, contemplating. The matter of the bandit leader is indeed significant. If we hand her over to you, what if something goes awry? How could anyone go missing while at the general's mansion? Zui instinctively retorted. But then, realizing the implications, she was seized by anger. "Do you dare to insinuate that my general's mansion colludes with the rebels?" She felt the urge to strike again. However, this time, Zhu Qing intervened first. "All right, there is no need for such agitation. We are still in discussion." He then turned his attention back to Gu Tai'an. "If I may suggest, since we have made a prior agreement, should we not honor our word? While reporting to higher authorities is important, it is ultimately a matter of urgency. The Liang territory borders hostile lands. We must ensure the morale of the troops remains steadfast." Gu Tai'an regarded him with a glimmer of profound understanding in his eyes. After a moment, he smiled. "As I have said before, as fellow comrades, since Commander Zhu has spoken up, how could I deny this request?" Chapter 29. Is this woman a failed scholar? Gu Tai'an. Tai'an. Below. Tang Tang and the others exchanged worried glances, prepared to voice their concerns. The matter of the letters had yet to be thoroughly investigated. How could they hastily hand someone over to the general's mansion? What if something went awry? How could they return to report? Yet, in the face of such an evident trap, Gu Tai'an seemed blissfully unaware. He turned and strode into the house, dragging the fainted Su Sanyang out. "Today, in front of Commander Zhu, I hand her over to you. When I come to your residence in the future to reclaim someone, I trust Miss Wu will be as accommodating as I am today." With that, he carelessly tossed Su Sanyang down. Although the 3-story height was not excessively daunting, a sudden fall could still pose a danger. Had it not been for the vigilant soldiers below who promptly caught Su Sanyang, she might have lost another decade of her life. Zui fixed her gaze on the nonchalant man before her, extending a finger to point at him. "You are Gu Tai'an, correct? Remember this. I shall hold you accountable. The manner in which you took her today is precisely how I shall have her returned. At that time, I expect you to humbly apologize to my general's residence." Gu Tai'an shrugged and replied with a faint smile. "Has no one taught you that when you point a finger at others, 3 fingers are pointing back at yourself?" Zui paused, seemingly contemplating the wisdom of his words, and thus silently transformed her single extended finger into 5. Gu Tai'an observed her actions with a hint of silence, nearly asking whether she had also failed the imperial examination. Having secured the person, the general's residence naturally had no further reason to linger. Zui waved her hand and led her team away, leaving only 2 members of the Jinui behind. Zhu Qing then ascended the stairs, patting Gu Tai'an on the shoulder. Do not take it amiss, dear brother. Today's events are merely a case of the strong dragon not suppressing the local snake. Gu Tai'an chuckled lightly. Those who ascend to the rank of general cannot truly be considered local snakes. His meaning was unmistakable. Zhu Qing did not press the matter further. Moreover, even if you are in the right, should conflict arise and escalate to the emperor's attention, it will likely end in nothing but a stalemate. Do you believe that? Gu Tai'an shrugged. Not only that, we might even find ourselves blamed instead. One is a white glove, the other a general wielding real power. The choice is evident even to a fool. In the realm of politics, where is there absolute right or wrong? Only interests and disadvantages prevail. Were Gu Tai'an in a similar position, he would certainly not offend a general who holds sway over military power for the sake of a mere 1,000 households. How many troops does Qi possess in total? The elite of the 9 borders. Zhuqingxi commands one of them. Even if merely symbolic, during peacetime, without the emperor's decree, one cannot mobilize them. But the 3,000 elite troops directly under his command cannot be deemed insignificant, can they? The implications are clear. Therefore, despite Zuiyi's earlier arrogance, it is evident she has a formidable father. Had Gu Tai'an himself boasted a general for a father, he might have been even more audacious. As long as you understand. Zhu Qing smiled, seeing that he was indeed astute, and chose not to elaborate further. Rest assured, I will ensure my subordinates keep a vigilant watch over the general's residence during this period, guaranteeing that those who enter will leave in the same manner. Gu Tai'an raised an eyebrow, smiling noncommittally. If that is the case, then I thank you, Brother Zhu, for your trouble. Where are you going? As fellow members of the Jinyue, now that you have arrived in Liangzhou, I must attend to you, Zhu Qing teased. It's just like saying that one day I might return to the capital, and I would then trouble you for hospitality. Haha, at that time. I shall certainly extend the courtesy of a host, Gu Tai'an replied with a respectful gesture, smiling in agreement. The two engaged in light conversation for a while longer before Zhu Qing excused himself. Only then did the 3 below ascend the stairs. With no outsiders present, Tang Tang felt less constrained and furrowed her brows, unable to restrain herself from scolding. Have you lost your mind? We have yet to clarify the matter regarding that letter, and you have already handed the person over to the general's residence? Gu Tai'an remained silent, rubbing his face and absent-mindedly asking, What do you think the emperor summoned me here for? The 3 stared at him in bewilderment. Shangguan Roji questioned, Naturally, it is to eradicate the traitors of Tianxia Tower. Is that so? Gu Tai'an pursed his lips. At first, I thought so too, but just a moment ago, while confronting those from the general's residence, a phrase suddenly flashed in my mind. What phrase? A saying from Old Su before my departure. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiang and Shangguan exchanged confused glances. Tang Tang, however, seemed to recall something and murmured while resting her chin on her hand. Forgot the beginning, forgot the middle, forgot the end. In any case, if this mission is accomplished, all will be well. If it fails, the ministers will object, and the emperor will have no explanation. Precisely, Gu Tai'an nodded. What of that phrase? Is there a problem with it? Tang Tang paused, her expression showing slight confusion. Gu Tai'an pondered before responding. Of course there is. Consider our identities. We are the Jinyue. Indeed, the Jinyue, trusted aides of the emperor, executing his orders. Gu Tai'an continued slowly. In other words, we are not ordinary officials. Our promotions do not require the Ministry of Personnel's drafting or the cabinet's approval. Simply put, the Jinyue is a gleaming blade in the hands of the Empress. It serves to monitor both civil and military officials while suppressing forces from the Jianghu. Promotions within the Jinyue are solely at the discretion of the Empress herself. Does she need to provide any so-called merits, offer explanations, or consult with anyone? Must she seek the consent of the court officials? The blade always hangs over the heads of the ministers. Do you think they can dictate which blade is used? Upon hearing this, all 3 were rendered speechless. Are you suggesting that our true objective this time is not Tianxia Tower? Just a mere Jianghu sect? After this confrontation, I began to have doubts. Given the court's stature, it would take some effort to dismantle them, but it shouldn't be overly troublesome. Gu Tai'an waved his hand, squinting slightly. However, this general of Liangzhou, after witnessing him, possesses an influence that frightens me. Commanding an entire military district, with 3,000 guards, close to the border, where the emperor's reach is limited. He wields both military and political power. Tell me, what is the background of this Zhuqingxi? He turned to the 3. Over the years, he had focused primarily on balancing the forces of the Jianghu and had not paid much attention to court politics. So he was not well acquainted with this general of Liang'o. As Shangguan and Wuxiang exchanged glances, they reflected on their humble beginnings as denizens of the mountains, harboring little interest in state affairs prior to their induction into the Imperial Guards. However, Tang Tang seemed well-versed in such matters. After a brief silence, she spoke with a measured tone. According to the conventional factions within the court, this Sua Qingzi can be considered an ally of the Grand General Cao Ao. The Grand General? Wuxiang queried. Indeed, he is one of the 3 paramount figures in the current court, Tang Tang elucidated. It is said that during the reign of Emperor Taizong, he began to distinguish himself, and by the time of Emperor Gaozong, his reputation was formidable. Now, in the era of Emperor Zhaoshi, he is, by all accounts, a venerable elder of 3 dynasties. Understanding dawned upon Gu Tai'an, who exclaimed, "A power broker, then?" Tang Tang cast him a sidelong glance. "That would be an apt description." "Ah, then there is no issue," Gu Tai'an remarked, stretching his limbs with a sigh. "No wonder I wish to remain uninvolved in politics. Why must they obscure matters instead of articulating them directly? Are you suggesting that our true objective is not the Tianxia Tower, but rather that Grand General in the court?" Gu Tai'an's eyes sparkled with insight as he gestured upward. Tang Tang immediately grasped the implication, murmuring thoughtfully, "To strike at Cao Ao through Sua Qingzi?" "Precisely," Gu Tai'an affirmed with a nod. "For this purpose, they have even provided us with a pretext, the Tianxia Tower. Is that why you chose to relinquish the person?" Tang Tang inquired with a hint of amusement. "Indeed. To entice a fish, one must first offer bait," he replied with a grin. Chapter 30. The clever strain their minds, while the foolish act instinctively that night. The stars were sparse in the sky, rendering the darkness profoundly somber. Su Sanyang gradually regained consciousness, staring into the enveloping blackness with confusion. "Where am I?" A throbbing pain resonated in her head. Attempting to move, she discovered her limbs were shackled in iron chains, her internal energy suppressed. "This is a dungeon," she realized, finally perceiving her surroundings. Indeed, her last memory was of being captured by a young man from Fengdu. Could it be that she now found herself in the infamous prison of the Imperial Guards? Surveying her environment, Su Sanyang noted that it did not appear as terrifying as the legends had suggested. She had expected something more dreadful than the depths of hell. She had braced herself for an encounter with the king of hell himself. A self-deprecating smile graced her lips. In that moment, she felt no resentment, no anger. Rather, a strange sense of relief washed over her. As the saying goes, one who frequently walks by the riverbank cannot avoid getting their shoes wet. Ever since she became an assassin for the Tianxia Tower, she had known this day would inevitably arrive, especially after becoming a ghost. Her chances of redemption were all but extinguished. "Perhaps it is better to die early and find peace in the afterlife," Su Sanyang murmured. "In my next life, I shall strive to be born into a good family, and perhaps even experience the life of a wealthy young lady." She narrowed her eyes, patiently awaiting her final moments. Just then, a dull clanging sound echoed from outside, the sound of iron chains striking the ground. Someone was coming? A flicker of thought crossed Su Sanyang's mind. Was it not said that the Jinyui's prison is located 19 levels beneath the ground? How could one possibly hear sounds from such a distance? Or perhaps there was a minuscule possibility that these events played out in Su Sanyang's mind. She approached the railing and gazed outward, where she discerned a figure holding a lantern. The flickering candlelight obscured his features, revealing only that he was a middle-aged man. To her astonishment, the renowned assassin of the Tianxia building, infamous for his lethal prowess, was merely a strikingly beautiful woman. He drew the lantern closer, seemingly attempting to discern Su Sanyang's visage. But she found the candlelight blinding and stepped back, warily inquiring, "Who are you?" The middle-aged man offered no reply, instead settling into a well-prepared armchair outside the cell, and spoke with a measured tone. "We have discussed this in our correspondence." "Correspondence?" Su Sanyang paused momentarily before exclaiming, "Yours Sua Qingzi?" The man neither confirmed nor denied, stating flatly, "It is said that the Tianxia building is shrouded in mystery, appearing and disappearing without a trace. How is it that you fell into the hands of a mere youth, losing your stronghold?" Su Sanyang retorted with a cold laugh. "The Tianxia building has its agents spread across the vast expanse of the Daqi, with Liangzhou being but one of many. What significance does it hold as a stronghold? Defeat is defeat. There is no need for excuses." The middle-aged man remarked, "In the end, do I truly need to assist you in cleaning up your mess?" Su Sanyang scoffed, "You need not concern yourself. Simply hand me over to this so-called youth. I am indifferent." The man regarded her silently, while Su Sanyang, aware of her impending fate, met his gaze without fear. After a prolonged silence, he spoke again. Do you realize that, given the current circumstances, eliminating you would be the most advantageous choice for us? Su Sanyang remained silent, yet her quickened breaths betrayed her facade of calm. The sensation of preparing for death is entirely different from the moment it actually arrives. She sensed the palpable intent to kill emanating from the General Xue. Regrettably, my superiors do not concur with my proposal, he lamented. You are one of the few ghosts within the Tianxia building. Your elimination would be a desperate attempt at survival. Fraught with peril, preserving you, though risky, could ensure the advancement of our collaboration. Hence, after careful consideration, you are fortunate enough to remain alive. Upon hearing this, Su Sanyang let out a subtle sigh of relief, yet she did not lower her guard, maintaining a watchful gaze on the man. Since you have chosen to spare me, why then confine me? It is unavoidable, for your foolishness led you to fall into the hands of an outsider, the man replied with an unexpectedly calm demeanor. I exerted considerable effort in Liangzhou to shield you. It seems that no matter how clever one may be, they cannot outsmart the impulsive folly of a fool. Su Sanyang found herself at a loss for words, unable to retort. Perhaps upon realizing that her demise was not imminent, her tone softened slightly. So, what do you plan to do now? The middle-aged man replied coolly, I have contemplated countless ways for you to escape this predicament, yet the circumstances remain grim. Ultimately, it seems you may have to feign your own demise. Su Sanyang's expression shifted, and just as she was about to speak, the middle-aged man continued. Do not be alarmed. It is not truly your death that I seek, but rather your cooperation in staging a performance. Su Sanyang quickly understood. A golden cicada shedding its shell? That is not entirely foolish. The middle-aged man slowly rose and approached the prison bars. Su Sanyang's gaze wavered. After a moment's hesitation, she chose to step forward. However, just as she leaned in to listen to the man's detailed plan, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her neck, akin to a mosquito bite. Then, her vision began to blur. Shaking her head, the instincts of a trained assassin kicked in, and she swiftly pushed the middle-aged man away, unsteadily asking, What have you done to me? Do not worry. It is merely a trivial method to ensure you do not resist too violently. The middle-aged man replied with a faint smile, discarding the pin he had used. With the sound of the pin clattering to the ground, Su Sanyang's consciousness slipped into slumber, her body collapsing heavily onto the floor. Only then did the middle-aged man retrieve a key and unlock the cell door. Observing Su Sanyang lying on the ground, he gradually crouched down and began to unfasten her garments, one by one. Chapter 31. Will you not spare even the dead? Water leak. A resounding shout shattered the tranquility of the night. Countless constables rushed forward, each carrying buckets, dousing the inferno engulfing the prison. Black smoke billowed upward, visible even from 3 streets away. By the time Tai'an and his companions arrived in haste, the flames had been extinguished, leaving behind only charred remnants of the building and disheveled constables. What happened? How could a prison catch fire? Wu Xiang questioned, seizing the collar of a nearby constable. The constable, looking aggrieved, replied, I do not know either. I was not on duty tonight. I was awakened as well. Shu Guan Roji furrowed her brow. What kind of prisoners are held in this prison? The constable pondered for a moment. It seems to be the woman that the young lady brought in a few days ago. The only woman whom the constables would refer to as young lady in the entire Liangzhou is naturally the general's daughter, Zui. Thus, the imprisoned woman must be Su Sanyang. Tai'an quickly grasped the situation. Tang Tang leaned closer and whispered, It seems the general's residence has indeed commenced its operations. Just then, an indignant voice echoed from outside. What on earth are you all doing? How could a prison catch fire? The crowd turned to seize Wu's daughter, elegantly dressed and fierce, approaching with an imposing presence. The constables instinctively lowered their heads and retreated, daunted by the fiery temperament of the young lady. However, this retreat inadvertently revealed Tai'an and his companions at the very center. Both parties exchanged glances, leaving Xue momentarily entranced in place. Although Tai'an refrained from mocking or deriding her, his penetrating gaze compelled Xue to avert her eyes uncomfortably. Dismounting her horse, she lashed the nearest constable with her riding crop, exclaiming, What are you all standing around for? Hurry and check if the prisoners in the jail are still alive. We must see the living if they are alive, and the dead if they are deceased. Yes, yes, the constable replied repeatedly, hastily leading his men to investigate. Before long, a wave of excited shouts erupted from the jail. We found her. We found her. Subsequently, several constables emerged, laboriously carrying a female corpse on a stretcher. The body was charred beyond recognition, her garments tattered and torn, yet Gu Tai'an could vaguely discern that this was unmistakably the attire of Su Sanyang. Moreover, the height and physique matched what lingered in his memories. Dead? Zui Yi's complexion shifted as she instinctively glanced at Gu Tai'an beside her. Recalling the time she had taken the person away from him, she had confidently promised that they would return the same way they were taken. But now, the individual was dead. How could she explain this? Though she was indeed domineering, she possessed her own pride. The sound of a resounding slap echoed silently across her face, leaving her with a tinge of shame. Just as she prepared to speak, believing that one should bear the consequences of their own actions, she noticed Gu Tai'an had already bent down, meticulously examining the corpse. Zui Yi widened her eyes in alarm, urgently saying, "Hey, what are you doing? Are you not going to let the dead rest?" Gu Tai'an cast her a slightly exasperated glance, clearly disinterested in responding. Only after he had finished his inspection did he clap his hands and rise, declaring, "This body is not Su Sanyang." Zui Yi was taken aback once more. Su Sanyang was evidently the person she had personally escorted back. The clothing, height, and demeanor all aligned perfectly. How could it not be her? Gu Tai'an replied in a calm tone. Su Sanyang was a puppeteer, accustomed to carving marionettes. Her hands would surely be calloused. However, this corpse has soft palms, clearly indicating she was not skilled in such crafts. As soon as he spoke, a round of applause echoed from the outskirts. This young brother is indeed worthy of serving in the imperial court. Such meticulous thought is truly rare. Gu Tai'an turned to see a middle-aged man in a narrow-sleeved martial robe entering with the protection of armored guards. The man's facial contours were well-defined, exuding a rugged elegance, with strands of white hair naturally cascading at his temples, imparting an air of maturity and steadiness brought on by the passage of time. "Father." Upon seeing the newcomer, Zui Yi promptly stepped forward, taking hold of his arm. Zui Chengxi approached, gazing at Gu Tai'an with a beaming smile, saying, "I have long heard of a talented youth in Fengdu, favored by the emperor at such a young age, elevated to the rank of Qianhu in just 3 years. Today, I see it is indeed a young hero." Gu Tai'an offered a slight smile and returned the gesture with a bow, saying, "It is merely fortunate. General Zhua, guarding the frontier, is the true pillar of the nation." To be frank, the general from Liangzhou diverged from his expectations. He had anticipated cultivating a haughty noblewoman like Zui Yi, while Zui Qingzi appeared to be more of a rough and burly warrior, a brash commander in battle. However, it now seemed that he possessed the refined demeanor of a cultured general. In a previous life, he would undoubtedly have been the type of middle-aged man that many young ladies would pursue. Zui Qingzi extracted a confidential letter from his sleeve and handed it to Gu Tai'an. "I have just received military intelligence indicating that the flooding tonight was not an accident, but rather a deliberate act of negligence. It is likely that other factions from Tianxia Tower, upon learning of the situation in Liangzhou, devised this feigned death tactic to effect a rescue." Gu Tai'an casually scanned the contents before responding coolly, "Time is of the essence. No wonder the methods are so clumsy." Zhua Chengzi smiled non-committally. "As for Su Sanyang, she has already endured severe punishment, and she cannot have gone far. Before my arrival, I instructed my men to seal off the city gates. With some time, we will undoubtedly locate her." Gu Tai'an shrugged. "Even so, Liangzhou spans 1,000 miles. With a population of millions, searching would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack." Zhua Qingzi stroked his beard with a cheerful demeanor. "Rest assured, Gu Qianhu, this is ultimately a mess caused by my daughter. As her father, I must lend my support. After tonight, the 3,000 soldiers of the General's residence will assist you." Gu Tai'an nodded. "Then I shall trouble you, General Zhua. However, given the urgency of our task, we cannot linger. We must set out to search tonight." He cupped his hands in salute and turned to depart. At that moment, Zui Yi hurriedly interjected, "Wait, I will accompany you." Gu Tai'an turned back in confusion, only to find Zui Yi's lovely face slightly flushed, her silver teeth biting her lip. "This trouble was caused by me. If the person is dead, there is nothing I can do, but if they are alive, I will surely provide you with an explanation." With that, she reached to pull Gu Tai'an along as they exited. Gu Tai'an glanced back at Zui Qingzi, who showed no inclination to dissuade her. His deep-set eyes and gentle smile conveyed warmth and approachability. Gu Tai'an instinctively narrowed his eyes. Chapter 32. The Jinui need no evidence next. We shall split into 2 groups. I will lead my men to search this way, while you go that way. Zui Yi pointed towards 2 distinctly different directions, disregarding whether Gu Tai'an and the others agreed. and promptly spurred her horse into action with fervor. Gu Tai'an watched her depart, stifling a yawn. Well then, since she's taken the initiative, let us return and rest. Shangguan Roji could not help but inquire, aren't we going to search for anyone? Gu Tai'an chuckled, search for whom? The entirety of Liangzhou is Zhuo Qingzi's domain. Whether we can find anyone is not for us to decide. It requires his approval. Tang Tang shot him a glance. Just say what schemes you are planning. Having worked together for many years, she did not believe that he would be without other contingencies. Gu Tai'an smiled helplessly, raising his hand as the chi patterns within his palm shimmered softly. I indeed possess a method to ascertain someone's whereabouts, but the time is not yet ripe. The arrows must first take flight. Outside the prison, what led him to be so confident that the corpse was not that of Su Sanyang? Beyond the calluses on his hands, there was a crucial point. He had not discovered the chi patterns he had inscribed upon that body. Before handing her over, he had deliberately invested effort into Su Sanyang, concerned that there might be some trickery, so that he could sense her presence at any moment. Now it seemed that diligence bore fruit. While Zhuo Qingzi sought to execute a clever escape, he could stealthily maneuver through the shadows. Whenever he wished, he could locate her. But, as he had just mentioned, the time was not yet right. Their current objective was to target Zhuo Qingzi, to unseat him, which necessitated the imposition of sufficient charges against this general of Liangzhou. Collaborating with the traders of Tiandian Tower, an intriguing narrative and a well-structured plan that aligned with their capture requirements. Yet, where was the evidence? Did the Jinyue not require proof for apprehension? Nonsense. If they were to rely solely on that half-burnt, dubious letter, let alone whether the ministers in the court would acknowledge it, it was uncertain if their group could even depart Liangzhou safely today. Did they truly believe that the 3,000 elite soldiers of the general's estate were mere trifles? To catch a thief, one must catch him in the act. What if, later on, they found Su Sanyang, and she categorically denied that Zhuo Qingzi had intentionally let her go? Would they be caught off guard, leaving them in a precarious position? To apprehend a third-rank official, the evidence must be irrefutable. However, Gu Tai'an had yet to devise a foolproof plan. By the way, where was that brilliant mind? Gu Tai'an turned to Wuxiang. The scholar named Xin Yuanzi had indeed left quite an impression on him. Though he appeared timid and frail, he was well-versed in the arts of strategy and military tactics, possessing profound insights. Such a person could not merely be a fortune-teller. Previously, he had been too preoccupied with capturing Su Sanyang to pay him much heed. Now that he had leisure, Gu Tai'an was inclined to engage him in conversation. Wuxiang clasped his hands together, murmuring, "Ba." He remains at the inn, after receiving news from Master Tang and Master Shangguan. This humble monk was busy providing assistance and could not bring him along. Gu Tai'an raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Have I neglected him for a night? And he has already fled on his own? Wuxiang replied gently, not at all. As you, Master Gu, did not voice your intentions, this humble monk dared not take liberties to release him. Thus, before departing, I left behind some protective measures. Is that so? Very well, I shall go and check. You all may return to your rooms and rest. At this, Tang Tang expressed mild surprise. You're going alone? What? Are you afraid he might strike me from behind? Gu Tai'an waved his hand dismissively. Enough, disperse. No further words. Without another word, Gu Tai'an and the others returned to the inn and promptly pushed open the door to the 5th guest room. In the dimly lit room, a scholar sat weakly by the bedside, his fortune-telling robe tattered and torn, as if ravaged by some ferocious beast. The sight of him, resembling a beleaguered wife of a common household, drew the attention of Gu Tai'an, who entered with a faint smile. He casually pulled out a chair from the desk and settled down. With a voice nearly choked with despair, Xin Yuanzi pleaded, My noble benefactor, you are my destined patron, and I have been eager to curry your favor. Why would I flee? There is no need for you to summon those vile mechanical hounds to guard me. Just look at what a single night has wrought upon me. Gu Tai'an regarded Shun's trembling form before glancing toward the 2 mechanical beasts stationed nearby, resembling fearsome guardians. To put it bluntly, they were colossal, their sizes rivaling that of lions or tigers, instilling a sense of terror. It was no wonder Shun was wailing in fright. Yet Gu Tai'an seemed unconcerned about rescuing him from his plight, teasingly remarked, Did you not proclaim yourself a wanderer of the martial world, skilled in various arts? With your knowledge of military strategy and diplomacy, have you never considered mastering the art of mechanisms? Xin Yuanzi immediately raised his hands in surrender, replying earnestly, I have endeavored to learn, but it is exceedingly difficult and mentally taxing. I simply cannot grasp it. If we speak of the myriad schools of thought, none demand innate talent more than the art of mechanisms. Other esoteric arts may be pondered endlessly, with practice yielding some understanding. Yet with mechanisms, if one cannot comprehend it, then one cannot. It is akin to the mathematical knowledge I encountered in my past life. Seeing that his patron remained unmoved, Shen Yuanci let out a lament that echoed through the room. Irritated by the noise, Gu Tai'an approached the imposing mechanical hounds and struck them in an unknown manner. In an instant, their massive forms contorted and shrank, transforming visibly into two small rings, which Gu Tai'an picked up and held in his palm. Goodness, it can be manipulated this way? Shen Yuanci's eyes widened in astonishment as he leapt from the bed, incredulity driving him forward to grasp Gu Tai'an's hand. He could hardly fathom that beasts of such size could fold into mere rings. Was this the marvel of mechanism arts? How was it accomplished? As Shen appeared poised to launch into another tirade of questions, Gu Tai'an quickly interjected, pushing him aside. Enough. From this moment forth, I shall pose the questions, and you shall respond. Should you dare utter another word beyond your answer, I will unleash the mechanical hounds once more. Do you believe me? Seeing the gravity of the situation, Shen Yuanci promptly released Gu Tai'an's hand, nodding obediently. Only then did Gu Tai'an adjust his robe and return to his seat. After a moment of contemplation, he began, "It is thus. I have a friend. My noble benefactor, there are no others present. You may speak freely." Chapter 33. Oh dear. This might very well affect my career. Allow me to elucidate. I am a bandit leader, commanding 3 formidable generals, whom you have encountered before. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuanci quickly recalled those 3 individuals and nodded in acknowledgement. At present, I have come to the troubling realization that one among them has betrayed me, conspiring with my arch-nemesis. Shen Yuanci's eyes widened in surprise, his curiosity piqued, tinged with excitement. Betrayal? Who could it be? Is it the tall maiden with her hair tied in a ponytail? Or perhaps the effeminate fellow who possesses a rather delicate demeanor? Or is it that menacing bald monk, exuding an aura of hostility? Gu Tai'an refrained from providing an explanation, continuing on his own. At this moment, I possess certain intelligence indicating that the traitor has indeed defected. Yet I lack concrete evidence. Thus, how can I effectively eliminate this traitor? Without hesitation, Shen Yuanci replied, "Of course, one must take decisive action. Let me tell you, at this juncture, any intricate schemes are utterly futile. The more plans one devises, the more mistakes one makes. The simplest solution is to cut through the chaos with a swift strike. Victory belongs to the conqueror. Just look at history. Take the Xianmin Rebellion, for instance, where a pretext of a wife giving birth was used to summon the powerful minister into the palace, and so forth." Shen Yuanci expounded at length, while Gu Tai'an regarded him as if he were a fool. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Shen Yuanci cleared his throat and then realized, rubbing his nose, You wouldn't be incapable of confronting the traitor, would you? If that is the case, it's no problem. Simply set aside your pride and rally your forces. No matter how impervious they may seem, with 500 axe-wielders prepared, a single command will suffice. As Shen Yuanci spoke, he instinctively turned to observe Gu Tai'an's reaction. Gu Tai'an, however, remained silent, responding, "I wonder if I can find a way to seal your mouth with a mechanical dog." "I did not misspeak," Shen Yuanci replied weakly. Shielding his head, Gu Tai'an sighed, pressing his forehead in exasperation. "Let me be frank. This is not about vying for power or a loss of authority. I do not require such underhanded tactics to restore my dominion. I am akin to a founding emperor, with my 3 generals as my loyal ministers. However, how can I substantiate their guilt to eliminate the traitor without undermining my own prestige?" Suddenly enlightened, Shen Yuanci exclaimed, "Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had, I would have understood." Gu Tai'an cast him a sidelong glance. "So, do you possess a solution?" After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yuanci responded, "To remove a traitorous minister without jeopardizing your position as bandit leader, one must catch the thief red-handed. Otherwise, your subordinates may turn against you out of fear." "I am aware of this," Gu Tai'an replied, his annoyance evident. "That is precisely why I inquired if you had a means to secure evidence of this traitor's collusion with my adversary." With a glint of mischief in his eye, Shen Yuanci proposed, "There is indeed a method. Lure the gentleman into a trap." As the phrase, "Please enter the urn," echoed in his ears, Gu Tai'an felt his thoughts suddenly unlocked, the words repeating in his mind, his eyes growing increasingly bright. Shen Yuanci originally intended to provide further explanation, but to his surprise, Gu Tai'an abruptly stood up, his gaze resolute as he strode toward the exit. Before departing, he casually tossed aside the 2 ring-shaped tokens in his hand. transforming them into ferocious hounds that stood guard on either side of Shen Yuanzi. At that moment, Shen Yuanzi's composure shattered completely. The following morning, the well-groomed members of the Jinui sat once more at the dining table, sipping rice porridge accompanied by pickles, engaging in casual conversation. The previous night's commotion in the city had been significant, had they not been privy to the underlying intricacies. They might have genuinely believed the general's residence was frantically searching for someone. Tang Tang glanced out the window at the marching soldiers and remarked nonchalantly, "They must put on a show for the higher-ups." After all, the individual went missing under their watch. Even Zhou Chengzi would find it hard to explain. Tang Tang turned to him. "So, have you devised a plan?" "Indeed, it is. Please enter the urn," Gu Tai'an replied. "Please enter the urn? Who are you referring to?" Tang Tang asked, somewhat puzzled. Just then, a figure hastily burst through the inn's door. Gu Tai'an smiled upon seeing the individual, raising his chin and declaring, "Let us invite him." He then stood and waved, "Brother Zhu, over here." Zhu Qing paused for a moment, finally noticing the group and hurriedly approaching them. His expression a mix of urgency and confusion. "Why are you still eating? After last night, the general's residence has nearly turned the entire Liangzhou upside down. Aren't you worried at all?" Gu Tai'an chuckled lightly. "If the person had truly vanished from our grasp, we would be anxious, but fortunately, someone is taking the heat for us. If the sky were to fall, we must first ensure it crushes a high one." Zhu Qing, both exasperated and amused, retorted, "Do you really think a falling sky would only affect the lofty? Those with frail frames and weak wills will certainly suffer as well." His words implicitly pointed at Gu Tai'an. If they can lose someone even named by the emperor, Zhou Chengzi will not come out unscathed. Do you think you can remain unaffected? You might as well be implicated in this mishap. This could potentially jeopardize your career. Seeing Zhu Qing's concern for him, Gu Tai'an winked and cryptically assured him, "Fear not. We will undoubtedly locate the individual." His unwavering confidence left Zhu Qing bewildered. "What do you mean by that?" "Oh, during my encounter with Su Sanyang, I employed a method akin to a puppet mark on her," Gu Tai'an explained. "Thus, I can sense her general location. Retrieving her will not pose a challenge." Zhu Qing was taken aback. "Is that so? Then let us hurry. I shall summon the Jinui at once." He rose, ready to gather reinforcements. However, just as he stood, Gu Tai'an grasped his arm, chuckling, "No need to rush, no need to rush." "What do you mean no need to rush? Do you dare to be negligent regarding matters of the imperial family?" With a mysterious smile, Gu Tai'an remarked, "Completing the task is merely a matter of time, but the manner of its completion requires careful consideration." He urged Zhu Qing to sit down once more. "Consider this. Now that a person is missing, isn't General Xue anxious?" Zhu nodded in agreement. "The longer the individual remains missing, the more frantic General Xue becomes, correct?" "Indeed," Gu continued. "What if I were to present the individual to him at the height of his anxiety?" Zhu's eyes widened in disbelief. "You intend to make Xue Qingzi owe you a favor?" Gu Tai'an lifted his bowl and took a delicate sip, smiling gently. "After all, he is a high-ranking official, far superior to my humble station. I must devise a way to connect with him." Zhu teased, "The idea is sound. But be cautious not to botch it and let the person truly escape." Gu shook his head confidently. "No, the city is under strict martial law. Su Sanyang cannot flee. As long as she remains in Liangzhou City, capturing her will be as simple as child's play." Zhu contemplated for a moment and then ceased further discussion. "Very well. As long as you are confident, do let me know if you require assistance." "Absolutely," Gu Tai'an readily agreed. Zhu stood to take his leave, but upon exiting the inn, he hesitated, casting a meaningful glance back and murmuring, "Human greed is insatiable, akin to a serpent swallowing an elephant." Chapter 34. Another quiet evening. It was yet another tranquil evening. On the streets of Liangzhou City, aside from the usual soldiers patrolling with torches, a contingent of guards had also joined their ranks. "Halt! Ahead lies the armory. Entry is forbidden without proper orders." The guard stationed at the armory's entrance stopped the approaching escort party. The captain of the escort stepped forward, producing an official document from his robes and presenting it. "By order of the Liangzhou general, a recent batch of military equipment has been repaired and must be promptly stored in the armory for immediate inspection." The gatekeeper, verifying the document and seal by torchlight, finally raised his hand to signal, "Let them pass." A convoy of horse-drawn carts entered the armory, laden with crates of goods. It is said that a minister hoarding even 3 sets of armor is guilty of death. Yet within the armory, there existed not just armor but thousands upon thousands of weapons. This was, after all, the very heart of Liangzhou's military preparedness. Whether for equipping newly recruited soldiers or for replacing worn-out arms for veterans, all such matters were coordinated through this armory. Thus, it was undeniably a military stronghold. On ordinary days, not only common folk, but even military officers could not approach without the Supreme Commander's approval. Those who defied such orders faced the same fate as traitors: execution without mercy. This was the reason why the armory was so eerily silent, devoid of even a fly. The courtyard was tranquil, and the escort had no reason to linger. The group of over 10 men sought merely to expedite the placement of the crates, eager to return home for drinks, feasts, and the embrace of their wives. It's freezing. How much is left? This is the last crate. Let us put in some effort. The guards encouraged one another and finally managed to hoist the final crate to its designated spot. Ah, it's finally done. What on earth is in this last crate? It feels so light. Perhaps leather armor and helmets? Regardless, let us proceed home, said one soldier, as they all linked arms and ventured forth. However, as they walked, several of them suddenly noticed something amiss. It seemed as though one person was missing. They turned back to look, only to find another soldier frozen in place, seemingly in a trance. What are you dawdling for? Move. Yet, upon opening his mouth, the soldier let out a startled cry. A ghost. A ghost. The comrades momentarily paused, then rolled up their sleeves, ready to reprimand him. Who are you trying to scare in the dead of night? This armory is devoid of even a fly. Where would a ghost come from? Nevertheless, the soldier, with unwavering certainty, pointed into the darkness ahead, right there. Seeing the conviction in his words, the others reluctantly raised their gazes to peer into the shadows. Indeed, within the darkness, a glimmer of purple-gold light flickered, revealing a slender silhouette. What was happening? Could there truly be a ghost? The captain of the group was the first to regain his composure, drawing his sword and bellowing. Who dares intrude upon this armory? Step forth at once. Clad in armor and bolstered by their numbers, they felt assured, even against any brazen brigand. Thus, under the captain's leadership, they mustered their courage and advanced. As they drew closer, the slender figure seemed to sense their approach. It moved with the swiftness of lightning, the purple-gold glow resembling ghostly fire, flitting from left to right. In the blink of an eye, it disarmed the 3 closest soldiers, sending them crashing to the ground. Just as the figure prepared to glide forward once more, the soldiers at the rear quickly reacted, shedding their helmets and armor as they fled, shouting, "A ghost! There's a ghost!" The slender figure, upon witnessing this, did not pursue further. At that moment, a cooing sound emanated from it. Coo, coo, coo. The figure appeared somewhat exasperated as it retrieved a carrier pigeon from its pocket and connected it. On the other end, a crisp female voice rang out, "Gu Tai'an, what is the situation on your end?" Unbeknownst to them, Gu Tai'an, who had stealthily infiltrated the armory, rubbed his nose and replied, "Rest assured. Everything is proceeding according to plan. What about Su Sanyang? Have you located her?" Tang Tang's voice was tinged with urgency. She could not comprehend why Gu Tai'an, after sending Zhu Qing away during the day, was so steadfast in believing that Su Sanyang would appear in the armory that night, risking everything. If she did not show, would he not bear the blame of trespassing in the armory, akin to treason? The consequences could range from exile to execution. As Gu Tai'an opened a box, he jested nonchalantly. "Oh, you claim not to care about me? Yet you seem more anxious than I am." After a brief silence, Tang Tang replied coolly, "I fear you might die, and I would never encounter another incompetent leader like you again." This young lady's tongue remained as sharp as ever. Lord Gu Tai'an chose to overlook the minor transgressions of the individual before him, opting instead to focus his efforts on opening the crates. Weapons, 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 until he reached the final box. Taking a deep breath, Gu Tai'an forcefully flipped it open. Inside lay a person, the unconscious Su Sanyang. A smile crept upon Gu Tai'an's lips as he addressed the carrier pigeon, saying, "I told you so." Left Chengzi must be restless, eager to transfer her to the arsenal. "See, everything is in place tonight. I assentí it?" Tang Tang, on the other end, was utterly bewildered, recalling his earlier mention of inviting someone into a trap. But why? Why would Left Chengzi truly follow his plan and move the person to the arsenal? It was indeed a trap. So many questions lingered, yet time was of the essence, leaving no room for further discussion. She could only admonish, "Stay safe, and don't forget to gather evidence." "Rest assured," Gu Tai'an replied, disconnecting the communication. He raised his gaze to the heavenly eye hovering above him and murmured, "It's fortunate that the mechanisms have advanced so much, with real-time surveillance available. Otherwise, if Left Chengzi turned the tables, I would truly be at a loss for words. With that, he lifted Su Sanyang from the crate, slinging her over his shoulder as he prepared to exit. However, at that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps and the clinking of armor echoed from outside the arsenal. Suddenly, the heavy door was kicked open, revealing none other than Left Qingzi. Behind him, a throng of elite soldiers swiftly surrounded Gu Tai'an, enclosing him tightly. Chapter 35. I refuse to believe you can escape this unscathed. Ah, General Left, what is the meaning of this? Gu Tai'an feigned ignorance, smiling lightly as he inquired. Such a grand display. Could it be that the rebels from Tianxia Tower have launched another attack? Left Qingzi stepped forward, his sleeves fluttering, and calmly replied. Why must you pretend to be oblivious, Brother Gu? The arsenal is a critical site, and anyone who trespasses is guilty of treason. Surely, you are aware of this? Gu Tai'an nodded. Yes, I know. Knowing this, you still dare to intrude? Left Qingzi's tone remained neutral, devoid of any discernible emotion. Do you believe that simply because you hail from Fengdu, as an envoy of the emperor, you are above the law? Even an imperial envoy can be held accountable for illegally entering a military stronghold. Gu Tai'an sighed lightly, seemingly resigned. What can I do? It is you, General Left, who insisted on hiding her here. If you had chosen another location, I wouldn't have had to intrude, would I? Left Qingzi vehemently denied. I struggle to comprehend your words, Captain Gu. How could I possibly know where the rebels of Tianxia Tower are hidden? Your accusations are rather far-fetched. Gu Tai'an smirked. Is it any wonder you have attained the rank of general? Your resilience in denial is commendable. The evidence is practically laid before us. And yet you still have the audacity to speak falsehoods? Zhuo Qingzi gazed at Su Sanyang, who was slung over Gu Tai'an's shoulder, his expression unperturbed. It is evident that you were the one who clandestinely transported her to the armory, intending to frame me, the general. TCH, I knew you would never admit it. Gu Tai'an raised his hand and pointed to the contraption above them, which resembled a satellite unfurling its wings. Observe closely. The entire sequence of events has been recorded by the heavenly eye. Do you truly believe anyone would heed your fabrications? Zhuo Qingzi cast a glance at the heavenly eye hovering above. Without making any discernible motion, a fierce wind suddenly whipped up behind him, striking the heavenly eye with astonishing swiftness, causing it to plummet to the ground with a crack. The device emitted a hiss as it fell, releasing tendrils of black smoke. Now, do you have anything further to say? Zhuo Qingzi remarked, his hands clasped behind him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Gu Tai'an raised an eyebrow, having anticipated that Zhuo Qingzi might feign ignorance, but he did not expect such decisive action. After all, he was a general, and decisive he was. Gu Tai'an internally marveled, yet outwardly remained composed, whistling nonchalantly. With a rising pitch of the whistle, numerous heavenly eyes surged forth from unknown origins, spiraling above Gu Tai'an's head. I risk my life to play this game with you. Do you take me for a fool, attempting to obliterate the evidence? Gu Tai'an exclaimed, arms outstretched, laughing heartily. You strike one, and my heavenly eye will record it. With a multitude of charges piling up, I refuse to believe you can evade a swift execution. Indeed. Zhuo Qingzi ceased his actions, his fingertips subtly rubbing together beneath his sleeves, lost in thought. Do you understand what it means to invite someone into a trap? Gu Tai'an sneered coldly, continuing, you wish to protect this woman, fearing she might fall into my hands, and so you concocted this farcical pretense of her death. A ruse easily seen through. Under the guise of death, you have secretly hidden her away. You thought your plan was flawless. Yet I had anticipated this and can sense her location at any moment. Thus, you find yourself restless and emboldened. Since you cannot hide her whereabouts, you might as well conceal her within the armory. Even if I know she is inside, you can leverage your position to drive me away, even to eliminate me, correct? Zhuo Qingzi remained silent, though his gaze grew increasingly vigilant. But what you do not realize is that this is also a part of my scheme. Gu Tai'an twisted his neck, speaking with an air of indifference. I aim to compel you into this course of action, for it is the only way to draw out a cunning fox like you. In all of Liangzhou, only you, the general, possess the authority to mobilize the armory. Therefore, if anything unusual occurs there, it cannot be dissociated from you. Now, the notorious leader of the bandits from Tianxia Lu brazenly appears within the Liangzhou armory. Zhuo Qingzi, does this not suggest a conspiracy against the realm? His voice thundered, resonating with an imposing authority. The soldiers of the general's residence, who had previously been attacking, began to waver, their gazes filled with uncertainty as they turned to their general. Zhuo Qingzi squinted his eyes, his tone inscrutable. No wonder Su Sanyang fell into your hands. I initially thought her foolishness was the cause, but it seems you truly possess remarkable skills. It has only just dawned on me that your purpose in coming to Lingzhou is not solely to deal with Su Sanyang, but also to target me, or perhaps the great general backing me. Gu Tai'an licked his lips and grinned. Thus, the situation is now abundantly clear. He fixed his gaze intently on the Liangzhou general. Either I return to the capital with my men and evidence, and your good days are over, or you eliminate me here. Our fates will be revealed in the confrontation. Zhuo Qingzi never anticipated that such a young man could possess such audacity. It appears he had long prepared himself for a desperate gamble even before arriving at the arsenal. In light of this, I, too, must submit a plea for forgiveness to the emperor. Zhuo Qingzi spoke with an untroubled demeanor. The insurrectionists are rampant, and I, as the general, bear the blame for failing to notice their schemes, allowing them to murder the emperor's envoy within Lingzhou, to collude with rebels, and simply brush it aside with a claim of oversight? A smirk of derision curled at Gu Tai'an's lips. Yet, he refrained from further words, silently discarding Su Sanyang to the side. An aura of energy enveloped him, reminiscent of a celestial silk, radiating with a resplendent purple-gold sheen. See off, Commander Gu. Zhuo Qingzi gestured dismissively. Though the armored soldiers behind him hesitated, they had no choice but to obey the command, gritting their teeth, brandishing their spears and shields. Preparing to charge forward, Gu Tai'an retrieved a palm-sized wooden box from his sleeve, opening it to unleash a swarm of puppets that swiftly obstructed the soldier's path. Puppets? It seems you have appropriated Su Sanyang's methods, Zhuo Qingzi remarked coldly. This works to my advantage. When the case is recorded, I can seamlessly shift all blame onto you. It was you who conspired with Su Sanyang, hence she entrusted you with these life-saving techniques. Gu Tai'an replied icily. You should first ensure your victory before making such claims. I will undoubtedly prevail, Zhuo Qingzi asserted, surveying the puppets. The number of these figurines is merely in the dozens or hundreds. How could they possibly withstand the might of my 3,000 elite troops? Is that so? Are you certain your 3,000 elite can arrive in time? Upon hearing this, Zhuo Qingzi furrowed his brows. Chapter 36. The Profound Principles of Heaven and Earth, the Origin of All Energies. He indeed sensed something amiss. Before departing, he had commanded 3,000 soldiers to mobilize. Even if they were scattered throughout the city, they should have arrived by now. Yet, aside from the few he had initially brought, no additional troops had joined him. This sparked an ominous premonition within Zhuo Qingzi, whose battlefield instincts were always keen. Is it the Jingyue? Zhuo Qingzi realized that this young man was alone, devoid of the usual four-man team that had once shadowed him. Had the other three intercepted his forces? Zhuo Qingzi's brow furrowed in concern. He was unaware of the true capabilities of these individuals, yet no one understood better than him what 3,000 elite troops signified. Marching westward, this army was formidable enough to annihilate a small nation. Venturing into the martial world, wherever they went, various sects would regard them as a grave threat, greeting them with utmost respect and inquiring if they had erred in any way. Yet now, they had been halted by a mere trio? It was utterly inconceivable. No, that was incorrect. Zhuo Qingzi quickly realized, murmuring to himself, apart from that old dog in the palace, I have never heard of any experts under the emperor's command who could rival an army. These individuals should not be able to stop my guards and can only hope to delay them. Zhuo Qingzi swiftly comprehended this point, and thus, his gaze towards Gu Tai'an grew increasingly fervent. Taking the initiative, step by step, he recognized the young man's meticulous thoughts. It was indeed a pity that such talent could not be utilized for his own ends. In that moment, Zhuo Qingzi felt a genuine appreciation for this gifted individual. Were it not for their differing political stances, he would have been inclined to share a drink and converse with this young man. However, Gu Tai'an remained oblivious to this sentiment. After effortlessly sending a soldier who charged at him flying, he decisively launched an assault towards Zhuo Qingzi. To capture the leader first is a principle even a 3-year-old would understand. As previously stated by Zhuo Qingzi, this Lingzhou was indeed his territory, and 3,000 soldiers were always ready to heed his command, even if Tang Tang and the others exerted themselves to obstruct him. How long could the trio truly hold back the vast army? Thus, Gu Tai'an had to resolve the conflict promptly. Any delay could lead to unforeseen changes. Zhuo Qingzi was a scholarly general known for his strategic prowess, not a martial one renowned for brute strength. His own capabilities were limited. As long as he made his move without interference, there was a high probability he would capture him in the first round. Gu Tai'an was confident in this. Yet, In an unexpected turn of events, a peculiar scene unfolded. Just as Gu Tai'an's hand reached out to touch Zhuoqingzi, a brilliant and radiant golden light erupted from the latter. Accompanying the sudden surge of golden light was a murmured incantation: heaven and earth, the profound sect, the root of all energies. Cultivating for eons, I attain my divine powers. Within and beyond the three realms, only the Tao is supreme. My body bears golden light, enveloping me. The golden light spell. Caught off guard and repelled by the golden glow, Gu Tai'an furrowed his brow at this spectacle. How could a distinguished scholarly general possess such esoteric techniques? No, this might not be Zhuoqingzi's power at all, but rather that of the individual standing behind him. Gu Tai'an quickly grasped this realization, straightening his posture and fixing his gaze on the slender figure illuminated by the golden light. Indeed, a young man clad in a Taoist robe, stern and unsmiling, emerged from behind Zhuoqingzi. The earlier golden light spell had clearly been a transfer of power from him to Zhuoqingzi, allowing the latter to be repelled at that critical moment. "Heh, I am a scholarly general. This is known to all," Zhuoqingzi remarked with a knowing smile. "If I lacked a means of self-preservation, my head would have surely been severed by the enemy's assassins on the battlefield long ago, wouldn't it?" Gu Tai'an coldly regarded him. "Are you boasting about having a tough neck? Let us observe whether the blade of my imperial guard can cleave you in twain." With a swift motion, the azure-patterned blade was drawn from the waist, transforming into a radiant arc under the influence of true energy, hurtling towards the head of Zhuoqingzi. Yet Zhuoqingzi remained unperturbed, shaking his robes and calmly uttering a single word: shadow. The solemn youth clad in a Taoist robe stepped forward, positioning himself before Zhuoqingzi. His body, enveloped in the golden light incantation, bore a strength comparable to that of armor. With a mere flicker of energy, the golden light morphed into two elongated whips. One intercepted the azure-patterned blade, while the other lashed out directly at Gu Tai'an, who stood unflinching. With energy patterns enveloping him, Gu Tai'an ignited with a fiery aura that spread along his arms and gradually enveloped his entire form, entering the black armor state. In this state, Gu Tai'an was no longer the nonchalant figure of yore. Instead, a mysterious and eerie essence radiated from him. His skin appeared as dark as ink, as unyielding as iron. Muscles bulging with explosive power. A mere casual punch emitted a series of resounding sonic booms. Before the golden whip could even touch the ground, Gu Tai'an had morphed into an afterimage, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, it was above the shadow's head. With no mercy, Gu Tai'an unleashed a devastating punch. The force of his strike preceded him, a fierce gale rushing forth, overwhelming the shadow with an unprecedented sense of pressure. He dared not confront it directly, resorting instead to the transformation of the golden light incantation, conjuring two massive hands from behind to attempt to seize Gu Tai'an. Alas, Gu Tai'an's speed surpassed his expectations. Before the encirclement could solidify, Gu Tai'an had once again dissipated into an afterimage. The shadow's countenance darkened, his strike had missed, and to reconfigure the golden light for another attack would require a brief interval, a recovery time in Gu Tai'an's eyes. While the duration was fleeting, merely a breath's length, it was ample opportunity for Gu Tai'an to exploit the opening, decisively unleashing a whip-like kick. Bang! The shadow felt an immense force strike his back, akin to being struck head-on by a siege engine. Despite the enhancement provided by the golden light incantation, he was involuntarily propelled backward, crashing heavily against the iron wall of the armory, stirring a cloud of dust. In the distance, upon witnessing this scene, Zhuoqingzi furrowed his brow. It was uncertain whether he was displeased with the shadow's performance or if this young man from Fengdu was simply too formidable. Yet, shadows are shadows. How could one esteemed by a third-rank official of the court possess mere trifling skills? Within the swirling dust, visibility was obscured, the events remained unclear. Yet one could faintly hear the sharp sound of friction. 5 thunderites, palm thunder. Indeed, as a practitioner of the Tao, adept in the golden light incantation, how could he not also wield the ultimate thunder techniques? Chapter 37. No need for pretense. You may all advance together. The robust thunder erupted like a laser. Arcs of electricity visibly dancing with a crackling intensity, accompanied by a piercing shriek that distorted the very fabric of space in its wake. This assault, concealed by a veil of dust and smoke, caught Gu Tai'an utterly off guard. Unprepared, he was struck directly. Fortunately, it was merely a singular blow, and with the formidable resilience endowed by his black armor, he managed to withstand the onslaught. However, Endurance does not equate to being unscathed. Gu Tai'an lowered his gaze to discover a charred mark upon his chest. It remained uncertain whether this was a result of the black armor's influence or a remnant of the earlier lightning strike. He lifted his head once more, his visage contorted and fierce. Before him, the shadow crouched, slightly gasping for breath, its countenance equally grim. Although the lightning technique was potent, it exacted a considerable toll on him as well. Initially, he believed that blow would severely wound this youth and shift the tide of battle. Yet, it became evident that the strength of his physical form surpassed his expectations, rivaling the most elite physical cultivators he had previously encountered. Lightning techniques, you say? Let us see you try again. Gu Tai'an's eyes glinted with cold defiance as he beckoned provocatively. The shadow gritted its teeth. At this juncture, it realized that its golden light spell alone would not suffice to harm this youth. To resolve the conflict, it would have to resort to lightning techniques. Raising its hand, ethereal blue electricity once again crackled within its palm. However, before it could unleash the lightning, its eyes widened in disbelief. What was this? The youth had mirrored its actions, raising his own hand, gathering lightning within his grasp. How could this be? The shadow's expression was one of sheer horror. That was the lightning technique, the secret art of the Taoist sect. How could this youth wield it? Had he perhaps trained at Lingtong Mountain? No, that was impossible. If he had indeed trained there, why did the shadow have no recollection of him? It had spent a full decade at Lingtong Mountain before even encountering the lightning technique. What right did this youth have to wield it? Surprised, are you? Gu Tai'an lowered his eyelids, his expression serene as he spoke. But this is my dominion. From the myriad schools of thought, I absorb the essence of all methods, committing them to memory, and then traverse further along their paths. The puppet of the past. Now the lightning technique as well. Gu Tai'an raised his hand, the thunder he had gathered surging forth with an unstoppable momentum, ready to roar. I have tasted the essence of this lightning technique. Now, it is your turn. 5 thunder rites, thunder palm. It was as if the prior lightning brilliance had reemerged, carrying a savage and destructive aura, rushing forth toward the shadow. Cursed fate, there was no time left to summon the golden light spell. The shadow clenched its teeth, having no choice but to alter its strategy. Without a visible motion, a layer of golden hue appeared upon its skin. Unlike the dazzling brilliance of the golden light spell, this hue was a dark gold, appearing ancient and solid, as though clad in an impenetrable dark armor. Until the lightning's radiance dissipated, the shadow stood intact in its place, its garments torn, revealing skin that gleamed with a dark golden hue. Was this the boundless suffering of the Buddhist realm? Gu Tai'an narrowed his eyes, observing the shadow's transformation. He was not unfamiliar with such phenomena, for he had a disciple under his command who was once a follower of the Buddha. However, their paths of cultivation diverged entirely. The fellow known as Wuxiang practiced the immovable king, which emphasized the cessation of conflict through lethal force. Wherever the light of the Buddha shone, all evils were eradicated, embodying the wrath of the Vajra. In contrast, the displayed technique of boundless suffering advocated compassion in refining the body, purifying the mortal form, and transforming suffering into lotus blossoms, epitomizing the Bodhisattva's gentle demeanor. It was astonishing to discover that someone could simultaneously cultivate both Tao and Buddhism. No wonders Zhuangzi held him in high regard. Gu Tai'an mused. Even he had to concede that this individual was more troublesome than any adversary he had previously encountered. The Taoist's thunderous might was unparalleled, while the Buddhist's divine prowess stood as immovable as a mountain. Such a combination of offense and defense rendered them nearly invincible. The shadow fixed its cold gaze upon him and spoke. Do you believe that is all? In the next moment, the shadow's form flickered like a specter, vanishing from sight. And in a few quick flashes, it closed the distance to Gu Tai'an. Just as Gu Tai'an attempted to react, he heard the shadow utter a single word, still. In that fleeting instant, Gu Tai'an felt as though he were disconnected from the surrounding space, though it lasted but a moment. That brief interval was sufficient to determine the outcome of their confrontation. The shadow raised a hand and lightly struck Gu Tai'an's chest, simultaneously releasing another word, shock. Gu Tai'an felt a torrent of thunderous energy converge upon him, causing even his black armor to show signs of impending collapse. With a resounding crash, Gu Tai'an's body was hurled backward. The paralysis from the lightning had not yet subsided. Even as he attempted to rise from the ground, his movements were unsteady and disoriented. Cough, cough, what a force, Gu Tai'an chuckled weakly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Since earlier, I have been curious as to how you managed to persuade both the Taoist and Buddhist sects to impart their most secret techniques solely to you. But now I understand. Indeed, there exists in this world a person of the rumored unity of the three teachings. He lifted his head, his gaze fierce yet filled with ambition. The Confucian's eloquence. Were it not for the power of this admonition, he would have never imagined that anything could bind him. At that moment, the shadow remained contemplative, its expression indifferent as it observed the young man who had been knocked to the ground yet was now rising again. Even with the means of the unity of the three teachings employed, could it still not subdue him? This fellow was indeed quite a handful. The shadow took a deep breath. The offensive might of the Taoists, the defensive strength of the Buddhists, and the supportive wisdom of the Confucians, all three teachings complemented one another. Yet the strain on him was exponentially increasing. He could already sense the dwindling of his true energy. If this matter cannot be swiftly resolved, it seems that he shall be the first to falter. The shadow held his breath, bracing himself for the impending third round. Just as the situation was on the verge of escalation, a sudden, commanding voice echoed from outside the armory. "Hold your actions. Hold your actions." The crowd turned to see Zhu Qing hastily arriving, attempting to mediate the situation with a wave and a smile. "What is all this commotion? We are all serving the court, so why create discord? Gu Qianhu, there is no need for further pretense. Commander Zhu." Gu Tai'an's gaze flared with intensity as he shouted, "Let all of you come at me. I shall withstand it all." Chapter 38. The sword approaches. Zhu Qing was momentarily taken aback, forcing a smile as he replied, "Brother Gu, what are you saying? I am here to mediate, not to engage in conflict." "Is that so?" Gu Tai'an's expression remained unchanged as he coolly remarked, "Did you not report my pursuit of Su Sanyao's whereabouts to Zhuo Qingzi?" Zhu Qing intended to offer further explanations, but Zhuo Qingzi, standing behind him, interjected with a calm demeanor. "The fact that he could locate Su Sanyao was deliberately disclosed to you, merely to convey the information through your lips to me." Zhu Qing fell silent, his smile gradually fading as he sighed. "When did you realize this?" "On the very first day I arrived in Liangzhou." "Impossible." "How can it be impossible?" Gu Tai'an said coldly. "At that time, I requested the internal topographical map of Taiangxialu. Yet you dismissed my request citing your conspicuous presence. If you were aware of your own prominence as the commander in Liangzhou, how could you dare to stroll openly with us, shoulder to shoulder, in the streets? Was this not tantamount to revealing our identities to those rebels?" Zhu Qing was rendered speechless. He had never imagined that such a trivial detail could betray him. Reflecting on his subsequent feigned nonchalance and the various displays of concern and sincerity, he realized he had become nothing more than a fool in Gu Tai'an's eyes. Zhu Qing's expression darkened profoundly. Gu Tai'an mocked. What was meant to be a sword hanging over the general's residence has now turned into a tool for collaboration with the same. It is no wonder that the higher-ups would traverse great distances from Fengdu to dispatch me to rectify this situation. Zhu Qing twisted his neck, gazing at him earnestly. "Without you, even if it cost me my life, I would never align myself with someone surnamed Zhua. If blame must be assigned, it lies solely upon you for severing my prospects." Gu Tai'an scoffed. "I sever your prospects?" "The emergence of Taiangxialu's influence in Liangzhou falls squarely within the purview of my Jinjui's responsibilities." Zhu Qing pounded his chest in indignation. "Yet you have overstepped your bounds, intercepting a mission that rightfully belonged to us. Once the task is accomplished, you can simply walk away, receiving accolades and promotions. But what of us? In the eyes of our superiors, we shall merely be deemed ineffective, useless. It is uncertain whether we can even retain our current positions, let alone aspire to climb higher in the ranks. Is this not the very definition of severing my future?" Gu Tai'an remained unmoved and spoke coldly. "What does this have to do with your choice to side with the rebels?" "How could it not?" Zhu Qing replied through clenched teeth. "As long as you are defeated, the task of cleaning up the aftermath will naturally fall back into our hands. At that point, why should I remain disheartened?" Gu Tai'an could hardly contain his laughter and anger. "The upper echelon's distrust of you will not change simply because of me, Gu Tai'an. Even if we were to lose, do you really believe they would allow you to take over?" "It matters not," Zhu Qing replied expressionlessly, raising his hand. At that moment, the myriad stones and scattered weapons around them began to levitate in the air. This was the power of object manipulation, the very foundation of Zhu Qing's authority as the commander of Liangzhou. He had practiced qi for many years, focusing on the art of manipulating objects with qi. As long as the conditions allowed, everything within his line of sight could become his weapon. Gu Tai'an felt no fear, even against two adversaries. He was confident in his ability to prevail, for as he had stated before, there was no need to worry. He was indeed the strongest. With a low shout, Gu Tai'an unleashed his entire chi field, slowly rising into the air. The fiery patterns on his body gradually faded as he exited his black armor state, and 4 streams of chi transformed into radiant light, swirling around him. Sword come, he commanded sharply. The 4 streams of chi evolved into 4 long swords, purple, yellow, red, and white, arranged sequentially behind him. Spring thunder. Gu Tai'an pointed a finger, and the purple sword shot downwards towards the 2 below, crashing like thunder, accompanied by ominous clouds that suffocated the air. Block. Without hesitation, the shadow stepped forward, invoking the Confucian maxim in an attempt to counter the spring sword. However, the binding power could not withstand the blade's sharpness, and his defense was torn apart. In a critical moment, he barely held on by layering it with the Buddhist concept of endless suffering. Yet still, the shadow could not help but stagger backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Summer Emperor. Gu Tai'an summoned another sword. The bright yellow sword light shone like the sun, blinding and impossible to gaze upon. Zhu Qing advanced, accumulating all the objects he controlled in front of him to form a small mountain, hoping to obstruct the seemingly infinite sword light. The dull thuds of impact echoed like the drums of a giant, relentless in their rhythm. Zhu Qing found himself retreating under the force of the aftermath, but he gritted his teeth and chose to endure. After surviving that strike, he was taken by surprise when Gu Tai'an launched a 3rd attack without pause. Autumn Maple. This 3rd sword was released at a notably slower pace, appearing to drift down like a withered leaf in the wind, imbued with a sense of desolation and melancholy. Yet, slow as it was, it did not diminish in might. The long sword, embodying the essence of autumn, traversed its surroundings, rendering the environment visibly assimilated. As the world lost its hue and transformed into monochrome, Zhu Qing and the shadow's pupils trembled. Having witnessed the might of the previous 2 strikes, they understood that there was no way to withstand this blow unscathed. Yet, to not resist was tantamount to surrender. They were unwilling to yield. Thus they could only fight with all their might. Alas, whether through the teachings of the 3 doctrines or the art of manipulation, they found their efforts dissipating like illusions in the face of the autumn winds sweeping away the leaves. With that single strike, both were grievously wounded. However, Gu Tai'an showed no sign of mercy, continuing with a 4th strike. Winter slumber. The long sword transformed into an ethereal shadow, merging with the falling snow from the sky. A chilling aura enveloping them. It was uncertain whether it was the coldness of the snow or the blade's iciness. The delicate snowflakes settled upon their shoulders. Yet they felt as if pierced by 1,000 swords, unable to refrain from cries of agony, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Was this not another form of winter slumber? The 4 swords coalesced, swirling beneath Gu Tai'an's feet. As he stepped lightly into the void, the swords gradually took turns as if forming a staircase, guiding him to stand before Zhuo Qingzi. Gazing upon this once mighty general of Liangzhou, Gu Tai'an spoke calmly. You have lost. Chapter 39, A Stalemate? Zhuo Qingzi's face turned ashen. Indeed, he had lost. Regardless of his reluctance to accept it, he could not deny the truth. Neither the shadow, unified with the 3 teachings, nor Zhu Qing, adept in manipulation, could inflict any substantial harm upon the young man before him. This lad was terrifyingly formidable. If he were to embrace his true nature in due time, he could become a significant asset to the emperor. Zhuo Qingzi reflected, knowing that as a subject, one must always vie for power against the sovereign. Thus they could never empathize with the exalted ruler, but would only fret over their unattainable future. Gu Tai'an waved his hand, and 2 flying swords approached the shadow and Zhu Qing, penetrating their bodies to form seals that locked their vital energies. Even in unconsciousness, this double assurance provided a semblance of comfort. Gu Tai'an then turned his attention back to the Liangzhou general, intending to carry him away from the armory. Wait. Zhuo Qingzi finally spoke. Grant me some time to hand over the military affairs of Liangzhou. I, Zhuo Qingzi, may step down, but the military must remain orderly. This is the critical stronghold controlling the 16 tribes of the prairie, and no mistakes can be afforded. Gu Tai'an regarded him. Yet Zhuo Qingzi's eyes were filled with calm resolve. Very well. Gu Tai'an slowly shifted his stance, allowing Zhuo Qingzi to remain within his sight as he conversed with the soldiers beside him. Perhaps due to their deep bonds, the soldiers approached one by one to bid a final farewell to their general. Zhuo Qingzi maintained a gentle demeanor, meticulously advising on each military matter, seemingly reverting to the amiable, scholarly general of yesteryears. However, Just after Zhuo Qingzi had seen off the soldier before him, he chose not to return to Gu Tai'an's side. Instead, he abruptly stepped forward, lunging towards Su Sanyao, who was but a step away. With a swift resolve, Zhuo Qingzi drew forth a dagger, its blade gleaming as he aimed it unhesitatingly at Su Sanyao's heart. The circumstances were no longer as they once were. Despite prior orders to ensure Su Sanyao's safety for future cooperation with the Tianxia Tower, the situation had escalated. Clinging to life was preferable to losing it. Should the conspiracy with the Tianxia Tower be exposed, not only would his aspirations for power crumble, but even his life and that of his protector would hang in the balance. The importance of witnesses and evidence could not be overstated. As long as the witness was eliminated, even irrefutable evidence could provide a glimmer of hope for escape from this dire predicament. This was Zhuo Qingzi's last desperate gambit for survival. Regrettably, Gu Tai'an would not grant him such an opportunity. The speed with which he thrust the dagger was matched by Gu Tai'an's rapid response. With a single stride, Gu Tai'an positioned himself before Su Sanyao, deftly seizing Zhuo Qingzi's arm. The dagger clattered to the ground as Zhuo Qingzi found himself once again captured. This time, Gu Tai'an offered no room for negotiation. Gripping Zhuo Qingzi's arm firmly and stepping onto two flying swords, one carrying him and the other bearing the unconscious Su Sanyao. The trio ascended amidst the watchful gaze of countless armored soldiers below. "Hey, Baldy, watch where you're throwing the unconscious ones," came a voice. "And you, Vixen, why are you rushing ahead? Are you hoping to get hurt just to attract Gu Tai'an's concern? Be quiet." Tang Tang, unable to endure the incessant buzzing in her ears, turned to admonish. She was panting slightly, strands of hair clinging to her forehead, sweat glistening on her skin, her gown stained with blood. And even the twin blades she held trembled slightly in her grip. She had long lost track of how long she had been fighting. Gazing at the numerous fallen soldiers, she inhaled deeply. She could not falter. Gu Tai'an had yet to conclude his battle. She absolutely could not allow the troops to breach their defenses. Even as an unending tide of soldiers surged forth, filling the narrow streets like an inexhaustible black wave, Tang Tang continued to console herself. She braced herself, leaning on her sword to maintain her upright stance. Beside her, Shangguan Roji and Wu Xiang were far from unscathed. Although Shangguan Roji incessantly harangued the two, it was out of fear that one of them might suddenly fall silent. In terms of exertion, this seemingly delicate man was no less vigorous than anyone else. The mystical formation beneath their feet appeared dim, threatening to extinguish at any moment. As for Wu Xiang, the golden aura of the Buddhist light upon him began to transform uncontrollably into a crimson hue. The immovable king had already morphed into an Azura, poised to plunge into the abyss of slaughter. "Clear the way, for you may still meet a good end." A heavily armored soldier sat atop a grand steed, gazing down at the three roadblocks with an indifferent expression. Just 3 individuals, yet they could halt the advance of 3,000 troops for such an extended period. How audacious! Yet, before the chill of the blade, there exists only the prospect of a good death, with no path of retreat. Enough with the idle chatter. Tang Tang launched another assault. Channeling her energy with focused determination, her steps light as if ascending clouds, and in a swift motion, she was already before the towering horse. With her slender waist twisting to harness her full strength, she spun in midair, her twin blades arcing sharply as they struck out. A sharp clang echoed through the air as the soldier deftly raised his spear, blocking Tang Tang's fierce attack. The two sides found themselves momentarily locked in a stalemate. Beside the soldier, another figure atop a horse tightened the reins, causing the steed to rear and neigh, raising its front hooves to bear down upon Tang Tang. 8 gates. Transport. In the distance, Shangguan Roji strained to activate her extraordinary technique, diverting the horse's assault. The soldier, who had not participated in the battle until now, seized the moment, forcefully pushing the nearly exhausted Tang Tang back. He raised his hand and commanded mercilessly, "Release the arrows." A chilling rain of arrows shot skyward, descending densely upon the heads of the three. Each employed their own methods to evade. Shangguan Roji managed well enough. One technique fully opened, allowing her to dodge the attacks. The other, Wu Xiang, with his formidable physique, could withstand the onslaught. But it was only Tang Tang who faced a dire predicament, though her dual blade struck with lightning speed. In the chaos of a group assault, she found herself at a disadvantage. Especially after her previous fierce battle, she was nearly spent, and as her blades danced, gaps inevitably appeared. Just as the cold arrows sliced through her defenses, growing larger in her sight, poised to pierce her chest. A purple figure descended before her in the nick of time, intercepting all the incoming attacks. It was Gu Tai'an. He had returned safely. Chapter 40. A Street Duel. Who loses is a traitor even though the tall figure stood with his back to her, obscuring his face. Tang Tang recognized him instantly. It was Gu Tai'an. Her heart relaxed entirely, her blades clattering to the ground as her legs weakened, causing her delicate form to lean forward helplessly. Gu Tai'an, quick as lightning, stepped forward to support her slender waist, allowing her arm to rest upon his shoulder, and asked with concern, "Are you all right? You arrived sooner than I expected." Her originally clear voice now seemed faint and weary. Shangguan Roji interjected, unable to contain herself. "I say, Tai'an, you could at least show some concern for us two brothers as well. Coming here just to chase after this vixen seems rather biased, doesn't he it?" Gu Tai'an glanced over him with a smile. "Well, you still look quite spirited. Benefactor Gu, please help me." Wu Xiang, standing beside them, spoke up, his entire body glowing faintly red, eyes tightly shut in agony, as if on the verge of losing control. Without further ado, Gu Tai'an formed a seal with his energy and lightly pressed it against Wu Xiang. Gradually, the crimson glow enveloping Wu Xiang began to fade, and the fierce aura belonging to the Azura was suppressed, transforming once more into the resplendent golden visage of the Buddha. Wu Xiang's eyes regained their clarity, and with a sigh of relief, his palms pressed together. "RumoredBeau, at last, I have not succumbed to the depths of sin." Gu Tai'an stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, "Though the immovable king wields the strongest of killing techniques, such methods are inherently flawed. Maintaining the form of the king for prolonged periods risks devolving into a beast driven solely by slaughter. Have you not considered alternative methods for improvement?" Wu Xiang smiled wryly and replied, "The chi pattern seal devised by you, Gu Benefactor, is the most effective solution I could conceive." Gu Tai'an, non-committal, suggested, "What if one were to concurrently cultivate other Buddhist practices? For instance, the sea of suffering is boundless?" Wu Xiang paused momentarily, then shook his head. "I do not know. During my time in the Buddhist order, disciples were only permitted to select one school of practice. No one has ever cultivated two simultaneously." Gu Tai'an pressed his lips together. "Very well. Upon our return, we shall give it a try." Wu Xiang was taken aback. It is well known that the teachings of the Buddhist order are strictly guarded. Gu Benefactor had never practiced within the order before. How then could he speak of the legendary boundless sea of suffering? Yet, Gu Tai'an offered no explanation. He turned his gaze toward the army that encircled them, and with a cold voice, declared, "To obstruct the investigation of the Jinyue, do you seek rebellion?" At the forefront, a soldier atop his steed regarded him warily and spoke. "Though the name of the Jinyue is formidable, it may intimidate those literary officials. But it does not frighten soldiers like us. Release our general, and we shall permit your departure today." He pointed to the sky, where Zhua Chengzi was firmly ensnared by a mechanical bird. However, Gu Tai'an's eyes blazed with intensity as he retorted, "Release him?" Zhua Chengzi himself would not dare to ask for his own release. "By what right do you presume such a thing? I shall say this once more, clear the way. Otherwise, when we depart from Liangzhou, it will be the moment the emperor learns of your treason." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present, including the soldier, changed drastically. They exchanged uncertain glances, each filled with hesitation. They were unaware of the precise crimes their general had committed. However, the earlier orders had clearly instructed them to besiege the armory and eliminate all rebels emerging from it. How had it suddenly transformed into treason? Were the rebels truly within their own ranks? Who would dare to obstruct now? The soldiers reluctantly stepped aside. Gu Tai'an, with an air of nonchalance, assisted Tang Tang while leading Wu Xiang and Shangguan forward. Just as they were about to breach the encirclement, a furious shout erupted from behind. "Gu Tai'an, by what right do you seize my father?" The group turned to see the daughter of Liangzhou, the fiery steed, rushing towards them with a Qinglong saber in hand. During this time, Zui had been tirelessly scouring Liangzhou city in search of the elusive rebel leader, Su Sanyang, to provide an explanation to the others, exhausting herself without knowledge of the night's upheaval. Awakening to the sudden news of the Jinyue attacking her father, Zui had no time to inquire about the circumstances and hurried to the scene. Unexpectedly, upon arrival, I beheld my own father suspended high above, treated like a criminal before the gaze of the crowd. Left E was immediately engulfed in fury, her silver teeth clenched as she growled. "My father is a dignified third-rank official. How dare you humiliate him so?" With a commanding shout, she roused nearly all present from their stupor. The soldiers, who had previously hesitated, quickly regained their resolve. With someone to rally behind, they found their courage and raised their weapons, their voices crashing like waves. Release him! Release him! Gu Tai'an squinted, instinctively twisting his neck. Though his demeanor was formidable, he was not foolish. Whether it was he who had just fought valiantly against two formidable foes, or Tang Tang and the others who were besieged by the army, their current state was far from favorable. Prolonging this conflict could very well result in their demise at Liangzhou. Yet, the crowd before him was one that thrived on intimidation rather than appeasement. Should he display even a hint of trepidation, they would likely surge forward to tear him apart. What to do? Gu Tai'an's energy pattern swirled in his palm as he contemplated whether to eliminate Left E publicly to instill fear among the generals. This scene was keenly observed by Zhuo Chengzi from his lofty perch, who hastily called out, "Gu Qianhu, I beseech you to show mercy." The soldiers below collectively raised their heads. Initially, they believed the mechanical bird had soared too high, which was why they could not hear their general during the standoff. However, it was now evident that their general simply did not wish to speak. Gu Tai'an hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to gesture, slowly lowering Zhuo Chengzi. Yet, due to the earlier incident with Su Sanyang, he remained cautious, ensuring Zui did not come too close to the others. "Father!" Lefty cried out as she rushed forward. "Stay back, Izai," Zhuo Chengzi said, gazing at his only daughter with a complex expression. "Do you remember what I once told you? If ever the day comes when I am no longer here, you must remember to protect yourself." Left E shook her head vehemently, her voice filled with indignation. "But that was on the battlefield. Father is a general. Should he not perish at the hands of the enemy? Must he die at the hands of his own?" Zhuo Chengzi let out a bitter smile. "Politics is akin to warfare. Did you not ask why I have always prohibited you from enlisting? It is because your nature is too innocent. Should you enter the court in the future, you would be devoured until nothing remains. He had once vowed at your mother's grave to ensure you live a safe and sound life. I may have to go back on my word. Do not hold it against me." "Father!" Left E wept, yearning to advance, but was firmly restrained by those beside her. Zhuo Chengzi turned to Gu Tai'an, speaking earnestly. "Gu Qianhu, given the circumstances, I will grant you all that you seek. However, I have but one request. I, Zhuo Chengzi, may perish, but please, spare my daughter a chance to live." Chapter 41. I am right here, awaiting your strike. Gu Tai'an regarded him silently for a moment before responding. "That is not for me to decide. No matter, I kindly ask you to convey my sentiments to the higher authorities, expressing that in exchange for my daughter's life, Zhuo Chengzi will fulfill the emperor's wishes." "Very well." Gu Tai'an nodded. He held no particular grievances against Miss Zui. Although her demeanor was somewhat ostentatious and overbearing, she ultimately possessed a sense of reason. In the past, when Su Sanyang was hidden away by Zhuo Chengzi, her initial response was not to shirk responsibility, but rather to step forward, tirelessly leading searches throughout the city day and night. Gu Tai'an had observed all of this. Had it been another official's offspring, they might have feigned cordiality while secretly plotting against you, which would have been truly detestable. Moreover, he could discern the paternal affection behind Zhuo Chengzi's words. There was no need for him to extinguish the hopes of a devoted father. Harmony benefits all, and mutual needs can be met. If that is the case, let us take our leave. Zhuo Chengzi turned his head away, struggling to hold back tears, fearing that if he hesitated any longer, he would be unable to part with his beloved daughter. Gu Tai'an hesitated no more. With a snap of his fingers, the mechanical bird ascended once again. He then led Tang Tang and others onward towards the city gates. "Gu Qianhu, I was wrong. I truly was wrong." Behind them, Zui broke free from the constraints of those around her, falling to her knees with a thud, her voice hoarse as she cried out, "I should not have shouted at you, should not have looked down upon you, should not have abused my power. In short, the fault lies entirely with me. I offer my sincere apologies, and you may punish me as you wish. I implore you, I beseech you, spare my father. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden. Please, I beg you." Zui repeatedly bowed her head to the ground, her anguished cries pleading for mercy. But Gu Tai'an merely cast a glance over his shoulder before returning his gaze, silently shaking his head. As he had previously stated, this was not a matter within his power to decide. Zui crawled forward on her knees, but could never catch up to Gu Tai'an and the others. As she watched her father retreat further away, despair overtook her, and with her last ounce of strength, fueled by rage and agitation, she shouted, "Gu Tai'an, the day I avenge my father's murder shall surely come. I will kill you." Hearing her words, Gu Tai'an halted his steps. "Tang Tang, cradled in his arms. Softly urged, "Be calm." She understood Gu Tai'an's nature. He would eradicate any threat. However, should he truly take Xueyi's life today, it would not only provoke a potential mutiny among the soldiers behind them, but Zhua Chengzi's ensuing madness and refusal to face judgment upon their return to the capital would be enough trouble for them to contend with. A journey of 100 miles is only half completed at 90. They had already traversed 99 steps. There was no need to falter at the final one. They were all adults now, and it was time to comprehend the gravity of their actions. Gu Tai'an turned back to the already distraught young woman and earnestly advised, "Your father is willing to sacrifice everything for your safety. So I shall grant you one final piece of counsel. In the realm of politics, there is never such a thing as an apology. It is a struggle for survival." He turned away, his silhouette gradually elongated by the rising dawn. Gu Tai'an walked under the sun, raising his hand high behind him, exclaiming, "I am here, awaiting your attempt to kill me." At that moment, a slender purple figure was indelibly etched in Xueyi's mind. News from Liangzhou swiftly reached Fengdu. The instant Master Su received the letter, he rose unhesitatingly from his esteemed position in the Department of Rites, making his way briskly toward the Yangxin Palace. Old servant Su Qingfeng seeks an audience with the sovereign. Even before entering the palace, Master Su began to perform the grand gesture of kneeling. It was not until a maidservant emerged from the hall, offering greetings and blessings, that she announced, "The Son of Heaven requests your presence." Master Su stood, ensuring his demeanor was impeccable, before he entered with a slight bow. Inside the Yangxin Palace, resplendent with gold and jade, wisps of smoke danced. The Empress, reclining on her couch, donned a loosely fitted black and gold robe that appeared exceedingly comfortable. She turned the pages of a tome, while occasionally plucking a fresh fruit from the ice before her and savoring it. "Your Majesty, news from Liangzhou has arrived." Master Su spoke softly, kneeling before the Empress with lowered eyes. "Oh." The Empress's voice betrayed no discernible emotion. Her gaze still fixed upon the book before her as she inquired leisurely, "What is the situation?" "That lad Gu Tai'an has lived up to expectations, publicly capturing evidence of Zhua Chengzi's collusion with traitors in the Tianxia Tower, thereby solidifying the fact that the Liangzhou general's mansion is in league with rebels. The individual is now being escorted back to the capital." "Is that so?" The Empress smiled softly. "He truly does not disappoint me." Su Qingfeng echoed her sentiment with a smile. "Dare I ask, does your Majesty intend to proceed with the next phase of the plan?" "Zhua Chengzi," the Empress murmured, seemingly with a tinge of regret. "He is indeed a talented individual, having guarded Liangzhou for so many years without faltering. It is a pity." Master Su chuckled. "No matter how talented one may be, if they are disloyal to their sovereign, they deserve their fate." The Empress remained noncommittal. Such a national talent, unless compelled by circumstance, she would rather not draw her sword against. However, as Master Su had just stated, no monarch would tolerate a subject whose loyalty was not wholly devoted to themselves, no matter their capabilities. The foremost virtue of a minister must be loyalty, followed by virtue and talent. Reflecting on the present, it had been 3 years since the reign of the Empress, yet the court remained filled with factions like the Fan Party and the Chow Party. This Empress, armed with the dagger of the Jinyui, found herself constrained at every turn, much to her dissatisfaction. What of the 3 great advisors? She demanded governance to stem from her own will. For this, she had spent 3 years lurking in the shadows, biding her time for a stunning revelation. Even if the waves stirred up would ensnare many fish, it mattered not. When the city gates catch fire, the fish in the moat suffer the consequences. Regardless of whether it be water or fire, who truly cares for the demise of the fish? They are but grains of sand slipping through one's fingers. The Empress set aside her tome, lazily stifling a yawn. "I am weary. You may leave." Master Su's expression shifted, instantly comprehending, understood. Chapter 42. There is nothing new under the sun. Fengdu, the foremost city in the realm, stands as the cornerstone of the Grand Dynasty. The city's layout is meticulously designed, with every inch of land thoughtfully arranged. The overall structure consists of 4 concentric cities radiating outward from the center: the Forbidden City, the Imperial City, the Inner City, and the Outer City. The Forbidden City and the Imperial City need no introduction. They serve as the residence of the sovereign and represent the pinnacle of worldly splendor. The Outer City, on the other hand, is more straightforward, housing the common folk and commerce, forming the very essence of the metropolis. With the north-south oriented Zhuke Avenue acting as its central axis, traversing all streets and alleys from east to west. Its bustling vibrancy is evidenced by the presence of 136 markets, attracting visitors from countless nations. As for the inner city, it primarily serves as the residence for court officials or those visiting from afar to pay their respects. There is an old adage that describes the privileged offspring of officials as being raised under the imperial city. Where is the root of the imperial city? It lies within the confines of the inner city, does it not? The four towering city walls symbolize four distinct social classes. Yet, there is little to be done. As this has been the norm for centuries, it is merely a question of whether the walls are visible. Halt. This is a forbidden area of the imperial city. Unauthorized entry is prohibited. The soldiers of the Imperial Guard extended their arms to obstruct the path, their vigilant gazes scrutinizing the slowly halting carriage before them. The coachman, brimming with arrogance, cracked his whip and pointed it accusatorily at the soldiers, exclaiming, "Have your eyes gone blind? You dare stop a carriage from the Grand General's household." The captain of the guard hesitated momentarily, then addressed the occupants of the carriage with uncertainty. "It is our protocol. Every carriage entering the city must be inspected. I implore you not to make it difficult for me." The coachman remained silent, suddenly lashing out with his whip, striking the captain's face with a sharp crack. The sound resonated, immediately capturing the attention of all present. The guards quickly converged, encircling the carriage. However, the coachman remained unfazed. Stepping back to the carriage and lifting the curtain, a burly man with a scarred face emerged, shaking his robes as he stood atop the carriage, surveying the guards from a position of superiority, bellowing, "Are you plotting a rebellion?" The soldiers hesitated, instinctively stepping back. They recognized this man, an adopted son of Grand General Cao Ao, known as the sixth among the 13 protectors, now holding the esteemed title of Qianyo General. Overseeing the Qianyo Guard among the 16 divisions of the Imperial Guard, a fourth-rank official. In other words, he was still considered their superior. "We pay our respects to General Guan," the soldiers said, sheathing their weapons and kneeling on one knee. Guan Xiong, standing atop the carriage, paid them no heed and simply re-entered the carriage, stating coolly, "Let us depart." The coachman cast a disdainful glance at the kneeling guards before driving off, leaving the soldiers to rise, muttering their grievances. Humph, what is he so proud of, just because he is close to the Grand General? Indeed, we are not under the command of his Qianyo Guard. How dare that mere coachman strike our captain? Ah, but the winds of fortune are unpredictable. Who knows when the Jinyui might come knocking? I wonder how they will act then. Enough. No more chatter. The commander of the Imperial Guards furrowed his brow, interrupting their discussion with a sharp reprimand. "Where is this? Beneath the Emperor's feet. Are you unaware that calamity often arises from one's own words?" Even as a victim, the commander refrained from voicing any complaints, silently dispersing the crowd and allowing his subordinates to tend to his wounds. Even within the inner city, residences varied according to the rank of the officials. As one of the 3 chief advisors in the current court, the Grand General was certainly not an ordinary official. The carriage proceeded along its route, finally coming to a leisurely halt after a while. "Ah, General Guan has arrived." The attendant at the entrance appeared quite familiar with him, eagerly rushing forward as soon as he disembarked, exhibiting an extreme degree of servility. "General Guan," he responded, inquiring, "Where is my adoptive father?" "The Grand General is in the garden, currently engaged in a game of chess with Mr. Gu." "Lead the way." "Yes." The attendant guided Guanxiong forward, passing through the waterside pavilion and fish pond, traversing the winding corridors, until they finally reached the garden. Beneath the shade of the trees, 2 men were seated in a stone pavilion, engaged in their game. Guanxiong quickened his pace, kneeling before the middle-aged man, who was over 50, and greeted him, "Adoptive father. Is it the 6th brother who has come?" Cao Ao replied without looking up, merely responding with a cheerful tone. Guanxiong stated, "Adoptive father. I have just received word that Zhuo Chengzi has been captured in Liangzhou." Cao Ao paused momentarily, his hand halting above the board, but soon resumed, responding with a faint smile, "Do not jest. He is the general of Liangzhou, holding a 3rd-rank position. Who would dare to apprehend him?" "It was the Jinyui." Guanxiong replied gravely. "The Jinyui? What reason would they have to arrest him?" Cao Ao's words had scarcely left his lips when he sensed something amiss. Narrowing his eyes, "Do you mean to say that the matter concerning the Tianxia Tower has been uncovered?" Guanxiong did not speak, yet his meaning was clear. The young man sitting before Cao Ao scratched his nose, smiling. "I recall when the Grand General openly proposed in court to replace the Jinyui with the Tianxia Tower. Now, with the Emperor suddenly turning his blade towards Liangzhou, it is not without implications for the Grand General. Xiao Ao toyed with the chess piece in his hand, murmuring, Mr. Gu suggests that the Emperor's action to remove Zhuo Qingzi is aimed at undermining my influence? The young man with the surname Gu shook his head with a faint smile. The term undermine is not quite accurate. He removed a white piece from the board, replacing it with his own black piece. It should be more akin to pruning one's wings, effectively eliminating the general from the game. Impossible. Xiao Ao laughed heartily. The current political landscape is a three-way standoff. Old Fan, myself, and King Zhou. Although Old Fan is the chief minister, he is ultimately aging and could pass away at any moment, unlike King Zhou, who is vigorous and youthful. If the emperor were to eliminate me now, what means would he have to contend with King Zhou once Old Fan is gone? Guanxiong below could not help but interject. Indeed, after all, this is also the territory of the Liu family. King Zhou is the son of the late emperor, the younger brother of the High Emperor. Does that not grant him closer ties? It makes no sense for the emperor to only guard against us. The young man with the surname Gu smiled lightly. The calculations do not work in that manner. Zhou Wang, a figure of empty reputation, was a man of dubious morality, incapable of discerning the virtuous from the unworthy, and thus no match for the empress. Both Xiao Ao and Guanxiong were taken aback by these words. Under the sun, there is nothing new. The situation surrounding Zhuo Qingzi was dire, and the emperor had already secured the upper hand. If the Grand General wished to avoid becoming a pawn, he ought to devise a strategy without delay. The young man of the Gu family casually placed a black stone on the board, observing the game, where the black stones were already beginning to encircle the territory. Xiao Ao, humbled, inquired, Might I ask how I should respond? A glimmer of profound insight flashed in the young man's eyes as he slowly extended two fingers, eliminate Zui's faction, and prepare the troops for what lies ahead. Chapter 43. Though Master Su was absent, the Empress remained. It is often said that Liangzhou is the southernmost land by the frontier. Yet I contend that our own Fengdu is far superior. On horseback, Shangwan Roji languidly stretched, her body brimming with excitement at the sight of the familiar city emerging in her memory. The journey to Liangzhou had not been without its trials, but she had finally returned home. Compared to the quartet that had set out, the number of returnees had notably increased to 8. Aside from the captives Zhuo Qingzi, Ingzi, and Zhu Qing, Xin Yuansa had also accompanied them back. Yes, that very clever fellow. Who would have expected that such a timid and ineffectual scholar would, at their departure from Liangzhou, bravely endure the biting of the mechanical hounds, tears streaming down his face as he chased after them? Remarkable indeed. Upon reaching Gu Tai'an, he clung to him, weeping profusely and refusing to let go. Gu Tai'an, unable to resist, decided to take him back, hoping to find him a suitable position within the Jinyui upon their return. After all, according to this lad's own words, he had no desire for minor officialdom, for there was no future in it. He aspired to the imperial examinations, seeking to emerge with vigor and distinction, to achieve remarkable success, as if stepping into another realm. In summary, he spoke grandly. Yet, when questioned about his accomplishments, he was merely a mere scholar. Nevertheless, the lad remained undeterred, often proclaiming that the worth of a scholar could not be measured by official titles. One moment, he claimed he had overslept on exam day. The next, he boasted he would eventually achieve the top 3 honors. Thus, their journey back to the capital was filled with a joyful atmosphere. All right, we've arrived. Everyone dismount. Gu Tai'an commanded, tightening the reins as he turned to address the group behind him. Xiaotang, you go organize the case materials. Shangwan, find this clever lad a place to stay. Baldy, take the others to deliver them to the imperial prison. The burdensome tasks were distributed among them, reminiscent of a callous leader. This left the trio momentarily speechless, prompting them to ask, And what about you? Me? Naturally. I shall enter the palace to seek rewards for you all, Gu Tai'an replied with a smile. The purpose of risking one's life on missions was precisely for moments like this. He did not dismount, but rather urged his horse onward toward the imperial city. Shangwan turned, thoughtfully stating, I recall that Tai'an left without a map. Will he be able to find his way to the palace? With a casual scratch of his bald head, Wu Xiang remarked indifferently, It's fine. He.s. full of energy, let him run. A sudden sneeze escaped Gu Tai'an, who rubbed his nose and pondered, Who is whispering about me? A headache began to brew, not from the sneeze itself, but from a grave realization. Had he forgotten the map again? Searching his person in vain, he gazed around at the indistinguishable red walls and golden tiles, seeking an exit. Yet finding none, there wasn't a soul in sight. Who could tell where he had wandered? With no other option, he resolved to try a different approach. He bent his knees, preparing to leap. As the saying goes, he who stands tall sees far. Since he couldn't find anything from the ground, he would attempt to gain a vantage point from above. Channeling his true energy to his feet, he propelled himself skyward with the force of a thruster. Just as he readied himself to survey the surroundings, an overwhelming force suddenly yanked him back down to the ground. Ouch! Gu Tai'an grimaced, rubbing his backside as he glared around in anger. Who goes there? Upon the roof sat a young girl, casually swinging her legs, munching on a fruit. Her gaze fixed upon him with serene composure. She appeared no older than 15 or 16, her features delicate as a porcelain doll, her bare feet swaying gracefully, adorned with a red ribbon tied with a bell around her ankle. Most astonishingly, she was clad in the attire of the Jinhui. Taken aback, Gu Tai'an mused. Though he seldom visited the palace, he was well acquainted with the Northern Supervisory Office. He had never encountered anyone like her within the ranks. You're Gu Tai'an from the Qin department, aren't you? Though he did not recognize her, she knew him well, addressing him directly. Has no one informed you that aerial movement is prohibited within the inner palace? Gu Tai'an, taken aback by her reprimand, lost his irritation and inquired. And you are? I am Xiao Linlang, a Qinhu from the Li department of the Jinhui. The Li department, he recalled, was responsible for the emperor's ceremonial guard and the inner defense of the imperial forces, essentially tasked with the personal safety of the empress. The outer perimeter was managed by the imperial guards, while they handled the inner security. It was no wonder she was present here. Yet, he marveled at her youth. How could she already hold the rank of Qinhu? Truly, one must not judge by appearances. Reflecting on the earlier fall, Gu Tai'an had indeed considered resisting. But the force was overwhelmingly dominant, akin to the relentless pull of gravity, a force one could only yield to. It must have been her power at play. He pondered what kind of training she had undergone. As he scrutinized her thoughtfully, Xiao Linlang calmly continued to enjoy her fruit, and an odd equilibrium settled between them. Time passed in silence. The young girl finished the fruit in her hand, then stood up, stretching lazily, and inquired, "Weren't you dispatched to Liangzhou? What brings you back so unexpectedly?" Gu Tai'an, called back to reality, nodded and replied, "Yes. I completed my tasks and came to the palace to hand over some matters to old Su." Old Su? Su Gonggong. Xiao Linlang raised an eyebrow. So, you intend to visit the Directorate of Ceremonial? He is not present. Not present? Indeed, just before your return, he was summoned by the emperor regarding some matters related to the ancestral sacrifices. Is that so? What a pity. Gu Tai'an shook his head, initially hoping to meet old Su upon his return and gain merit to become the commander. Now, it seems he must wait a bit longer. He turned to leave, but Xiao Linlang called out to him again, "Wait." Gu Tai'an turned back. "Is there anything else?" Xiao Linlang jumped down from the eaves and approached him. "Did you not say you were here to hand over a task?" Gu Tai'an paused, "But old Su is not here. Su Gonggong may be absent, but the emperor is present." Xiao Linlang said earnestly, "Do you think I am here in this desolate palace for no reason? By the emperor's decree, I summon Gu Tai'an to an audience. Thus it is proclaimed." Chapter 44. An audience with the sovereign what? The emperor wishes to see me? Gu Tai'an was taken aback, unable to close his mouth in astonishment, urgently exclaiming, "Why would the emperor suddenly wish to see me?" For 3 years in the Jinhui, his highest superior had been Su Gonggong, and he had no inkling of the empress who ruled from behind the scenes, nor her appearance. Why would she suddenly desire his presence? Xiao Linlang shrugged. The decree states thus. If you question me, whom should I ask? Gu Tai'an cautiously inquired. What was the emperor's mood when she expressed her wish to see me? Xiao Linlang pondered. The emperor's emotions are inscrutable. No one can fathom her thoughts. However, do not worry. At the time of this statement, the emperor did not instruct me to secretly summon 500 executioners. So it is likely she does not intend to have you executed on the spot. Perhaps she wishes to commend you for your excellent service. What a simple rationale. Gu Tai'an silently scoffed. This young lady truly holds him in high regard. He is no powerful minister capable of swaying the emperor. For a sovereign of the nation to prepare executioners for an insignificant figure like him seems excessive. Realizing he could glean no more from Xiao Linlang, Gu Tai'an quietly followed her towards the palace, contemplating. If this empress were as capricious as her historical counterparts, prone to fits of rage, what demeanor might ensure his survival? Quickening his pace, it was not long before a resplendent hall appeared before them. This certainly aligns with my stereotypical image of a traditional, dogmatic sovereign, Gu Tai'an mentally remarked. He was unsure of the pleasures of ruling the world, but the grandeur was undeniably ostentatious. In the span of mere moments, he sensed at least a dozen gazes fixated upon him, each imbued with an aura that made him acutely uncomfortable. Yet outwardly, apart from the usual comings and goings of palace maids and eunuchs, there appeared to be no one else present. The atmosphere was deceptively relaxed, yet he could feel an underlying tension, prompting Gu Tai'an to ponder deeply. Indeed, in this era where martial prowess often flouted the law, any individual in a position of power would regard their safety as paramount. Upon reaching the palace gates, Xiao Linlang, having received her orders, pushed open the doors and gestured for Gu Tai'an to enter. Gu Tai'an hesitated, asking, "Aren't you coming in?" To which she replied, "The emperor has not summoned me. I cannot enter." Gazing at the vast emptiness of the hall before him, Gu Tai'an felt increasingly apprehensive. Nonetheless, with no alternative, he steeled himself and stepped inside. Xiao Linlang remained outside, dutifully closing the grand doors behind him. With a resounding thud, the doors sealed shut, and Gu Tai'an felt as though he had unwittingly walked into a trap, yet he pressed on. "I, Gu Tai'an, have answered the summons and seek an audience with the emperor." The hall, devoid of any other presence, compelled him to call out. According to protocol, a subject seeking an audience would traditionally kneel, even in the absence of the sovereign. However, Gu Tai'an, gathering his courage, merely raised his voice. Devoid of any intention to kneel, "I, Gu Tai'an, have answered the summons and seek an audience with the emperor." Not receiving a response, he amplified his voice further. Perhaps the weight of the tense atmosphere dulled his senses, for he was unaware that a tall, slender figure was gradually approaching him from behind, her ruby lips pressed together, a knowing smile gracing her face. "Minister Xiaoanzi." Just as Gu Tai'an was about to continue his call, a melodious voice rang out behind him, accompanied by a delicate hand that playfully patted his shoulder, startling him considerably. Turning around in a flurry, Gu Tai'an was met with a young woman clad in a resplendent black and gold robe, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall, her beauty radiant and reminiscent of a flourishing nation. Taiping. Gu Tai'an recognized her instantly, exhaling in relief, and scolded, "You nearly scared me to death." Taiping responded with a cheerful gaze. How could a distinguished captain of the Qian division, known for apprehending countless martial experts, be frightened by me? "Have you not considered where we are?" Gu Tai'an rolled his eyes. "What if the emperor hears? Where would I go to lament my breach of etiquette?" Taiping blinked, exclaiming, "Do you truly believe the emperor to be such a petty person?" Gu Tai'an, ever vigilant, retorted, "I do not think so. Do not twist my words. To me, the emperor is eternally wise and formidable, unmatched in sagacity. Look at you." Taiping shot him an incredulous glance, clearly discerning his insincerity. "Ah, since you are a talented individual, enlighten me. Why has the emperor summoned me to the court?" Gu Tai'an nudged her playfully with his shoulder while subtly inquiring about his own safety, attempting to coax information from the palace's only female official. However, Taiping pushed him away with a look of disdain, exclaiming, "Enough! Why do you smell so unpleasant? How long has it been since you bathed?" Gu Tai'an rolled his eyes, responding, "I just returned from Lingtong, weary from the journey. Upon entering the city, my first thought was to report back. Where could I possibly find time to bathe?" He had no prior knowledge of the audience with the emperor. He had assumed he was merely meeting with the esteemed eunuch Xue. Given their familiarity, would he really need to bathe for such a meeting? Taiping cast a disdainful glance at him. "Do all men possess such slovenly habits? Come, I shall escort you to the bathhouse." With that, she grasped Gu Tai'an's arm, intent on leading him away to cleanse himself. However, Gu Tai'an hurriedly waved his hands. "No, no, no, the emperor is summoning me. I must wait, otherwise, if he arrives and cannot find me, he might think I am defying his orders." "You needn't worry, the emperor will not mind." "How can you be so certain?" "Because I am." A profound silence enveloped the grand hall. Gu Tai'an snapped back to reality, playfully poking her with a smile. "You're joking. Stop the nonsense and call the emperor over." He scanned the surroundings, attempting to catch sight of a new figure. Yet, as his gaze swept the hall, it ultimately landed upon the woman before him, who was observing him with an enigmatic smile. Gu Tai'an's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Wait, you." Taiping lifted her chin and chuckled softly. "Do you know why I prefer you to address me as Taiping? Isn't that your name?" "Certainly not." Taiping shook her head, striding confidently towards the opulent dragon throne at the center of the hall under Gu Tai'an's watchful gaze. Her delicate fingers brushed against the dragon's scales, and a hint of nostalgia flickered in her eyes. I am called Taiping because I was the youngest legitimate daughter of the late emperor. When he was alive, I was bestowed the title of Princess Taiping. My name is Lu Lingwe. Lu, as in Liu Kanglin. Liu Kanglin, the founder of the great Qi dynasty who quelled the chaos and established a foundation for millennia? Gu Tai'an's eyes widened in disbelief. The realization washed over him. You are the renowned empress of the realm? Gu Tai'an's mind raced, struggling to comprehend the enormity of this revelation. How could it be that his friend of 3 years suddenly revealed she belonged to a lineage of unimaginable wealth and power? No, even the term wealth felt inadequate. To be precise, the entire kingdom belonged to her. You are insufferable. Gu Tai'an gritted his teeth in frustration. They had all been living in modesty, yet here she was, reveling in opulence. Taiping, or rather, the Empress Lu Lingwe, regarded him with a soft smile. Is it truly so difficult to accept? Gu Tai'an shot her a sidelong glance. Are you suggesting my dear friend has just informed me that she is, in fact, my superior, and that from now on, I must bow and pay my respects in utter deference? Do not concern yourself. Let me have my moment of solitude. Observing Gu Tai'an sulking like a petulant child, Lu Lingwe couldn't help but find amusement in his reaction. She stepped forward, hands clasped behind her back, leaning slightly towards him, and gently said, knowing your disposition, I shall allow you to meet the emperor without bowing, if that pleases you. That is not acceptable. Shall I bestow upon you gold and jewels? Do not. A promotion and title? Ah, you are indeed wealthy. Such discernment. Gu Tai'an swiftly donned a smile, exuding excessive flattery as he said, Oh, my dear friend. What are you speaking of? Serving the nation is my duty. Do not make our cherished friendship so rigid. Lu Lingwe cast him a sidelong glance, her feminine charm fully revealed. This fellow had just been ready to turn against her, and in an instant, they were friends again? Men. Meanwhile, within the palace, the two finally met with sincerity. On the other side, the Jinyui's prison welcomed a new guest. Enter. The guard of the Jinyui pushed the prisoner forward, commanding, Here, you are no longer the general of Liangzhou. Behave. Zhuo Qingzi stumbled slightly, but refrained from uttering a word. The victor's write history. He was no longer the formidable third-rank official, the regional governor. A prisoner must possess the mindset befitting his station. Being a wise man, he understood precisely what he must do. With a harsh creak, the prison door locked shut, and the platform ascended, leaving Zhuo Qingzi alone in the pitch-black cell. 17, 18, 19 indeed 19 sounds. Zhuo Qingzi chuckled. He had often heard that to reach the depths of the Jinyui prison, one must silently count to 19. Now, after the 19th sound, only darkness and silence remained in his ears. He wondered how Izai was faring now. Zhuo Qingzi closed his eyes. If there was anyone he was most concerned about in this world, it was that willful daughter of his. It was all his fault for spoiling her, nurturing her into such a domineering character. Without anyone to support her moving forward, how much suffering would she endure? A deep sense of regret welled up within him, not for his own downfall, but for failing to educate his beloved daughter in time. Such is the heart of a loving parent. He hoped that fellow would keep his word. A purple figure flashed through Zhuo Qingzi's mind. He had entrusted Gu Tai'an with the promise to provide everything he and his backers desired, but the condition was that they must protect his daughter. Now that power lay in others' hands, he could only place his hope in their integrity. At that moment, a strange laughter echoed abruptly from the darkness. General Zhuo, instead of relying on new alliances, why not reconsider our great general's estate? Zhuo Qingzi looked up. In the shadows, a figure twisted into view. Too distant to discern clearly, but tall and slender, likely a man. Zhuo Qingzi closed his eyes once more and asked coolly, I did not expect Chao Ao's abilities to surpass my assumptions, even managing to infiltrate the prison. No wonder the emperor wishes to remove him from the position of general. He chuckled lightly, acknowledging that his adoptive father stood atop the mountain, with many viewing him as an adversary. The man in the shadows responded leisurely. Moreover, entering was not as effortless as General Zhuo had presumed. Zhuo Qingzi remained noncommittal, inquiring, I have no recollection of you. May I ask your rank among the 13 guardians? I lack the grand capabilities of commanding troops in battle, only possessing some inconspicuous tactics, so it is understandable that General Zhuo does not recognize me, the man replied with a peculiar grin. Yet, owing to my adoptive father's esteem, I have been placed in the 5th position. 5th. Zhuo Qingzi's tone revealed no fluctuation. To him, the rank was of little consequence. What mattered was that the individual had arrived, signifying that the Grand General was already aware of his predicament. Perhaps the Grand General might contemplate my previous words? The fifth guardian began to circle the metallic cage, his gaze fixed upon Zhuo Qingzi. Instead of negotiating with a mere novice, why not continue collaborating with our Grand General's household? I have been reduced to this state because of your schemes. How can you still have the audacity to discuss cooperation with me? Zhuo Qingzi replied coldly. Long before, I had warned that traitors should not be spared. It would be better to eliminate them to prevent future complications. Yet, he obstinately insisted that I safeguard lives. To this day, the Emperor's strategy has been relentless. Do you think it would cease with me, Zhuo Qingzi? The next in line is Cao Ao. Zhuo Qingzi spoke with chilling indifference, his words devoid of mercy. The Grand General, viewed as immensely powerful by others, appeared differently to him. All his titles and authority had not been bestowed by Cao Ao, but rather earned through his own blood and sweat. In their earlier days, they had served as brothers in arms, fighting side by side at the borders. However, as their ambitions diverged, one pursuing literary endeavors and the other martial, their paths in the military began to separate. Years later, upon their reunion in court, they had both ascended to prominence. Zhuo Qingzi's label as a Chao faction member was more a reflection of their past camaraderie than a strict allegiance. Thus, he had no need to grovel or lose his dignity as a general. The fifth guardian seemed to recognize Zhuo Qingzi's stature, his tone softening slightly. Why must generals be so agitated? Before the emperor's move, everyone believed she merely wished to protest the idea of decentralization by dismantling the Tianxia Tower. Who could have anticipated that this young lady would so decisively draw her sword against you? Had we known this would unfold, the Grand General would undoubtedly have assisted in dealing with those rebels. Zhuo Qingzi snorted disdainfully. At this juncture, what purpose does such talk serve? The fifth guardian shook his head. Though the situation appears grim, it is not entirely devoid of possibilities for a turnaround. Is that so? I am intrigued to hear how Cao Ao plans to regain his footing, Zhuo Qingzi retorted with a cold laugh. Even if you are a minister or a great general, the moment you are accused of colluding with rebels, the consequence is often exile for your entire clan. No emperor would entertain any compromise regarding such matters. They are no puppets. The fifth Taibao remained silent for a considerable time before revealing a barely perceptible smile in the darkness. It is rather simple. All that is required is for the left general to perish. Zhuo Qingzi's hand, concealed within his sleeve, clenched into a fist in an instant. Yet, he gradually relaxed, sneering as he replied, "Is this when you begin to contemplate desperate measures for survival? Alas, I am but a mere general from Liangzhou. I cannot bear such a grave accusation." Why must the left general belittle himself so? The fifth Taibao responded with an oddly cryptic smile. They say that a father can support an entire sky. Even if you do not consider your own well-being, you must think of the fledgling under your wing, mustn't you? Miss Zhuo is now utterly alone. You ought to be able to protect her. You dare to threaten me with my daughter. Zhuo Qingzi's eyes widened in fury as he abruptly surged from the ground, seizing the fifth Taibao by the collar, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "Do you wish to die?" TSK, TSK, TSK. Indeed, he is a general. Even though he is a scholarly general who hasn't wielded a blade for years, this sudden outburst of physical prowess is enough to startle anyone. The fifth Taibao showed no fear, his face adorned with mockery as he raised his hands in surrender. His daughter is his only vulnerability. Though Zhuo Qingzi was ablaze with rage, the rationality of a general slowly calmed him, and he released his grip, coldly stating, "Defying you. The emperor has promised to protect my daughter. She may not come to harm. But if I yield to you, my family will be branded as traitors, facing extermination. I am not foolish enough to make that choice." The fifth Taibao scoffed, speaking half in jest. General Zhuo, being a seasoned official, should well understand that the emperor's sentiments are ever fickle. Today, you may hold some value, and she might align with your wishes. However, when the emperor requires the great general's assistance again, do you not think there will be compromises regarding the accusations? Do not forget, with the esteemed Fan Ji Lao about to retire, should the general be removed at this juncture, how will the emperor contend with the Zhou Wang faction at court? The Zhou Wang is a prince, bearing the surname Liu, and is closer to the throne. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Qingzi furrowed his brow. This indeed was a matter of great concern for him. If the emperor were to take a stand against the Chao faction, merely to sever a portion of it rather than eradicate it entirely, then what the fifth Taibao suggested could very well transpire. An emperor is one who weighs his options most carefully. Not only does this apply to a female emperor who ascended through a coup, but even if it were him, he would never permit one faction to dominate the court. opposing him directly. If that were the case, Cao Ao would likely escape death. With an accusation in hand, the emperor would feel more secure employing him to counter the Zhou Wang, maintaining a balance of power. At that time, should Cao Ao find new value and engage in some retaliatory actions, the emperor might very well turn a blind eye, wouldn't he? Allies cannot be trusted. Kings are even less reliable. Indeed, in matters concerning promises made by others, one must understand that only what one can accomplish holds true significance. If he remains the same general from Liangzhou, why should he hesitate today? Zhuo Chengzi sighed deeply, descending into silence, his lips sealed for an extended period. Observing this, the fifth Taibao offered the poison powder directly, speaking gently. Before my arrival, my adoptive father specifically instructed me that General Zhua, being a comrade of his, shares a bond of life and death. Whatever choice you make, he will accept. However, if General Zhua possesses even a modicum of compassion, the Grand General will forever remember your kindness. By then, Miss Zhua shall become Miss Chao, and the Grand General will treat her as his own, just as he did during her time at the Zhua residence, ensuring that she bears no loss. Zhuo Chengzi gazed intently at the packet of poison powder before him, yet he refrained from reaching out to take it. The fifth Taibao quietly placed the poison on the ground, and then turned, vanishing once more into the shadows. The surroundings fell into a profound silence, leaving Zhuo Chengzi seemingly alone. He sat in a daze, examining the poison powder closely. Consuming it would signify his acceptance of the conditions set forth by Cao Ao. Having known one another for decades, Zhuo Chengzi was aware that Cao was not one to break his word. After his demise, Yizai would indeed be brought to the capital, continuing to be sheltered beneath the wings of the Cao family. Yet, this would also mean that his daughter would lose her freedom. From that moment on, her life and death, her honor and disgrace would be irrevocably tied to the Cao family. Was this truly what she desired? The thought of that spirited girl, who had grown up on horseback, always declaring her ambition to become the Great Qi's foremost female general, being reduced to a mere puppet in the hands of others, caused Zhuo Chengzi to clutch his head, an overwhelming anguish washing over his face. Yet, to abstain from consuming it would be to court uncertainty. As long as Cao Ao remained in power, the day of his resurgence would inevitably come. When that time arrived, could his daughter truly survive the inevitable retribution from the Cao family? A single misstep could lead to eternal regret. Looking back, a century may have passed. Ha ha! Zhuo Chengzi erupted into a wild laughter, teetering on the brink of madness. He tilted his head back and ultimately chose to swallow the poison powder. The moment Gu Tai'an stepped out of the palace gates, he felt the sky was exceptionally blue, and the air was filled with the sweet sounds of birdsong and blooming flowers. This was splendid. Initially, he had believed that his unfamiliarity with the legendary Empress Zhaoshi would hinder him, even with the intervention of Lord Su, who acted as a matchmaker. They might still hesitate to entrust him with the crucial role of the capital's commander. However, it appeared that victory was indeed his. The boss was now my good brother. So what could possibly hinder my future promotions and salary increases? Once he returned, he would marry 2 more wives, acquire a residence in the capital, purchase some land, and raise several children. Truly a winner in life. Gu Tai'an harbored no grand ambitions. This simple agrarian mindset suited his vision of an ideal life. One must admit, when one's spirits are high, everything appears pleasing. Even the previously troubling imperial palace maze now seemed exceptionally delightful in his eyes. Humph, you mischievous maze. You dare to tempt me? Just wait, I shall not fall for your tricks. Even if he emerged only after nightfall, Gu Tai'an felt a profound sense of exhilaration. Home to wash away the day and surrender to slumber. This bustling day had utterly exhausted him. At this moment, he could hardly contain his eagerness to return to the North Town Magistrate's office and share the joyous news with his companions, eagerly anticipating the astonished and obsequious expressions that would adorn their faces. However, just as he reached out to push open the door, preparing to exclaim, he was taken aback to discover that the North Town Magistrate's office was ablaze with light, bustling with officials clad in brocade, each wearing a somber countenance. Even his 3 teammates were among them. What on earth is going on? Why is everyone so spirited in the dead of night? Gu Tai'an approached with enthusiasm, greeting them. Tang Tang glanced up at him, and, after a moment of silence, replied, "There's been an incident at the imperial prison. Zhuo Chengzi is dead." Gu Tai'an's expression froze instantly. Chapter 47. A catastrophe. This is a catastrophe for me. A disruption. This is a disruption for me. A surge of anger ignited within Gu Tai'an. After enduring numerous hardships to bring Zhui Chengxi back from Liangzhou, they had awaited the interrogation to unveil the truth to the public. Now, after having come so far, just a final step remained, and yet he was informed of a death? What did all their efforts amount to? Merely bad luck? Gu Tai'an, with a darkened expression, inquired, what exactly transpired? Shangguan Roji forced a wry smile. The officials from the DUI department have diagnosed that Zhui Chengxi committed suicide by poison. Poison? Where did the poison come from? Gu Tai'an furrowed his brow. When they apprehended Zhui Chengxi, he had been meticulously searched from head to toe. He was as clean as could be. How could there possibly be any poison? Wu Xiang hesitated and shook his head. The specifics remain unknown. As the imperial prison is not under our jurisdiction, the Jin Wei, comprising 8 departments, each held distinct responsibilities. The Qian department oversaw the officials and patrolled the martial world. The Li department managed the emperor's ceremonial guards and ensured the safety of the imperial city. The Qin department was responsible for logistics and military provisions. The DUI department primarily assessed personnel casualties and provided reinforcements to various departments. Meanwhile, matters concerning the imperial prison were traditionally handled by the Jin department. In the past, whenever they apprehended a criminal or required a transfer, it was always coordinated with the Jin department. In other words, since they had already handed over the individual, any subsequent issues fell under the responsibility of the Jin department, rendering their Qian department's involvement negligible. Nevertheless, Gu Tai'an felt a wave of dissatisfaction. If the mission were merely a facade to appease superiors, he could accept it, as it no longer concerned him. Yet now, with the Empress being his friend, her affairs were his own, and friends ought to stand together unconditionally. Zhui Chengxi had been a pawn to counterbalance Cao Ao. Now that Zhui Chengxi was dead, what would become of Cao Ao? Upon reflecting on this matter, Gu Tai'an could not help but exclaim in frustration, are the people of the Jun division merely idling away their time? How could a living person be poisoned right under our noses? Where's Fatty Lei? As a captain of the Jin division, where has he vanished to at such a critical moment? His voice was not deliberately lowered. All present, including members from the Qian division and other departments, could hear him. Among them, of course, were members of the Jin division. A gruff voice soon responded in discontent. What are you shouting about, Gu? Your grandfather is still here. Gu Tai'an turned to face the portly figure that had emerged from the crowd. With a steady gait and a robust physique, the man exuded an imposing presence from afar. Yet, Gu Tai'an showed no fear, boldly pointing a finger at him and retorting, how dare a mere drunkard presume to be grandiose? Fatty Lei squinted, exuding a powerful aura as he coldly demanded, what did you say? I said you are nothing but a useless fool. Did you not hear me clearly? Gu Tai'an mocked. You cannot even safeguard your own territory. If you are not a fool, then who is? You seek your own demise. Fatty Lei roared, suddenly lunging forward like a cannonball. Despite his large size, he was remarkably agile, a true practitioner of physical cultivation. Strength, speed, and defense were undoubtedly his strong suits. Yet, Gu Tai'an, undeterred by superstition, insisted on engaging him head-on. Channeling his energy, he activated the black armor state and met the charge with a punch. The collision reverberated like a thunderclap, sending waves of air that fluttered their garments. But the confrontation was far from over. Finding no advantage with a single strike, both men simultaneously threw punches again. The resounding impact akin to the tolling of a great bell. In a final surge of power, Gu Tai'an managed to force the hefty man back. Humph, you may be a person, but your skills are lacking. With such abilities, how dare you claim to be a master of physical cultivation? Gu Tai'an scoffed, shaking his hand and fixing a cold gaze ahead. Infuriated, Fatty Lei clenched his fists, causing the ground beneath him to crack like a spider's web as he uprooted a massive stone. He spun, hurling the rock with the force of a tornado, akin to a bowling ball launched with precision. As the shadow of the stone loomed overhead, Gu Tai'an stepped forward, drawing his azure-patterned blade with both hands. Channeling his energy, the blade's edge gleamed with a sharp brilliance, effortlessly tearing through the boulder. Utilizing the scattered debris to propel himself, he dove down like a hawk, aiming at Fatty Lei's vitals. Though stunned by the tenacity of his opponent, Fatty Lei understood that yielding today would forever diminish his standing among the other departments. Among the 8 divisions, the Qian division wielded the most power, often regarded as half a step away from command. The other divisions were envious, particularly the leaders of each. All were captains, and who would not desire to ascend further. Thus, both openly and covertly, they contended with the Qian division, with the Jun division being the most fervent. Should they be defeated today, it would not only be a personal disgrace for Fatty Lei, but would also cast a shadow over the entire Jin division, leaving them diminished in stature before the Qian division henceforth. The youth are often filled with fervor. Who can endure such a great humiliation? Thunderous Fatty gritted his teeth, having resolved that even if this young man were to take a piece from him, he would follow up by shattering his teeth. Thus, he refined the true energy within him once more, his muscles becoming increasingly solid, ready to confront the impending strike. Gu Tai'an, unyielding, was equally resolute. Fearing that the strength of the black armor formed by a single line of true energy would be insufficient, he added another layer. With the dual-layered black armor, Gu Tai'an exuded a primal aura, resembling a humanoid beast. Even if Thunderous Fatty's physique was formidable, it ultimately belonged to the realm of humanity. In terms of physicality, how could a human contend with a savage beast? A dull thud echoed through the air. Thunderous Fatty, predictably, was knocked to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Boss, countless guards from the Jun division could no longer remain seated. As the dust settled, Thunderous Fatty struggled to rise, his body swaying precariously, his aura greatly diminished. His face a mask of blood and resentment. In stark contrast, Gu Tai'an leisurely retreated, the hem of his garment slightly soiled. The guards from the Jun division swiftly drew their long swords, eager to rush forward to avenge their leader. However, at that moment, a blue blade streaked through the air like lightning, instantly halting everyone in their tracks. Looking up, they beheld a pair of slender, jade-like legs before their eyes. Tang Tang stood atop the hilt of the sword, her blue and white robe fluttering in the breeze, arms crossed, coldly declaring, "Do you wish to engage in a brawl?" Countless guards from the Qian division similarly drew their blades and advanced, their momentum rivaling that of the Jin division. Observing this, members from other divisions instinctively retreated to a safe distance, none daring to intervene for fear of being swept into the impending conflict. The tension between both parties escalated, clearly indicating that neither would yield. Just as a confrontation seemed imminent, an irresistible force suddenly emerged from the center of the two factions, forcefully pushing the nearly 100-strong group back, re-establishing a safe distance. Such profound true energy, such a commanding presence, swiftly captured the attention of all the experts present. When they turned to investigate, they found a young girl seated atop a rooftop, munching on a fruit, her bare feet playfully swinging. Chapter 48. Do you understand this soft rice you're eating? It was Xiao Linlang. Gu Tai'an recognized her. The very girl he had encountered in the palace earlier that day. She was also 1,000 household from the Li division. Finishing the fruit in her hand, Xiao Linlang stood, stretched lazily, and jumped down from the rooftop. She strolled casually among the crowd, her gaze flitting over the guards from the Qian and Jin divisions, and lightly remarked, "By decree of the Son of Heaven, are you plotting a rebellion?" With just that single phrase, all the guards present nearly fell to their knees, bowing their heads in unison, exclaiming, "We dare not, we bear the death penalty." Only two individuals remained standing. One was Gu Tai'an. There is also the rotund Lei. Xiao Linlang, with her hands clasped behind her back, approached Lei and tilted her head to gaze up at him. To encounter the Emperor's decree is akin to meeting the Son of Heaven. Pray, why do you not kneel? Lei regarded her with a wary gaze. Despite her petite stature, she exuded an aura of considerable danger, one that overshadowed even that of Gu Tai'an moments prior. The members of the Li division were indeed formidable, a reputation well-deserved. After a moment's hesitation, Lei thought to deflect by pointing at Gu Tai'an, attempting to pull him into the fray. What of him? He did not kneel either. But can you compare yourself to him? Xiao Linlang shot him a glance, her tone dismissive. He executed his duties splendidly, earning the Emperor's favor. Hence he was bestowed the privilege of not bowing. And you? What merit do you possess? Suddenly, a tremendous force of true energy erupted from Xiao Linlang. Lei felt as if an immense weight had descended upon him, bending his knees and cracking the very ground beneath him, forcing him to the earth. This spectacle left everyone present in utter astonishment. Not only were they taken aback by the prowess of this elusive captain from the Li division, but they were also struck by her earlier words. What did she mean by the privilege of not bowing to the Emperor? That was a treatment reserved for the 3 great ministers and numerous dukes. What right did this young man possess? Was it merely due to the Emperor's favor? Was he, perhaps, favored by the Empress, destined to live off her bounty? The male members of the Jinyui were nearly grinding their teeth in frustration. They yearned to stand and seize Gu Tai'an by the collar, demanding, "Do you comprehend the implications of this favor? If you do not, allow me to partake in it." Some even harbored malicious thoughts, silently cursing him to suffer the consequences of his indulgence. Alas, despite the Jinyui's title as close ministers to the emperor, it remained a truth that only those in command could truly access the emperor. Even the captains below were seldom granted an audience with him, let alone the ordinary guards and followers among them. Their understanding of the emperor was limited to mere hearsay, which suggested he had risen to power through a coup. Surely, such cunning and skill required substantial life experience. In other words, he must be ancient. The consensus among the assembly was that the emperor must be as old as an old crone. Yet, there was one exception to this belief, Tang Tang. Unlike the others, though she was merely a junior captain, she had indeed laid eyes upon the current emperor. It was a matter of familial connections rather than personal merit. While a mere captain might lack the privilege, the daughter of the prominent Tang family could certainly gain access. It could be seen as a stroke of luck inherited from her ancestors, though Tang Tang herself did not perceive it as such. The young empress, radiant and renowned for her beauty, had taken a liking to Gu Tai'an, and the two could be considered a match of talent and grace. But for reasons unknown, Tang Tang's exquisite visage bore an ineffable silence, perpetually shrouded in gloom. Her gaze, whether intentional or not, lingered upon Gu Tai'an, observing the surrounding individuals kneeling in submission. Xiao Linlang turned to face the crowd and declared, "By the emperor's decree, you shall accompany me to the palace. Remove your fish dragon attire and proceed to the prison." With a commanding gesture, she pointed at Gu Tai'an and the hefty lei, her tone resolute and devoid of any room for dissent. The elite guards of the Li Zi department, upon receiving their orders, swiftly approached and stripped Lei of his fish dragon garb, reclaiming his rank insignia as they escorted him towards the prison. A voice from the crowd, 100 men of the Zhenzi department, could not contain his curiosity. "Without Captain Lei, who will oversee the prison affairs?" Xiao Linlang cast a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "Adjustments within the ranks of the Jinyui are beyond my purview. You ought to inquire with the newly appointed commander of Fengdu." The mention of the Fengdu commander piqued collective intrigue. It had been quite some time since the position had remained vacant. Eyes instinctively turned to Gu Tai'an, and in the charged atmosphere, even a fool would discern the identity of the new commander. Gu Tai'an scratched his face, hesitating. "Well, perhaps I should ponder this a moment?" His initial intention to thrash Lei was merely to vent his frustration, yet he had not anticipated that such wrath would lead to incarceration. With the sudden vacancy of a captain in the Zhenzi department, he found himself at a loss regarding whom to appoint. The perceptive 100-man who had spoken earlier, sensing the shift in the wind, quickly interjected with a smile. "There is no rush. The Zhenzi department can maintain its daily operations for now. Commander Gu may take his time to deliberate." "Commander Gu? Captain Gu?" The stark contrast in titles filled Gu Tai'an with delight as he turned to the man. "What is your name?" The 100-man, elated, promptly replied, "I am Yu Lu, a humble servant of the Zhenzi department." "Yu Lu? Very well, I shall remember that." Gu Tai'an responded with a knowing smile. "I shall now proceed to the palace to meet the emperor." "Commander Gu, please tread carefully," Yu Lu graciously guided him, adopting a humble demeanor. In a mere moment, the second individual whom the crowd wished to silence emerged. "Hey, did he not just say you were not mentioned? What? You truly deserve this. Do you comprehend the flattery you are dishing out? If you cannot, allow me to demonstrate." Not only the genie of the Zhenzi department, but members from other departments also felt regret. Despite their differing affiliations, there had been precedents for cross-departmental promotions. After all, a captain's position was no trivial matter. Only 8 could claim such a rank among the thousands in the Fengdu Jinyui. The gravity of this realization weighed heavily on them. Had they known, they would have forsaken their pride and sought to ingratiate themselves earlier. Who would dare to stand in the way of ambition? While some lamented past choices, others sought to seize the moment. Although Commander Gu had departed, his loyal confidants remained. Some astute genies swiftly approached the three, mimicking the earlier 100-man's demeanor, and began to lavish praise with fervor. "Tang Baihu, it has been quite a while since we last met, and you have grown even more radiant. The twin blades you carry at your slender waist truly exemplify the spirit of a woman who rivals men. And you, Brother Shangwan, have also transformed. After your journey to Liangzhou, you appear considerably more robust, exuding an increasing sense of masculinity. Master Wuxiang, we possess a precious Buddhist scripture procured at a high price. Would you be so kind as to assist us in examining it? Ah, this young lad appears unfamiliar. You must be the new attendant from the Qian department. Am I right? Not acquainted with me? No matter, we shall become better acquainted in due course. Chapter 49. A crime, much like water in a sponge. Speaking of which, I have always been quite curious. What precisely is the essence of the qi you practice? On the road to the palace, Gu Tai'an observed the young girl before him with thoughtful scrutiny. Just moments ago, she had been holding a mere stone plucked from the ground. Yet in the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a fruit. Biting into it revealed a juicy explosion of flavor. Clearly, this was no ordinary sleight of hand. It bore a striking resemblance to the phenomenon of telekinesis. Yet, if it were indeed telekinesis, how could he account for the sensations of repulsion and attraction he had previously experienced? Xiao Linlang turned to glance at him, her expression cautious as she inquired, "What do you intend to do with your inquiries about my abilities? Seeking to steal my techniques? Oh, come now. Even if one were to steal techniques, mastery still requires years of practice," he retorted. Spare me. Others may employ them, but you would not. Xiao Linlang seemed to possess a keen understanding of Gu Tai'an's abilities. With your qi patterns, a mere glance would allow you to replicate any technique flawlessly. Do you think I would dare reveal my skills before you? Thus, the ruse was unveiled. Undoubtedly, it was that old scoundrel Su who had betrayed her. Old Deng was always bending the elbow outward. Gu Tai'an silently cursed, yet his curiosity about the young girl's abilities only deepened. As the saying goes, the more elusive, the more desirable. As the two walked, they engaged in light banter. It must be said that this girl was remarkably tight-lipped. She answered questions readily. Yet whenever the conversation veered towards Lu Lingyue or her own capabilities, she would merely nod and smile. No wonder the Empress felt secure in having her by her side. They arrived at their destination. Xiao Linlang raised the waist token in her hand, passing through the final palace gate, and pointed towards the golden hall ahead. This short distance should pose no risk of losing your way, correct? Gu Tai'an fell into a contemplative silence. He knew little of this girl, yet it felt as if she were aware of every detail about him, even the color of his undergarments. Did he truly possess such a plethora of dark secrets? Had they all been laid bare by this pair in the palace? With a heavy heart, Gu Tai'an approached the Yangxin Hall, feeling as though his once glorious reputation had been utterly tarnished. He pushed open the door. The hall was aglow with flickering candlelight, the air infused with fragrant incense. Lu Lingyue sat quietly at the desk, pen in hand, occasionally marking the documents before her. Not wishing to startle her, Gu Tai'an refrained from calling out, instead deliberately amplifying his movements. Lu Lingyue looked up with a smile and said, "You've arrived? Please, have a seat." She casually gestured towards the grand chair beside her. Within the palace, only two individuals remained, allowing Gu Tai'an to cast aside his reservations. He sank into a chair, quietly awaiting the proceedings, no longer speaking. Lu Lingyue lowered her head once more, diligently reviewing the memorials. The grand hall was enveloped in an unprecedented tranquility. It must be said that a person immersed in earnest labor is indeed at their most exquisite, particularly when it concerns the divine beauty of the illustrious Empress. Even though Gu Tai'an could only catch a glimpse of her profile, he could not help but concede, a figure as refined as jade, unparalleled in grace. A gentle whisper interrupted Gu Tai'an's reverie, as he noticed Lu Lingyue had, at some point, set down her vermilion brush, resting her delicate hand against her chin. Gazing at him with a smile, "Are you tired? Have you drifted off?" Gu Tai'an rubbed his face and smiled in return. "I can hold on a little longer." "That's good to hear." Lu Lingyue gathered the memorials before her and casually inquired, "I heard you got into a scuffle at the Northern Pacification Office?" "Yes. With that rotund fellow from the Thunder Department. Were you victorious?" She did not reproach Gu Tai'an for instigating internal strife, but rather seemed curious about the outcome. Gu Tai'an smirked. "Need I even say? The entire Thunder Department combined wouldn't be a match for me. Is that so remarkable?" Lu Lingyue feigned surprise, her enthusiasm palpable. Although Gu Tai'an felt a surge of pride, he managed to temper his excitement and replied, "If I lacked the necessary skills to be your commander, wouldn't that tarnish your reputation if word got out?" "Ah, I knew I had not misjudged you." Lu Lingyue beamed. Gu Tai'an, feeling the pressure of their conversation, decided to forego idle chatter and address the matter at hand. Zhua Qingzi is dead. The diagnosis from the DUI department indicates poisoning. "Yes, I am aware. Are you not angry?" "Of course I am, but anger does not always need to manifest on one's face, does it?" Lu Lingyue responded with an air of nonchalance. Tai'an was rendered speechless. No wonder Xiao Linlang remarked that her emotions were inscrutable. No one could discern her true feelings. He had previously dismissed this as trivial, but now it was evidently true. Zhua Qingzi's death signified the end of any accusations of collusion with the rebels directed at him. Any attempts to implicate Cao Ao behind the scenes were utterly futile. Their extensive preparations had been in vain. If this were any other emperor, they would have likely lost their temper, slamming the table and demanding retribution. Yet Lu Lingyue remained unfazed, her composure disturbingly serene. What are your next steps? Will you attempt to uncover other charges? Tai'an inquired, gazing at her. In this world, virtuous officials are indeed rare. Those who ascend to such positions of power invariably carry some form of blemish, especially for a minister like Cao Ao, who stands just below the emperor. The web of entanglements behind him must be considerable. With the means of the Jinyue, it should not be difficult to uncover some form of wrongdoing, should it? Lu Lingyue discerned his thoughts and shook her head, saying, there are plenty of accusations such as land grabbing, forming cliques for personal gain, embezzling military funds, and eliminating rivals. However, the issue lies in the fact that such minor offenses may suffice against ordinary officials, but they prove inadequate when confronting a high-ranking minister, especially one like Cao Ao. Back when my father was alive, he had already begun to emerge in the military. Over the past decade, he has accumulated considerable prestige both in court and among the public. Unless the charges are of the gravest nature, like treason, these trivial matters cannot sway him. Tai'an expressed his reluctance. Is there truly no other way? Lu Lingyue remained silent, a smile gracing her lips as she gazed at him. Ah, Xiaoanzi, you have no enmity with that Chao fellow, do you? None at all. Then why the urgency to eliminate him? I wish to do so not because of my own desire, but because you wish it. Tai'an replied, somewhat puzzled yet candid. We are friends after all. Isn't it natural to lend a hand in times of need? Ah, but he is the current general. And what of it? To me, relationships dictate positions. I am not intimately acquainted with that Chao. Even if he were a celestial deity, I would not hesitate to act against him. Chapter 50. She is determined to ascend step by step to the pinnacle. Lu Lingyue's smile deepened, and she sincerely remarked, there is truly something wonderful about having friends. Why? Did you not have friends before? As soon as the words escaped his lips, Tai'an regretted them, realizing his blunder. He cautiously lifted his gaze to gauge Lu Lingyue's expression. Surprisingly, she seemed unperturbed and replied, no. Within the palace, there is only hierarchy and servitude, not friendship. Tai'an was not easily discouraged and pressed further. What about the princes and princesses of your age? Lu Lingyue cast him a glance. My father has many offspring, but most are significantly older than I. During my childhood, my royal brothers were preoccupied with vying for the title of crown prince, leaving little time for their younger sister. Tai'an was rendered speechless. He found it hard to fathom the solitude of a young girl growing up in the depths of the palace, deprived of even a companion to converse with throughout her life. Material wealth does not necessarily equate to spiritual richness. Ultimately, humans are social creatures. A preference for solitude often stems from merely adapting to it. Over the years, it is likely she has endured much loneliness. Sensing the weight of the conversation, Lu Lingyue swiftly interjected nonchalantly. However, I owe much to my royal brothers. Were it not for their teachings, I would not have acquired the political acumen that has allowed me to attain my current position. The world knows her as one who rose to power through a coup. Yet, few are aware that her ascent was not through military might, but rather through the art of exclusion. During the prosperous era of the Qi Dynasty, with a flourishing royal lineage, no courtier would choose to support an inconspicuous princess as the crown heir. Emperor Gaozong would never permit his successor to appear weak in the presence of the ministers. Lu Lingyue's gradual rise to the highest echelons of power was entirely dependent on her cultivation of influence. In other words, behind the fierce struggle among the imperial brothers, her shadow undoubtedly lingered. Death claimed some, others were rendered useless, and those who deserved exile were cast away. Until the emergence of the Witch King, neither the ministers nor Emperor Gaozong perceived any peculiarities. Thus, that fateful night, she acted decisively. With a single arrow, she struck down the unsuspecting crown prince and entered the Wuda Hall, holding his severed head aloft. To this day, Lu Lingyue vividly recalls the expression of sheer horror that adorned her father's face during his illness, a blend of fear, resentment, bitterness, and ultimately, resignation. Yet, she remained indifferent. Raised in solitude, she had cultivated the cold-bloodedness that defined her present self. She intended to force her father into a choice: either kill her and install a distant relative as the emperor, thereby extinguishing their lineage, or declare her the first female emperor in the history of Daqi. She wagered her life on this gamble. That night, Emperor Gaozong contemplated for hours. He remarked on the complexities of court politics, the lurking threats beneath the court's surface, and warned her that ascending to power would be akin to plunging into an abyss from which a woman could not emerge victorious. She countered, "If I cannot win, do you believe those foolish brothers of mine will fare any better? They are mired in intrigue and power plays." In the end, they all fell prey to her machinations. Oblivious to the unfolding truth, she was determined to prove that, even as a daughter, she was the most exceptional of the Liu lineage. She was entitled to occupy that esteemed position. She would elevate Daqi to unprecedented heights following the legacies of the great ancestor and the great founder. Perhaps it was her ambitious spirit that astonished the aged emperor. Ultimately, Gaozong relented. He left behind a decree, naming Princess Taiping as the crown princess. Simultaneously, whether to secure her future or to test her aspirations for power, he appointed 3 regents: the chief minister of the cabinet, the great general, and a royal prince. If his daughter was indeed capable, she would have to navigate these constraints and emerge as a true empress. However, if she proved to be inept, the tripartite checks on power would ensure that the foundations of Daqi remained intact, preventing a weak ruler from leading to its demise. Such was the emperor's final act of care. Liu Lingtong embraced this trial with enthusiasm. After ascending the throne, she spent 1 year consolidating her reign, 1 year in quiet contemplation, and 1 year in strategic preparation. After 3 full years of patient waiting, she finally chose to draw her sword. Yet her first strike was not directed at her most formidable uncle or the chief minister, who was ensnared by the court's factions. Instead, she targeted the formidable general, Cao Ao. The rationale was simple. One was a decaying relic, and the other merely a fade. Neither posed a genuine threat. Only Cao Ao, with his military command and immense prestige at over 50 years of age, remained a formidable adversary. Should he continue to linger in the court, she feared she would remain powerless for the next decade. Furthermore, military power equates to imperial authority. No emperor would tolerate relinquishing control over the army for too long. She recognized that eliminating Cao Ao and seizing control of the military was essential to solidify her position with an iron grip. Initially, it was believed that capturing Zhuoqingxi would yield remarkable results with minimal effort. However, it was unexpected that this seasoned veteran of both battlefield and political arena was far more resolute than she had anticipated. He outright chose to eliminate Zhuoqingxi, opting for a desperate struggle for survival. In an instant, the trail of clues seemed severed, and the path to safety appeared closed. But no, it was not severed. Gu Tai'an gazed at Liu Lingtong, his expression revealing a hint of emotion. Even the most composed individuals exhibit unconscious gestures and subtle expressions that betray their innermost thoughts. Though Liu Lingtong bore a furrowed brow, she was not plagued by worry. Despite her sense of helplessness, she remained unperturbed. "Do you have a plan?" Gu Tai'an directly inquired. Voicing his curiosity, Liu Lingtong smiled softly, ambiguously responding, "Perhaps." "Then do share." Gu Tai'an rolled up his sleeves. Since he regarded the empress as a friend, he felt no need for formality. Whatever assistance he could provide, he would undoubtedly offer without hesitation. This gesture undoubtedly warmed Liu Lingtong's heart, a comfort and assurance her brothers and even her father had never bestowed upon her. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Lingtong slowly articulated, "The reason Cao Ao has succeeded is undoubtedly linked to his high prestige, but more crucially, it is because he commands a portion of the Imperial Guard." "The Imperial Guard?" "Indeed, he controls half of the 12 guards of Fengdu, amounting to over 10,000 troops. What about the remainder?" "Part is with me, and another part is with the King of Zhou." A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Liu Lingtong's beautiful eyes. "Thus, if we were to confront him head-on, our meager forces would stand no chance. What about the Jinui?" "That won't suffice. The Jinui are too few in number, and most are merely peripheral attendants, lacking in experience with bloodshed, making them no match for a regular army." Gu Tai'an pondered the implications and nodded. "So what do you plan to do?" Liu Lingtong pressed her lips together. "Given the circumstances, cunning tactics are of no use. We must act decisively." Gu Tai'an was momentarily taken aback. "You mean to lure him into the palace and eliminate him?" Chapter 51. Zhou Gong fears rumors. Please announce. General Guan Xiong seeks an audience with His Highness, the King of Zhou. At dawn's break, Before the opulent gates of the royal residence, the sixth protector from the Grand General's estate humbly addressed the steward before him. The steward, unassuming, returned the gesture respectfully. Please wait a moment. Soon, the gates swung open, and the steward swiftly reappeared with a gesture inviting. His Highness requests General Guan to enter and converse. Please lead the way. General Guan Xiong entered the royal residence alone, without any attendants. In terms of interior grandeur, the Zhou royal palace was no less impressive than the Grand General's estate. The two walked for some time before arriving at the dining hall. At this moment, Lu Jingli, the king of Zhou, was enjoying his breakfast, casually scooping rice porridge into his mouth, accompanied by stir-fried bean sprouts and coldwood ear mushrooms, relishing the meal. It is said that the prince is untainted by corruption. Seeing it today, it is indeed true. Guan Xiong performed a respectful bow, lightly chuckling as he remarked, were it not for being led into the royal residence, I might have thought I had arrived at some humble abode of common folk. Lu Jingli waved his hand casually, his voice somewhat indistinct. Even the most delectable fare can become tiresome. I must say, emulating the culinary practices of the commoners is indeed quite invigorating. Have you dined? Shall we sit together and partake? I appreciate the kind intentions of the prince, but I have already eaten prior to my arrival. Very well. Then this lonely king shall not trouble you further. Another bowl for me, please. Lu Jingli passed his bowl of porridge to a servant, evidently possessing a hearty appetite. Guan Xiong, refraining from further conversation, adhered to the principle of silence while dining, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the meal. Once the dishes had been consumed, Lu Jingli stood up, and the servants began to orderly clear the tableware. Guan Xiong accompanied him to the grand hall. Lu Jingli turned and seated himself in the principal position, casually raising his hand. Please, sit. The steward approached, having prepared the Juncheon tea, which was served to both the prince and General Qin Yo in bowls filled to 7/10 capacity. While rinsing his mouth with tea, Lu Jingli did not forget to inquire. Might I ask, General Guan, what brings you to this lonely king's residence? Guan Xiong set down his teacup, smiling amiably as he replied, Your Highness, you must have heard of General Zhuo Qingxi's capture and his subsequent detention in the Jinyue prison, correct? Indeed, I have heard. What of it? Zhuo Qingxi is dead. Lu Jingli halted his motion of raising the tea, lifting his gaze with an amused expression as he remarked, Was this your doing? Ah, Your Highness, pray do not jest. Guan Xiong fixed his gaze upon him, speaking with feigned humility. Though Zhuo Qingxi has committed transgressions, until his public trial concludes and his guilt is established, he still possesses the status of an official. To dare to slay a high-ranking minister in court is tantamount to treason. None could bear such a charge. Lu Jingli shrugged. If it were not your doing, then why bring it up? Your Highness, while we did not commit the act, he is indeed one of ours. Guan Xiong regarded the current prince with earnestness, stating, Zhuo Qingxi shared a profound bond with my adoptive father. Now, having betrayed him and colluded with Tianxia Tower in secrecy, his demise may end his troubles, yet it has gravely afflicted our general's household. Haha, since General Chao prides himself on his integrity, what need is there for concern? Rumors can be fearsome. Guan Xiong tugged at his sleeve. What if, in a fit of anger, the emperor were to direct his ire towards our general's residence due to Zhuo Qingxi's affair? Would that not be an egregious injustice? Even Zhou Gong feared the day of rumors, and Wang Meng was humble before usurpation. Throughout history, those who ascend higher attract greater scrutiny. Every word and deed draws significant attention. Thus Lu Jingli comprehended this mindset. However, the veracity of such matters varies from person to person. So what brings you here today? Speak plainly, for this lonely king does not favor roundabout discourse. Lu Jingli set down his teacup, adopting a formal stance for negotiation. Guan Xiong, no longer hesitating, stated straightforwardly, My adoptive father's intention is to seek an alliance with your highness. An alliance? Listening to this almost theatrical vocabulary, Lu Jingli couldn't help but scoff. General Chao has served in politics for 30 years. How can he utter such juvenile words? Regardless of whether there are any reliable allies in the political arena, what does the alliance between the two great ministers signify? Is General Chao tired of living? Guan Xiong, unfazed, explained, An alliance is merely a term. If the prince disapproves, it could also be interpreted as our general's plea for assistance, hoping you might extend a helping hand. A plea for help? For what? Over an unfounded worry? It is always prudent to exercise caution, Guan Xiong remarked noncommittally. From a high vantage point, one misstep could lead to a fatal plunge into the abyss. The reason the general's residence has stood firm in the court for over a decade is due to more than just military prowess. Lu Zhongli toyed with the teacup beside him, pausing in silence before asking, "Why not seek Elder Fan? With the authority of the cabinet." His words carry far more weight than those of a solitary prince. Elder Fan is aged. The older one grows, the more timid one becomes. He would not acquiesce. Guan Xiong replied, raising his gaze with significance. Moreover, in this matter, his influence may well be surpassed by your own, your highness. Lu Zhongli furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What do you mean? What is Cao Ao scheming?" Guan Xiong hesitated briefly before responding. "I recall that among the 12 guards of Fengdu, 3 are under your command. Correct?" Lu Zhongli narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. "In addition, the emperor controls 4 guards, while the remainder is in the hands of our general's residence," Guan Xiong remarked casually. "My adoptive father suggests that we are mere soldiers, unsophisticated in the treachery of politics. It is better to seek stability in our hearts than to believe in verbal promises. With absolute power as our support, when the day of audience arrives, we can stand a bit taller, can we not?" Leaning back slightly, Lu Zhongli cast him a fleeting glance. "Do you understand what you are saying? Do you believe that with just this statement, I could have you killed?" Guan Xiong grinned. "Of course I believe it. When I came today, I did not expect to return alive. If your highness desires, you could have me seized and presented to his majesty. I guarantee there would be no resistance." Lu Zhongli regarded him intently, while Guan Xiong appeared completely at ease, as if he had genuinely prepared for death. "Why should I assist you?" Lu Zhongli closed his eyes, asking his final question. Guan Xiong then stood, bowing inch by inch, and said, "Civil officials value sentiment, while military generals value loyalty. If your highness is willing to lend a hand today, then in the future, should anything be required, the entirety of our general's residence shall be obliged." Chapter 52. Do not let me bear the name of uncle's murderer as the head of the royal family and the emperor's uncle. Now I, the solitary prince, hold a position of great authority. There are few things in this world that I cannot accomplish. What do I have to seek from Cao Ao? Lu Zhongli's gaze remained fixed on Guan Xiong, imbued with implication. Unexpectedly, Guan Xiong did not respond, merely offering a faint smile. "Fortune and misfortune befall us all unexpectedly. When my adoptive father once roamed the battlefield, achieving great feats for our mighty Qi, did he ever anticipate this day of suspicion? To put it bluntly, how can your highness guarantee that you will not become the next great general in the future?" Lu Zhongli chose silence, bowing his head once more to lift the steaming teacup, continuously sipping the hot tea within. Guan Xiong, too, refrained from further words. He had already articulated everything that needed to be said. Now, he simply awaited a reply in silence. Time passed, though how long he could not tell. Lu Zhongli set down his teacup, took up a silk handkerchief to dab at his mouth, and with a faint smile, remarked, "Please convey my regards to the general." A flicker of excitement surged within Guan Xiong, and he restrained his emotions, bowing deeply. "I will certainly deliver your message." With that, Guan Xiong departed. Yet, Lu Zhongli remained seated, his arms resting on the armrests of the grand chair, seemingly lost in thought. At that moment, an aged voice interrupted his reverie. Your highness. Could it be that you were genuinely moved?" Lu Zhongli turned his head to find, unexpectedly, an elderly man had appeared beside him, clad in a crimson palace robe, embroidered with dragon patterns, his hair interspersed with black and white, clearly bearing the marks of age. "What do you mean by that, Master Su?" Lu Zhongli's eyes glimmered subtly as he replied with a gentle smile. "Is this not in accordance with your wishes?" Your highness, you flatter me," Master Su said, lowering his head with a smile. "I am merely an old dog of the Lu family. How could I dare to offer instructions to your highness? Everything is merely the will of the emperor, and I am but a messenger." Lu Zhongli smiled noncommittally, under the guise of maintaining the ancestral shrine. "You have dispatched the empire's foremost expert outside the city, all the while secretly maneuvering to keep me in check within my own estate. My niece certainly has long-term plans. Did she foresee that Cao Ao would not meekly surrender?" Master Su merely smiled faintly. "Your highness, please be cautious with your words." Lu Zhongli shrugged, choosing not to speak further. Master Su stepped closer, extending his hand. "Before this journey, the emperor specifically instructed me to remind you, your highness, to take care of your health, given your frequent ailments. Military affairs are inherently complex and demanding, and your highness's precious body must not be harmed. Perhaps it would be prudent to entrust the command token to me, allowing me to assist you. The command token? Lu Zhongli's mind instantly sharpened, his gaze hesitating as it fell upon the open palm extended before him. Was he seeking the token that would command the 3 elite guards? That represented authority over 6,000 troops. No one understood better than he what the Imperial Guards signified in the court. It denoted absolute power. On the surface, relinquishing the command token might appear as no loss to him, as his allies remained in positions of influence. Yet, in reality, in the realm of politics, allies are often the most unreliable. Only power is dependable. You possess no absolute power as a shield when danger arises. Do not be surprised when those around you scatter like birds and beasts. But from where does power derive? It emanates from the military. If one does not surrender, regardless of how the political situation may evolve in the future, one can still retain a place of security. However, surrendering renders one akin to a fish upon the chopping board, even if one is aware of this truth. The presence of the old eunuch standing nearby renders one incapable of uttering a refusal, for no one understands the deterrent force of this old dog better than he does. Despite being merely a eunuch, he stands as the most formidable force next to the dragon throne. In the days of his grandfather, the illustrious Gao Emperor, this old dog was already chosen as a companion for the crown prince, serving with martial prowess, ever at his side day and night. Later, when his father, the illustrious Emperor Taizong, ascended the throne, this old dog became the undisputed foremost master within the inner palace, though he typically remained inconspicuous. Were it not for the time he witnessed this old dog ruthlessly eliminate all the rebels who dared to storm the palace, he might never have comprehended the extent of this old dog's capabilities. When his father ascended to the heavenly realm, one would have expected him, as a loyal companion, to be dispatched to guard the imperial tombs. Yet, his elder brother, the Gaozong Emperor, insisted on retaining him, utilizing his talents throughout his lifetime. Even on his deathbed, he expressed concern that the emperor he had designated might lack the ability to intimidate the wolves of the court, thus grasping this old dog's hand. He entrusted his heartfelt wishes to him. Now, 3 years have elapsed since the current dynasty's inception, yet this old dog remains steadfast. Even though the empress is still young and lacks formidable authority, he continues to serve her with the same diligence he once bestowed upon the illustrious Taizong and Gaozong. Furthermore, the capabilities of this old dog extend far beyond mere loyalty. The current chancellor, Elder Fan, commenced his career during the reign of the Gao Emperor, ascended to the cabinet during the Taizong era, and became the chancellor during the Gaozong period. His credentials are indeed substantial. However, in comparison to this old dog, he still pales. One must remember that the establishment of the Daqi dynasty is merely a span of 70 years, yet this old dog has existed for over 80 years. In other words, he was already at the side of Taizong even before the Daqi dynasty was founded. He is nothing short of a living fossil of the dynasty. It is precisely because of his presence that even the 3 powerful chancellors, who wield significant influence over the court, dare not oppress the emperor. Such a loyal servant. It is no wonder that outsiders harbor trepidation towards him, shrouding their intentions in secrecy. Does the emperor still not trust his uncle? Though Lu Zhongli feigned laughter, his mind was preoccupied with steering the conversation away. Yet, the cunning eunuch Su was not easily deceived, responding with a smile devoid of warmth. Your Highness is mistaken. It is precisely because the emperor trusts you that he has sent this old servant to clear your name. Just consider, if you were to remain within your residence awaiting the situation to unfold, would that not invite idle gossip? Should an indiscreet official later emerge to accuse you of harboring troops in a time of crisis, what then would the emperor do? Caught between the law of the land and familial ties? The emperor has expressly stated that he does not wish to bear the name of having killed his uncle. The veiled threats were unmistakably clear to Lu Zhongli. At this juncture, despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to obediently command his servants to fetch the imperial token. Presenting it with both hands, and naturally stated, I implore you to convey to His Majesty that the Lu family's reign shall not tolerate treacherous individuals. Chapter 53. Merely the remains of a corpse. Father. The eager Guanxiong, having hurried back from the royal residence, could hardly contain his excitement to share the good news. He rushed to Chao Ao and, unable to restrain himself, knelt and proclaimed, It is done. Oh, has King Zhou truly agreed? So readily? Chao Ao, stroking his chin and beard, chuckled in surprise. Guanxiong nodded fervently, explaining, initially, he was hesitant, but through my patient persuasion and logical reasoning. He was ultimately swayed and is willing to collaborate with you, father. Ha ha ha, my son is indeed a talent of this age. Cao Ao exclaimed heartily, unabashed in his praise. Meanwhile, the young man holding the black pieces smiled lightly and asked Guan Xiong, did King Zhou take the opportunity to propose any conditions? Guan Xiong shook his head, reassuring. Rest assured, sir, everything has proceeded as you instructed. I merely implied that we would assist him in times of need, but I have not overtly promised him anything. The young man nodded in response, smiling. That is excellent. Cao Ao, slapping his thigh, proclaimed loudly, I told you, even if he gains a momentary advantage, the one seated on that dragon throne is ultimately just a young girl, relying on an old dog for support, unable to see beyond the immediate. The young man, however, did not engage, focusing intently on the chessboard before him. Yet Cao Ao continued, you once mentioned that there are two methods of self-preservation, to eliminate the Zhou family and to prepare troops for defense. Now, both strategies are firmly within our grasp. There is no cause for concern, is there? The young man lifted his gaze, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The likelihood of success is high. Yet we still require one final move. Oh, where should this final move be placed? Just as the young man was about to respond, a servant rushed in urgently from outside. Master, a messenger from the palace has arrived with an imperial decree requesting your immediate presence in the palace. To the palace? Now, Cao Ao was momentarily taken aback, casting aside the chess piece in his hand. Did they specify the reason? They only mentioned that there are some ambiguities regarding General Zhu's case, but no specifics were provided. Ambiguities? Although Cao Ao felt puzzled, he dismissed the thought, assuming that the girl would attempt to extract more information from him due to a lack of evidence. He immediately rose to change into court attire for the palace visit. However, the young man seized his wrist, shaking his head. No. Cao Ao turned, perplexed. What do you mean, no? Do not enter the palace. The young man's eyes glimmered with intensity as he spoke solemnly. This is what I was about to discuss with the general regarding that final move. You must not go to the palace. Cao Ao was somewhat bewildered. Why is that? The young man regarded the servant relaying the message with apprehension. The court is a private domain. Even the imperial guards may not intrude without a decree. If the great general were to enter the palace alone, it would tantamount to relinquishing his greatest advantage, entrusting his life and safety entirely into the hands of others. Is this not a path to self-destruction? Upon hearing this, Cao Ao laughed heartily, saying, You are overly concerned, sir. The emperor's summons is merely a routine inquiry. Then the general can feign illness and refrain from attending, insisted the young man of the Gu family, gripping Cao Ao's arm tightly and refusing to let go. Cao Ao merely smiled, gently removing the young man's hand from his arm. That would not be appropriate. Yesterday, I attended court as usual. If today I were to claim illness, how would it reflect on me? Would it not suggest that I, Cao, am a powerful minister who disdains the emperor? A tarnished reputation is far preferable to losing my life. He chuckled. I understand your concerns. You fear that upon my arrival at the palace, the emperor might turn against me and command my capture. Cao Ao continued with a leisurely smile. But what you do not realize is that I, Cao, have served the nation with distinction and earned significant respect. Without a clear accusation, should she attempt to take action against me, how could she justify it to the world? The young man from the Gu family replied calmly, In the game of kings, the victor writes history. If the general were to perish, it would be easy to fabricate a crime. Cao Ao was momentarily at a loss for words, but waved his hand dismissively. Please, rest assured. I have fought valiantly on the borders for 20 years, and I am no mere pretender. Even if force were to be employed within the palace, the only one I would regard with caution is that old hound, now aged and frail. The rest are hardly a threat. Presently, that old hound has ventured outside the city to attend to ancestral matters, and he is not by the emperor's side. Should the emperor choose to turn against me, would I not be able to defend myself? This was the true source of Cao Ao's confidence. He was not like the scholarly generals such as Zhua Chengzi, who, without their shadows, would find themselves at the mercy of others. He had earned his position through the prowess of his sword. To speak frankly, the number of lives lost at his hands would likely surpass those seen by the young maidens within the palace. His previous deference was merely due to the presence of that old hound, who had kept him in check. If it came to a confrontation, none within the palace would stand a chance against him. The young man from the Gu family fell silent, merely observing him. His resolute demeanor left Cao Ao momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Guanxiong, witnessing the tension, attempted to mediate between the two, suggesting, if you are truly concerned, perhaps the general should bring more men to the palace this time? Cao Ao quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. The 13 guardians of the general's manor, many of whom are formidable warriors, would be a wise addition. Lao Lu. Here, sir, came the reply. Summon Lao San, Lao Qi, and Lao Shi. Let them accompany me into the palace. Understood. Guanxiong promptly set off to deliver the orders. Cao Ao then turned to the young man from the Gu family with a smile, saying, these three are all skilled combatants, renowned for their exploits in battle, slaying generals, capturing banners, leading charges, and breaching enemy lines. With their company, you need not worry. The young man sighed quietly, offering no further counsel. Cao Ao believed he had persuaded himself and turned to change into his formal attire. It was not until Guanxiong relayed the message back that he saw Cao Ao, accompanied by 3 individuals, boarding the carriage. The young man with the surname Gu slowly rose and turned to Guanxiong, saying, I kindly ask General Guan to prepare a horse for me. Guanxiong quickly inquired, is it that the atmosphere at the residence is stifling, and you wish to take a stroll? The young man with the surname Gu shook his head and replied calmly, no, I am fleeing for my life. Guanxiong was taken aback and chuckled, do not jest, sir. You are a distinguished guest of our Grand General's residence, greatly valued by my adoptive father. There is no cause for alarm or escape. The young man regarded him and said calmly, the Grand General is on the brink of death. What is there to discuss about the Grand General's residence? It is but a tomb of withered bones now. If we do not flee now, when the Jin Iwei come knocking, escape will be impossible. With that, he left Guanxiong standing in stunned silence and departed. Chapter 54. Startling oneself. Stop. You are approaching the palace's restricted area. Routine inspections are to be conducted. In front of the imperial city, the guarding troops halted the opulently decorated carriage. It was only when the curtain was lifted, revealing Cao Ao seated within, that the soldiers retreated and saluted. We greet the Grand General. Oh, His Majesty has summoned me to discuss matters of state. Allow us passage, Cao Ao stated. Certainly, the Grand General may enter. But the soldiers turned to the 3 individuals surrounding the carriage. 2 men and a woman bore fierce expressions, each armed, instilling fear in onlookers. They are all my adopted sons, registered generals. Rest assured, Cao Ao reassured them. The soldiers exchanged hesitant glances. Well? Cao Ao's eyes widened, and he barked. Are you not going to let us through? Do you wish to delay matters of the imperial family? The soldiers repeatedly apologized, saying, we do not dare. But we have not received any decree concerning these esteemed individuals accompanying you into the palace. Do you not know that I am a minister appointed by Emperor Gaozong? What need have I for a decree to bring my men to meet the emperor? Cao Ao narrowed his eyes, a flicker of wariness rising within him as he recalled the words spoken by Mr. Gu during their time together at the residence. The emperor is so wary of my bringing others into the palace. Could there truly be something amiss? He gazed at the crimson palace walls, which appeared unchanged yet filled him with an inexplicable chill. Just as Cao Ao began to feel a sense of retreat, a soft voice echoed from within the palace walls. Grand General, please hasten to the audience. The emperor is eager for your presence. Everyone turned to see a young girl emerging from the palace, holding a fruit, her bare feet adorned with a red string bell that jingled with each step. It was Xiao Qianhu. Cao Ao chuckled, recognizing her as Xiao Linlang from the Li character division. Xiao Linlang merely nodded before turning to the soldier who had earlier obstructed their path, stating, Foolish one, the Grand General is the pillar of the nation. His carriage is akin to that of the emperor's. How dare you impede him? The soldier, struck with fear, quickly knelt and listened in silence. Turning back, you may seek your punishment at the Department of Justice. Xiao Linlang uttered these words with a calm demeanor before she turned to walk towards the palace. However, after taking just a few steps, she paused, glancing back at the carriage still stationed behind her. General? Cao Ao observed the kneeling imperial guard in silence for a long moment before finally smiling and saying, Lead the way, Captain Xiao. I shall follow closely. Xiao Linlang chose not to say more and continued her forward march. The carriage moved slowly, continuing its journey. Seated inside, Cao Ao felt an inexplicable unease, a lingering discomfort from the earlier commotion caused by the guards. He occasionally lifted the carriage curtain, scanning the surroundings of the palace walls. Everything appeared unchanged. The guards, armed and vigilant, continued their patrols, with no shadowy figures lurking in the darkness, nor any significant disturbances. Ah, I am merely frightening myself. Cao Ao mused as he lowered the curtain, finally feeling a modicum of tranquility. Soon, the carriage arrived at the gates of the Forbidden City. Cao Ao alighted from the vehicle. The need to walk in order to meet the emperor was a privilege reserved for him as a senior minister. Having traveled by carriage this far, the remaining distance was to be traversed on foot. The emperor was currently in the Wenhuo Hall. I would kindly request the general to proceed. Xiao Linlang halted, gesturing for him to go ahead. Cao Ao looked at her, a casual smile gracing his lips. Will Captain Xiao not accompany me? The emperor has not summoned you, Xiao Linlang replied, biting into a piece of fruit, as if recounting the most ordinary of matters. Only then did Cao Ao truly relax. In his eyes, among the notable figures within the palace, aside from the old dog lying beside the dragon throne, this young girl was the most enigmatic. Now that the old dog was assigned elsewhere, and with her not entering, the presence of others near the emperor posed no threat to him. Cao Ao no longer hesitated and stepped forward decisively. The 3rd, 7th, and 12th bodyguards, who had been following closely, prepared to advance as well. Yet, Xiao Linlang, her expression unchanged, interposed herself before them. The emperor has not summoned you either. The 3 men exchanged uncertain glances, looking up at their adoptive father. No worries. You may remain here to accompany Captain Xiao. Cao Ao waved his hand, signaling them to keep a watchful eye on the young girl. Understood. The 3 men nodded in agreement, cupping their fists in response, and instinctively began to spread out, encircling Xiao Linlang at the center. She merely cast a casual glance at them before returning her gaze elsewhere, seemingly indifferent. Cao Ao, not one to lose his way, strode purposefully, quickly arriving at the entrance of the Wenhuo Hall. Please inform the emperor. I, Cao Ao, seek an audience. Please wait a moment, General, replied the maid at the entrance, who offered a respectful bow before turning to announce his presence. Before long, the maid returned with a gesture inviting him in. The emperor requests the general to enter. Cao Ao lowered his head to adjust his attire, ensuring everything was in order before he pushed open the hall doors and stepped inside. The Wenhuo Hall was spacious, serving as the royal library, housing countless rare texts and precious artworks. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted the walls adorned with built-in shelves, filled with an extensive collection of classic literature and historical writings. Cao Ao cast a sweeping glance around him. At that moment, he noticed 2 figures standing before a towering bookshelf, their backs turned towards him. The woman was tall and elegant, her white hair cascading like clouds, casually pinned up. She donned a dark robe intricately embroidered with golden dragons and phoenixes, which swayed gently, the interplay of black and gold enhancing her regal appearance. The man, though his features were obscured, wore a fitted fish dragon outfit that accentuated his tall stature. As he moved, his muscles rippled beneath the fabric, revealing a physique that was nothing short of perfection: broad shoulders, a slender waist, and strong legs. Despite Cao Ao's years in the military, he had seldom encountered a man with such an exquisite build. This fellow must be the one who captured Zhuangzi, right? No, that is not quite right. Given his recent achievements in apprehending rebels, he should now be referred to as Commander Gu, shouldn't he? Cao Ao's eyes narrowed slightly. Yet he maintained an air of composure as he bowed and proclaimed, I, Cao Ao, pay my respects to the Emperor of Deqi. May the Emperor enjoy eternal longevity. Upon hearing his voice, the pair turned to face him. Ah, the general has arrived, Lu Lingwei remarked, as she slowly returned the hefty tome to its place, aided by Gu Tai'an as she descended the cloud ladder. As she passed by Cao Ao, she glanced at his knee, which, although bent, had not yet touched the ground, and jested, I have long heard that the general injured his knee during battles in his youth. I did not expect to find it true today. Cao Ao furrowed his brow inwardly. How could he not perceive that Lu Lingwei was mocking him for not kneeling before the emperor? Such sharp wit. Was she determined to assert her dominance upon her arrival? Chapter 55. Have I truly suffered for wine and lust? Nonetheless, Cao Ao was not one to be easily trifled with. He continued to bend at the waist and replied coolly, in my past battles against the barbarian troops in the southern borders, my knee was injured by their fierce beasts. Upon my return, the late emperor, in his compassion for my toil, granted me the privilege of not kneeling during audiences, merely requiring me to bow. I have now grown old, and regrettably, my memory has failed me. I had forgotten that the late emperor has been gone for 3 years. I humbly request your majesty's forgiveness. As he spoke, he prepared to kneel, but his movement was exceedingly slow, as if bending down posed a great challenge. Lu Lingyue observed this with keen eyes, raising Chao Ao's arm gently with the book in her hands, and smiling lightly. She said, "Enough, I was merely jesting. The general may let it pass. Since even the late emperor granted you the courtesy of a bow without kneeling, why should I trouble a pillar of my nation?" Chao Ao naturally rose, his voice resonating. "I am grateful to your majesty." He then turned to Gu Tai'an, who stood a short distance away, and inquired, "May I ask who this is?" "This is my newly appointed commander of Fengdu," Lu Lingyue replied, glancing back with a smile, beckoning to Gu Tai'an. "Why not greet the general?" "Greetings, general." Gu Tai'an stepped forward, offering a fist salute, yet he did not bend at the waist, his tone curt, as though he was disinterested in further pleasantries. His demeanor was no less dismissive than Chao Ao's earlier perceived disrespect. Lu Lingyue feigned reprimand, saying, "How audacious! The general is a trusted minister of the late emperor. How could you be so discourteous?" Gu Tai'an held his head high, resolutely replying, "According to the laws of Daqi, even when officials serve in the same court, their ranks may differ, yet their treatment remains the same. One may kneel before heaven, the earth, parents, and sovereigns. But there is no principle that obliges one to kneel before superiors. Having already performed a bow, I wonder what further respect your majesty requires of me." "You." Lu Lingyue feigned anger, turning to offer a faint smile of apology to Chao Ao, and with a hint of helplessness, remarked, "This young man is inherently rebellious, daring even to confront me. General, do not take his words to heart." Chao Ao gazed at Gu Tai'an, and after a long pause, he chuckled, "It matters not. Youthful bravado ought to be celebrated. I recall my own days in the army, when I too was rather unruly. It is good that the general can understand." Lu Lingyue then turned and gracefully took her seat at the main position, shaking her robe as she settled down. Chao Ao stepped forward to inquire, "Might I ask, your majesty, what is the purpose of your summons today?" Lu Lingyue tapped her fingers against the book, glancing out at the sunlight streaming through the window, and softly replied, "It concerns the matter of Zhuoqingxi." A flicker of sharpness crossed Chao Ao's eyes, and he hastily bowed his head, prostrating himself on the ground. "I am guilty of death, your majesty." "What do you mean by this, general?" Lu Lingyue feigned ignorance. Chao Ao, adopting a mournful tone, elucidated, "I have misjudged character. I once recommended Zhuoqingxi to the late emperor for the position of general of Liangzhou, intending for him to defend our borders and achieve military success. Little did I anticipate that he would audaciously collude with rebels. This is indeed my fault, and I implore your majesty to impose punishment." Lu Lingyue leaned back slightly, her voice betraying no trace of emotion as she asked, "Did the general have any involvement in this matter?" "I would not dare," Chao Ao replied without lifting his head, "although I did advise your majesty to recruit the Tianxia Tower for the court's service until your majesty's consent was given. The Tianxia Tower remained a rebel entity. Even if it cost me my life, I would not conspire with rebels." Lu Lingyue regarded him in silence, while Chao Ao remained bowed, presenting himself as a loyal minister with a heart full of sincerity. Lu Lingyue nodded slightly, a light smile gracing her lips. "I certainly believe your words, general. Since this matter does not concern you and the individual is deceased, I shall not pursue it further. Though Zhuoqingxi's single misstep has led to a lasting grievance, he has, after all, contributed some merit to our Daqi in his earlier years. Let it be decreed that he is to be given a grand burial, and his title shall be preserved." Chao Ao, with tears in his eyes, expressed, "I, on behalf of the Zhuo family, thank your majesty for your grace." Lu Lingyue remained noncommittal, a playful smile tugging at her lips. It appears the rumors are not unfounded. General, you had quite a good rapport with Zhuoqingxi." Chao Ao wiped his tears and sighed. "I would not deceive your majesty. I indeed shared a bond with the Zhuo family in earlier years, risking our lives together. Although Zhuo has strayed from the path, I still feel a measure of sorrow for him." Lu Lingyue responded with an shifting the topic abruptly. "Speaking of comrades, I recall that you, general, have made your name as a genuine martial figure, establishing yourself through military achievements, correct? I am honored that your majesty remembers. Thus, it follows that your capabilities must be quite formidable, does it not?" Chao Ao hesitated, cautiously lifting his head to steal a glance, uncertain of the meaning behind those words. "Do not be anxious," Lu Lingyue said, clapping her hands. Instantly, the surrounding walls transformed. The bookshelves, once laden with tomes, vanished in an instant. replaced by 8 enormous mechanical statues, silently standing their ground. Each of these automatons towered at 2 meters tall, muscular and imposing, resembling mighty warriors. These mechanical beings were the latest invention of the Jixia Academy. Lu Lingyue explained. It is said that placed on the battlefield, each can withstand the onslaught of 100 foes. Even when faced with the fiercest elephant warriors of the southern tribes, they charge forth unyieldingly. I have long been curious whether such claims are exaggerated. Why not have the Grand General test them for me today? Upon hearing this, Cao Ao's heart raced with alarm, and he was about to refuse. However, at that moment, a resonant hum echoed, and the 8 mechanical figures simultaneously activated, their eyes glowing green as if brought to life. Thud, thud, the heavy footsteps resounded as the 8 automatons descended from their pedestal, their gazes swiftly locking onto Cao Ao at the center. With a buzz, the nearest automaton launched the first attack, its fist descending like a sandbag, mercilessly aimed at Cao Ao's head. Cao Ao's expression hardened. He instinctively sidestepped, raising his arm to deliver a counterstrike to the automaton. Bang! The automaton was unable to withstand the force and staggered backward. Lu Lingyue observed this scene with narrowed eyes, her interest piqued. She had previously tested these mechanical beings, which weighed up to 1,000 pounds, yet Cao Ao had repelled it with a single blow. Such strength truly befits an old veteran of the battlefield. It seems this seasoned warrior is more formidable than I anticipated. Lu Lingyue's fingertips danced beneath her sleeve. Even with her high expectations of Cao Ao, this display was sufficient to reveal the inaccuracy of her previous assessments. Meanwhile, while the Empress was astonished, Cao Ao himself was equally taken aback. He gazed at the automaton, which had merely staggered a few steps back, bearing only an imprint of his palm on its chest. What is happening? Have my years of indulgence diminished my strength? No, that cannot be right. Cao Ao quickly regained his composure. Although he had not been in the military for years, he had never neglected his training, for this was the foundation of his role as a general. It is not that I have grown weaker. Rather, these automata are exceptional. Cao Ao, being seasoned in experience, swiftly discerned the underlying truth, his expression turning vigilant as he observed the surrounding mechanical figures. No wonder this young girl dared to leave that little maiden outside. If any other martial general were here, they might truly find themselves in peril against these 8 constructs. A chill surged within Cao Ao. It seems that what Mr. Gu mentioned earlier at the residence was indeed true. This young girl harbors intentions to eliminate me. Very well, since you are heartless, do not blame me for showing no respect to the late emperor. Cao Ao bellowed, as his upper garment suddenly tore apart, an overwhelming aura bursting forth, coalescing above his head into a dark, ominous blood cloud. The essence of martial prowess manifested itself. Lu Lingyue's gaze grew serious. In the realm of martial arts, although the myriad schools each possess their unique strengths, such as the Taoist's 5 thunders, the Buddhist's 8 divine powers, and the Confucian's eloquent expressions, ultimately, they all operate on similar principles. Yet, there exists one exception, the school of warfare. The martial school does not cultivate qi, it only seeks to kill. Even if one lacks any innate talent on the path of qi cultivation, as long as one possesses the audacity to take a life, one can traverse far along the martial path. This school emphasizes the essence of killing, or rather, the aura of bloodshed. The more lives one takes, the denser the bloodshed aura that accumulates, eventually transforming one into a god of slaughter. Lu Lingyue had encountered numerous practitioners of the martial school, but most merely radiated a faint red light, their killing intent ephemeral and erratic. It was her first time witnessing someone like Cao Ao, whose killing aura condensed into a tangible, oppressive cloud. As for the significance of this killing intent, Cao Ao swiftly provided an answer. He reached into the blood cloud and, with a fierce tug, transformed it into a broad, imposing blade. With a roar, he swung the blade, instantly shattering the mechanical adversary before him, which crumbled into 2 halves, emitting a sizzling sound. But that was not the end. Cao Ao pivoted, wielding the blade like a reaper, relentlessly cleaving through the ranks of mechanical foes. 1, 2, 3. Within mere breaths, the troublesome constructs fell one after another to the ground. With the final stroke, the last mechanical opponent shattered. Just as Cao Ao was about to retract his blade, an icy arrow suddenly shot toward him from behind. Despite the sharp sound of the arrow piercing the air, Cao Ao's reflexes were swifter. He turned and caught the arrow mid-flight. Looking up, he saw Lu Lingyue slowly lowering her dragon-headed bow, her expression grave. "What is the meaning of this, Your Majesty?" Xiao Ao demanded coldly, as he snapped the arrow in two, dragging his blade forward, sparking against the ground. "I have served the great Qi, shedding blood for it. Yet today, Your Majesty seeks to slay me? Such a move truly chills this old minister's heart. Might I inquire, why the treason?" Lu Lingyue's demeanor remained equally cold as she gradually unveiled her dark golden robe, revealing a resplendent suit of golden armor. Drawing her long sword, its blade glimmering red as blood, she proclaimed loudly, "I am the son of heaven. How can I endure the waning of my authority?" The sword of the founding emperor, the armor of the illustrious second emperor. Xiao Ao gritted his teeth, recognizing with astonishment the sword and armor that Lu Lingyue wielded. The Qi Wang's sword and the Fengming armor. Legend had it that the founding emperor wielded this sword to sweep through the realms, quelling chaos and establishing the enduring legacy of the great Qi. Later, the second emperor's governance attracted nations to pay tribute, with each country presenting treasures to forge this magnificent armor. These two objects have long represented the legacy of the great Qigua and are enshrined within the ancestral temple. Yet today, this young girl has chosen to extract them all, willing to risk her life in the process. At this moment, the tension between both parties has reached its zenith. From an observer's standpoint, it almost seems as if one could glimpse their true forms. Behind Xiao Ao, a blood-red, fierce tiger roars, its voice echoing through the mountains and forests. Meanwhile, behind Lu Lingyue, a golden young dragon coils, equally with no path for retreat. Today is destined to be a fierce contest between dragon and tiger. Alas, the emperor is deluded. Xiao Ao's eyes bulged with fury, his voice a heart-wrenching wail. Yet his hands moved without hesitation, swinging the weapon toward Lu Lingyue's head. Just as Lu Lingyue gripped her sword, preparing to fight to the death, a purple figure suddenly flashed and stood before her. The bloodthirsty weapon, forged from fierce vitality, was intercepted by a pair of fists. It was Gu Tai'an. As Lu Lingyue gazed at his tall silhouette, her previously wavering confidence was instantly restored. Be cautious, she thought, her silver teeth biting down as she forcibly restrained her urge to assist, fearing that her interference might only complicate matters. Gu Tai'an offered no further words but fixed his gaze intently on the bloodthirsty weapon held between his fists. The old minister, seemingly unhinged, declared vehemently, "Your Majesty has been deceived by this little one, leading to this misguided intent to harm a loyal minister. But fear not, I shall rid you of this treacherous scoundrel." As he spoke, he exerted even greater force, striving to press the weapon downward. However, Gu Tai'an was not a warrior by profession. In a mere contest of strength, even in his black armor, how could he possibly contend with this seasoned general, who had fought on the battlefield for decades and taken countless lives? The floor beneath him cracked as he helplessly watched his knees buckle, seemingly on the verge of kneeling completely. If a single Qi pattern is insufficient, then I shall add another. Gu Tai'an gritted his teeth, his Qi patterns shifting as he reinforced his physique. Two-pattern black armor. At last, Gu Tai'an possessed the strength to match Xiao Ao, gradually straightening his back once more. "Begone!" he roared, unleashing a punch that struck the weapon pressing down upon him. Xiao Ao was taken aback, stumbling backward. Once he regained his footing, his fighting spirit soared even higher. "No wonder you could defeat the shadow of the three teachings and capture Zhuangzi. It seems I have underestimated you." Gu Tai'an's gaze remained icy and silent, not merely out of disdain for conversing with this old wretch, but due to the unsettling sensation he had just experienced. His fist, upon making contact with the blood vitality, had momentarily lost its grip on the black armor enveloping him. No, this cannot be right. It wasn't a loss of control, rather, it felt as if he could no longer perceive the existence of the black armor at all. Chapter 57, Breaking All Laws. What could be the cause of this? After years of martial exploration, this was a situation he had never encountered before. It is essential to understand that the black armor is not a genuine suit of armor, but rather a form of enhancement targeting one's own physique through Qi patterns. If it is indeed an enhancement, how could one experience a lack of sensation? It is likely influenced by the murderous intent. Gu Tai'an silently contemplated. Solidifying Qi into substance is merely a method within the realm of the average practitioner, not a result of that murderous aura. Evidently, this old man's abilities are far more complex than they appear. Although perplexed internally, Gu Tai'an maintained an outward demeanor of calmness, ready to step forward for a second test. Observing this, Cao Ao swung his heavy blade with great vigor, summoning a blood-red tiger's head that lunged ferociously at Gu Tai'an. Clad in black armor, Gu Tai'an showed no fear as he charged to engage the ferocious beast in close combat. However, the moment his fists made contact with the tiger, his skin was unexpectedly torn open, leaving a vivid gash. How could this be? Gu Tai'an's pupils constricted sharply. His black armor was as solid as city fortifications. Even when standing still, it could withstand blows without leaving a mark. Yet today, this old fellow had breached his defenses with a single strike, injuring him? No, that was not correct. It hadn't been broken. Gu Tai'an quickly discerned the truth. His black armor remained steadfast as ever. Indeed, ordinary weapons could not penetrate its defenses. The injury he sustained was merely due to the fact that the black armor had failed to defend against the incoming attack, or rather, it had been powerless to do so. The murderous aura had swiftly eroded his black armor, allowing the blade's light to wound him. So this is the true function of that murderous intent, Gu Tai'an surmised. But he needed to test it one final time. He extended his hand, and the chi pattern seemed to respond to his will, swirling around his fingertips. In a fleeting moment, flashes of lightning flickered. The five thunder method, thunder palm. Gu Tai'an thrust his finger forward, unleashing a torrent of blinding thunder that surged forth like a rampaging thunder dragon, mercilessly biting towards his opponent. Cao Ao showed no fear. He merely took half a step back, gripping his heavy blade, and slashed horizontally. With a dull thud, the thunderous assault was abruptly halted, visibly dissipating upon contact with the blood-red blade. Indeed, Gu Tai'an's gaze sharpened. He finally comprehended the function of this martial blood aura. In simple terms, it was about one thing: destruction. To dismantle any extravagant form, reverting all states composed of chi, be it attack or defense, back to their original forms. In other words, it is quite ordinary, yet it can render you as ordinary as itself. Thus, neither the black armor nor the thunder technique could inflict harm upon him. In such circumstances, to defeat a martial practitioner, there were no other techniques to employ. One could only engage in a life-and-death struggle. Gu Tai'an surveyed the 8 mechanical figures that lay in ruins around him. It was only at this moment that he finally understood why Lu Lingwe had employed such a strategy earlier. In the pursuit of countering the martial practitioners, it is ironically those brutes scorned by the myriad schools of thought who hold the upper hand. Their formidable physicality is not a result of hastily summoned true chi, but rather the relentless refinement of the vital energies circulating within them, honed day in and day out. Thus, they fear not the bloodlust that could erode their true chi. They do not rely on true chi for sustenance. They let their fists do the talking. Such is the nature of these automatons. With heads of copper and bones of iron, forged through countless trials, they are born as natural body cultivators. Initially thought to be capable of subduing Cao Ao, it was unexpected that all 8 automatons could not withstand even 8 exchanges with him. His strikes were steady, precise, and ruthless, one cut for each opponent. Having spent years as a seasoned general on the frontier, his experience was undeniable. Gu Tai'an straightened his posture, slowly retracting his black armor state and restoring his chi patterns. In the past, he had always been the one to restrain the myriad techniques. Today, however, he found himself on the receiving end of restraint. With blood and slaughter before him, there was no longer any need for futile attempts against a stone with an egg. There was but one course of action to undertake. With a resonant sound, Gu Tai'an gradually drew forth the azure-patterned blade from his waist. Though he seldom employed a sword as a weapon, this particular dagger symbolized his identity as a member of the Jinyui, and thus he always kept it close. Now, it appeared to be the perfect instrument of offense. Gripping the blade with both hands, he resolved not to retreat, despite the loss of his previous advantage. His eyes glinted with cold determination as he issued a low shout and stepped forward. The azure-patterned blade gleamed sharply, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle as it descended upon Cao Ao. Cao Ao, with a cold smirk, did not falter. He deftly rotated his wrist, expertly neutralizing Gu Tai'an's strike at its weak angle, rendering his attack ineffective. "Haven't you eaten enough? Is this all the strength you possess?" Cao Ao countered, his blade sweeping horizontally with formidable force, compelling the young man before him to retreat. Gu Tai'an seized the moment, leaping into the air, twisting his body mid-flight, and striking down once more. The clash of the blood-red blade against the azure-patterned sword produced a resounding echo. This time, propelled by his descent, Gu Tai'an managed to push Qiao Ao back several steps, yet it was evident that he had not inflicted any real injury. Unwilling to concede, Gu Tai'an continued to unleash a flurry of strikes with his azure-patterned blade, seeking to overwhelm the fierce tiger with speed. Each strike created friction, sending sparks flying. For a moment, Qiao Ao found himself unable to counter, forced to retreat step by step. However, to think that mere speed could vanquish a veteran general who had fought bloodily on the southern borders for 2 or 3 decades would be a folly of the highest order. Lu Lingtong recognized this truth as well. Therefore, she decisively drew her bow, aiming her lethal arrow at the two engaged in combat. With a sharp whoosh, the sound of the arrow slicing through the air pierced the tension. Gu Tai'an, in perfect synchrony, sidestepped to evade after delivering his final strike. Unprepared, Qiao Ao was struck in the chest by the sharp arrow, and the ominous blood cloud seemed to dim considerably at that moment. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Tai'an advanced, raising his azure-patterned blade without hesitation, delivering a decisive blow to Qiao Ao's shoulder. Yet, a bizarre scene unfolded. The azure-patterned blade struck Qiao Ao's shoulder, but did not inflict any harm. Even the arrows that had previously struck him in the chest had not inflicted any tangible harm upon Qiao Ao. What a jest! Gu Tai'an's expression shifted noticeably. Regardless of the path one takes in martial arts, whether it be the philosophies of the various schools or the fierce discipline of militarism, we are all fundamentally human. Being human means being susceptible to the wounds inflicted by blades and spears. Even those brutes who pride themselves on their physical prowess would surely bear some marks when struck by an arrow or a sword, would they not? Yet, Qiao Ao appeared utterly unscathed. Chapter 58. I am at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. Who dares to slay me? Soft armor? No, that cannot be right. Even if one were clad in soft armor capable of thwarting cold arrows, how could it defend against a strike to the head? My blade was aimed directly at his neck. Ha 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 ha. Qiao Ao laughed heartily, clamping the azure-patterned blade with his neck, and proclaimed, "Young man, do you understand why the 9 realms of martial arts are simplistically classified into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower? It is because each tier possesses an unequivocal dominance over the one below it. The lower tier cultivates essence, hence the middle tier acquires qi. The middle tier attains qi, allowing the upper tier to attain divinity. The path of qi, no matter how far one traverses, ultimately remains as rootless as a floating weed. Thus, one requires a divine being to continually guide oneself, transforming that rootless weed into a formidable fortress. This is the unique capability of the 3rd tier, the protective vital energy. It is a force that can be deemed absolute defense. At this moment, Qiao Ao's aura was no longer concealed. It was fully revealed. He was at the upper tier. In an instant, the entire Wenhua Hall fell silent. Seizing the moment, Qiao Ao boomed, "I am at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. Who dares to slay me? Who can slay me?" The overwhelming vitality surrounding him seemed to engulf Gu Tai'an. Without hesitation, Gu Tai'an decisively discarded his blade and retreated, distancing himself from this ferocious beast. Observing the unfolding situation, strangely, despite appearing unchanged, Gu Tai'an could sense an ineffable pressure and danger emanating from him. Holding the azure-patterned blade, Qiao Ao exerted a mere fraction of the upper tier's foundation, and the blade was instantly severed into 2 pieces. No matter your extraordinary methods, my blood energy can suppress them. You wish to compete in physical prowess? With my protective vital energy at my side, your middle tier cultivation is but a fool's dream if you think to breach my defenses. Now, even your blade has shattered in my grasp. How then do you intend to contend with me? Gu Tai'an remained silent, his countenance dark and foreboding. The old man was not mistaken. With this blood energy present, all his myriad techniques and powers were rendered ineffective. He could only engage in a life-and-death struggle at close quarters. Yet with the protective vital energy in play, even if he stood there for Gu Tai'an to strike, he would still be unable to breach his defenses. Prolonged, this would surely lead to his defeat. Is this the oppressive sensation of the upper tier? The situation seemed to have reached an impasse. Qiao Ao turned to glance at the road order moon behind him, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he remarked with a hint of amusement, "The old man knows that the emperor has been swayed by this individual, thus momentarily unable to discern loyalty from treachery. No matter, the old man can forgive the emperor this once. Now, take up your bow and, like before when you shot at me, slay this wretch. I assure you, once you step beyond this door, you shall still be the most esteemed sovereign of Deqi." Gu Tai'an turned to gaze at Lu Lingtong, only to find her looking back at him, her phoenix eyes filled with complexity. Gradually, she truly raised the bow in her hand, knocking an arrow aimed at Gu Tai'an. He remained silent, showing no inclination to evade, his gaze steady upon her. In the next moment, the arrow was released, slicing through the air. With a sharp whistle, its intent was not directed at Gu Tai'an, but rather at Xiao Ao. Xiao Ao snorted disdainfully. With the protective energy surrounding him, he had no need to dodge. The arrow approached him, as if halted by an invisible barrier, plummeting to the ground. I had thought you, young lady, would ascend through cunning and prudence, yet today you reveal your own folly. Xiao Ao remarked coldly. Whether it was due to being targeted once too often or the indignation stemming from Lu Lingyue's alliance with this young upstart, his ire was undeniable. However, Lu Lingyue spoke with serene composure, as if recounting the most ordinary of matters. He is my first and only friend in this life. When I ascended to the throne, I faced countless storms, enduring all the pressure alone, yearning to confide in someone. Yet the ministers doubted me, my kin scorned me, the princes belittled me, and even the palace attendants feared me. Though I held dominion over the realm, it felt as though I was the sole inhabitant of this world, until he arrived. Only then did I realize that I was not alone in this vast expanse. I once asked him why he chose to aid me when he bore no grudge against Xiao Ao. He replied, when a friend is in distress, is it not right to stand by them? Do not think that because you are merely a great general, even if you were the king of heaven himself, he would steadfastly stand with me to confront you. Lu Lingyue declared fiercely, akin to an enraged lion. Now, you wish for me to slay my only friend, to cast me back into that desolate world where I am utterly alone. Let me tell you this. Today, it shall be either your demise or mine. With unwavering resolve, Lu Lingyue aligned herself with Gu Tai'an. The Qi Wang's sword in her hand gleamed sharply, and her phoenix armor shimmered brilliantly. Today, it was destined that only one would emerge victorious. Seeing this, Xiao Ao ceased his words, expressionless as he raised his formidable blade. What a pity it would be for a young sovereign to fall prey to a villain's hand, to perish violently. Though I harbor desires for vengeance, I find myself powerless to alter fate. I must heed the sovereign's final wishes and confer with the other two ministers to nominate a new emperor. Even in the face of their joint efforts, he was imbued with unwavering confidence in his ability to suppress them, as he had previously stated within his estate. The only presence that stirred his caution within the palace was that old dog. If that old dog were present, and should he heed the counsel of Mr. Gu, perhaps he would indeed refrain from risking his entry into the palace. However, now that the loyal old dog has been dispatched and is no longer by his side, this young dragon is left to be manipulated at will. A fierce glint flickered in Xiao Ao's eyes as he took the initiative to strike, mercilessly wielding his towards Lu Lingyue. She raised the Qi Wang's sword to block, but even Gu Tai'an could not match the formidable strength of this proud warrior. As a mere woman, despite her training in martial arts, how could she withstand such might? Gradually, under the relentless pressure of her body bent further and further. Just as it seemed Lu Lingyue could no longer hold on, a thunderous roar erupted from her side. I told you to get out of the way. Gu Tai'an surged forward like a cannonball, attempting to forcefully collide with Xiao Ao. Xiao Ao observed coldly, immediately redirecting his strength as the swung towards Gu Tai'an. Xiaoanzi! Lu Lingyue cried out in alarm. Her own abilities had been suppressed by blood energy, rendering her ineffective, and her sword had just been broken. How could she withstand Xiao Ao's strike unarmed? Yet, Gu Tai'an quickly provided an answer, for streams of qi surged forth, piercing into his body like acupuncture, stimulating his meridians to reverse and further enhancing his physique. Since you can dissolve my black armor, let us see if you can dissolve my bones as well. Even though this method might cause irreversible harm to his body afterwards, Gu Tai'an was resolute. For a friend, is it not normal to risk one's life? Chapter 59. In this world of talents, how can you monopolize it all? Clang, clang, clang. Xiao Ao stared in astonishment at the young man, who continually struck with his fists. Was he truly courting death? Gu Tai'an remained silent. His eyes were blood-red, and all he offered in response were relentless punches. Blood splattered onto the invisible protective aura. Though it could not breach the defenses, it unsettled the foundation, causing Xiao Ao to change color. This desperate fighting style inspired Lu Lingyue beside him. Gritting her silver teeth, she followed suit. Whenever Gu Tai'an's fists created an opening, she would not hesitate to thrust her Qi Wang sword forward. As their strengths counterbalanced each other, Xiao Ao found himself truly forced to retreat step by step. However, while this strategy could momentarily seize the initiative, the fundamental disparity between both sides remained. As Xiao Ao had previously stated, since the protective aura dared to claim absolute defense, it could not simply be shattered through reckless abandon. If life were truly so invaluable, why would everyone toil so hard on the path of martial arts? The upper-grade realm could only be broken by upper-grade power. Xiao Ao laughed heartily, his blood energy surging even more, subtly influencing his own will. You are truly impressive. Ever since I left the military camp, I haven't felt this long-lost excitement in ages. But this is still far from enough. Xiao Ao's aura swelled, and a ferocious blood-red tiger roared behind him, manifesting as his external image. He swung suddenly cleaving downwards before him. The sea of blood surged, and with the blade's light, a massive gash was torn open, completely separating the two in front of him. Subsequently, Xiao Ao stepped forward decisively, advancing towards Lu Lingwe with intent to strike. Gu Tai'an's expression changed dramatically, and he promptly exclaimed, "Come." A miraculous scene unfolded. Lu Lingwe's body seemed to be ensnared by an irresistible force, pulling her towards Gu Tai'an just before the blade descended. Gu Tai'an, quick-witted and agile, rushed forward to catch her, embracing her slender waist and bringing her back to solid ground. Confucian maxims? Xiao Ao squinted slightly and remarked nonchalantly, "I did not expect you to be a scholar." In merely one exchange of blows, he keenly perceived that his vital energy could restrain all techniques. Realizing that even the wisdom of Confucian teachings would offer no protection against his blood-bound prowess. Thus, he resolved to control this young emperor. This fellow indeed possessed an astonishingly sharp combat intellect. However, can you withstand it once, let alone a second time? Xiao Ao extended his hand, reaching towards Lu Lingwe as if to seize her from thin air. The crimson aura surged up behind him in an instant. Gu Tai'an intended to shield Lu Lingwe, but alas, the blood energy was cunning. It bifurcated the moment he made contact. One surge struck fiercely against the golden armor adorning Lu Lingwe. Young man, even if you are a rare genius, you must understand that in this vast world, there are multitudes who can match your prowess. Xiao Ao pointed at Gu Tai'an, grinning broadly. In my youth, I enlisted at 16, wielded a blade at 17, took a life at 23, and rose to the rank of school captain due to merit by 23. By 34, I had become a military supervisor, and by 40, I had attained the title of general. Do you grasp the significance of the title general in this realm? How could the world's glory be monopolized by a single individual? Xiao Ao swung his blade once more, the blood light enveloping him like a ferocious tiger preparing to pounce. Gu Tai'an's complexion paled as he pushed Lu Lingwe away, opting to face the onslaught alone. The clash of blade and fist resonated, sending waves of force rippling outward. It appeared that both were evenly matched. However, as Xiao Ao intensified his assault, Gu Tai'an soon revealed signs of fatigue. Finally, with a decisive strike, Gu Tai'an spat blood. His form sent hurtling against the solid granite wall with tremendous force. Xiaoanzi, Lu Lingwe cried out in alarm. She attempted to rush forward, yet was intercepted by Xiao Ao, who wore a mocking grin. Since the emperor is so concerned for this young man's fate, allow this loyal subject to escort the emperor on his journey. With Gu Tai'an no longer able to intervene, Xiao Ao advanced a step, seizing Lu Lingwe's elegant swan-like neck, lifting her effortlessly into the air. It seemed that with merely a modicum of strength, he could dispatch the sovereign of Deqi. Lu Lingwe struggled against her captor, but the disparity in their power was insurmountable. This scene, witnessed by Gu Tai'an from afar, compelled him to muster his remaining strength, striving to rise and charge forth. Xiao Ao tightened his grip on Lu Lingwe's neck, turning around with a sinister smile. Your life is remarkably resilient. You still draw breath? It is a pity you are not within my ranks. Otherwise, with your talents, I would gladly take you as my adopted son. Humph. How could one like you ever be worthy? Gu Tai'an spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes glaring with a crimson hue as he sneered. I did not come into this world to be anyone's dog. How ungrateful. Xiao Ao let out a cold laugh, proclaiming, the situation is settled today. Your demise is inevitable. With that, he raised his formidable blade, striking fiercely towards Gu Tai'an. The bloodlust accompanying the blade was utterly chilling. Gu Tai'an recognized that he could not withstand the assault. Yet, he staggered forward, choosing to advance. In this world, there are certain ideals that transcend the value of life itself. Perhaps it is faith, or perhaps something else entirely. The crimson light enveloped Gu Tai'an completely. He found himself lost within it, feeling his eyes grow increasingly weary, his thoughts sinking deeper. Just as he was about to plunge into the abyss, a gentle voice, as soothing as a spring breeze, suddenly broke through, pulling him back. Child, this is not the time for slumber, it is time to awaken. A figure clad in azure appeared before him. Though her features were indistinct, Gu Tai'an could nonetheless sense her smile, a warm embrace, akin to a gentle spring caress. To withstand for so long against a superior being with your nascent strength is truly unexpected, she remarked, extending a delicate finger to lightly touch his brow. But since you can no longer persevere, allow me to take over the remainder. I shall seek justice for you. A flash of white light enveloped him. Gu Tai'an rose anew, the turbulent, true qi within him, previously agitated due to his damaged meridians, began to calm. His eyes were now profound and reserved, and the flow of energy within him achieved a state of purity. Chao Ao, once again sensing a difference in Gu Tai'an, unconsciously furrowed his brow. During their earlier confrontation, he had sensed that this young man would be difficult to kill. Yet, he never anticipated just how formidable he truly was. He is still alive? Chapter 60, Celestial Level Combat Technique, Possession. It appears your secrets are far more numerous than I had surmised, Chao Ao stated coldly, discarding Lu Lingwei and retrieving the blood-red blade, resting it upon his shoulder. He vaguely felt that Gu Tai'an was somehow different now, though he could not pinpoint how. He had never encountered such peculiar circumstances before. However, in the face of Chao Ao's provocation, Gu Tai'an chose to ignore him, turning instead to look at Lu Lingwei, who lay on the ground. She stepped forward, instantly appearing before him. With the Qi sword and Ming armor, you must be the emperor of this generation of the Lu family, she remarked, her expression a mixture of disdain and scrutiny. Lu Lingwei stood frozen, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Why had Xiao Anzi suddenly failed to recognize her? Had he lost his memory? At that moment, Gu Tai'an merely raised his hand, causing Lu Lingwei to levitate effortlessly into the air. With a flourish of his sleeve, he first disarmed her of the crystalline rainbow sword and the resplendent golden armor she wore. Subsequently, a palm struck forth, the flow of energy tracing intricate patterns that imprinted upon Lu Lingwei's form, manifesting a curse that gradually mended her wounds. You may rest over there, she gestured dismissively, casually casting Lu Lingwei aside. When she regained her senses, Lu Lingwei was astonished to find herself fortuitously seated upon the dragon throne within the hall. With hesitation, Lu Lingwei lifted her gaze. At this moment, even her naivety could not obscure the truth, though the figure before her bore the visage of Xiao Anzi. He was undoubtedly more than he appeared. Despite her uncertainty regarding his motives for assistance, she felt compelled to caution, "Senior, be wary. This individual is a great general of the court, his bloodlust a weapon unique to the military, capable of countering myriad techniques." Bloodlust of the military, you say? Gu Tai'an scrutinized Chao Ao with a nonchalant smile. If he were an ordinary man, such bloodlust might indeed be formidable. But as for a great general, it seems you have wasted your title. Chao Ao's countenance shifted dramatically as he bellowed. Who dares to insult me? With his blade pointed forward, like a ferocious tiger lunging for prey, he prepared to confront Gu Tai'an just as he had dealt with the two earlier. Yet this time, as the fierce tiger lunged towards her, Gu Tai'an merely extended a finger and commanded, "Dissipate." With a sharp reprimand, the energy patterns, akin to embroidered needles, pierced through the tiger's forehead, causing it to explode into a mist of blood and vanish before her eyes. How is this possible? Chao Ao's eyes widened, filled with astonishment and disbelief. He had only ever heard of bloodlust being able to counter myriad techniques, but never had he encountered a method capable of dispelling the military's bloodlust. What sorcery is this young man wielding? The military's bloodlust, at its essence, is but one of the myriad esoteric arts. It is not the path to transcendence. Gu Tai'an spread her arms wide, slowly ascending into the air. Yet my methods encompass all, reaching the very heavens. Observe closely. The final declaration lingered in the air, directed either at those within the hall or perhaps at her own deeper consciousness. She raised her hand. The energy patterns once again transformed, taking on fiery contours that enveloped her body, entering a state of black armor. Behind her, Lu Lingwei felt a surge of anxiety. She had previously witnessed Xiao Anzi employ this technique, yet it had been quelled by that very bloodlust. Why was she now treading the same perilous path? Just as she was about to voice her concern, Chao Ao burst into laughter, I was under the impression you possessed some remarkable ability. Yet it appears you are merely out of tricks. Gu Tai'an remained silent, advancing with deliberate steps. Chao Ao, now devoid of pretense, unleashed his bloodlust once more, aiming to engulf her form. However, the instant the bloodlust approached Gu Tai'an, she deftly sidestepped, allowing it to pass harmlessly by. Chao Ao narrowed his eyes, undeterred, and continued his assault. Yet, no matter how many times he struck, Gu Tai'an's figure always managed to coincidentally evade his attacks until he closed the distance between them. Facing the protective aura that had once posed a significant challenge to her very being, Gu Tai'an unleashed a powerful punch, commanding, "Break." The fist made contact with an invisible barrier. Though the force was not particularly great, a crisp shattering sound resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Had the protective energy been breached? At this moment, not only Chao Ao but also Lu Lingwei behind him widened her eyes in astonishment. No, this was far from a mere punch. It was imbued with the power of Confucian wisdom. Previously, she too had employed a similar fusion of martial arts to shatter my vitality. Chao Ao's expression shifted. Only now did he realize that the methods displayed by this young man, while seemingly consistent with earlier actions, were fundamentally different. They combined the Confucian principle of words manifesting reality with a body-refining technique akin to that of Buddhism. This was not a simple addition. It was a profound intertwining, reminiscent of the ancient unity of the three teachings. If he could effectively integrate the essence of these three schools into each movement rather than merely alternating between techniques, he would undoubtedly not have been so easily defeated by Gu Tai'an. Damn it, what trickery has this young man employed? Chao Ao's mind raged incessantly. His earlier calm was solely based on the confidence derived from his vital energy and protective aura. Yet now, both were rendered ineffective against this young man. Did this mean that from this point forward, the roles of offense and defense had reversed? Reluctant to accept this, Chao Ao relentlessly swung his formidable blade, attempting to regain the upper hand. However, no matter how he moved, he was unable to capture Gu Tai'an's elusive figure. The young man seemed to be right before him, yet every strike he launched was mysteriously evaded. Have you grasped the essence? Gu Tai'an suddenly spoke, seemingly addressing no one in particular. If you have, then I shall conclude my lesson. She raised her hand, and a stream of energy coalesced into an ancient battle bow, with two energy strands materializing behind her, transforming into celestial arms that drew the bow to its full moon shape. The final strand was fashioned into a sharp arrow. The emergence of these four energy strands signified that Gu Tai'an was poised to deliver her ultimate strike. Targeted, Chao Ao held his breath and focused. He ceased to dwell on past grievances and regrets. The instincts of a general allowed him to regain his composure. It's all right. This arrow must be the young man's final blow. As long as he could withstand it, he would remain the great general, revered by thousands. With a roar, Chao Ao embraced the assault like a fierce tiger. Yet regrettably, this arrow was aimed at a ferocious beast. It seemed as though fate itself was at play. Outside the Wenhua Hall, Xiao Linlang clapped her hands and rose, disregarding the three guardians who lay defeated on the ground, their fates uncertain. Instead, she turned her gaze toward the hall, her expression grave. On this day, within the Wenhua Hall, resounding booms echoed. No one knew what transpired inside. Only that from this day forth, General Chao Ao was condemned to death, facing charges of 9 counts of factionalism, 13 counts of insubordination, 8 counts of regressive conduct, 7 counts of corruption, and numerous others, totaling 43 offenses. Chapter 61. How much is the salary for a month? What are you playing with your life? Gu Tai'an felt as if he had just awakened from a dream. In that dream, he had fought fiercely against the current Grand General, ultimately shooting him down with a final arrow. Wait a moment. This does not seem like a dream. Gu Tai'an opened his eyes, gazing at the ceiling above him as memories surged like a tidal wave. He recalled that after suffering a grievous injury, it seemed that the green-robed goddess had taken over his body and had fought on his behalf. How could such a seasoned general, who had fought at the border for nearly 30 years and had attained the upper tier of cultivation, be no match for her? Indeed, I have a mother who wreaks havoc in the realm of humanity. Cough, cough, cough. His excitement caused the wound to flare up again. Gu Tai'an helplessly lowered his head, observing the numerous layers of bandages wrapped around him. His frail body certainly could not withstand such exertion. As he pondered this, the door suddenly creaked open. A figure in blue and white entered, carrying a tray. It was Tang Tang, with long legs and a slender waist, wielding dual blades. Her unmistakable features made it easy for Gu Tai'an to recognize her at a glance. Awake? Tang Tang set the tray down on the table and sat by the bedside, unceremoniously grabbing one of Gu Tai'an's arms. Hey, be gentle. Can't you see I'm still a patient? Gu Tai'an muttered in mild exasperation at her seemingly rude treatment. After confirming his condition was not serious, Tang Tang felt relieved, then glanced at him with a sardonic smile, saying, "You certainly have guts. You dare to engage in a solo fight against a grand general who has been in the upper tier for many years with your mere mid-tier strength? Do you know how the character for death is written?" Gu Tai'an discerned that she was reproaching him for not consulting her beforehand and for acting recklessly alone. To lighten the mood, he half-jokingly remarked, "It wasn't exactly a solo fight, was it? The Emperor was right beside me, after all. What is your status compared to hers?" Tang Tang scolded without reservation. "Just because you were promoted to a mere commandant, you've lost your sense of direction? How little is your monthly salary that you risk your life like this?" Gu Tai'an scratched his face, replying, "It's not about the salary. Shouldn't friends stand by each other? Nonsense." Tang Tang's icy demeanor intensified. "Do you know why emperors often refer to themselves as the lonely and isolated? It is precisely because they trust no one. Do you think the emperor considers you a friend? How many people are in your clan that you dare take this seriously?" Gu Tai'an blinked, feeling a bit wronged as he said, "But she truly is different. You." Tang Tang was so exasperated that her head throbbed, and she could only huff in irritation. "Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you." She then stood up in mild annoyance, retrieving the tray from the table, revealing a pot of well-stewed black chicken soup. She had painstakingly simmered it for several hours, and it exuded a fragrant aroma, beneficial for his recovery. Seeing this, Gu Tai'an immediately scrambled out of bed, eagerly awaiting his meal. Tang Tang shot him an annoyed glance, yet she still settled on the edge of the bed, carefully scooping up the soup with a spoon, blowing gently to cool it, and cautiously feeding it to Gu Tai'an. He sipped it slowly, one small mouthful at a time, until the chicken broth was finished. Tang Tang naturally tidied up the bowls and chopsticks. Gu Tai'an reclined once more, gazing at her silhouette, and suddenly chuckled, muttering softly, "You know, you do have a bit of the virtuous wife and mother air about you, though it's a pity your tongue is rather sharp." "What?" Tang Tang, still engaged in her task, did not quite catch his murmured words and turned back to him with a puzzled expression. Gu Tai'an hastily covered, "It's nothing. I was just asking about Shangguan and the Bald One. Those ungrateful wretches. Their leader has suffered such severe injuries, and they don't even bother to come and visit." Tang Tang replied coolly, "They cannot come." "Cannot come? What do you mean?" Gu Tai'an retorted, "Do you think you are lying in the Northtown office?" At her words, Gu Tai'an was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Isn't that the case?" Tang Tang, slightly exasperated, said, "Take a good look at your surroundings. Is there such opulence within the office?" Gu Tai'an finally realized that he was in a lavish setting, with incense wafting through the air and the bed soft and inviting. "This is the Weiyang Palace, in the Hall of the Peony," Tang Tang explained blandly. "It is the residence of the queens throughout the history of Deqi. Without an imperial edict, no foreign ministers are permitted to enter." Gu Tai'an nearly spat out blood in shock, his eyes wide. "A palace is a palace. What do you mean by the queen's residence? What is a big man like me doing in a queen's chamber?" Just as he was about to rise, a cheerful voice rang out from outside the door. "Oh, I heard our little ancestor has awakened. Is it true? Quickly open the door so we can take a good look." The door swung open once more, revealing the jovial figure of Eunuch Xue, clad in a crimson imperial robe. Holding a whisk, his face beaming with joy, the wrinkles akin to blooming chrysanthemums. He caught sight of Gu Tai'an attempting to sit up and hurried over, urging him to lie back down. "Hurry, young master, don't rush, lie down quickly." Gu Tai'an shot him a sidelong glance, somewhat speechless. "Old Xue, what kind of address is that? What do you mean by young master? Are you here just to annoy me?" Eunuch Xue quickly hushed him. "I wouldn't dare. You see, you are the savior of our master. It is not excessive to call you master. Enough of that. Spare me the theatrics." Gu Tai'an scoffed, "With our friendship. Why are you trying to act so grand? Hurry and help me recover, or I shall grow angry." Eunuch Xue was both amused and exasperated. "You, young man, are truly unaware of your fortune. Do you have any idea how many people are queuing outside wishing for me to address them as master? And here you are, complaining." Gu Tai'an replied nonchalantly, "They are they, and I am I. I did not risk my life for the emperor. I did it for my friend. So there is no need for such gratitude. From this day forth, let us keep our matters separate, shall we?" Unable to resist the insistence of Eunuch Xue, Gu Tai'an reluctantly acquiesced. By the way, is there something you wish to convey today? He inquired, turning his gaze towards him. With a cheerful demeanor, Eunuch Xue replied, There is nothing of particular importance. I merely came to inform you that the Grand General's residence has fallen. The master has ordered the arrest of all his associates. Those who should be exiled will be exiled, and those who ought to be imprisoned will be imprisoned. Gu Tai'an nodded knowingly. He was not surprised by this outcome, for the nature of political strife is inherently brutal. Had the tables turned in favor of Chaoao that day, it is likely that he and Taiping would have met an even graver fate, their very corpses rendered untraceable. With the mountain stronghold dismantled, it was only natural that the remaining hills be leveled in due course. Yet, he pondered, how many lives would this upheaval ensnare? Gu Tai'an inquired softly. Associates are often unreliable. As long as the core members are apprehended, the majority are mere reeds swaying in the wind. For the stability of the court, he wished to avoid a surge in imprisonment that would instill fear among the populace, causing them to suffer alongside the guilty. Eunuch Xue chuckled reassuringly. Rest assured, the master is well aware. Aside from the 13 guardians and a few obstinate military officers, the majority will be treated leniently. That is most agreeable, Gu Tai'an responded. Now, do not dwell too much on these matters. Take your rest, for a rewarding task awaits you. Gu Tai'an was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, what rewarding task? With an enigmatic smile, Eunuch Xue replied, Well, with the Grand General's downfall, surely someone must assist in managing the various affairs of the residence. Chapter 62, Mastering the Sciences. Fearless across the world, Gu Tai'an had been recuperating in bed for 10 days. In truth, by the third day, he had nearly recovered and could have risen. However, Lu Lingyue insisted he rest further, not permitting him to rise until he was completely healed. Even with the recent upheaval of the Chow party, which had rendered the court exceedingly busy, she still found time each day to visit him at Weiyang Palace. Thus, the days passed in a somewhat tolerable manner. After 10 days, Gu Tai'an was finally granted his freedom. Guided by a young palace maid, he made his way to Chang'an Palace and the Yangxin Hall. If Weiyang Palace served as the queen's residence, then Chang'an Palace was where the emperor resided. Together, they symbolized the meaning of perpetual joy. The Yangxin Hall, originally named Zikan Hall, had been renamed during the reign of Emperor Gao due to its cumbersome nomenclature, adopting the simpler title of Yangxin Hall for ease of remembrance. Upon arriving at the entrance, the palace maids eagerly approached, warmly inviting Gu Tai'an inside with radiant smiles. Commander Gu, please come this way. The emperor has been awaiting your arrival. Gu Tai'an, with his sleeves clasped, asked in confusion, Isn't it customary to announce my presence first? That is typically required for others. But not for you, the lead matron gently explained. The emperor has issued a decree permitting you to enter at any time. Gu Tai'an nodded, no longer hesitating, and pushed open the door to enter. The grand hall remains as I remember it, luxurious yet restrained, with fragrant smoke curling from the incense burner, evoking a celestial realm that soothes the heart. Today, Lu Lingyue seems to have finished her memorials and, out of boredom, has taken to playing the tossing game. Whoosh, a short arrow is flung, but alas, it misses its mark. This inadvertently dampens Lu Lingyue's spirits, causing her to pout. Observing the arrows scattered across the ground, none landing in the vessel, Gu Tai'an cannot help but chuckle as he approaches, taking the next arrow from her hand. He stands beside her at the line, gently guiding her movements. Lu Lingyue is taken aback and instinctively turns her head. However, Gu Tai'an does not meet her gaze. Instead, he kindly instructs, Do not look at me, focus on the vessel. Oh, Lu Lingyue obediently turns her head, though for some reason, her heart begins to race. Gu Tai'an takes hold of her wrist, leading her motions forward for a gentle toss. Whoosh, the arrow arcs beautifully through the air, landing perfectly within the vessel. Lu Lingyue is elated, but it does not end there. Gu Tai'an supports her as he swiftly draws the remaining arrows from the quiver. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh, the sound of the arrows slicing through the air follows, and without exception, they all find their target. Lu Lingyue's eyes widen in delight, and she cannot resist turning back to clap her hands in admiration, exclaiming, Incredible! Hee. While tossing arrows is a mere pastime, achieving success each time is no simple feat. Gu Tai'an replies with a smile, pointing to his head. It involves quite a bit of mathematical knowledge, such as the mechanics of parabolic trajectories, applications of fluid dynamics, and the conservation of momentum to prevent the arrows from bouncing out upon entry, along with elastic and inelastic collisions. His incessant chatter leaves Lu Lingyue feeling overwhelmed, and she promptly raises her hand to halt him. Stop, stop. What do all these terms even mean? Gu Tai'an ponders for a moment. You can think of it as knowledge pertaining to mathematics and astronomy. As the saying goes, mastering mathematics and physics allows one to traverse the world without fear. Lu Lingyue's small mind fills with great confusion, akin to deciphering a foreign script. Though she hails from royalty and has encountered mathematical concepts from a young age, her understanding is merely superficial, far from the depth she possesses in literature and poetry. In other words, she is a humanities scholar. Thus, Gu Tai'an does not press her further, merely adding, these principles will certainly find application when crafting mechanisms at the Jixia Academy. If you possess no interest in mechanical arts, it is perfectly fine not to know. Lu Lingyue nods, somewhat confused, uncertain if she has grasped any of it. Gu Tai'an, deciding to change the subject, inquires, I heard you left me a beautiful task? Lu Lingyue snaps back to attention, responding with a soft hum, as she approaches the imperial desk to present him with the decree she had prepared earlier. What is this? He asks. A decree for confiscation. Lu Lingyue casually retrieves the arrows from the ground and continues. Qiao Ao is a great general. Having spent nearly 30 years in the military and more than a decade in the court, amassing considerable wealth. Over the years, he has not only acquired land, but has also enriched himself through empty salaries while commanding troops. Now that he is deceased, all of his possessions shall inevitably be confiscated and submitted to the national treasury. Others' involvement leaves me uneasy. It is better that you go. Gu Tai'an gazed in astonishment at the imperial edict in his hands. Is this truly a splendid task? He recalled the previous Lord Wei, who, after seizing a household, transformed from a lowly eunuch into a wealthy official overnight. This was, of course, due to the collusion with a guard and a high-ranking minister, sharing the spoils together. Yet now, the edict he held explicitly commanded him to lead the expedition alone, without supervision. If he were to plunder, wouldn't the amount of silver he reaped ultimately rest in his hands? Gu Tai'an closed the edict with a contemplative expression and inquired playfully, Do you have such faith in me? Lu Lingyue narrowed her beautiful eyes into crescent moons as she regarded him. Are you pleased? Indeed. I assure you the task will be accomplished, Gu Tai'an declared, thumping his chest before turning to depart, waving his hand. Lu Lingyue promptly reminded, Hey, don't get lost. Would you like me to have someone escort you out? No need. Someone is already waiting for me outside. Very well, then. The sooner you go, the sooner you'll return. She replied with a radiant smile, watching his silhouette until it vanished from view before turning her attention back to the quiver. Whiz, whiz. As she threw, Su Gongong entered the hall, bowing slightly. Returning to the master, the assets of the general's manor have now been fully accounted for. Su Qingfeng knelt on the ground, holding the organized memorial high. Read it. 80,000 acres of fertile land, over 1,000 luxurious residences in the heart of Fengdu, occupying approximately 60,000 acres. More than 100 pawn shops, 30 money houses, all distributed across Fengdu, Jiangnan, Halua, and other affluent regions, with a stockpile of 347,000 taels of silver, 59,300 taels of gold, and an assortment of jade and cultural artifacts, not to mention in total. It amounts to approximately 57,680,000 taels of silver. Upon hearing this precise figure, Lu Lingyue paused in her actions, gazing skyward, murmuring softly, Over 50 million taels? That nearly rivals the annual tax revenue of the nation. Su Qingfeng recomposed the memorial, cradling it in both hands. Qiao Ao's corruption and misconduct have led him to this fate. He truly deserves it. Lu Lingyue remained non-committal, taking the memorial and idly toying with it before suddenly laughing. Tell me, how much of this wealth do you think will eventually find its way into the national treasury? Su Gongong fell silent, pondering deeply without offering a response. Chapter 63. You may attempt the three-blade style hurry. Hurry, over here. Don't stop. Move quickly, you there? The room was filled with dozens of crates, and it was imperative to finish them before darkness fell. The figures clad in brocade busily flitted about the former general's manor. Gu Tai'an sat in the courtyard, his gaze reflecting a mix of awe and contemplation as he surveyed the nearly mountainous stacks of sealed boxes before him. Each one contained precious gold, silver, jewels, and cultural artifacts. It is no exaggeration to say that the loss of even a single item could ensure a common family's financial security for life. The genie Wei of the Qianzi Bureau had been nearly entirely summoned, their numbers exceeding 100, working tirelessly from dawn until dusk. Yet, they had barely made a dent in the task. What more could one desire when possessing such wealth? Gu Tai'an found himself perplexed. Every day, there is braised pork. Every meal features the finest wine. Is this truly the life of a human being? Yet, despite this extravagance, the wealth before them is such that one could feast for 10 lifetimes and still not exhaust it. What more could these high-ranking officials desire? Would it not be more pleasant to retire and live as a wealthy gentleman? If I were in their position, I would have long since succumbed to the urge to gather my belongings and flee. Once one achieves financial freedom, who would willingly choose to work? Tang Tang leaned against the corridor pillar, her voice calm as she spoke. The impoverished all aspire to reach the top, yet those who have ascended fear poverty even more. Once they have truly savored the lifestyle of the elite, they will be loath to relinquish opportunities for advancement to others, for they will perceive poverty as a disgrace. Especially after witnessing many who once shared their prominence, only to find themselves destitute after a single downfall. In such moments, they become fearful, striving all the harder to amass wealth, desperate to maintain their current existence and secure prosperity for their descendants. Gu Tai'an regarded her with mild astonishment. Yet, Tang Tang's gaze remained composed, as if discussing a matter of utmost normality. Perhaps this divergence in lifestyle from a young age has fostered differing perspectives and insights. The Tang family of Jinyang, a prestigious lineage, has been a prominent clan for a century. As the legitimate daughter of the Tang family, Tang Tang has been accustomed to luxury, well-versed in the shadowy dealings that lie beneath the surface of her family's affairs. Conversely, Gu Tai'an hails from humble beginnings. Whether in the past or present, he belongs to the sort of person who has just enough to avoid starvation but cannot afford a life of ease without labor. Thus, his thoughts remain confined to the present, yearning for broader horizons. Tai'an, come quickly. Look at what I have discovered. A high-pitched voice suddenly rang out from the courtyard. Gu Tai'an brushed off his trousers, rose, and followed Tang Tang inside. There, a throng of imperial guards surrounded the center. Their eyes filled with envy as they gazed upon a weapon held by Shangwan Roji. It resembled a sword, yet was not one. It was a broad-bladed knife. Approximately 3 feet in length and over 2 inches in width. Although sheathed, the blade concealed its sharpness. The scabbard was adorned with intricate patterns akin to deep-sea creatures, sending a chill to the touch, a most peculiar sight. Gu Tai'an reached out, taking the weapon and drawing it from its sheath. The sound resonated like a dragon's roar piercing the air, the blade shimmering like cold stars reflected in autumn waters, radiating an icy, ethereal glow. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the swirling patterns of the blade, as if forged from celestial iron through numerous trials. A remarkable blade. A glint of intrigue flickered in Gu Tai'an's eyes. He may not wield a knife himself, yet he could instantly discern its extraordinary quality. Of course, this knife is treasured even by that fellow Chao Ao, who has placed it in a secret chamber. The brothers searched high and low for it, nearly overlooking it. Shangwan Roji explained with a smile. Gu Tai'an sheathed the knife and lifted his chin, inquiring, "What is the name of this blade?" "It is seemingly called Songming Water." "Songming Water?" Gu Tai'an raised an eyebrow. "It is clearly a weapon of great sharpness, yet it bears such a gentle name?" Shangwan Roji interjected, "Oh, what does the name matter? What counts is its utility. Your Qingwen knife was broken in Chao Ao's hands, and this divine weapon is a perfect match for you now." In their conversation, it was evident that he had regarded the item as belonging entirely to Gu Tai'an. However, after contemplating the blade for a moment, Gu Tai'an turned to Tang Tang and said, "Do you not have an affinity for swords? Here, I bestow this one upon you." This unexpected scene left not only Tang Tang in a state of shock, but also rendered the onlookers speechless. It was apparent to everyone that this was a formidable weapon, and yet he was so casually giving it away. Shangwan Roji immediately objected, seizing that Songming Water and holding it tightly, her voice laced with reproach. "Tai'an, are you out of your mind? This sword was specifically selected for you, and you simply hand it over to this little vixen?" Gu Tai'an shrugged nonchalantly, expressing no regret as he replied, "A treasured sword is meant for a hero. I have no need for a blade. The Qingwen sword merely serves as decoration on my person. To waste such a divine weapon would be a travesty. Since little Tang excels in swordsmanship, she should wield it." He reached out, reclaiming that Songming Water and presenting it once more to Tang Tang. "But I already possess 2 swords." She hesitated, making no move to take it. Gu Tai'an pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Then it is fortuitous, You can experiment with a three-sword technique. Who employs a three-sword technique? Tang retorted, feeling as though he was mocking her, casting him a disapproving glance. Yet Gu Tai'an continued unabashedly, why not? I know someone, in the martial world. They refer to him as Lu Sandao. Silence enveloped Tang as she gazed at the exquisite sword presented before her. Truthfully, the imposing blade captivated her. She found herself quite enamored. Yet, considering it was a treasure unearthed by Gu Tai'an, its worth was considerable. Accepting it stirred a sense of discomfort within her. Nevertheless, Gu Tai'an was indifferent to such trivialities. The exchange between friends was a natural occurrence, and there was no need for excessive scruples. Thus, when faced with her reluctance, he firmly pressed the sword into her embrace, exclaiming, "Take it if I give it to you. Stop hesitating like a woman." Feeling a bit aggrieved, Tang looked up. "But I am a woman. I do not want it," she insisted. Gu Tai'an, feigning irritation, extended his hand towards her. Yet, Tang blinked, cradling the Songming water as if it were a cherished treasure, softly whispering, "Thank you." How pretentious, Gu Tai'an scoffed, rolling his eyes before shifting his attention to several wooden boxes of varying designs, curiosity piquing as he approached to inquire, "What lies within these boxes? Why have they been crafted from preservative wood?" Muttering a silent prayer, the unfathomable RumoredBeau replied, "What resides within are not gold or jewels, but land deeds and property contracts. Hence the choice of camphor wood for the boxes." Land deeds and property contracts? Gu Tai'an's immediate reaction was one of astonishment. After all, a property deed is merely a piece of paper. How substantial could it be? How much weight could it possibly carry? Yet here they were, utilizing several entire boxes to contain them. Chapter 64. How to attain a vast mansion with thousands of rooms. Gu Tai'an removed a nearby copper lock, lifting the lid to reveal a dense layering of rice paper, inked in black, each document meticulously recorded and distinctly legible. In the 11th year of the reign of Emperor Gaozong, in the month of March, 300 acres of fertile land on the outskirts of the city were acquired at the cost of 8 taels of silver. In the 6th month of the 15th year, General Qian Niu presented 3 luxurious residences located to the west of the city. In the 12th month of the 1st year of the Zhao era, the wealthy merchant Li found himself in a financial bind and mortgaged 10 shops in the marketplace, promising to repay within 6 months. Gu Tai'an's countenance grew increasingly somber. Eventually, he could no longer bear to witness the situation and tossed all the land and property deeds back into the box. The surrounding attendants, clad in fine garments, fell silent, uncertain of the cause behind their leader's profound anger. It was Tang who dared to speak, softly inquiring, "Are you dissatisfied?" Gu Tai'an seized the nearest land deed, gritting his teeth as he pointed to its contents. "Take a look for yourself. 300 acres of fertile land. What does that signify? 1 acre is equivalent to 100 mu. 300 acres amounts to 30,000 mu. 30,000 mu of arable land. How much sustenance does that represent for countless families? How could this Chao fellow have acquired it for a mere 8 taels of silver?" He was aware that Chao Ao had held power for many years and must possess some ill-gotten wealth. However, he never anticipated the depths of its corruption. 30,000 mu of fertile land for just 8 taels of silver. What difference is there from extortion? And this does not even account for the other luxurious residences and shops. Behind this fade of prosperity, how many innocent families must suffer devastation? On what grounds does he claim this? Simply because he had rendered service to the Qi years ago? Had he forgotten why their forebears shed blood? What does this signify? Has the dragon-slaying hero become a dragon himself? Gu Tai'an, incensed, could no longer stand and collapsed onto a wooden box. Initially, he had felt a sense of joy at the prospect of seizing Chao's estate, believing he could finally partake in the spoils of officialdom. Yet now, it appeared that every tael of silver bore the stain of blood. He never considered himself a paragon of selflessness. He too cherished wealth. Thus, in the past, he had kept the spoils from his missions for his own gain. But today, he dared not take a single coin from this hoard. To do so would invite an unsettling conscience and haunt him with nightmares. Meanwhile, his attendants had completed an inventory of all the assets, submitting the report for his review. Gu Tai'an rubbed his temples, feeling too weary to engage. Tang reluctantly took on the task, and, upon opening the report, fell into silence as well. The total? Converted to silver, it amounted to approximately 57,768,000 taels. This figure undoubtedly astonished everyone present. Among them were those of noble birth and those of humble origins. Yet regardless of their backgrounds, None had ever seen, let alone heard of, such an immense sum. Over 50 million taels. This was nearly equivalent to the annual tax revenue of the state. Yet now, it was merely the private fortune of the Chao family. Gu Tai'an gazed upon the wealth surrounding him. His initial elation dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of foreboding. Chao Ao was the first, but would he be the last? Among the three chief ministers, he was but one. The others, Elder Fan, the Grand Secretary, had held power for 40 years. The royal family, their kin, loomed large. In the realm of influence, it could be argued that General Chao Ao is perhaps the weakest among them. If he possesses such considerable wealth, what of the other two? Gu Tai'an dared not ponder further. He rose to his feet, casting a bewildered gaze around, and inquired, "What do you think? Is this so-called flourishing era of Dachi truly a prosperity for every household, or merely a fade for a select few in positions of power?" His words caused an immediate shift in the countenance of those present. Tang Tang could not restrain a sharp retort. "Be quiet. Do you wish for your own demise?" The identity of the Genie Wei was inherently sensitive, causing officials to regard it with trepidation, particularly for Gu Tai'an, a newly appointed commander of Fengdu, standing at the forefront of scrutiny. Should his words be disseminated by those with ulterior motives, he would undoubtedly face a barrage of criticism from numerous officials. At that juncture, even the emperor would have to consider the so-called public sentiment. Gu Tai'an fell silent, bowing his head to quietly scrutinize the financial ledger in his hands. Beside him, a Jin Wei cautiously ventured, "Commander Gu, what shall become of this money?" He was eager to ascertain how many boxes of wealth would be allocated to the esteemed residents. All present were astute enough to comprehend the tacit rules underlying such confiscations, a division of 70-30, with 30% directed to the state treasury and 70% lining private pockets. Even the operatives involved in the case could benefit handsomely. Yet now, the prevailing atmosphere suggested that Commander Gu had no intention of partaking in this bounty. If Commander Gu abstains, how could they follow suit? Had their tireless efforts merely culminated in unpaid overtime? Gu Tai'an lifted his gaze, meticulously observing the expressions on each face around him. There were signs of emotion, understanding, and calmness. However, the predominant sentiments were anxiety and greed. Gu Tai'an smiled. He refrained from elaborating further, simply stating, "Rest assured, I am well aware of the situation. Since you brothers are willing to support me, I shall ensure that you do not leave empty-handed." Upon hearing this, many sighed in relief, dispelling the earlier tension. Gu Tai'an then turned to Shangguan Roji and others, instructing, "In my name, withdraw 10,000 taels of silver from the accounts to distribute among you brothers. As for the remainder, it shall all be submitted to the state treasury." With that, Gu Tai'an departed. The Jin Wei present regarded his retreating figure with a complex array of expressions. 10,000 taels of silver, divided among over 100 individuals, amounted to barely 100 taels each. In light of the over 50 million taels seized, this seemed a mere trifle. Initially, most present harbored discontent regarding such a distribution. Yet, upon witnessing their leader, a dignified commander, resolutely opting not to take a single tael for himself, they found solace. No one was a fool. If you feast on meat, yet offer us only a meager sip of broth, discontent would surely arise. However, now that you have partaken of neither the meat nor the broth, but instead have shared the scant broth with us, we naturally harbor no grievances. This mutual understanding fosters a harmonious dynamic. Tang Tang did not join in the distribution of silver, but, feeling somewhat uneasy, pursued him outside. It was not until she spotted Gu Tai'an standing unharmed beneath the dusky twilight that she let out a sigh of relief and slowed her pace to approach him. "I almost thought you were contemplating something drastic," she teased lightly, standing beside him. Gu Tai'an chuckled softly in response, "Not at all. I merely stepped out to clear my mind." Tang Tang, lacking the finesse to offer comfort, hesitated before saying, "Actually, all right, if you call me sentimental, you truly seem breathless. Are you planning to wax emotional with me?" Gu Tai'an interrupted her with a bemused smile. Tang Tang, indignant, kicked him playfully and glared. "Hey, do you have no conscience?" Gu Tai'an merely smiled, refraining from further argument, and murmured, "What has been will surely come again. What has been done will surely be done again. I recognize that the patterns of dynasties throughout history seldom diverge. Yet, should the day come when the blade rests in my hand, what will you do? Would that I could build countless grand houses, providing refuge for all the weary souls of the world." Chapter 65. I have but one friend. Will he one day be taken from me? My lord, Gu Tai'an's financial report has been submitted. Within the Yangxin Hall, Eunuch Xue approached the imperial desk, presenting the freshly received report with both hands. Lu Lingyue smiled, somewhat astonished. So soon? I thought with such a large sum, he would surely deliberate for a while. How much did he submit? Eunuch Xue lowered his head to respond. The treasury has completed its tally, and it aligns perfectly with what he documented, totaling 57,670,000 taels. Lu Lingyue paused, bewildered. Is that less than expected? 57,670,000 taels differs from our prior estimate by merely 10,000 taels. Only 10,000 taels? Lu Lingyue exclaimed, taking the report in disbelief. For an ordinary family, 10,000 taels would be a substantial amount, sufficient for a comfortable latter half of life. Yet, for the commander of the Jinui, a close minister of the emperor, could this insignificant sum even be considered? Even Lu Lingyue found herself at a loss for words, her delicate hand resting on her smooth forehead as she murmured, "This young man, is he genuinely foolish or merely pretending? No wonder he remains impoverished." Given an opportunity to amass wealth, he squandered it, securing only 10,000 taels from over 50 million. She had prepared herself, expecting him to provide a few million taels as a satisfactory report. The remainder, she would have turned a blind eye to. But now he had only claimed 10,000? Should she deem him overly timid or simply lacking in ambition? My lord, Eunuch Xue attempted to explain. In truth, this fellow did not even covet the 10,000 taels. The discrepancy in the accounts arises solely because he distributed the funds among the Jinui working under him. What? Lu Lingyue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, nearly laughing in exasperation. Is he truly a fool? Eunuch Xue could only offer a helpless smile, uncertain whether to agree. Indeed, had any other minister in court conducted a house search, the final figure would certainly not have been this. Yet this lad is remarkably sincere. Aside from the 10,000 taels of silver, is there anything else? There is indeed another item. Lu Lingyue finally exhaled in relief. I knew he must have taken something else. It seems to be a saber. A saber? Lu Lingyue recalled that during the fierce battle with Cao Ao, his Qingwen knife had indeed been shattered. If it were merely a matter of lacking a suitable weapon at the moment, then taking a saber seems quite understandable. Carrying a saber is not trivial. As a commander, he ought to possess a fitting emblem of his status. With a wave of her hand, Lu Lingyue provided an explanation. She was indifferent to the quality of the saber, but being collected by Cao Ao, it must hold some significance, making it suitable for Gu Tai'an's current standing. However, to her surprise, Eunuch Xue chuckled and added, that saber was not for himself, but rather for a young lady by his side. A young lady? Instantly, Lu Lingyue seized upon the key word in his statement, unconsciously tightening her grip on the vermilion brush in her hand, and casually inquired, which young lady? Which family does she belong to? It is the young lady surnamed Tang, from the Jinui. Surnamed Tang? Yes. You saw her last year during the New Year's banquet when ministers and their families were invited. Lu Lingyue's memory stirred as she pondered. Is she the eldest daughter of the Tang family from Jinyang? Indeed. Lu Lingyue fell silent. She had indeed encountered that young lady, who had left a considerable impression on her due to her fair complexion, beauty, and long legs. If it were her, Lu Lingyue rubbed her cheeks and, rather inexplicably, asked, are they too close? Eunuch Xue, having served near the throne for a long time, certainly detected the hint of jealousy in her tone. He chuckled and responded, perhaps, for this rascal appointed as commander immediately placed her in the position of deputy commander. Deputy commander? The significant position equivalent to that of a vice commander? Lu Lingyue's eyes widened. Although she usually paid little attention to minor titles like deputy commander, for some reason, she suddenly felt an urge to rectify the regulations of the Jinui. Favoritism must not be tolerated. However, before she could voice her thoughts, she heard Eunuch Xue continue, rest assured, although the two are like close friends, there is truly nothing between them. Otherwise, given Tang's character, he would have long since made the matter public. After all, he has sought to marry a young lady for quite some time now. Upon hearing this, Lu Lingyue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, the eldest daughter of the Tang family appeared to be of a similar age to her, nearly reaching the age of maturity. If she were from an ordinary noble family, she would have likely been married off long ago to consolidate their status. One could even imagine her having 2 children by now. Yet the eldest daughter of the Tang family remains unmarried. No wonder Tang is so anxious. If he waits any longer, he might risk her becoming an old maid. Wait, why does it seem like she has scolded herself in the process? Lu Lingyue quickly realized this and shook her head. Master Su continued. In my humble opinion, although that mischievous boy appears somewhat playful and irreverent, he is, in reality, a very prudent individual. He treats Miss Tang with such regard, and even more so towards you, my lord. Lu Lingyue slightly raised her chin, reflecting as she spoke. Are you suggesting that I hold the same significance to that young master from the Tang family as he does to me? He, you are the sovereign. Thus you are undoubtedly of greater importance. Then why does he not think to present me with a gift? Lu Lingyue gritted her teeth, her frustration palpable. Master Su found himself both amused and exasperated. However, his mind raced, and he quickly provided an answer. How could he not? The over 50 million taels in the national treasury are a testament to his esteem for you. Lu Lingyue raised an eyebrow, her large eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Are you implying that his reluctance to part with those silver taels is to alleviate my burdens? Regardless of whether that is true or not, he must be so at this moment. Master Su silently scoffed in his heart. Yet, he maintained a facade of a smile, nodding in agreement. Humph. At least this fellow possesses some conscience. Lu Lingyue stretched, her mood instantly brightening. You go summon him to the palace. Since he has bestowed upon me such a grand gift, it is only proper that I reciprocate. Master Su immediately stood, smiling as he replied. Understood. He turned and departed, leaving Lu Lingyue alone in the vast hall. She then leaned over the imperial desk, toying with the brush on the table, lowering her eyelids as she murmured, with only one friend like this, will he one day be taken away by someone else? Chapter 66. We are the best in the world. By the decree of the Son of Heaven, summoned the commander of the Jinui, Gu Tai'an, to an audience. With Master Su delivering the edict, Gu Tai'an finally raised his head, somewhat astonished. But I have only just left the palace. Why am I being called back? Master Su shot him a glare, admonishing. What do you mean by back? You must address him as the Son of Heaven. Gu Tai'an merely scoffed, fully aware that the old man held a deep-seated reverence for propriety due to the 4 generations of loyalty from the Lu family, and thus refrained from arguing. After accepting the order, he proceeded directly towards the imperial city. About half an hour later, Gu Tai'an arrived at the entrance of Yangxin Hall and, upon the maid's gesture, entered without hesitation. At that moment, Lu Lingyue appeared as if she had been waiting for quite some time, smiling warmly at him. I say, even if I toil under your command, you need not truly treat me as a mere beast of burden. Do you? Gu Tai'an shot her a sidelong glance. I only just submitted the property seizure report to the Directorate of Ceremonial Affairs, and now you summon me back to the palace. Are you simply toying with me? Lu Lingyue playfully chided him. What do you mean by that? Is it such a grievance to run errands for the Son of Heaven? Indeed, it is my honor, Gu Tai'an replied with a hint of sarcasm. Lu Lingyue was not offended. She leaned casually against the dragon throne and inquired. I heard you took a knife from Chao Ao during the property seizure? Gu Tai'an was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. I happen to have a friend who wields a knife. She likes it, so I decided to gift it to her. Is that all? What else could it be? Gu Tai'an felt somewhat perplexed. Lu Lingyue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief inwardly. Regardless of the circumstances, hearing it from someone else is entirely different from hearing it directly from the person involved. Among friends, there exists a spectrum of closeness. She thought to herself, this little Anzi is certainly not blind. In terms of appearance, family background, and status, she is undoubtedly superior to that young lady from the Tang family. Perhaps her figure might be slightly lacking. After all, that girl truly has long legs and a slender waist. Even Lu Lingyue felt a twinge of envy. Yet, despite this, she believed she could excel in other aspects. There was no reason for him to overlook her in favor of someone else, no matter how remarkable they might be. Lu Lingyue felt her worries dissipate, her face lighting up with a satisfied smile. However, Gu Tai'an remained bewildered. You called me here just for this? In his recollection, Taiping had never shown an affinity for knives. She was always fond of archery. Why the sudden interest in a blade? Could there be some hidden secret associated with it? Perhaps something like, before the establishment of the Great Qi, countless treasures were seized and buried in a specific location, only to be discovered using a special map. With one of the map's fragments inscribed on this very knife, Gu Tai'an couldn't help but let his imagination wander, becoming lost in thought. He didn't even notice that Lu Lingyue had already risen and moved behind the folding screen, retrieving a lavishly adorned rectangular box. What is this? By the time he regained his focus, the box had been pushed before him. Lu Lingyue, with a cheerful smile, urged him, open it. and take a look. Gu Tai'an, intrigued by her mysterious demeanor, opened the box with a sense of curiosity. Inside lay a long sword. The scabbard was a striking red, encrusted with precious jewels, and adorned with intricate gold filigree that formed exquisite patterns, clearly indicative of exceptional craftsmanship. Drawing the sword from its sheath revealed a blade measuring 3 feet 2 inches in length and approximately 2 inches in width, its surface shimmering with a blood-like hue. Reminiscent of flames dancing in the air, reflecting dazzling light under the sun's rays, truly a sight to behold. Is this the Sichuan sword? Gu Tai'an recognized the weapon. It was indeed the very sword wielded by Lu Lingtong during the execution of Cao Ao at the Wenhua Hall. It was said to have belonged to the founding emperor of the Great Qi, who had used it to vanquish his rivals, unify the realm, and establish the enduring legacy of the Great Qi dynasty. Upon his succession, this sword was either to be worn by future monarchs as a symbol of their reign or enshrined alongside the golden armor of the Taizong in the ancestral temple. How did it come to rest in his hands now? More accurately, this sword should be referred to as the Qingping sword. Lu Lingtong, with a beaming smile, settled beside him and explained, "Our ancestor's name was Kanglin. This sword was named to reflect the phrase, 'The wind rises from the edge of the green rushes. Waves form amidst the gentle ripples.' However, the title of Qi Wang was rather grand in those years, which led people to gradually refer to this sword as the Qi Wang sword." Gu Tai'an raised an eyebrow, uncertain of its relevance to him. Why would such a peaceful time invoke such discussions? Yet, in the next moment, Lu Lingtong articulated her thoughts. "Do you like it?" Gu Tai'an hesitated, remaining silent. He could not fathom the true meaning behind this like. Lu Lingtong took the sword, gently plucking a strand of hair and placing it upon the blade before softly blowing on it. With a swift breath, the hair snapped into two. She lifted the sword, allowing the shimmering blade to reflect her delicate visage, and smiled lightly. "As the commander of Fengdu, a close minister to the emperor, you ought to possess a respectable identity trait, don't you think? Your Qingwen knife was broken at the hands of that surnamed Chao, and as compensation, the knife hidden within the Chao residence is quite commendable. Yet, who would have thought that you would so willingly relinquish such a treasured item?" Lu Lingtong shot him an annoyed glance. "Then I shall have to finance it myself and gift you this Qi Wang sword." Gu Tai'an's initial reaction was one of shock, instinctively wanting to refuse. The Qi Wang sword represented the heritage of the Qi dynasty. Even if it were to be bestowed, it should rightfully belong to the descendants of the Lu family, not an outsider like him. However, Lu Lingtong dismissed his concerns nonchalantly. The legacy of the Qi does not hinge on a single sword, but rather on the hearts of the people. If the people's hearts are steadfast, even without this sword, the Qi will continue to prosper. Yet, should my Lu family lose the people's support, could this sword possibly avert our decline? History serves as a mirror, revealing the rise and fall of dynasties. Many have thrived at their peaks. Yet when the time for their demise arrives, do the common folk harbor any lingering affection? No. Thus, the direction of the people's hearts is tantamount to the fate of the nation. It will never be determined by the existence or absence of a sword. Today, Lu Lingtong, in her prime, wise and astute, would not subscribe to superstitions. She chose to gift this sword to Gu Tai'an, embodying both trust and camaraderie. After a prolonged silence, Gu Tai'an finally resolved to accept it, smiling as he said, "Through thick and thin, Sister Yu." The appellation Sister Yu brought a sparkle to Lu Lingtong's eyes, prompting her to reach out and affectionately ruffle Gu Tai'an's hair. "Good, that's the spirit." As the two engaged in playful banter, outside the hall, the voice of Eunuch Su suddenly interjected softly, "Master, regarding the matter you previously instructed this old servant to investigate, there is now news." Lu Lingtong paused, then replied, "Come in." Eunuch Su opened the door and entered, bowing slightly as he presented a confidential report before Lu Lingtong. She opened it, her beautiful eyes sweeping over the contents, and her hand involuntarily tightened around the Xian paper. "What is it?" Gu Tai'an inquired, observing her expression. Though matters of intelligence also fall under the purview of the Jinyui, they do not belong to the Qian division that he previously oversaw, but rather to the Kuan division. Even though Gu Tai'an has now assumed the role of the commanding officer, he is still relatively new to the position. Many residual tasks were previously handled directly by subordinates in communication with Master Su, leaving Gu Tai'an unaware of the details. Lu Lingtong smiled silently, handing him the confidential report. It contained news from the martial world. "As you are aware, While the current situation appears calm on the surface, there are indeed turbulent undercurrents beneath. To cite a recent example, the so-called 10 major sects of the martial world have, over the years, stood as a festering tumor across the nation. Each year, they recruit disciples to cultivate divergent loyalties, which, in the long run, is detrimental to the governance of the court. This is precisely why the late emperor took action, using the deaths of officials as a pretext to tread upon the martial world, ensuring these sects understood who truly held dominion over this realm. It was hoped that they would learn their lesson. Yet, who could have anticipated that so soon after, they would once again seek to stir up trouble? As she spoke, the coldness on Lu Lingyue's face became increasingly evident. Gu Tai'an gazed at the report, fixating on the 4 striking characters. Yin Mountain Martial Exhibition. The term Yin Mountain Martial Exhibition essentially parallels the renowned Huashan sword debate, albeit with a key distinction. While the latter merely tests individual prowess, the former ranks the sects based on the confrontations of the younger generation, determining their status in the future martial landscape. In this era, it can be said that chivalry breeds chaos, with Deqi spanning 19 paths and hundreds of prefectures, hosting a considerable number of sections. However, among them, the 10 major sects are most illustrious. In essence, the Yin Mountain Martial Exhibition presents an exceptional opportunity for sects to promote themselves and thereby achieve renown. Once they can showcase themselves before the world, they need not worry about attracting more disciples and accruing greater wealth in the following year's recruitment. This is akin to the current leading sect, the Suspended Sword Pavilion, which often boasts of its century-long heritage, even claiming to outlast the 70 years of the Deqi dynasty. However, during the founding of Deqi, the realm was engulfed in chaos. Who among the martial sects would dare to expose themselves amidst the clamor of war? Yet, as time has progressed, an increasing number of people have come to believe in their century-long legacy. Why? Because the Suspended Sword Pavilion consistently emerges victorious at each martial exhibition. This has become a symbol of strength, particularly as the sovereign of the nation. The emperors of Deqi have no inclination to contend with such petty forces. Such indulgence appears to have morphed into a tacit approval. Now, with the martial exhibition returning every decade, and the Yin Mountain, a remote grassland beyond the borders, chosen as the venue, one cannot help but suspect an intention to subtly defy the court. The martial exhibition shall proceed. The name shall be proclaimed, yet it shall not take place on your territory, rendering your direct intervention impossible. Such petty actions undoubtedly disgusted Lu Lingyue. Observing the situation, the cautious Su Gonggong advised, "My lord, although Yingshan lies far on the grasslands, the reach of our great Qi may not be beyond their grasp, should you desire it." At this remark, before Lu Lingyue could respond, Gu Tai'an was already perplexed. What do you mean? The martial arts event has deliberately chosen Yingshan as its venue. How can the court intervene? Dispatch the Jin Yi to surround them? Yet, the cavalry's numbers are ultimately limited. Unless the Jin Yi from across the nation are mobilized simultaneously, it remains uncertain who would be besieged amidst the multitude of heroes. Send the army to suppress them? The grasslands do not belong to Great Qi's territory. How would our forces traverse through those barbaric tribes? Lu Lingyue smiled gently. Allow me to correct you on a point. While historically, nomadic tribes on the grasslands have posed a significant challenge to unified dynasties, circumstances vary with the nation. Our Great Qi is not akin to their former dynasties. Intrigued, Gu Tai'an inquired, "What do you mean?" With a chuckle, Su Gonggong chimed in, "Young man, do you know who the empress of our founding emperor was?" "Who?" "Her surname was Murong, the very same who currently commands the 16 tribes of the grasslands." Gu Tai'an was taken aback, momentarily unable to comprehend. Lu Lingyue playfully lifted a strand of white hair and said with a smile, "Aren't you curious why, as descendants of the Central Plains, the Lu clan bears traits unlike others?" Lu Lingyue had white hair, just as Lu Zhongli, the king of Zhou, did. Gu Tai'an's mind stirred, and with mild astonishment, he remarked, "Are you suggesting that each generation of the great Qi royal family possesses a portion of Hu blood?" "Indeed," Lu Lingyue replied with a soft smile. "White hair and heterochromia are traits belonging to the Murong clan beyond the pass, yet they may also manifest in the Lu lineage. Just as Emperor Taizong inherited the black hair and eyes of Emperor Taizu, his royal brothers showcased various traits inherited from the empress, whether it be white hair or unusual eyes, as was their natural disposition. Even the black-haired, black-eyed Taizong had offspring with similar traits of white hair or heterochromia, such as the late Emperor Gaozong, who was born with heterochromia. As for me, although I did not inherit heterochromia, my naturally white hair is as pure as snow. Saying this, she proudly tossed her long, snowy hair. Yet, Tai'an found little time to admire the fragrance of her natural essence. A torrent of information flooded his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. After some time, he slowly spoke, "But what does this have to do with the court's ability to intervene in Ningxian?" Lingtong lifted her teacup and leisurely took a sip. The Murong clan once faced decline, losing control over the 16 tribes under their command, and thus sought assistance from our great Qi. At that time, Emperor Taizu had just quelled internal strife, recognizing this as an opportunity that promises a permanent solution to the threats posed by the grasslands. Thus, when faced with a plea for assistance, he proposed a condition. What was that condition? It was to allow the troops of Qi to remain stationed on the grasslands indefinitely. If you find the content of this chapter bewildering, you might consider perusing the author's previous work, which shares the same title. The worldview of this book is, to some extent, built upon the framework established in the former, albeit with two entirely distinct narratives and settings that do not interfere with one another. Chapter 68. Out of respect, I shall address you as the sovereign of the grasslands. Tai'an inhaled sharply. Goodness, that founding emperor truly had audacious thoughts. To station the troops of Qi permanently on the grasslands. Would these lands then heed Qi? Or rather, the nominal leader, the Murong clan? Have you grasped the situation? Lingtong, resting her delicate hand upon her chin, observed his bewildered expression and couldn't help but smile knowingly. The reason the Murong clan continues to dominate the grasslands today is that the military might of Qi stands ready at their side. The entire expanse of the grasslands is, in essence, the garden of Qi. Any tribes that dare to defy us will be ruthlessly suppressed. In a single utterance, she revealed the domineering nature inherent to an emperor. Tai'an could not suppress his curiosity. What of the Murong clan? Are they truly content to be mere puppets? In his view, even if there were ties between the Lu and Murong clans, those connections were forged over 70 years ago. Presently, even familial relations are barely recognizable, let alone those of an earlier generation. Why would the Murong clan acquiesce? Lingtong tapped her fingers lightly upon the table. Chuckling softly, the grasslands lack the scholarly ambience of the Central Plains dynasties, with their doctrines of benevolence, wisdom, propriety, and trust. They adhere to a singular principle, the law of the jungle. In simpler terms, today you may strive diligently, becoming the resplendent leader of the grasslands. Yet, should you exhibit even the slightest negligence tomorrow, your head may very well be at risk. In such a perilous environment, Qi can ensure that even those deemed worthless will remain comfortably seated in their positions. What grounds do they have for complaint? Furthermore, you do not genuinely believe that the alliance between the Lu and Murong clans was solely the endeavor of the founding emperor, do you? Tai'an fell silent, his mouth agape. At this moment, the ever-smiling eunuch Su interjected. In the first year of Emperor Taizong's reign, the Murong clan presented a princess to solidify their alliance. In the 6th year, the Murong leader, adhering to protocol, paid tribute, bringing not only a bounty of cattle and sheep, but also 3 exquisite pearls. In the 14th, 19th, 3rd, 5th, and 11th years of Emperor Taizong and Gaozong, eunuch Su recounted the events meticulously. The essence of this was clear. There was no need for the emperor of Qi to request anything. Nearly every few years, the Murong clan would voluntarily offer beautiful maidens from their tribe to marry into the Qi imperial family, thereby fortifying their relationship. This was true for both Emperor Taizong and Emperor Gaozong. After all, throughout the ages, the emperors of Qi perceived the Murong clan as the ones seeking their favor. I grant you my respect, and thus you are the sovereign of the grasslands. Should I choose not to extend my favor, the grasslands may well become your grave. With our military at hand, such confidence is abundantly clear. Tai'an wiped his face and remarked, in other words, those sects are oblivious to the deeper connection between the Lu and Murong families, naively believing that merely selecting Yinshan as the competition venue would suffice. Yet, in reality, if one desires, one could swiftly dispatch troops to breach Yinshan directly. Lingtong snapped her fingers, acknowledging his insight. Tai'an massaged his temples. Overwhelmed by the magnitude of this revelation, it utterly upended his understanding of the previous dynasties. Historically, even when barbarian tribes breached the gates and ascended to the throne, they would inevitably engage in several skirmishes with their old acquaintances from the steppes. But now, Did she effortlessly resolve this court's pressing dilemma? While others willingly sent princesses to forge alliances, did she found itself in a position where the steppes proactively offered their daughters for marriage? The capriciousness of fate is indeed astonishing. No wonder it is lauded as a prosperous era. With the most significant issues at the borders resolved, how could prosperity not ensue? Tai'an sighed, lowering his gaze once more to the confidential report in his hands. So, shall you issue orders for troop deployment now? The document indicated that the martial arts event at Yinshan was scheduled for December 12th. With August nearing its end and September approaching, the transmission of orders would require time. Troop assembly would take time, and even preemptive ambushes necessitated time. Upon reflection, the timeline was indeed quite tight. However, Lingtong shook her head and sighed. I was merely momentarily blinded by anger from those ungrateful fools. Now, upon further contemplation, why would I escalate matters to the point of troop mobilization over a mere competition? Would it not be more advantageous to strike directly at their stronghold? The notion of treading the rivers and lakes may sound appealing, yet if it does not yield a permanent resolution, it would be a thankless endeavor for the court. In the end, after ravaging those sects, one might discover that the spoils are insufficient to fund the army's advance. Currently, Lingtong possessed a modest sum, but not enough to frivolously squander. What do you intend to do about the Yinshan martial arts event? Will you simply disregard it? Tai'an perceived a hint of avarice in her tone. Lingtong's eyes sparkled with mischief as she tilted her chin slightly. After 3 years of diligent effort, wouldn't you want to treat yourself to an extended vacation? Tai'an regarded her silently for a moment. You cannot possibly be suggesting that I oversee this Yinshan martial arts event, can you? No. You need not concern yourself with that. Consider it merely a recreational outing. Lingtong coaxed earnestly. Of course, while you are at it. If you could keep a discreet watch on the sects to see if they engage in any clandestine activities beyond the competition, that would be splendid. Such as, for instance, they may outwardly maintain independence, yet secretly form alliances. Or perhaps, someone within the palace is actually a planted operative from a particular sect, aiming to catch us off guard. After a moment's reflection, Lingtong added, additionally, if you happen to seize the title of champion during this process and vent my frustrations, that would be even better. Stop. Tai'an raised his hand to interrupt her, casting a sidelong glance as he inquired. Are you suggesting I take a vacation or go on a business trip? Lingtong blinked in surprise. Is there a difference? Indeed there is. Tai'an counted on his fingers. If it's a vacation, then do not burden me with so many tasks. If it's a business trip, then I expect additional compensation. Additional compensation? Upon hearing these words, Lingtong decisively declared, then I choose the former. That shall be a vacation. Is this a matter of choice? Tai'an was nearly exasperated to the point of laughter. Hurry up and tell me how much you are willing to offer. Lingtong, wincing at the thought, asked, how much do you desire? Tai'an pondered for a moment. I have no place to reside. Lingtong was taken aback, almost doubting her own hearing. What do you mean? Tai'an reiterated, somewhat irked. I said I have no place to stay. I am still renting. But you, Tai'an, the esteemed commander of Fengdu, a 5th-rank official of the court, has no house? Lingtong turned to Su Gonggong, her expression one of disbelief. Is the salary of our chief officials so meager that we cannot even afford a home? Su Gonggong could only respond with helplessness. This lad should be the first, and perhaps the only one, among court officials who cannot afford a house. Lingtong slapped her forehead in disbelief, shaking her head in amusement. Very well, when you return, I shall procure for you a grand residence, a courtyard with 4 entrances. How does that sound? Tai'an blinked and responded eagerly. It's a deal. Soon. I too shall be a homeowner in the capital. Very well, then it is settled. You shall take a break, and upon your return, I will present you with a house. Let me clarify once more, this is a business trip, not a vacation. Oh, it's all the same. Chapter 69. The white horse in embroidered garments roams the Jianghu amid their playful banter. Lingtong rose and approached the imperial desk. Seizing the vermilion brush from the table, she swiftly inscribed several bold characters on a sheet of paper, subsequently sealing it with a jade stamp before presenting it to Tai'an. Here, keep this. What is this? Tai'an asked, bewildered, as he accepted it and opened it. There, inscribed in bold strokes on the rice paper, were 5 prominent characters. I, the Empress, demand funds. The characters were further adorned with the jade seal, akin to an anti-counterfeiting mark. Tai'an lifted the paper, pointing to its contents. What does this mean? Shouldn't one need money to go out and enjoy oneself? Lu Lingyue pouted. Since you are so impoverished that you cannot even afford a home, how do you plan to eat and drink on your journey to the Yin Mountains, 3,000 miles away? With this, she gestured confidently, wherever you go. As long as there is a government office, you can withdraw funds as needed. She tapped her chest proudly. After all, it's not as if it comes from my national treasury. Local finances are at your disposal. Gu Tai'an understood at last. The paper in his hand was not merely paper. It was an unrestricted spending card. He cautiously tucked it away and, half-jokingly, asked, what if they do not believe it? What if they suspect I am a thief who has stealthily infiltrated the palace, using this paper to swindle food and drink? Lu Lingyue pondered for a moment. Then you should show them the Qi Wang sword. While a piece of paper can be stolen, a sword cannot, right? Gu Tai'an nodded. That makes sense. The Qi Wang sword is far more valuable than any imperial seal. As an artifact once wielded by the great founder of the Qi, the sight of the Qi Wang sword is akin to the emperor himself gracing us with his presence. Who, no matter how audacious, would dare to use such a divine relic to impersonate? With the sword in hand, Gu Tai'an felt a surge of confidence. They say life is a vast wilderness. Without resources, what is the wilderness? Now that resources are at hand, he could hardly contain his eagerness to venture forth. Yet, even with his heart racing, Gu Tai'an still felt compelled to ask one last question. By the way, with Chao Ao's downfall, might the other two ministers seize this opportunity to act? Should I stay and assist you in settling things before I leave? Lu Lingyue, resting her delicate hand on her fragrant cheek, smiled at him. Are you concerned for me? Otherwise, Gu Tai'an chuckled, bemused. The ministers hold significant power. Without one or two aides by your side, how can you manage? Lu Lingyue laughed contentedly. Fear not. The most troublesome one has already fallen. The remaining two are hardly a cause for concern. After all, my royal uncle possesses little talent. The only reason he has been able to maintain a faction in court is due to his control over a portion of the Imperial Guard. Lu Lingyue picked up a box from the Imperial desk. However, now that the Tiger Talisman has been reclaimed, it would be a simple matter to clip his wings, leaving him unable to stir up any significant trouble. As for Elder Fan, Lu Lingyue scratched her forehead, seemingly exasperated. He is a seasoned official, having held power for many years. While he is not suited for forceful measures, he is, fortunately, somewhat perceptive. Before relinquishing his authority, he wishes to negotiate one final deal with me. A deal? Gu Tai'an raised an eyebrow. Lu Lingyue produced a recently reviewed memorial and handed it to him. He requests the appointment of his student, Meng Guanchao, the transport commissioner of Jiangnan, to the cabinet. Gu Tai'an examined the contents of the memorial, slowly grasping its underlying intent. He knows he cannot contend with you, so he opts for a strategic retreat, using his advanced age as a pretext to build a bridge for his student to enter the cabinet. Indeed, this may be the only solution he can conceive that benefits both parties. Lu Lingyue gently closed her eyes and murmured, after all, having held power for so long, whether for the sake of the nation or himself, he has offended many over the years. If he were to completely lose his influence, it is feared that even his family, the fans, would struggle to endure a century hence. Gu Tai'an furrowed his brow. Is there a precedent for local officials being directly appointed to the cabinet? The transport commissioner of Jiangnan oversees the region's finances. Though his position is notable, it is not directly under the central authority. If he were to be appointed to the cabinet, I fear other ministers would harbor some discontent. Lu Lingyue shook her head. There is none, but I have taken note of Meng Guanchao. He was a successful scholar during the 14th year of the previous emperor's reign. Though he is affiliated with the Fan faction, he is a man of considerable talent. Otherwise, the late emperor would not have entrusted him with financial oversight in Jiangnan. I intend to transfer him to the Ministry of Revenue, bestowing upon him the title of minister. Once that old man's resignation arrives, I shall smoothly usher him into the cabinet. Gu Tai'an nodded in agreement. With such a transition, the voices of dissent would surely diminish significantly. It must be said, in the realm of politics, Taiping has indeed always been remarkably astute in his considerations. All right, since you are well aware, I shall refrain from further lecturing, Gu Tai'an remarked, rising from his seat. But let me make this clear. I am only granting you a leave of absence for yourself. You are not permitted to take anyone else along. Lu Lingyue warned with a serious expression, evidently concerned that this young man might also bring along that young lady from the Tang family. How could it be acceptable to gallivant about, spending one's own money, while accompanied by another woman? Gu Tai'an paused momentarily, then nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, I am aware. His figure gradually faded from view. Yet the smile lingering at the corner of Lu Lingyue's lips remained. Standing nearby, Eunuch Su could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia, reflecting. It has been a long time since I have seen the master so joyful. News of Gu Tai'an's solo journey to Yinshan swiftly spread. At the Northtown Pacification Office, the former subordinates of the Qian Character Division lined up, blocking the entrance, waving their arms to bid farewell to their leader. Wu Xiang brought forth a magnificent snow-white steed, handing the reins to Gu Tai'an. This horse is named Jade Kirin, a tribute from the western regions, swift as the wind. May your journey be smooth. Gu Tai'an patted the horse, its coat gleaming like fresh frost, astonished. Indeed, it is a fine steed. Tai'an, Shangwan Roji approached, her eyes filled with reluctance as she presented a bulging pouch. The brothers are aware of your lifelong frugality and have taken the liberty to gather some silver for you. While you are away, do not deprive yourself of food and lodging. Also, remember to stay at reputable inns. Do not be tempted by cheap lodgings that might lead you to unscrupulous establishments. Gu Tai'an chuckled bemusedly, initially wanting to mention that he possessed a black card and needed no funds. However, upon seeing the earnest gazes of those before him, he hesitated and accepted the pouch. Very well, I shall gratefully accept your kind intentions. Thank you. Finally, Tang Tang stepped forward. She offered no extensive advice, but handed him a palm-sized mechanism box. Inside are clean clothes, maps, provisions, water, travel permits, and official tokens. Everything I could think of is within. You know how to operate the mechanism, so I won't elaborate further. Just remember to return promptly. Gu Tai'an felt warmth in his heart. Over the years, he had indeed managed to gather some friends. His life had not been in vain. He mounted his horse and turned to wave farewell to the crowd behind him. Everyone goodbye. He spurred his steed forward. That year, Gu Tai'an was 19. A white horse and embroidered garments traveling the world. Chapter 70. A sword that can match 1,000,000 troops. Xianing Mountain. This place is situated at the junction of Chuanfu and Hanzhong, named for its towering peaks and steep cliffs, resembling an inverted pyramid. Initially, this remote location was of little significance. However, in recent years, Xuandingshan has become increasingly lively. The reason for this burgeoning activity is none other than the presence of the Xuanjian Pavilion, the foremost sect among the 10 major factions of the martial world. The very name evokes an understanding that the disciples within are primarily sword practitioners, and indeed, this is the case. Unlike other sects that dabble in various esoteric arts, the disciples of Xianjian Pavilion dedicate themselves solely to the mastery of the sword. Their passion for the sword is akin to a life-or-death obsession. Among them, the most renowned is undoubtedly the pavilion's eldest sister. It is said that her sword heart is exceptionally clear, a natural-born sword immortal. In just 20 short years, her swordsmanship has eclipsed that of the entire Xianjian Pavilion, earning her the title of Sword Sovereign. Were it not for her youth and the insufficient foundation to rival the elders within the sect, she would likely already stand as the strongest among them. Nonetheless, her reputation as the Spirit Eye Fairy remains universally acknowledged throughout the martial world. At this moment, a middle-aged man stands at the foot of the mountain, gazing at the lush steps before him. He ascends with a measured pace, neither hastening nor slowing. His heart is tranquil as a placid lake. With each step, he silently counts in his mind, reaching the count of 360 before pausing. He lifts his gaze to examine a massive stone standing beside the steps, its surface as if chiseled by a knife, marred only by a deep and prominent sword scar. Approaching the stone, he extends a hand to gently touch the scar. Closing his eyes to feel it intently, the sword light is sharp yet restrained, its cold brilliance tempered. This young woman's swordsmanship has indeed advanced considerably. The middle-aged man withdraws his hand, smiling genuinely from the heart, and resumes his ascent. His second pause occurs at the count of 872, when a sudden, sharp whistle of sword energy captures his attention. He raises his head, only to find a white-clad woman unexpectedly appearing before him. She wields a long sword, her garments fluttering through the bamboo forest along the mountainside, her delicate shoes lightly alighting upon a bamboo shoot. The sword energy stirs frost and dew, propelling her upward against the wind. Her sword dance under the moonlight, creating a breathtaking spectacle, with the melting snow reflecting the moon's glow. Even the middle-aged man is momentarily entranced. It is not until a fierce flash of sword light sweeps toward him that he jolts back to reality. Where once stood the white-clad woman, There is now only the bamboo forest swaying gently in the breeze, rustling softly. Is this merely a remnant of sword intent? The man is struck with astonishment. If the earlier sword scar on the massive stone allowed him to reflect, from an elder's perspective, on the formidable talents of the younger generation, this previous maneuver, leaving behind a lingering shadow of sword intent, surpasses even his own self-proclaimed prowess. With a pure sword heart and a clear spirit, if there exists a woman of such caliber, the Xinjiang Pavilion is assured a prosperous future for the next 60 years. The middle-aged man strokes his beard, unable to conceal the joy swelling within him. A single sword can stand against 1,000,000 troops. The century-old legacy of Xinjiang Pavilion has indeed produced legendary sword immortals, yet throughout the generations, how many have possessed such skill at such a tender age? How fortunate he feels to witness this today. The middle-aged man, unable to contain his impatience any longer, hastened up the final stone steps and reached the summit. The mountaintop resembled a paradise untouched by the world. Bamboo fences and wooden cottages nestled among the trees, hidden from sight. Only the gentle creaking of a water wheel stirring the crystalline stream could be heard. The verdant fields were just beginning to sprout, with dewy roses climbing the fence, while a tan Shiba Inu perked up at the sound, barking at the newcomer. "Ah, little one, begone," the middle-aged man chuckled, waving his sleeve, and with an invisible force, sent the dog tumbling into the earth, eliciting a whimper. He then proceeded toward the bamboo cottage, where flickering candlelight illuminated a graceful silhouette within. "Fuyao," the middle-aged man called jovially, "your uncle has arrived. Why not come out to greet me?" The silhouette remained still, and only a sharp sound of a sword echoed from within, serving as a response. The man scratched his forehead, seemingly aware of his niece's temperament, reclusive as a flower on a lofty peak. Since childhood, she had chosen to inhabit this mountain, never descending, and avoided human interaction at all costs. Despite bearing the title of senior sister, she hardly recognized many of the disciples who had dedicated 8 or 10 years to their studies. Each year, numerous young men and women sought her out, drawn by her reputation, yet after entering the sect, none had caught a glimpse of her. This led many to speculate that this senior sister might not even exist, as they clamored for her to descend and relinquish her vows. Consequently, he found himself making this journey almost annually, specifically to coax his niece out. Alas, though there were several sword immortals within the sect, none matched the allure she possessed. "Rest assured, dear niece, my visit today is not to summon you down to meet anyone," the middle-aged man hastily added, seemingly anxious for a response. Indeed, upon hearing this assurance, a more mellow sound of a sword resonated from inside. Clearing his throat, the middle-aged man began to pace in front of the bamboo cottage. "While I am not here to insist you meet anyone, I do have important matters to discuss. The martial arts competition held once every decade is approaching swiftly. This time, we have selected the remote Een Mountain as the venue to evade the troublesome agents of the court. You are aware of the significance this holds for our Xinjiang Pavilion. Securing the top position is crucial for the continuation of our century-old reputation, which is vital for our future development. Therefore, I need you to..." Before he could finish, another sharp sound of a sword interrupted him. The middle-aged man paused for a moment, then chuckled. "As long as you understand, that's all that matters. The Xinjiang Pavilion was entrusted to me by your mother, and from that moment, it became the foremost in the world. Though I possess no remarkable skills, I would not wish to see it lose its title under your stewardship. Thus, I implore you to take this matter to heart." A resonant clang of a sword echoed. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. "Very well, then it is settled. Your uncle, aware of your reserved nature, did not insist that you accompany the main group. He merely requested that you arrive at Yingshan before the agreed-upon time." After speaking, he turned and descended the mountain. Inside the bamboo cottage, a woman lowered her head, delicately caressing the sword's blade. Chapter 71. What is Jianghu? Gu Tai'an rode along the bluestone path, arriving at a tavern just as the sun began to set. A flag fluttered at the entrance as he dismounted and handed the reins to the innkeeper, requesting, "Provide the finest fodder and grind some fine salt." He tossed a silver coin from his pocket, which brought a beaming smile to the innkeeper's face. "Certainly, esteemed guest." Upon entering the bustling tavern, which was already filled to capacity, Gu Tai'an sought a corner table. Slightly fatigued, he ordered a bowl of pork intestine noodles, 2 pounds of beef, a plate of cold dishes, and a jug of wine. The waiter, momentarily taken aback, replied, "Esteemed guest, while the other items are attainable, slaughtering beef is illegal. Gu Tai'an glanced up at him. Is it illegal to slaughter an old working ox too? Some farmers, if their old yellow cattle die of natural causes or accidents, often sell the carcass to taverns to mitigate their losses. The waiter chuckled. Such cases do exist, but the pricing is another matter. Gu Tai'an, displaying a generous demeanor, reassured him, proceed without hesitation. The waiter, recognizing his affluence, ceased further discussion and went to fulfill the order. Before long, a bowl of pork intestine noodles, 2 pounds of beef, a plate of cold dishes, and a jug of distilled liquor were served. Enjoy your meal, esteemed guest, the waiter announced. Gu Tai'an, famished after a day of travel, eagerly picked up his chopsticks and began to feast. As he savored his meal, nearby diners, having finished their repast, engaged in idle chatter. Have you heard? The martial arts tournament is set to take place soon, reportedly at Yingshan. Yingshan? That's quite far. Indeed. The court has been keeping a watchful eye on these sects in recent years. Would they dare to stir trouble at such a critical juncture? True. The court has never been at ease with these unruly sects, which is precisely why the Jinyue was established to monitor them. By the way, who do you think will claim the title this year? Suddenly, a curious patron posed the question, prompting a flurry of responses from those around him. That goes without saying. It must be the Xianyan Pavilion. Indeed, it is said that the Spirit Eye Fairy from the Xianyan Pavilion possesses exceptional swordsmanship, a natural-born swordsman. Such prowess makes it no exaggeration to claim she is the best among the younger generation. Not so fast. Have you heard of the lady with the red umbrella? Rumor has it she is a ghost-level figure, having dispatched numerous chivalrous souls who sought to vanquish evil. And let us not overlook the 3 teachings, the Taoist thunder techniques, the Buddhist divine powers, and the Confucian maxims are formidable in their own right. What if even the witchcraft and poison tribes from the southern regions join the fray? The younger generation, a remarkable cohort indeed, boasts many illustrious figures, even surpassing the esteemed Xianyuan Sword Pavilion. Yet, I still hold the belief that the Spirit Eye Fairy reigns supreme. The clamor of debate filled the air, while Gu Tai'an had already slowed his pace in consuming his noodles. As he ventured into the martial world, the snippets of gossip circulating were of paramount importance to him, aiding in his understanding of the young prodigies of the present day. The Spirit Eye Fairy, the Scarlet Umbrella Enchantress, the luminaries of the 3 teachings. Gu Tai'an silently pondered these names in his mind, though he remained unaware of their true identities. The discussions around him indicated they were indeed notable figures within the martial realm. The competition was fierce. Gu Tai'an chewed on a piece of beef. Reflecting on his departure from the capital, Taiping had advised him to return with a title of martial prowess, yet it seemed such an achievement would not come easily. Lost in thought, the entrance of the eatery swung open once more, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of bamboo sticks tapping against the ground. The crowd instinctively lifted their gazes. A young woman clad in white entered, her willow leaf brows arching gracefully, her visage exquisite as jade. Her lips, of vivid crimson, complemented the cascade of her raven hair, elegantly pinned up with a jade hairpin, while a few wisps danced in the breeze, accentuating her slender form. She exuded an aura of tranquility akin to orchids in a hidden valley, as if she were a masterpiece born from the heavens. The only blemish upon her beauty was the striking white veil that shrouded her eyes. She was blind. This imperfection evoked a sense of melancholy, akin to a flawless ancient jade marred by a conspicuous flaw. The white-clad blind woman prompted the patrons to lower their eyes and return to their conversations. Gu Tai'an, too, diverted his gaze, resuming his inspection of the remnants on his table. The rhythmic sound of the bamboo stick, however, drew closer. The previous server approached, hands ringing together. Smiling apologetically, "Esteemed guest, might I trouble you to share your table?" Gu Tai'an lifted his head, only to find that the server had brought the blind woman before him. Gesturing to the surrounding tables filled to capacity, "You are the only one with space available." After a moment's hesitation, Gu Tai'an gathered the plates before him. The server, seeing this, swiftly wiped the table clean with a cloth and invited the blind woman to take a seat. A bowl of plain noodles was soon prepared. Once the blind woman had settled, she placed her bamboo stick beside her. The server acknowledged her and hurried off to the kitchen. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Tai'an took a moment to observe the woman before him. She was indeed a beauty, yet her attire suggested modest origins, whether it was her solitary venture without a maidservant or the simplicity of her garments. The only piece of jewelry, a somewhat unrefined white jade hairpin, spoke volumes of her less than affluent background. It must be challenging, Gu Tai'an mused silently. In this world, life was already arduous, and for a blind maiden, the struggle was undoubtedly greater. The plain noodles were soon served. The blind woman adeptly navigated her chopsticks, consuming her meal with quiet grace. Having nearly finished his own meal, Gu Tai'an stood and approached the counter. I would like to settle the bill. He pondered for a moment and then pointed at the blind woman seated near him, saying, let us include that young lady as well. A prosperous individual should assist the world. If he lacked the financial means, he would naturally refrain from meddling in others' affairs. However, now that he was free from worries about sustenance, he found no objection to performing a good deed. After all, how much could a bowl of vegetarian noodles possibly cost? It was a trivial matter. The innkeeper promptly presented the bill to Gu Tai'an. After confirming its accuracy, he retrieved some silver from his purse and turned to leave. The clamor of the eatery continued unabated, unaffected by the entrance or exit of any one individual. The blind woman rose, her bamboo cane tapping rhythmically against the ground as she approached the counter. Innkeeper, how much is it? She inquired. The innkeeper, chuckling cheerfully, replied, my dear lady, someone has already taken care of your bill, so there is no need for you to pay. Paid already? The blind woman paused for a moment, instinctively asking, who paid? It was the gentleman who sat opposite you just now. The innkeeper did not elaborate, knowing that the young lady was unable to see. Yet the blind woman turned her head towards the entrance of the eatery, reflecting thoughtfully, is it him? Chapter 72. There remains a technique for longevity, a miscalculation. It appears that I must meticulously plan my journey henceforth. In the wilderness, Gu Tai'an sat beside a fire, toasting his meal while meticulously studying the map in his hands. An eatery does not serve as an inn, and thus, after satisfying his hunger and thirst, he could only continue on his way. He had assumed that with an eatery nearby, there would also be an inn in the vicinity. However, to his dismay, he had run until nightfall, unable to find a single inn along the way. With no other option, and a considerable distance remaining to the next town, he resigned himself to sleeping outdoors. The innkeeper lacked any acumen for business. Gu Tai'an idly drew circles in the dirt with a twig, murmuring, can't you see this tremendous opportunity? If you were to expand the scale of your eatery and transform it into an inn, wouldn't you earn significantly more? Sleepiness began to overtake him. He ceased his complaints, dropped the twig, stretched his limbs, and prepared to conclude the day's fatigue. Lying down, he listened to the crackling of the flames beside him. As night fell, everything seemed to return to a state of tranquility. Yet at that moment, Gu Tai'an suddenly opened his eyes, instinctively rolling to the side. Once steady, he peered back at the spot where he had lain, only to discover a slender needle lying ominously nearby. No, to be precise, it appeared to be a bee sting, the unique method of attack employed by worker bees. Was this mere coincidence? Gu Tai'an scanned his surroundings, finding no trace of a beehive. No, someone intends to kill me. Narrowing his eyes, he rose to assess the environment. Though he could not fathom who he had crossed paths with in his entry into this world to warrant such hostility. The fact that an attack had been made meant that it was a matter of life and death. The energy within him surged, focusing upon his eyes. Gu Tai'an activated his third-person perspective, carefully surveying the forest from above. At last, he found it. Shadows darted about, swiftly locking onto 3 pairs of eyes. Gu Tai'an, unwilling to sit idly by, took the initiative and struck first, his energy patterns transforming into a luminous flow, accompanied by the flicker of thunder. With the technique of the 5 thunders, he raised his hand, unleashing a surge of thunderous light that shot mercilessly towards the stout trunk before him. The resounding crash echoed as the tree toppled, revealing a formidable figure clad in coarse garments. The residual lightning was absorbed by the towering silhouette. Despite his palm emitting wisps of smoke from the electric strike, he appeared largely unharmed. At that moment, a bell chimed, its rhythm slow and soothing. Yet to Gu Tai'an, it resonated like a siren's call, momentarily disorienting his awareness. Without hesitation, he bit his tongue, the sharp pain serving to invigorate his senses. When he turned to look back, he found another figure cloaked in coarse cloth, slightly hunched, holding a bell. The earlier sound had unmistakably emanated from that very bell. But that was not the end. Almost visibly, waves of ringing sounds emanated from the bell, rippling towards him. This was an assault on his consciousness. Gu Tai'an focused his mind, placing the energy pattern on his forehead, and gently traced down with 2 fingers. A vertical pupil opened, akin to a third eye, emitting a rainbow light that dissipated the encroaching ripples. Seizing the opportunity, The third figure lurking in the shadows stirred. It was not human, but rather a massive beast resembling a cheetah, baring its formidable jaws and lunging at Gu Tai'an. He turned and sharply commanded, "Retreat." An irresistible, mysterious force sent the cheetah flying, landing beside the slowly emerging third figure, which appeared to be a woman, though her coarse attire concealed her form. Hints of a graceful physique could be discerned as she crouched down to soothe the leopard. 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, each possessing unfathomable strength. Yet, from their brief encounter, their displayed skills felt foreign, unlike any typical techniques. It seemed to be a coordinated and premeditated effort. Gu Tai'an's gaze flickered as he silently analyzed the situation. Externally, he continued to scan the 3 who had encircled him, nonchalantly inquiring, "What grievances do we share?" The elderly figure holding the bell stepped forward, his voice cryptic and difficult to comprehend, lacking the cadence of Central Plains dialect. "The sacred technique resides within you. Surrender it." A realization dawned upon Gu Tai'an. People from the southern border? Indeed, observing the attire of the trio, it was evident that the coarse garments were intentionally designed to obscure their identities. Whether it was the minuscule bee stings, the peculiar bell, or the means employed to command the leopard, all were techniques unique to the 10,000 mountains of the southern border. Poisonous insects, witchcraft, beast taming. Initially perceived as retaliation from remnants of the Chow faction, the circumstances now seemed amiss. Why would the southern border people pursue him? Gu Tai'an instinctively furrowed his brow. What sacred technique? I do not comprehend. The elder in the tattered robe seemed poised to utter further words. Yet, the burly man clad in similar garb wasted no time. He launched himself forward with the force of a cannonball, his fist aimed squarely at Gu Tai'an. With a disdainful snort, Gu Tai'an enveloped himself in 2 layers of chi patterns, entering the second-tier black armor state, and responded with equal ferocity. The collision of their fists produced a resounding thud, unleashing waves of pressure that rippled outward. The robust man appeared taken aback, noticing that although Gu Tai'an clearly lacked mastery in physical cultivation, he had managed to withstand the blow without faltering. Obscure language flowed once more from the elder's lips, though Gu Tai'an could not comprehend it. However, the tone suggested a reprimand directed at the burly man for his reckless aggression. True to this implication, the man withdrew his fist and returned to his original stance. The king of silkworms discerned that the sacred art of longevity resided within Gu Tai'an, rendering any pretense futile. The elder raised his hand, and a golden, luminescent insect crawled to his fingertip, pointing directly at Gu Tai'an. Divine technique? Longevity? These terms rendered Gu Tai'an silent, as if he were contemplating something profound, and he offered no response. Years ago, a traitor infiltrated our sacred mountains under the guise of learning, harboring ulterior motives. After 2 decades of subterfuge, he ultimately absconded with the longevity elixir granted by our southern wilderness shaman. The elder's voice brimmed with indignation. To him, this was an affront to the divine. Gu Tai'an chose not to engage, merely lowering his gaze and stating coolly, "Since you are aware that a traitor has pilfered your sacred art, then pursue the traitor. Why seek me? I have never set foot in your southern wilderness." The elder shook his head. "The traitor is deceased, and the sacred art has been imprinted by an outsider. Upon our arrival, only traces of you and a young girl remained. The king of silkworms has discerned, leading to the conclusion that the divine art bestowed by the shaman must be within you." Chapter 73. The wind grows tense. The elder exuded an imposing presence, evidently brimming with confidence. Yet, Gu Tai'an responded unhurriedly. "I will reiterate, I do not know what your so-called shamanic mystery entails. It is not within my possession. Rather than lingering here, you might consider whether you overlooked something during your corpse examination." As he spoke, Gu Tai'an discreetly positioned one hand behind his back, chi patterns swirling and radiating light, ready for action at any moment. The 3 individuals exchanged glances. After a brief silence, the elder spoke again. "Since you refuse to cooperate, do not blame us for being ungracious." He once more rang the bell in his hand. The sinister sound accompanied by the chime resonated through the surroundings, more potent than before. The southern wilderness incantation, reputed to be an unavoidable assault on consciousness, would ensnare anyone beneath its tolling as soon as the sound rippled and overlapped, rendering them into mere shells of their former selves. Gu Tai'an, wary of any complacency, activated his third eye. Vertical pupils emitted beams of light, striving to counteract the insidious melody with the overwhelming force of his chi patterns. However, This endeavor required time. The woman clad in coarse garments seized the moment, retrieving a long flute from her waist and producing a resonant sound, commanding the nearby leopard to launch an attack. This time, however, it was not merely the solitary leopard that charged forth. From the depths of the jungle emerged other ferocious beasts. Tigers, wolves, venomous snakes, and soaring eagles descended upon him in quick succession, leaving him utterly unprepared. Gu Tai'an's eyes darted rapidly, his form evading like a phantom. It was not until he executed another aerial maneuver, landing steadily, that the ground trembled abruptly beneath him. In an instant, Gu Tai'an's pupils contracted instinctively. He rolled to the side. With a thud, a minuscule centipede burrowed up from the earth, narrowly missing his body. Such a pity, the thousand-legged burrowing curse has evaded you. The burly man in coarse garments remarked as he rose slowly, a grin spreading across his face. Otherwise, that last strike would have been sufficient to capture you. The woman stepped forward, her interest piqued as she scrutinized him. Thunderous magic, prophetic words, and this remarkable black armor that rivals the dragon curse in strength and agility, along with the rainbow light that counters layers of sorcery. Is the prowess of the Central Plains truly so unfathomable? Gu Tai'an raised an eyebrow, his expression unyielding as he retorted, "Are you beginning to fear? It would be prudent to retreat while you still can." The woman shook her head. "Your techniques are formidable, yet you remain too weak. A mere mid-tier is insufficient to pose a threat." Gu Tai'an narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. A mere mid-tier? Such a condescending tone. Could it be that the strength of these three had reached the upper tier? Were they on par with that Xiao Ao? Let us test it first. A glimmer of determination flashed in Gu Tai'an's eyes as he made the first move, charging at the woman in coarse garments. The power of sorcery was exceedingly enigmatic. Even with the rainbow light, he dared not engage recklessly. Furthermore, having previously failed to gain the upper hand against the burly man clad in black armor, it was evident that the variety of curses exceeded his expectations. Only this woman remained. Although the art of beast taming was indeed marvelous, allowing one to command myriad creatures, her demonstrated combat abilities appeared to render her the weakest among them. This was his opportunity. "Ah, have you chosen me?" The woman in coarse garments smiled softly as Gu Tai'an advanced towards her, remaining unperturbed. The strength of the upper tier is not something a mere mid-tier like you can fathom. A surge of profound, true energy erupted from within her, gradually solidifying into a protective barrier. The barrier, a unique technique of the upper tier, was renowned for its formidable capacity for absolute defense. With a resounding thud, Gu Tai'an's assault collided with the protective barrier, merely stirring waves of energy that blew back her hood, revealing her true visage. She was strikingly beautiful. Perhaps due to her southern origins, her skin bore a rich bronze hue, a testament to exposure to wind and sun, which, coupled with her graceful figure, exuded an exotic charm. Regrettably, in this life-and-death situation, Gu Tai'an could hardly afford the luxury of admiration. The corners of the woman's mouth turned upward in a subtle smirk as she lifted her arm, gracefully retreating a half-step. "And who told you that those who cultivate the beast-taming secret arts are inherently weak in direct combat?" She struck out with a sudden force, akin to the claws of a ferocious beast, aiming directly at Gu Tai'an's chest. Fortunately, the strength of the black armor was sufficient. Even when struck head-on, Gu Tai'an merely staggered back, sustaining no actual injury. The woman in the coarse garment couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. It is worth noting that she had once personally experienced such a strike. Even with the Qiu Long Gu enhancing her physique, it had left her with considerable internal damage. Yet, judging by this young man's demeanor, he appeared to be entirely unscathed. "This little fellow is indeed becoming more intriguing," she mused, licking her lips. One hand resting on her chin, resembling a leopard eyeing its prey. "One can't help but wish to plead with Qi Lao to preserve your consciousness after the fact. After all, a slave as exceptional as you could be thoroughly trained and provide entertainment for quite some time. Wouldn't you agree?" Gu Tai'an, rotating his neck, responded with a smile. "Though the women of the southern wilderness may not possess the gentle charm of those from the Central Plains, they have their own allure. As fortune would have it, I find myself in need of a serving maid. If you are willing, I might show a bit of mercy and keep you as my attendant." The woman in coarse garments paused, her expression momentarily stunned before she chuckled softly. "What a silver-tongued little rascal you are." However, the burly man in coarse clothing interrupted their banter, his voice cold. "Enough, Atualuo. Stop hesitating and channel your strength. Let us subdue this young man together." Gu Tai'an's gaze swept over them, now certain that the three before him were indeed masters of the upper tier. While their methods were not as restrained as those of Cao Ao, which had left him with no means to retaliate, a disparity still existed. The protective aura surrounding them was the clearest testament to that. If it were just one adversary, even with their protective aura, he would still have some capacity to fight back. Yet now, there were three, all wielding techniques from the southern wilderness: sorcery, insect manipulation, and beast control, each formidable in its own right, rendering direct confrontation inadvisable. To survive, his only option was to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Tai'an turned and ran. The wind howled fiercely. The energy patterns he had initially utilized to strengthen his physique transformed entirely into swiftness, retaining only the third perspective to help him evade the myriad traps laid by the ferocious beasts and insects behind him. Observing the young man's sudden retreat, the old man in coarse garments could not help but frown, exclaiming, "The method of longevity bestowed by the witch god is vital to the safety of our southern nation. It must not fail. Pursue him." The three figures moved like lightning, racing after him. An unspoken tug of war had already commenced. Gu Tai'an was unaware of how many days and nights he had been fleeing, yet the trio behind him clung to him like leeches, relentless as starving hyenas. Showing no signs of letting up. There were no tracking insects implanted within me. As the energy patterns flowed, Gu Tai'an meticulously examined both the interior and exterior of his body, finding nothing amiss. The reason they were able to trail so closely behind me must be attributed to those beasts. The olfactory capabilities of animals are generally more acute than those of humans. If they can recall their scent, then with the presence of that beast-taming woman, it is evidently not difficult for them to track along the way. No, it is not merely the scent. There is also that golden silkworm. Gu Tai'an quickly recalled the silkworm king possessed by the old man in the hemp robe. Although the principle behind it eluded him, it was clear that evading the beast's sense of smell was not sufficient. The abilities of that golden silkworm must also be taken into account. After all, it was through the golden silkworm that these three individuals were able to locate him. Was it not? With this thought in mind, Gu Tai'an promptly retrieved a palm-sized mechanism box from his bosom. This had been entrusted to him by Tang Tang before his departure, containing his personal belongings and various items, including some means of self-preservation. He quickly extracted one puppet doll after another from within. These were the marionettes he had seized from the bandit leader, Su Sanyang. While a portion had been rendered unusable during the conflict with the soldiers of the general's estate, several remained, not surrendered afterward but kept as trophies. Now, they were perfectly suited for the task at hand. He then found garments bearing his scent within the wooden box. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Gu Tai'an methodically dressed the enlarged puppets with these articles of clothing, and then, under the impetus of the energy patterns, sent them scattering in different directions. Was it called heavenly made scattering flowers? Gu Tai'an recalled how Su Sanyang had attempted to escape from him using this technique. Now, the roles of predator and prey had been reversed. This prey was not the same as before. It remained to be seen whether this hunter felt the same overwhelming pressure as he once had. Gu Tai'an shook his head. For him, while the scent method may have been obscured, the golden silkworm still posed a threat. That should also be a form of Gu ability, right? The activation of the insects requires true energy. Since it belongs to the realm of energy, perhaps my energy patterns could form a suppression. Should I attempt to temporarily seal myself? Gu Tai'an hesitated. The power of the energy patterns was exceedingly domineering, even for himself. Once a seal was truly formed, he would be unable to break free for a considerable time. In other words, during the period of being sealed, he would have to comply with being an ordinary person. If he could avoid being found during this time, it would be well and good. Yet, if discovered, he would have little to no means of resistance left. This was tantamount to a gamble. Regardless, if this pursuit continued, he would deplete his true energy and perish all the same. Gu Tai'an gritted his teeth and soon resolved himself. As a mid-tier cultivator, how could he possibly escape unscathed from the joint efforts of 3 high-tier individuals without taking some risks? The energy patterns in his palm flowed as he directed them towards his forehead. With a whoosh, a gleam flashed. Gu Tai'an's speed immediately slowed. Casting a glance back, he was relieved to find that the trio from the southern frontier seemed not adept at speed, remaining a considerable distance away, still out of sight. Yet, Gu Tai'an felt an undeniable sense of trepidation and plunged into the thicket with utmost caution. The trail of that little rascal appears to be scattered? It seems there are dozens, perhaps even hundreds? The woman clad in coarse linen, who was in pursuit, suddenly halted, extending her hand to allow a sparrow to alight upon her fingertip. The latest tidings gleaned from these diminutive creatures caused her brow to furrow in contemplation. The burly man beside her, also garbed in linen, displayed a glint of menace in his eyes. Could it be that this young one has discerned our methods of tracking and has deliberately dispersed his scent along the way? The woman shook her head. No, those traces are all in motion, not confined to a single spot. This is perplexing, after all. There is no technique for duplicity in this world. How is he managing this? Unable to contain himself, the burly man turned to the elderly figure beside him. Elder Xue, should we consult the Silkworm King? The elderly man extended his hand, and from his withered flesh, a golden silkworm emerged, wriggling forth. A series of dry and cryptic utterances escaped his lips. The golden silkworm appeared to comprehend his words, peering around inquisitively. Regrettably, it no longer indicated a direction, but soon drooped its head in disappointment. Even the Silkworm King cannot locate him? The woman's delicate features betrayed her astonishment. Ever since this little creature had appeared, it had consistently surprised her. First, it had evaded capture from their trio of elite individuals with its mere mid-tier strength. Then, it had concealed itself deftly, evading both beasts and the Silkworm King's pursuit. How has he achieved this? It is known that their combined strength could easily crush even a top-tier expert. Yet now, a mere mid-tier youth has vanished without a trace. If this were to reach the Southern Kingdom, they would surely be the subject of ridicule. The woman could no longer remain composed. Her silver teeth clenched. Regardless of the circumstances, we must retrieve the secret method of longevity. We made a solemn promise to the high priest before our departure. She instinctively touched her chest. Beyond the usual fluctuations, there lay a grotesque scar resembling a centipede. What was even more dire was that the scar was visibly inching toward her heart. The heart-eating goo. Even in the Southern Kingdom, it is regarded as one of the most vicious of all goo insects. If not promptly removed, once the time is up, the goo will consume her heart, making even death a difficult endeavor. The creature would gnaw away at every organ, every part of her body, gradually transforming the host into an empty shell from the inside out. The woman was unwilling to meet such a fate. Thus, she could no longer remain idle. She immediately set forth, pursuing those dozens, perhaps hundreds, of scents with unwavering determination. The burly man had intended to call her back. In the territory of Daqi, they Southern Kingdom folk must act with caution. The three must remain together to ensure their absolute safety. If they were to separate, encountering the formidable experts of Daqi could spell disaster. Just as he was about to pursue her, the elderly figure beside him extended his hand to stop him. Shaking his head, enough, this girl has done nothing wrong. Plans often falter in the face of change. We can no longer afford to squander time. Let us split up and proceed with caution. Upon hearing the elder Ma Yi's words, the burly man reluctantly nodded and parted ways with him. Meanwhile, as the three devised a new pursuit strategy, Tai'an traversed the thicket, only to find himself beside a campfire. Chapter 75. Under the moonlight, a turn reveals you. The sudden blaze momentarily startled him. In this desolate wilderness, how could there be anyone? He scanned his surroundings, finally fixing his gaze upon a woman clad in white. She sat there serenely, akin to the moon suspended in the night sky. The silvery moonlight cascaded upon her, creating an enchanting harmony. Her demeanor was as ethereal as the rare orchid blooming in a secluded valley, exuding a unique sanctity. Regrettably, the woman's eyes were veiled with gauze, evoking a sense of flawed beauty that stirred a deep sigh within him. Is it you? Tai'an recognized the woman before him, his expression a mix of astonishment. Was she not the blind girl he had encountered at the eatery? What was she doing here? Hearing his voice, the blind girl turned her head, her gauzy eyes seemingly fixed upon him, regardless of her sightlessness. Tai'an hesitated. Initially, upon seeing the firelight, his instinct was to lead his pursuers away. Yet now, what could a blind girl possibly do? With three formidable foes hot on his trail, even he could only flee in disarray. If he intended to cast the blame on someone else, it would likely endanger her life. The disabled in this world already faced enough suffering. It was unreasonable to further jeopardize her. Tai'an, feeling a pang of compassion, turned to leave. However, the blind girl softly spoke, her voice calm and cool. Are you hiding from someone? Tai'an paused and looked back. The blind girl continued to regard him with her veiled eyes. He hesitated briefly before nodding. Yes. Yet, he soon found himself surprised. Can you see? If she were indeed blind, how could she perceive his anxious demeanor? That he was fleeing? The blind girl did not respond immediately. She merely turned her attention back to the fire, focusing on her carving, and calmly stated, "Your footsteps are heavy, your breathing erratic. It is evident you have just escaped a perilous situation. So that is how it is." Tai'an lowered his gaze upon himself. It is said that those lacking one sense often develop their other senses to an extraordinary degree. She must be no exception. Time was of the essence, so he spoke concisely. "There are a group of lunatics inexplicably pursuing me. They are powerful and not of the central plains. If I remain here and am discovered, it may endanger you." With that, he turned to continue his flight. Yet the blind girl, with her eyes downcast, spoke again in a tranquil tone. 10 miles ahead lies an expanse of plains, vast and devoid of hiding places. Based on your breathing, your strength is nearly depleted. If this continues, your life may very well end within those 10 miles. Rather than lamenting my ill fortune when the time comes, might it be wiser to take a gamble here? As for me, fret not. I am a flawed being, deprived of sight. Her hand paused momentarily, as if uttering a statement of utmost normalcy. Tai'an appeared hesitant, gazing longingly into the distance. Indeed, upon exiting the dense thicket, there lay no further concealment, and he would be entirely exposed to the pursuers behind him. With his true energy sealed and his strength nearly depleted, it seemed that his life truly hung in the balance within this 10-mile stretch. Tai'an clenched his fist. Despite his unwillingness to submit, the situation was dire. He could only bow his head, clasp his hands in salute, and say, "My apologies, miss." He strode past the fire, vanishing into the jungle behind the blind woman clad in white, falling silent. Time slipped away, second by second. After an indeterminate duration, a sudden, fierce gale swept in from the distance, rustling the leaves on the trees and causing the white garments to flutter, with the flames dancing to one side. The woman in coarse cloth, adept at beast manipulation, had arrived at this location. She stood atop a sturdy tree trunk, her gaze sharp and vigilant, scanning her surroundings like a hunting leopard. Only moments ago, she had finally discerned how that young man managed to divide his presence into fragments. It was not mere duplication, but rather puppetry. With an array of techniques, peculiar black armor, and those puppet dolls, the young man possessed an abundance of life-preserving tactics. The expression on the coarse-clad woman's face darkened, losing the composure she had previously displayed. In a brief span, she had pursued 3 distinct scents, only to discover that none belonged to the young man himself. Pressed for time, she hurried to the nearest location, which was this very spot. Yet, it seemed the person was not present here either. The coarse-clad woman leapt down from the tree trunk and cautiously stepped forward, surveying her surroundings with care. To no avail. By the fire, only the blind woman in white remained. Curious, the coarse-clad woman furrowed her brow. She had distinctly sensed an unusual odor in this area. Even if it were merely a puppet fleeing, there ought to be some semblance of its presence, yet there was not a trace to be found. Closing her eyes, the woman attempted to perceive through her true energy. Nothing. Aside from the reverberation of her own energy, there was no other aura present. This is impossible. The coarse-clad woman ground her teeth. That young man possessed only mid-tier strength. No matter how well he concealed himself, he should have left numerous flaws before a higher-tier opponent. Yet now, his true energy was unmistakably absent from this place. With no fluctuations of true energy and the scent abruptly vanishing. Could it be that she had pursued the wrong target? Doubt began to creep into the coarse-clad woman's mind. Unyielding, she raised her head and addressed the blind woman in white, demanding in a cryptic Central Plains dialect, "Pray, have you seen anyone else come here?" The blind woman remained unresponsive. The firelight illuminated her jade-like visage, radiating an incomprehensible calm. The coarse-clad woman slapped her own face in exasperation, shaking her head in disbelief. How foolish of me to inquire of a blind person whether they have seen anyone. Suddenly, she raised her head again and changed her tone. "Hey, did you hear or sense anything unusual just now?" The blind girl remained unresponsive. The woman in coarse cloth frowned slightly. Although her Mandarin was not particularly fluent, it should not have been incomprehensible, right? "I am speaking to you." She stepped forward, reaching out to grasp the blind girl's shoulder. But at that moment, a sharp, fierce energy surged forth from the white-clad figure, rushing towards her. The woman's expression changed dramatically, and she instinctively withdrew her hand, stepping back to ensure a safe distance. Sword energy? A sword cultivator. The woman narrowed her eyes. "Damn," She had been careless. Assuming the other was merely a blind girl, she had let her guard down, not realizing the formidable sword energy radiating from her, so pure and refined. This was no mere skill acquired in 2 or 3 years. The woman quickly reached a conclusion. The pressure emanating from the other was so intense that it caused her heart to race. Chapter 76. The Jianghu is not merely about bloodshed, but rather human emotions and affairs. The upper-grade realm cannot be breached by anything less. This saying exists because once one enters the upper-grade realm, their true energy rises to the surface, manifesting as protective aura. This aura continuously shields oneself at all times. The solidity of this protective aura is not something easily broken by mere mid-grade or lower-grade techniques. The woman was willing to bet that the girl before her had certainly not reached the upper-grade realm. Yet, why had she felt such a sense of dread earlier? There was only one explanation. The sword energy emanating from the white-clad figure was so powerful that it could pierce through her protective aura. Yet, she appeared so young. Such a presence would undoubtedly be a rare and terrifying phenomenon, whether in Xue or their southern country. The woman began to pace in place, her gaze both scrutinizing and cautious. "My dear lady, I apologize for any offense caused earlier. I bear you no ill will." The blind girl's movements finally paused, and without lifting her head, she pointed to the side. "Leave, do not disturb my inspiration." Inspiration? The woman looked at the blind girl's hands, noticing wood shavings flying about, as if she were intricately carving something. Could it be a puppet? Upon seeing the wood, a sense of suspicion instinctively arose within her. Lacking proficiency in puppet arts, she could not discern the difference between this ordinary wooden carving and those puppets. She merely felt a striking resemblance. Could it be that the young man's puppet was provided by her? Beneath her sleeves, the woman hesitated, her fingers fidgeting indecisively. Clearly, the other showed no intention of cooperating with her inquiries. If she insisted, a confrontation seemed inevitable. However, the surroundings made the woman hesitate. The beasts controlled by her were not puppets. They could not be conjured out of thin air, but were instead drawn from the environment for her use. In other words, until the beasts arrived, her strength could not be fully unleashed. She could only barely contend with her upper-grade prowess. The dilemma lies in the fact that the formidable aura emanating from this girl can indeed pierce through barriers. At that moment, a mere glance could bring the sword's energy crashing down upon her, leaving her utterly defenseless. Should she retreat? Yet, she is loath to relinquish such a crucial lead. Just as the woman in the coarse garment hesitated on whether to depart, a sudden, melodic chime rang out behind her. The sound startled her for a moment, but soon her expression brightened with joy as she turned to see Old Xue. Indeed, a similarly clad, gaunt old man was hurrying towards her, his bell jingling rhythmically, casting spells that rippled through the air. However, the blind girl merely tilted her head slightly and then sent her carving knife flying. The sword energy blazed forth, cold and brilliant as moonlight. In an instant, the bell in the old man's hand was pierced, along with the carving knife, both fixed firmly into the trunk of a tree. The enchanting sound vanished in an instant. How utterly annoying. The blind girl's voice carried a hint of frostiness, and even her meticulous wooden carving was slowly set down as she turned to regard the two intruders. It seemed that should they fail to take the hint and leave, she might unleash her prowess once more. Old Xue, the woman in the coarse garment, called out, hoping to enlist his aid. Though the earlier display of swordsmanship had indeed taken her by surprise, she could not believe that a mere blind girl could simultaneously contend with two seasoned masters. Witchcraft and veterinary sorcery. These were, after all, their nation's treasured skills, not necessarily inferior to the sword energy cultivated by sword practitioners. Yet, Old Xue raised a hand, interrupting her impending words, casting a grave glance at the now damaged bell. "I have heard that the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the Central Plains belongs to the suspended sword pavilion. Might I inquire which sword immortal you represent?" At his words, the coarse-clad woman's pupils widened in shock. A sword immortal? The kind of being who could summon 1,000,000 troops with a single strike? Could such a youthful girl truly be a sword immortal? How young could she possibly be? The blind girl shook her head. "Becoming a sword immortal is my lifelong pursuit, but I am not one yet." Relief washed over the woman in coarse garments. She had suspected as much. How terrifying must this girl's talent be to reach the legendary status of sword immortal at what appeared to be merely 20 years of age? However, Old Xue's earlier mention of her origins from the suspended sword pavilion was indeed concerning. As the foremost sect in the Central Plains, The renown of the suspended sword pavilion could be heard even in their southern lands. With a foundation spanning a century, they were not to be trifled with. Given the girl's talent, if she truly hailed from the suspended sword pavilion, she would likely be groomed as a future leader of the sect. Even if they managed to gain an advantage today through sheer numbers, should the suspended sword pavilion seek retribution in the future? With all their sword immortals mobilized to demand an explanation, how could they withstand such a confrontation? Whether a sword immortal could indeed stand against 1,000,000 troops, she did not know, but she certainly could not. Nor could old Qi with this thought. A sense of retreat began to stir within the woman in coarse garments. The world of martial arts is not merely about conflict and violence. It is deeply rooted in the complexities of human relationships and societal intricacies. Without a strong backing, or when one's support is weaker than others, one must learn to retreat. To feign strength when one is not is nothing short of foolishness. The elder in the patched robe understands this truth as well. The earlier display of extraordinary swordsmanship had already left him in awe. Despite her youth, few would dare to provoke someone who might very well evolve into a formidable female swordmaster in the future. Reflecting on past recklessness, he hoped she would not take offense. The elder bowed respectfully and took his leave, not lingering any longer. The girl in the patched robe, understanding the situation, followed him quietly as they departed together. With the lead now severed, they could only seek new avenues for investigation. Observing the retreating figures, the blind woman lifted her hand slightly, summoning the previously thrown carving knife back into her grasp, allowing her to resume her work. The flickering flames danced, and tranquility seemed to envelop the surroundings once more. Hidden within the thicket, Tai'an had not heard any sounds for a while and was about to cautiously peek out. However, he then heard the blind woman command, "Do not move." His actions halted abruptly. His true energy had been sealed, leaving him unaware of the unfolding events. Yet, the blind woman could distinctly sense that the earlier hostility had not dissipated. They had not ventured far. She feigned ignorance, continuing her intricate carving until the light dimmed and much time had passed. Finally, a small, buried insect slowly emerged from the earth, gradually wriggling towards the distance. Chapter 77. This girl is called Yinxing, all right. You may come out now. The imminent danger had passed, and the blind woman spoke with a newfound warmth, shedding her earlier cold demeanor. The underbrush rustled as Tai'an emerged, remaining somewhat silent. The blind woman seemed oblivious to the peculiarity in his gaze. As she carved, she advised, for the time being, there should be no danger, but I still recommend you take a detour to avoid any potential ambush. Tai'an, with a complex expression, asked, "Why do you wish to assist me?" Initially, he perceived her as merely a pitiable blind girl. Yet, it was clear he had underestimated her. Though his true energy was sealed and he could not fully grasp the situation, he still possessed his sight and hearing. He could perceive that, even if she was not a sword master, she was not far from attaining such a status. Why would such a skilled individual in the martial world offer help without reason? To his surprise, the blind woman simply smiled and countered, "Then why did you pay for my bowl of noodles back at the tavern?" Tai'an was rendered speechless. Reflecting on that moment, he recalled how she had only ordered a simple bowl of vegetarian noodles. His decision to pay stemmed from a moment of compassion. He saw the blind girl clad in ordinary attire, struggling through life, and felt it was only right to lend a hand. Although he may not be deemed particularly wealthy or prosperous, he possesses the ability to sustain himself and will not succumb to starvation. There is no need to quibble over a few copper coins. Occasionally extending a helping hand is commendable. However, little did he anticipate that this act of kindness would unexpectedly save his life today. One should perform good deeds without questioning the future. The blind girl picked up a wooden stick and stirred the fire before her. Nowadays, the ethos of the martial world has diminished, and thus most people scoff at this sentiment. Yet, goodness remains goodness. If heaven does not reward, then I shall repay. Her decision to draw her sword in his defense was not solely due to the bowl of noodle money, but rather because of his earlier actions. He was acutely aware of the peril he faced, yet he could not bear to implicate a blind girl. This compassion and benevolence warranted a response. If fate intended for him to perish, then she would confront heaven with her sword. Tai'an remained silent for a long while before forcing a bitter smile and admitting, "I am not truly a good person. That bowl of noodle money was merely a spontaneous decision. A gentleman evaluates actions, not intentions." The blind girl shook her head. "Whether you are a martial fiend or a villain matters not to me. What I know is that since you have offered that bowl of noodle money, It is only right for me to draw my sword for you today. This is your destiny, and it is also my path as a swordswoman. Gu Tai'an rubbed his face, feeling a sense of helplessness. What was this? A chivalrous woman punishing evil and promoting good? Or perhaps a female sword immortal who speaks out against injustice? He could not discern. Yet, perhaps as she said, destiny is not easily understood. His life was not meant to end. Thus, this was their fateful connection. Gu Tai'an attempted to sit beside the fire, gazing vacantly at the wooden carving in the blind girl's hands, and asked, "So, you can actually see?" The blind girl neither confirmed nor denied, calmly replying, "I can only feel." Feel. Indeed. With the eyes of the body, one can perceive the world. In martial arts, there exists a method of perception. Yet most do not cultivate it, as it is often deemed impractical. However, for those afflicted with visual impairments, such cultivation is indeed suitable. "Are you from the Hanging Sword Pavilion?" Gu Tai'an inquired again. As a newcomer to the martial world, he was filled with curiosity about everything. He had previously heard the name of the Hanging Sword Pavilion from the old man in rags, but it seemed the girl did not provide a direct answer, leaving him uncertain. The blind girl felt the wooden carving in her hands and responded softly, "Yes." Gu Tai'an felt a surge of excitement and asked, "Have you seen the Spirit Eye Fairy? Is she as beautiful as the rumors suggest?" This time, the blind girl remained silent, merely lifting her head to gaze at him with her eyes veiled in white gauze. Gu Tai'an could not help but slap himself in the face. How foolish he was to ask a blind person if they had seen someone. The blind girl lowered her head again, and before Gu Tai'an could speak further, she said, "If you wish to avoid traveling in darkness, it would be best to rest here for the night and get some sleep." Gu Tai'an scratched his face. Was this a sign of disdain? The final question. Gu Tai'an cautiously inquired, "May I ask for your esteemed name?" Seemingly apprehensive of being too forward, he hastily added, "Regardless, you are my benefactor. The kindness of your sword today is etched in my heart, and I shall repay it in the future. There's no need for that. The cost of the bowl of noodles has already been addressed. My life is of great value, not something that can be purchased for a mere bowl of plain noodles." Gu Tai'an asserted with gravity. A person must hold themselves in high regard, while others might speak such words merely as a courtesy. If he himself deemed his life worth no more than a bowl of noodles, then his existence would be rendered futile. The blind girl seemed equally taken aback by his steadfastness, delicately toying with the wooden carving in her hands. She remained silent for a while before finally parting her crimson lips to say, "My name is Yunqing." Gu Tai'an quietly committed this name to memory and responded with a smile, "I am Gu Zijing." Gu Zijing. Yes, Qing Zijing. My heart is ever so tranquil. Although Qing differs from Qing, they certainly sound alike. Gu Tai'an gazed at her exquisitely beautiful visage, and amidst the light-hearted banter, he found himself inexplicably compelled to elaborate. However, upon realizing the potential abruptness of his words, he hesitated, intending to say more. Yet, Yunqing merely nodded slightly, softly remarking, "A lovely name." Gu Tai'an breathed a sigh of relief. In the realm of martial arts, one must inevitably face peril. While gratitude is essential, one's survival must ultimately rely on their own cunning. Such is the nature of life in the martial world. Thus, even if he were to return to the court in the future, he would not be surrounded by enemies, would he? The hour grows late. It is best to rest early. Yunqing set aside her wooden carving, rising to approach the nearby thicket to freshen up. Gu Tai'an, stifling a yawn, reclined beside the fire. After days of relentless travel, he felt utterly exhausted. During the journey, he might not have fully sensed his fatigue, but now, as he allowed himself to unwind, weariness surged forth, causing his eyelids to flutter involuntarily. Before long, he succumbed to a deep slumber. When Yunqing returned, her eyes veiled in white gauze merely glanced at him before she withdrew her gaze. Unlike Gu Tai'an, who appeared to be in a restless sleep, she sat cross-legged, adopting a posture of meditation, embodying a serene discipline. The night breeze whispered through, restoring the tranquil ambience of the surroundings. Chapter 78. You can't possibly be directionally challenged, can you? A night of silence passed. The following morning, as Gu Tai'an groggily opened his eyes, he noticed Yunqing had already completed her morning routine and was adeptly extinguishing the fire. "Rise and shine. We have quite a distance to the next city. If we do not hasten our pace, we shall have to camp out tonight." Yunqing's voice was calm, like the moon hanging high in the sky. She gestured towards the thicket. "There are some twigs and fresh spring water over there. We can make do." Gu Tai'an acknowledged her words and promptly made his way over. A crystal-clear spring awaited him. He crouched down, snapping off a nearby twig, and after softening it with his teeth, he skillfully used the supple fibers to clean the surface of his teeth. After about the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, Tai'an returned, refreshed and revitalized. Where do you intend to go next? Yinqing inquired, gazing at him. Tai'an pondered for a moment. It should be Jinyang, I suppose. The journey to the Yin Mountains spans 3,000 miles, although he was not pressed for time. Arriving earlier would certainly be advantageous for gathering intelligence on the talented youths of the martial world, such as that enchanting spirit-eye fairy. Tai'an had learned at the tavern that her real name was Yun Fuyao. Although they shared a surname, they regrettably differed in their given names. This realization stirred a sense of wistfulness within Tai'an, as he almost entertained the notion of leveraging this connection to forge a powerful alliance. Unbeknownst to Yinqing, who remained oblivious to his thoughts, she simply remarked, Jinyang lies to the north, while I am bound for the eastern Jining prefecture. Our paths diverge here, so we must part ways. A flutter of emotions surged within Tai'an. Perhaps this was the essence of the martial world, a fleeting acquaintance one night, followed by inevitable separation, leaving the future of their reunion shrouded in uncertainty. With a heart full of sentiments, he could only offer a smile. Farewell. Little did Tai'an anticipate that the farewell, which he believed would span an eternity, would soon dissolve into mere hours. Having exchanged goodbyes in the morning, by dusk, they found themselves standing before the gates of Jining Prefecture, seemingly drawn together by fate. The evening breeze whispered through the air as Yinqing turned, her expression contemplative. Did you not say you were heading to Jinyang? Tai'an, scrutinizing the map in his hands, echoed her confusion. Indeed, I am meant to go to Jinyang. How could I possibly end up in Jining? Yinqing, perplexed, queried. Could it be that you have a poor sense of direction? Tai'an promptly discarded the map, asserting with conviction, no, it must surely be a flaw in the map itself. He would never allow himself to falter in such matters. Yinqing sighed and shook her head in exasperation, her bamboo staff in hand as she began to walk away. Hey, you're going the wrong way. The city gate is over here, Tai'an called out from behind. Yet Yinqing replied without glancing back, I shall not enter the city. Not entering the city? Tai'an paused, momentarily taken aback. Whether it was the joy of encountering a kindred spirit in a foreign land or the intrigue that stirred within him, he hastened to follow her once more. Together, they ventured to the back mountain. At this autumnal hour, the dusk cast a warm glow, blanketing the ground in a cascade of fiery red maple leaves. Yinqing halted beneath a maple tree. Are you waiting for someone? Tai'an inquired. Settling himself onto a nearby stone, his curiosity piqued as he surveyed the surroundings. Yinqing nodded in response. Just as Tai'an was about to speak again, a furtive, diminutive figure emerged from behind the mountain wall. Who goes there? Tai'an's instincts kicked in, and he swiftly leapt to his feet, muscles taut with vigilance. No need for alarm, Yinqing interjected, halting his movements with her bamboo staff. She then approached the small figure, carefully investigating. It appeared to be a boy. No, a girl. Disguised as a boy, despite her clever ruse, with a grimy visage and patched attire, she bore an unmistakable resemblance to a mischievous youth. Yet that somewhat immature and melodious voice betrayed her. Are you from the Tianxia Tower? The girl, feigning boyish bravado, timidly hid behind the mountain wall, watching Yinqing approach her step by step, a hint of trepidation in her demeanor. Tianxia Tower? Upon hearing this term, Tai'an instinctively raised an eyebrow. A notorious sect brimming with assassins. Why would she presume that the two of them belonged to Tianxia Tower? Furthermore, what was even more perplexing was that, instead of denying it, Yinqing nodded in affirmation. Indeed, we are from Tianxia Tower. Are you the one trying to contact us? Yes, that little girl, Xue, is indeed me. Upon hearing her response, the girl excitedly rushed out. I have been searching for you for a long time. Tai'an stepped forward, hands on his hips, leaning slightly with a bemused expression and inquired. Hey, little one, do you know what Tianxia Tower is all about? How dare you seek us out? Although he was unclear about the unfolding events, one moment involving Zuanyijian Pavilion, the next Tianxia Tower, he still willingly played along with Yinqing in this theatrical performance. Xue nodded vigorously. I know, you are assassins specializing in murder. Aren't you afraid of us? Afraid? Xue blurted out, but then, as if recalling something, she shook her head repeatedly. No, I'm not afraid. Tai'an regarded her thoughtfully. Interesting. So you seek us out to request our assistance in killing someone? Maxiashu responded without hesitation with an affirmative nod. Despite her well-concealed demeanor, Gu Tai'an could still discern a deep-seated hatred reflected in her bright eyes. He furrowed his brows, asking, "Do you comprehend the implications of killing someone without just cause?" Maxiashu appeared momentarily stunned. "I do not know. Taking a life demands a life in return." Gu Tai'an earnestly admonished her, not wishing for such a young child to stray onto a misguided path due to ignorance. Killing requires a life in return? Upon hearing this phrase, Maxiashu stubbornly shook her head. That is incorrect. How so? If killing someone necessitates a life in return, then why do they not face consequences? They? Gu Tai'an seized upon this keyword, his frown deepening as he realized that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. Especially when recalling the overwhelming hatred glimmering in the girl's eyes moments ago. There must be something amiss. However, before he could pose any inquiries, Maxiashu disregarded him and instead turned to Yunqing, defiantly asking, "I heard that as long as one can afford the price, Tianxia Tower dares to kill anyone. Is that true?" Yunqing paused for a moment in silence before gently nodding. Indeed. Maxiashu began to rummage through her garments, ultimately producing a delicate silver lock from her bosom, which she carefully offered with both hands. "I have money. I wish to enlist your help in killing someone." Chapter 79. What constitutes family heritage? Gu Tai'an scrutinized the silver lock closely. It was fashioned in the style of a longevity lock, a small piece crafted from silver, adorned with the engraving of the phrase, "May you live a long life." It seems that it should be worth about 10 taels of silver, nothing excessive. Yet, it would certainly suffice as the savings of an ordinary family. Yunqing similarly lowered her gaze, her eyes veiled by white silk, fixated on the longevity lock, refraining from reaching out to take it. Is it not enough? Mao Xiaoshu bit her lip, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Yunqing spoke calmly. "That depends on whom you wish to kill." The words kill made Mao Xiaoshu abruptly halt. Then she vigorously shook her head. "No, you must first promise to help me kill someone. And then I can reveal who I am." Yunqing fell silent once more. A promise is worth its weight in gold. She could not afford to make commitments lightly. As the atmosphere grew tense, Gu Tai'an stepped forward just in time to ease the situation. "Little girl, business does not operate in this manner." He smiled nonchalantly. Resembling a seasoned merchant, life has its value. The price for life at Tianxia Tower varies according to the target. For instance, you cannot simply offer this silver lock and expect us to assassinate the emperor. Would we dare accept such a contract? And would you truly believe us? Mao Xiaoshu fell silent in astonishment. She lowered her head, contemplating deeply, as if she found his reasoning sound, before hesitantly raising her gaze once more, saying, "Then, if I tell you, you must promise to keep it a secret. Otherwise, I might perish too." Gu Tai'an's expression turned serious, the mirth in his eyes fading as he nodded solemnly. "Of course, if we cannot guarantee the confidentiality of our client's information, what kind of people would we be?" Mao Xiaoshu clenched her fists, a torrent of hatred in her voice as she declared, "I wish to ask for your help in killing Gao Zhao." Gao Zhao? Who is he? He is the second son of the Gao family in Jining Prefecture, my adversary. The Gao family of Jining? Gu Tai'an narrowed his eyes. While he may not be familiar with the name Gao Zhao, the Gao family of Jining was another matter entirely. Much like the Tang family of Jinyang, the Gao family of Jining also hailed from the gentry, their lineage solid though not as renowned. The family's ancestor was said to be a prince of the founding state of Deqi, a hero who fought alongside the founding emperor to establish the realm. His descendants had once held official positions as well. Take the current head of the Gao family, Old Master Gao, for instance. Before his retirement, he held the esteemed position of Bijian province, overseeing local personnel and appointments, an unquestionable second-in-command, with numerous prot-gs dispersed throughout the ranks. His cousin served as the local lusher, akin to a secretary-general. A distant cousin was once one of the concubines in the imperial harem, holding the rank of pin. His second son managed the construction affairs of a prefecture as Fuxi, wielding control over government taxation and various projects, making him a coveted figure among merchants. A son-in-law served as Adongpan, responsible for oversight. His prot-gs remain in office, holding the title of Anshi, equivalent to a department director. Not to mention, the Gao family also has a great-grandson who has entered the capital to serve, currently honing his skills in the Ministry of War. What defines the heritage of a noble family? This is what true lineage entails. The aforementioned official positions, if considered individually, could likely represent the entirety of a scholar's career. However, the Gao family has managed to encompass them all. The combined power of such a multitude is, for over 99% of the population, undeniably formidable. After all, according to the current regional divisions of Deqi, Dao, Zhou, Fu, and Xian, these correspond to districts, provinces, cities, and counties. The influence of the Gao family extends to a level of authority within the provincial sphere. It is no wonder that this young girl, Mao Xiaoshu, was previously so vigilant. Given the Gao family's background, it would be all too simple to erase an individual without a trace. As for that second son, Gao Zhao, Gu Tai'an had not heard of him, and he seemingly held no significant official title, merely an ordinary second-generation heir. Yet, how did you come to have enmity with the Gao family? Gu Tai'an, upon realizing this, couldn't help but feel curious. Judging by the girl's background, she appeared to belong to a common family, someone who should typically have no connection to the Gao family at all. How could Gao Zhao have elicited such hatred from her? Little did he know that his inquiry would provoke an intense reaction from Mao Xiaoshu. Clenching her fists, her eyes reddened. You ask me? I wish to know as well. My father, my mother, my elder brother, my second sister, and my younger brother. How did we offend Gao Zhao? Yet, without exception, they all met a tragic end. Upon hearing this, both Gu Tai'an and Yunqing were visibly moved. Yunqing quietly inquired, how do you know it was the Gao family? Of course, I saw it with my own eyes. How could there be any doubt? Mao Xiaoshu shouted vehemently, akin to a wounded pup, left to lick its own wounds. Gu Tai'an, however, remained unaffected by her emotional turmoil, instead analyzing the situation with remarkable rationality. You mean to say that you witnessed your entire family, including your parents, being murdered by Gao Zhao? How did you manage to survive? Although he has not encountered Gao Zhao, one would assume that being from the esteemed Gao family, he would not be a fool. Surely, he must understand the principle of eliminating threats at their roots. Mao Xiaoshu stubbornly wiped away her tears and slowly recounted, I was being mischievous. That evening, while we were having dinner, I went to the back mountain to look for bird nests. When I returned, I found my parents pierced through with iron spears. My elder brother had his eyes gouged out and limbs broken. My second sister was in disarray. And even my younger brother was tied to a horse's tail and dragged to death. I could only hide behind a pile of hay, too afraid to make a sound. Despite constantly telling myself not to cry, when I began to speak, I could not help but break down in tears. The tragic demise of her entire family, with her being the sole survivor, evoked a profound sense of sorrow that was unbearable to witness. The two individuals before her, however, exhibited unexpected coldness. Gu Tai'an appeared contemplative, gazing at Mao Xiaoshu, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Yunqing stepped forward, taking the silver locket. Feeling its weight lift from her palm, Mao Xiaoshu raised her tear-streaked face. As Yunqing toyed with the silver lock in her hand, she spoke softly, I can kill that person from the Gao family. Really? Mao Xiaoshu exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she wiped away her tears and hurriedly stood up. However, before she could utter another word, Yunqing extended the silver lock towards her. But the price you offer is still insufficient. It cannot buy the life of the Gao family member. Chapter 80. Yet my charge remains a quixotic endeavor. Mao Xiaoshu stood frozen, urgency in her voice as she stammered. I have more money. I can gather more. Just give me a little time, just a bit. Very well, Yunqing nodded, unhesitatingly agreeing. I shall grant you 2 days. 2 days hence, at this same hillside. If you can bring more money, I will secure the life of that Gao family member for you. Mao Xiaoshu quickly extended her hand, fearful of her changing her mind. It's a promise. We shall seal it with a clap. Yunqing slightly lowered her gaze. Refraining from responding with a hand clasp, let us forego the clap. I do not favor physical contact. However, rest assured, I will fulfill my promise regarding the killing. Mao Xiaoshu nodded vigorously, no longer hesitating, and turned to dash down the mountain, seemingly intent on gathering funds with every fleeting moment. Yet, even if she did manage to acquire more, how much could she truly gather? Gu Tai'an watched her retreating figure, murmuring, a few copper coins? A handful of silver? At most, a few taels of silver, I suppose. Are you truly intent on intervening in this matter? Yunqing nodded slightly. Gu Tai'an furrowed his brow. What is your reasoning? He could not fathom why this blind girl would recklessly provoke the Gao family. Despite her origins in the suspended sword pavilion, the influence of such noble families was formidable. In both court and society, they existed like local emperors. Why would she undertake such a thankless task? But Yunqing merely cast a glance at him, a look of perplexity in her eyes as she countered. Does one require justification to punish evil and rescue the oppressed? Gu Tai'an was left speechless. From the moment I first grasped a sword in my youth, my mother taught me that I must learn to unsheath my sword for the injustices in the world. Yunqing's voice rang clear, imbued with an undeniable righteousness. For in this world, the poor have no voice. Only by wielding one's sword can they pour forth the bitterness in their hearts. I do not deny the power of the court, but even under the brilliant sun, in the midst of prosperity, there remain shadows untouched by light. As is the case now, when wronged, the first instinct of the people is not to seek justice from the authorities, but to retaliate in kind. Does that not speak volumes? Gu Tai'an fell silent, rubbing his face in a gesture of mild resignation as he chuckled softly. Since you have resolved to involve yourself in this affair, why then speak of insufficient funds? Yunqing pursed her lips. Because this is the second lesson my mother imparted to me. Never allow your sword to become an accomplice to evil. Indeed, the earlier girl's tearful plea, with its stark contrast of strength and vulnerability, was far more likely to evoke empathy and compassion. But is the reality truly as it appears? Before grasping the specific circumstances, relying solely on one side of the narrative would undoubtedly lead to bias. I require time to uncover the truth. Gu Tai'an raised an eyebrow, suddenly enlightened. Thus, you feigned a lack of funds, intending to return here in 2 days with the truth you have gleaned. If the facts align with what the young girl has claimed, you shall accept the commission for murder. However, if the reality diverges, you will decline under the pretext of insufficient funds? Yunqing remained silent, evidently acquiescing. What an extraordinary woman. Gu Tai'an couldn't help but marvel at Yunqing. This not only served as a commendation of her, but also of her mother. Kind yet not sanctimonious. Benevolent yet not overly indulgent. In just 2 lessons, she has cultivated a heroine who discerns right from wrong without being pedantic. Yet, in response to such praise, there was no hint of pride on Yunqing's jade-like visage. She maintained her tranquil demeanor, akin to the moon, tapping her bamboo staff as she advanced. I have heard tales of the Gao family. They are not to be trifled with. Therefore, do not follow me. Exorcising evil and rescuing the innocent is her path of the sword, not that of Gu Zijing. She did not wish to entangle the innocent. However, Gu Tai'an merely blinked, then took strides to catch up, playfully remarking, previously, whenever people spoke of the Jianghu, I would inquire what it truly was, yet none could provide an answer. But now I understand. Jianghu, in essence, is the gallant pursuit of vengeance and camaraderie. My steed may be lost, yet my sword remains. Hence my charge shall continue to be akin to that of Don Quixote. Don Quixote? Yunqing paused, turning to glance at him. What is that? Gu Tai'an laughed heartily. Consider it a metaphor for idealism. Even in the face of skepticism, one adheres to their convictions. Never retreating, always advancing. Yunqing was momentarily taken aback, seemingly astonished as she regarded him for a long while, then spoke. But as you previously mentioned, to take a life without the government's permission, do you comprehend the implications of that? What do they signify? It implies that the chivalrous disrupt the law with their martial prowess. From henceforth, you shall be pursued by the authorities, and the Jinui will relentlessly hunt you down. It matters not. Gu Tai'an laughed boldly. Today's wine is for today's revelry. Tomorrow's worries shall wait until tomorrow. Yunqing pressed her lips together, and her exquisitely beautiful cheeks finally bore a hint of a subtle smile. Quite carefree indeed. As for myself, I have always valued loyalty. Gu Tai'an unabashedly boasted. Not to mention the debt of life you owe me. As a friend, how could I stand idly by and watch you face danger alone? Yunqing raised an eyebrow playfully, smiling as she replied. Since when have we considered ourselves friends? We know each other's names. Does that not suffice? Gu Tai'an's eyes widened in surprise. Yunqing smiled without further comment, continuing her forward journey. As the sun descended in the west, it gradually elongated their shadows amidst the sprawling maple forest, leaving only a faint, melodious echo of her voice. Of course, it counts. Nightfall descended. Although Daki has long implemented a curfew, the gradual prosperity of the populace has given rise to the emergence of night markets across the nation. As a result, the curfew has become somewhat superfluous. Nonetheless, despite its non-mandatory nature, the city gates still close at the appointed hour. Once the last entry time has passed, one must wait until the dawn of the following day. In a hurried descent from the back mountain, Mao Xiaoshu rushed down, striving to catch up just in time, avoiding being locked outside the city gates. Although she was breathless and fatigued, She did not halt her pace, but instead sprinted towards a certain street to the west. It was only upon sighting a blacksmith shop that she finally paused, pushing the door open to enter. Inside the dimly lit hall, 5 coffins stood ominously, casting a chilling aura in the night. Yet, Mao Xiaoshu did not linger but proceeded directly to the rear of the coffins, bending down to tap the floor tiles with her fingers. With rhythmic thuds, a peculiar sound resonated as she struck the ground. A flicker of joy illuminated her face as she pried up the tiles. Beneath them lay a clay pot, encrusted with dirt. 1 coin, 2 coins, 3 coins. How delightful. There was silver. As she counted, an involuntary smile spread across her face, and without a hint of disdain, she bit down on the soiled silver pieces, carefully wiping them on her clothing. This cash represented her hard-earned private savings, predominantly copper coins, with a few silver pieces that brought her immense delight. Each coin signified an increase in the ransom she could offer for her life. After counting the pot's contents, Mao Xiaoshu calculated with her fingers, a total of 2 taels and 3 qian of silver. A flicker of hesitation crossed her features. In her haste, she had neglected to inquire how much silver was required to secure the life she so desperately sought. This was all she had saved. Though her family once operated a blacksmith shop, it barely sustained them, reliant solely on her father's efforts. Most of the meager earnings were spent on food and clothing for her siblings. The only longevity lock she possessed was a cherished heirloom passed down from her mother, a wedding gift from her grandmother that she had always treasured. Yet, the truth remained, she lacked sufficient funds. In her desperation, Mao Xiaoshu began prying up more floor tiles, hoping to uncover additional silver. Unfortunately, fate seemed unkind to this unfortunate girl. Aside from her hidden pot, there was nothing more to be found. Sitting on the ground in distress, her gaze eventually fell upon the 5 coffins. She remained lost in thought for an extended moment, torn between contemplation and uncertainty. Finally, she rose and approached the coffins, bowing deeply 3 times, solemnly declaring, "Father, Mother, forgive your unfilial daughter. Eldest brother, second sister, and little brother, do not blame me. I only wish to avenge you." She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, took a deep breath, and rose to her feet, mustering all her strength to push open each coffin lid one by one. After removing all the bodies, she carefully wrapped them in straw mats and gently placed them outside the house. Once she had completed this arduous task, Mao Xiaoshu stood by the door, casting a final glance back. Though her heart was heavy with reluctance, the bitterness within her compelled her to close the door, mimicking her parents' previous actions, and securely lock it. Under the cover of night, she painstakingly dug 5 graves in the fields with her own hands. At dawn, she staggered, her weary body barely holding together, to the pawnshop. "Here is the property deed. Could you kindly assess its value?" Mao Xiaoshu cautiously extracted a yellowed piece of paper with her blood-stained fingers and, on tiptoe, handed it over the counter, adding, "There are still 5 intact coffins inside, which I wish to sell as well." The previously drowsy accountant perked up at the prospect of business. Upon a quick appraisal, he noted the petite girl before him, and a broader smile spread across his face as he rubbed his hands together while examining the deed. "Oh, the blacksmith shop on Donglin Street. I believe that establishment has been around for several years. It's rather worn. Furthermore, your blacksmith shop, including the front and backyards, is barely 100 square feet, quite small. As for the coffins, who sells a house with coffins? It's bad luck and thus not worth much. How about I offer you 30 taels of silver?" The accountant quietly pressed down 2 of his outstretched fingers. 30 taels. Hearing this figure, Mao Xiaoshu's eyes widened in disbelief, and she exclaimed, "But my father said he spent over 100 taels on this shop back then. Moreover, each coffin was worth 7 or 8 taels when purchased." Seemingly caught off guard by her calculations, the accountant could not help but glare at her. "Hey, what do you know, little girl? The prices back then are not comparable to those now. This is all I can offer. Take it or leave it." With that, he carelessly tossed the deed aside, the paper fluttering away in the wind as if he truly did not care. Mao Xiaoshu lowered her head, quietly gazing at the deed lying on the ground, tears welling up in her eyes. Yet, she inhaled deeply, squatted down, and carefully picked it up. Rising on tiptoe once more, she presented it back at the counter, resolutely stating, "I'll trade." When she emerged from the pawnshop, Mao Xiaoshu still clutched the old ceramic jar, though it felt considerably heavier than before. "Along with this silver lock," she said, removing the red string from her neck and placing it inside the jar. "This should suffice, shouldn't it?" A sense of unease washed over her, This was all her savings. She was not a boy, and at such a tender age, she lacked the strength to work. Even if she were to sell herself, no one would want her. With a heart full of trepidation, she set off again towards the back mountain. However, as she traversed the bustling main street of Jining Prefecture, she suddenly halted in her tracks. A resounding laughter caught her attention. Brothers, let it be known that today, all the young ladies of the Tianxiang Tower are to be treated equally. Regardless of how many you choose, one thing is imperative: none shall be wasted. Do you hear me? Surrounding him, numerous young gentlemen clad in splendid garments echoed in agreement. Ha! What did I say? Young Master Gao is always forthright in his dealings. Rest assured, brothers, even if we die from exhaustion in bed today, we shall not let your money go to waste. I deliberately visited the apothecary yesterday to procure some medicine. Today, I demand 3. The raucous laughter erupted, creating an air of merriment. Mao Xiaoshu stood rooted to the spot, her fists clenched, her frail body trembling uncontrollably. Despite the distance separating them, despite the throng surrounding him, she could still recognize him at a glance. The young master engulfed by the crowd was none other than her sworn enemy, the second son of the Gao family, Gao Zhao. Almost instinctively, Mao Xiaoshu took a step forward, but within a mere 2 strides, she regained her composure and forcefully halted her advance. How could a defenseless child like herself dare to confront a scion of a noble family? Not to mention the formidable entourage of fierce servants and henchmen he commanded. Wait a moment. Where were those fierce servants? Mao Xiaoshu scrutinized her surroundings and quickly discerned something amiss. This time, Gao Zhao ventured out with only a handful of close companions. There were no servants or bodyguards trailing behind his carriage. Was he alone? In an instant, the flickering embers of hatred in Mao Xiaoshu's heart reignited. If he were indeed by himself, perhaps, if she disguised herself and launched a surprise attack, there might be a chance of success. The risks were considerable, yet the potential rewards were immense. If she succeeded, she would not need to seek out the Tianxia Tower again. All the funds she saved could be used to reclaim her home and provide a proper burial for her parents, ensuring they would not lie in unmarked graves after death. Chapter 82. The so-called Jianghu is merely a matter of serving as a lackey for 3 years in exchange for half a lifetime sustenance. It must be said that hatred burns like an inferno. Once ignited, the desires of the heart will blaze uncontrollably until everything is reduced to ashes. Mao Xiaoshu took a deep breath. She resolved to take a gamble. After finding a secluded spot to carefully bury the clay pot she held, she marked the location and cautiously tucked it away before making her way toward the Tianxiang Tower. However, the bouncers and the brothel keeper at the entrance were evidently no fools. They swiftly barred her passage. Hey, where did this little beggar come from? Do you even know where you are daring to intrude? They demanded. Please inform the owner that I have come to sell myself. Mao Xiaoshu lowered her head, uttering the words with a face full of shame. For a respectable young woman to become a courtesan was always a last resort. Were it not for the motive of infiltrating and seeking revenge, she would rather die than utter such words, thus tarnishing her family's name. Upon hearing her statement, the brothel keeper's face revealed a flicker of doubt. It was not that Tianxiang Tower was unwilling to accept someone so young. Some high-ranking officials, despite their status, are inexplicably drawn to such pursuits, offering hefty sums for their desires, rendering age a trivial concern. However, he found himself uncertain regarding the young girl's appearance. This was the sole criterion for their establishment. The girl, dressed in tattered rags, her face marred with dirt, had evidently not been washed in quite some time, making it difficult to discern her true beauty. If she lacked allure, she would be unwanted, leading to a waste of money. After a moment of contemplation, the proprietor finally spoke. Come inside with me. I shall speak with the matron. Mao Xiaoshu nodded repeatedly, obediently following behind. The matron, a plump middle-aged woman, bore a corpulent figure, though in her youth, she must have possessed some charm. Upon catching sight of Mao Xiaoshu, she could not help but exclaim, "At such a tender age, why do you wish to sell yourself?" Mao Xiaoshu lowered her gaze, replying, "My parents have passed away, and I can no longer afford food." The matron, feeling a pang of compassion, gently grasped her arm and squeezed her shoulder, offering comfort. "Ah, this slender little arm has indeed lost some weight, but fret not. Here at Tianxiang Tower, our girls are provided first-rate meals. A few months of good nourishment will restore your health." Mao Xiaoshu remained silent. The matron, mistaking her silence for shyness, continued, "Do not feel embarrassed. Everyone feels this way at first. In a few years, As you gain experience, you will adapt. Little turtle, take her down to wash well. Once we can see her true appearance, we can discuss the price of her services. With a wave of her fan, the matron nonchalantly directed the proprietor. He beckoned Mao Xiaoshu. Come with me. They quickly arrived at a secluded room. The proprietor opened the door and gestured for Mao Xiaoshu to enter. Go inside. There is hot water and clean clothes for you to change into. Once you are clean, you can fetch a good price. Mao Xiaoshu stepped inside. As the door clicked shut behind her, she glanced back to ensure no one else was present, allowing her tense nerves to finally relax. She observed the clear water in the tub and the coarse cloth garments set aside. After a moment's hesitation, she began to prepare. Time slipped away unnoticed. The proprietor, growing increasingly impatient, finally shouted, Hey, little girl, are you done washing? No reply came. Such a slowpoke, he muttered, dismissing her silence as mere shyness. However, as more time passed without response, unease began to creep in. Realizing something was amiss, he abruptly flung open the door, only to find the room empty, with the window wide open, flapping in the breeze. Ah, a free ride to the brothel, he mused, scratching his head, before deciding to inform the matron of this turn of events. Meanwhile, Mao Xiaoshu had stealthily infiltrated Tianxiang Tower, her senses alert as she surveyed her surroundings. Despite her attire being indistinguishable from that of the surrounding attendants, she endeavored to keep her head lowered, obediently accepting a plate and trailing at the end of the line. Although Tianxiang Tower was the largest entertainment venue in the entire Jining prefecture, given the Gao family's status, it was clear that they could not genuinely partake in the common revelry. Thus, while the front courtyard bustled with lively activity, the true den of indulgence lay in the rear courtyard, which had long been reserved exclusively for the Gao family, never open to outsiders. At this moment, Gao Zhao was immersed in a realm of sensual delights, flanked by remarkable beauties, their attire artfully disheveled, as they fed him wine while reclining in his embrace. A faint smile gracing his lips, the sound of vigorous collisions echoed before him. Two individuals were engaged in a fierce contest. Their abilities remained uncertain, yet their attire suggested they were wanderers of the martial world. Gao Zhao rose casually, tossing a stack of banknotes into the air with a boisterous laugh, proclaiming, Yes, just like that. Strike with all your might. Whoever emerges victorious shall claim this bounty of 3,000 taels. Below, a group of raucous companions sat in 2 rows, mockingly observing the spectacle. Just moments ago, when Gao Xiao proposed the challenge, the 2 contenders had appeared indignant, feeling insulted by the monetary stakes. Yet, as the banknotes piled up, they became more earnest than anyone else. What of these so-called masters of the martial arts? Ultimately, did they not become mere playthings for the affluent, used for amusement? Without their coin, these individuals would find themselves starved, left to perish. 3,000 taels of silver. Exiting through that door, one might toil endlessly without ever earning such a sum. This amount could secure a family's well-being for the remainder of their lives. Yet now, it was merely pocket change, carelessly tossed about by young lords, devoid of concern. The so-called martial world might well be a place where one serves as a lackey for 3 years in exchange for sustenance for half a lifetime. As the excitement of the contest surged, a sudden knocking on the door interrupted the scene. Knock, knock, knock. Gao Zhao lifted his gaze, lazily flicking his sleeve as he drawled, Come in. The door swung open to reveal a smiling attendant. Young Master Gao, everything you requested has been prepared. Shall we bring it in now? Gao Zhao stretched his sore neck, blinking as he sat up and exhaled deeply, gesturing towards the doorway. The attendant immediately understood, signaling to the others behind him. One by one, trays were brought to the table, each of a palm-sized dimension, containing not ordinary meals, but an array of colorful powders. Wusher-san. Concealed among the crowd, Mao Xiaoshu recognized the name. It was said to invigorate the mind and enhance one's vitality. Gao Zhao shook his sleeves, skillfully taking a spoon from the table, meticulously adding the powders to an empty bowl before him in precise proportions. Finally, he accepted a warm wine cup from a nearby beauty and raised it in unison with the powders. Oh, Gao Zhao let out a long, melodious sigh, subsequently collapsing weakly into the embrace of the beautiful maidens beside him, his calves continuously brushing against the plush mat beneath, a visage of sheer bliss. Below, when his rowdy companions witnessed this, they couldn't help but tease. Gao Xiao, is that Wusher-san truly so delightful? Let us have a taste as well. Huh, what stature do you possess to dare compare with our second brother? Indeed, do you not fear your father returning home to break your legs? Laughter erupted among them. He is the son of the general, imbued with vigor from martial practice, destined to become a general himself. Unlike our carefree Gao Xiao, their jests were painfully caustic. Gao Xiao narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on the last young man to speak, and suddenly seized a nearby incense burner, hurling it at him. The sudden assault caught everyone off guard. The young man fell to the ground, clutching his forehead in agony as blood flowed freely, pooling upon the earth. This scene instilled terror in the hearts of all present. The once lively gathering fell into a profound silence. Gao Xiao casually glanced at him and remarked indifferently, "If you cannot speak wisely, then remain silent. No one considers you mute." The young man was the son of the chief clerk, whose authority was second only to the governor and the deputy, responsible for personnel matters. He was the third in command. In the circle of young masters, he held a relatively high status. Yet, even so, in the face of the Gao family's might, he could only bow his head in submission, choosing to act as if nothing had transpired. Gradually, the others began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. They were all familiar with each other, and thus understood why the second young master of the Gao family had erupted in fury. It was quite simple, because of the term carefree. In ordinary households, such a label might not bear much weight, perhaps even seen as a commendation. However, for distinguished families, it was an entirely different matter. The legacy of the family demands a bearer. Being labeled as carefree implies a misconception that the individual is ineffectual, relegated to a life of leisure as a consolation. If the reality contradicted this, it would be one thing, but the unfortunate truth was that Gao Xiao's family situation was indeed as such. In Gao Xiao's eyes, his elder brother, only slightly older than he, the eldest grandson of the Gao family, had now transformed into the quintessential ideal child in the eyes of others. He had risen to fame at a young age, with the family ardently supporting him, experiencing minor promotions every 3 months and significant ones annually. He had already been exceptionally elevated to a position of responsibility within the Ministry of War, and it was merely a matter of time before he became a vice minister or a secretary. Even the choice of his marriage partner had been meticulously curated by their elder, ensuring a match of equal standing, fearful of doing him any injustice. Each of these actions underscored the notion that his elder brother was the future head of the Gao family, destined to bear the weight of the entire clan. In stark contrast, what of Gao Xiao? He remained in a state of aimlessness, indulging in pleasures, and at the same age, he held neither an official position nor any semblance of responsibility. It was no wonder that he had reacted with such indignation when reminded of his own shortcomings. After all, according to the old saying in the family, it is sufficient for just one member of the Gao family to rise to prominence. Having more may only lead to disdain and potential catastrophe. In fact, to sever any ambitions he might harbor, even martial arts practice was strictly forbidden. This is why, while others could cultivate their spirit through martial arts, he was relegated to relying on drugs. Such favoritism inevitably resulted in Gao Xiao's long-standing repression, rendering his temperament increasingly volatile and capricious. The surrounding young masters, sensing the tension, attempted to alleviate the atmosphere. Fortunately, the earlier incident was merely a minor interruption. Gao Xiao did not dwell on it, yawning as he reclined once more in the embrace of a beautiful woman, resuming the raucous revelry. The room seemed to revert to its previous state of merriment. Meanwhile, Mao Xiaoshu, who had been lurking in the shadows and quietly observing the unfolding situation, finally found her opportunity. She cautiously inched forward, her gaze fixated on Gao Xiao, whose eyes were narrowed in pleasure. 10 steps, 9 steps, 8 steps, she drew ever closer. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she resolved to seize this rare chance. She calculated the distance in her mind until they were merely 3 steps apart. Her rusty dagger was poised to strike. Suddenly, a voice of suspicion pierced the air beside her. "Hey, newcomer, who allowed you to get so close to young Master Gao?" This exclamation instantly captured the attention of everyone present, including Gao Xiao, who lifted his gaze in curiosity. The group of young masters finally noticed a slight figure, a scrawny male prostitute, who had stealthily approached Gao Xiao's side. Damn it! Had she been exposed? With Gao Xiao so close, the opportunity for vengeance was at hand. Mao Xiaoshu was unwilling to squander this momentous chance. Regardless, she decided to go for broke. The deep-seated enmity would be avenged today. Gritting her teeth, she abruptly drew her dagger and shouted as she lunged towards Gao Xiao's chest. "Young Master Gao! Young Master!" The sudden turn of events startled everyone present. Whether they were the second-generation scions or the male prostitutes, all faces paled in shock. They could hardly fathom the repercussions if Gao Zhao were to perish here today. The entire Jinning would surely tremble. Even if he were merely a wastrel, his surname alone commanded a power capable of crushing most individuals in this world. At this moment, perhaps the only one maintaining composure was Gao Zhao himself. Whether he was slow to react or simply dismissed the assassination attempt, he remained oblivious as the blade found its mark. Mao Xiaoshu gasped for breath. With this strike, she had nearly expended all her strength. Father, mother, I have finally avenged you. Tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls. Just as she believed her profound vendetta had reached a resolution, a derisive laugh suddenly echoed in her ears. Mao Xiaoshu's pupils dilated in shock as she abruptly lifted her head. Hai Zhao loomed above her like a dark shadow, enveloping her completely, even swallowing the remnants of sunlight. The only thing she could discern was the faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. How could this be possible? Mao Xiaoshu felt as though struck by lightning. The entire Jinning prefecture was aware that the second son of the Gao family was a debauched individual, untrained in martial arts. As a mere mortal, how could he withstand her blade and emerge unscathed? Was it the Gao family's hidden guards? Mao Xiaoshu dismissed this notion, for the fact remained that her dagger had indeed pierced Gao Zhao's chest and had yet to be withdrawn. Even if it were the hidden guards, at such close proximity, it was inconceivable that they could intercept her attack. But then, what could explain this phenomenon? Mao Xiaoshu was at a loss. Yet, defiant and unyielding, she drew her rusted dagger once more, intent on striking again. This time, however, Gao Zhao's powerful hand seized her wrist, twisting it painfully, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Without hesitation, Gao Zhao delivered a sharp slap. The crisp sound reverberated throughout the room. Mao Xiaoshu found herself sprawled on the floor, seemingly bereft of all strength and means. Huh, you wish to kill me? Gao Zhao leaned down, retrieving the rusted dagger with an amused smile. In all of Jinning, there are countless who desire my life. Did you think you were the first? He tore open his garment, revealing a layer of soft armor beneath. It was as supple as silk and impervious to blades. Indeed, given the Gao family's resources, it was unimaginable that he would venture out without any means of protection, even without the company of loyal servants or guards. Yet I am genuinely curious, he continued. They wish for my demise due to their vested interests, but what could a mere child like you possibly seek? Gao Zhao crouched down, gently lifting Mao Xiaoshu's chin with the dagger. His curiosity piqued. You killed my parents, my elder brother, my second sister, and my younger brother. And you dare to question why I would want to kill you? She spat bitterly. Is that so? Gao Zhao prodded her forehead with the dagger, seemingly oblivious to the matter or perhaps indifferent to it. He chuckled lightly, rising once more. I have taken so many lives that I can hardly recall whom you speak of. However, your audacity to strike at me as such is commendable. How about we wager? Mao Xiaoshu bit her lip, turning her head defiantly to the side. My father said gambling brings ruin. I will not partake. Oh, do not be so hasty in your refusal. Do you not wish to know what I propose to wager? Gao Zhao casually tossed the dagger aside and returned to his previous position. This time, however, he did not sit on the couch, but instead pointed. And the beauty he had embraced obediently crawled to his feet. He plopped down onto her, as if she were a human stool. With a flourish of his sleeve, he looked down with a grin. The stake I propose is your very life. The word life pierced through Mao Xiaoshu's heart, striking the softest chord within her. She gazed up in stunned disbelief. Hai Zhao supported his head with one hand, a playful smile gracing his lips as he remarked. Everyone in Jinning Prefecture is well aware that opposing the Gao family leads to dire consequences. Even if you are but a young girl, you are no exception. Your fate was originally to be minced and fed to the dogs, but today, I am in a generous mood and wish to play with you. Should you win the forthcoming wager, I shall allow you to depart unharmed. What say you? Mao Xiaoshu hesitated, her gaze uncertain and her lips sealed. Yet, her rowdy companions erupted in encouragement. Wager, lovely maiden. What is there to ponder? If you do not bet, you may very well meet your demise. Indeed, it is rare for young Master Gao to show mercy. With a stroke of luck, you may just escape with your life. Dear sister, you surely do not wish to be devoured by a beast larger than yourself, do you? Bet, bet, bet. The clamor rose and fell like crashing waves. Yet Mao Xiaoshu's body trembled ever more violently. Well, have you made up your mind? Hai Zhao cast her a casual glance, his interest piqued. A faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With her eyes shut tight, Mao Xiaoshu finally mustered the courage to ask, her voice quivering. What shall I wager? Hai Zhao leaned forward, resting his arms on his thighs, and beckoned her with a smile. Crawl over here. Taking a deep breath, Mao Xiaoshu steeled herself to rise. However, in the next moment, a wine cup flew from nowhere, striking her knee and causing her to collapse in pain. I instructed you to crawl over, Hai Zhao stated, his expression devoid of warmth. Mao Xiaoshu felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. Yet, clinging to a flicker of hope, she gritted her teeth and, with great effort, maneuvered her slight frame toward him. Upon reaching Hai Zhao, he wrapped her tightly in his embrace, his powerful arm constricting around her throat. Her face flushed crimson, breath hitching. And instinctively, she struggled against him. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear while gesturing to the two adventurers before them. The rules of the wager are simple. Guess which of them will emerge victorious. If you are correct, you may leave. However, should you be mistaken, he left the sentence hanging, erupting into laughter. A chill coursed through Mao Xiaoshu. She was reluctant to guess, for she had no inkling of which stranger might triumph. If she lost, her life would be forfeit, and with her demise, the chance for vengeance for her parents would vanish. In that moment, regret washed over her. Why had she acted impulsively? Two clear tears hung helplessly upon her cheeks. The prolonged silence only heightened the urgency among the young men flanking her, who began to clamor in desperation. Hurry and guess. Indeed, do not waste time, little miss. Our brothers have other matters to attend to. We do not even know who will win. Why ponder so deeply? The cacophony further disoriented Mao Xiaoshu, her frail body trembling more violently. As she struggled to solidify her resolve, Gao Zhao, upon witnessing the scene, refrained from urging her further. Instead, he leaned closer to her ear and whispered softly. Should the time elapse and you remain unbetting, it would mean you concede defeat by default. Mao Xiaoshu's eyes widened in surprise. Like a machine, she slowly lifted her head, gazing at the two dueling rangers before her. After a prolonged internal struggle, she finally extended her trembling hand, pointing towards one of the swordsmen. Yes, the bet is placed successfully. Gao Zhao released her, rose to his feet, and approached the two rangers. One was a swordsman, the other a fist fighter. He opened his arms and, with a faint smile, inquired, "Did you both hear the wager just now?" The swordsman and fist fighter hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. "Very well. I previously promised that if either of you were to win, I would reward you with 3,000 taels of silver. However, the rules shall now change." He lifted his chin, a triumphant smile gracing his lips as he pointed at the fist fighter. "You have emerged victorious. I shall grant you 10,000 taels of silver." Then he turned to the swordsman. "And you, having lost, shall also receive 10,000 taels of silver." In that instant, the power of the aristocracy silently manipulated the course of this gamble. Chapter 85, A Heartfelt Appeal. Can you not show a little sincerity? In the face of the young noble's extravagant wager, the two individuals before him remained momentarily stunned. Yet, Mao Xiaoshu, standing behind, rushed forward, shaking his frame as she exclaimed urgently, "No, this is cheating. It is utterly unfair. To hell with this." Gao Zhao, unfazed, instinctively kicked her away, placing his hands on his hips as he leaned down to regard her with amusement. "Little girl, still lacking the maturity of adulthood. Who told you that a gamble must be fair? Did your father not teach you the same lesson, advising you to avoid such pursuits? You chose to disregard his counsel. Who can you blame now?" As she beheld the mocking smile upon his face, Mao Xiaoshu's heart sank into despair. Was it true that regardless of her choice, there was always but one inevitable outcome? Clenching her small fists, she felt overwhelmed with bitterness. Yet, what could her resentment achieve? To this day, had not all the consequences been the result of her own decisions? If only she had been willing to spend silver to hire an assassin from the Tianxia Tower. Even if he bore armor, would he not have met his demise? Tears, unbidden, streamed down her cheeks. Mao Xiaoshu curled up like a wounded kitten, bowing her head as she sobbed quietly. Meanwhile, Gao Zhao observed her without a shred of sympathy. Rather, he returned to his seat with a sense of self-satisfaction, remarking lightly, "The gamble is about to commence." With a command, the two rangers, who had temporarily ceased combat, resumed their fierce engagement. Yet, whether for dramatic effect or otherwise, their duel retained an air of authenticity. The fist fighter threw a punch, while the swordsman deftly evaded. The swordsman retaliated with a slice, and the fist fighter sidestepped. They exchanged blows, each seemingly evenly matched. However, Neither the young nobles present nor the onlookers felt the slightest concern, for they had long anticipated the eventual outcome. The more boisterous the revelry becomes now, the greater the amusement when one experiences a narrow defeat later, does it not? Even the protagonist, Gao Zhao, at this moment sways the bronze wine vessel in his hand, savoring the 5-stone powder, nestled in the embrace of a beautiful woman, indulging in sheer pleasure. The brawl on stage persists, while the absurdity of the banquet continues unabated. Time is a blur. A young gentleman, seated closest to the stage, lifts his head in a dazed manner, drunkenly gazing at the two combatants, and mutters indistinctly, No, that can't be right. Why do I feel, Why do I feel that this swordsman seems poised to win? His utterance instantly captures the attention of all present. The crowd raises their gazes, only to behold the swordsman pressing forward relentlessly, each strike mercilessly delivered. In contrast, the boxer seems to falter, his movements sluggish, as if ensnared by fatigue, sustaining increasing injuries. This scene astounds all the young gentlemen in attendance. One among them, unable to contain himself, exclaims, Hey, did you all comprehend what young Master Gao just articulated? He wants the boxer to win, not some foolish swordsman. Be mindful. Do you truly still desire those 20,000 taels of silver? Yet, neither the swordsman nor the boxer pays heed to his words. The swordsman advances with unyielding determination, while the boxer retreats step by step. Witnessing this, the young gentlemen below are left bewildered, exchanging glances, utterly perplexed by the antics of these two individuals. Even Mao Xiaoshu ceases her weeping, staring blankly at the starkly contrasting situation. Only Gao Zhao remains undeterred. He squints, his fingers tightening around the bronze wine vessel, tilting his head to down the fine wine in one gulp, before unsteadily rising to his feet and descending from the stage. With a gaze clouded by inebriation, he surveys his surroundings, ultimately fixing his eyes upon an incense burner emitting curling blue smoke nearby. A smile stretches across his face as he approaches, lifting the burner to gauge its weight. It's quite substantial. He then sways towards the two engaged in combat. At this juncture, the boxer is thoroughly overwhelmed by the swordsman. The swordsman, unaware of the unfolding drama behind him, remains oblivious to Gao Zhao's silent approach. In the next instant, Gao Zhao's expression darkens as he raises the incense burner high, crashing it down onto the swordsman's nape. The sound of impact resonates, rendering the swordsman momentarily dazed, his footing faltering. Yet Gao Zhao shows no inclination to relent. He continues to elevate the incense burner, striking it against the swordsman's head, forcing him down to the ground. Seizing the opportunity while the swordsman shakes his head in confusion, Gao Zhao leaps onto him, persistently bringing the incense burner down upon his skull. Once, twice, thrice. Even a martial artist, possessing a physique beyond that of ordinary men, is still fundamentally human. A human being can perish. Gao Zhao's resolve shows no sign of softening. Even as the brain matter splattered across his face, he continued to laugh maniacally, showing no signs of wanting to cease. Time became an abstract concept. Perhaps Gao Zhao had grown weary, or perhaps the swordsman beneath him lay disfigured and lifeless, blood pooling around them. Gao Zhao, panting heavily, stood once more. Discarding the incense burner to the side, spat, and coldly cursed, ungrateful wretch, giving face yet demanding more. He then cast a glance at the boxer. At that moment, the boxer had already collapsed to the ground in terror, speechless, his expression a portrait of fear. Even as a martial artist, he felt as though he stood before a malevolent demon, utterly devoid of the will to resist. A profound dread surged within him, an inescapable shadow. The surrounding patrons and courtesans were equally paralyzed by fear. Under the piercing gaze of Gao Zhao, they averted their eyes, terrified of attracting his attention. Only the wealthy young men remained, either expressing regret, frowning, or reveling in the spectacle, yet none showed any concern. It seems that upon returning, "You'll have to summon your father to clean up your mess," remarked the son of the judge, who presided over legal matters within the jurisdiction, including the examination of cases and litigation. He leaned casually on the ground and declared, "However, Brother Zhao, you will need to refrain from venturing out for a while." Gao Zhao chuckled nonchalantly, seemingly reverting to his previous composure, responding, "No matter, it's merely a trifling matter." He returned to the table, picking up several banknotes, meticulously wiping the blood from his hands. Satisfied, he crumpled the notes and hurled them at the boxer. "Hey!" The boxer looked up in confusion, only to see Gao Zhao gesturing dismissively, You've won. Now take the money and leave. Chapter 86. 10,000 taels. A lifetime's worth of spending. The crumpled banknotes rolled to the boxer's feet. He stared silently at the filthy, almost trash-like offering, hesitating to reach for it. The faint whisper of the fallen swordsman echoed in his ears. Hey, I think the situation has changed. That girl seems to be in dire straits, her life hanging by a thread. What does that have to do with us? We didn't cause it. We just want the money, right? What nonsense is this? Are we not to discern right from wrong? If we assist in wrongdoing, how are we different from a demon? Spare me your lectures. Just tell me if you'll take the money today. It was acceptable before, now it's not. Are you a fool? Is there a difference? Of course there is. Earning the earlier money merely meant we performed for our livelihood, which is no shame. But accepting money now, can you sleep soundly tonight? Can your conscience bear it? So, we must find a way to help that girl. Are you mad? That's a fortune of 10,000 taels. Do you comprehend the implications of this? It signifies that from this moment forth, I can cast aside all my troubles. 10,000 taels. A fortune that could never be exhausted in a lifetime. Spare me. Once we claim this money, our friendship shall cease to exist. You scoundrel, you have triumphed. Now tell me, what do you wish to do? First this, then that. I had anticipated that this ostentatious charade of a feigned defeat would allow me to lose silver yet retain my conscience. However, it appears that the shadows over Jinning Mansion are far too dark. Even with their utmost efforts, they remain powerless against the unseen hand lurking in the background. The pugilist, battling the nausea rising within him, trembled as he reached down to retrieve the silver note from the ground. This money is stained with blood, particularly the blood of his friend. He hesitated to accept it, yet fear gripped him. Fear that the second son of the Gao family might discern his true thoughts, leading him to a fate akin to that of his friend. He cannot perish. He has an elderly mother to support. What will become of his family if he dies? Let them fend for themselves, for he cannot seek vengeance. This money should be taken out and more than half given to his friend's pregnant wife. It should suffice to ensure her and her unborn child's future is secure. The pugilist rose, as if stripped of thought, moving forward like a mere automaton. He dared not cast even a fleeting glance at his friend's lifeless body. Only when passing by Mao Xiaoshu did he pause, lowering his gaze upon her with bloodshot eyes. Indeed, it is all her fault. This wretched star. Had she not provoked the second son of the Gao family, they could have easily departed with 3,000 taels, retreating from the world of martial arts henceforth. His friend should not have met such a fate. It is her. It is entirely her doing. She has caused the demise of his only companion. In that moment, the pugilist's fury reached its zenith. Yet he dared not express it towards the second son of the Gao family, instead directing his wrath towards the frail girl. Meanwhile, Gao Zhao observed the scene with clarity. Yet he remained silent, arms crossed, regarding Mao Xiaoshu with derision. Do you see this? This is the influence of the Gao family. This is the legacy of generations. What if a murder occurs in broad daylight? Throughout Jinning Mansion, the 3 judicial offices, and the 24 yamen, our people are omnipresent. With a mere flick of our fingers, we can twist black into white. Who dares to contend with the Gao family? Mao Xiaoshu curled up, clutching her head, her fragile form trembling. Even now, thoughts of vengeance eluded her. This man loomed over her heart like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating her. He is the one who committed the murder. Yet why, oh why, does the victim blame herself? She too is a victim. She cannot fathom any of it. Only an overwhelming sense of injustice remains. The pugilist departed, for even in his discontent, he dared not vent his frustrations in front of these young masters. The fight had concluded, yet the absurd banquet continued unabated. Gao Zhao approached Mao Xiaoshu once more, crouching down before her, his large hand resting gently on her head as he smiled and remarked, "You've lost this wager." Mao Xiaoshu remained silent, curling her body into a tight ball, as if this posture could shield her from harm. Yet, Gao Zhao was not inclined to indulge her. In an instant, his hand seized her throat, lifting her off the ground. Mao Xiaoshu gasped for air, her frail frame instinctively struggling against his grip. In the midst of her turmoil, a tattered piece of cloth fell away from her. Gao Zhao glanced down curiously. Without needing further prompting, a nearby courtesan promptly retrieved the cloth, crawling to his feet and tremblingly raising it with both hands. Upon receiving it, Gao Zhao arched an eyebrow and chuckled. A treasure map, indeed. The mention of a treasure map piqued the interest of the surrounding young gentlemen, who eagerly gathered around. Gao Zhao extended the cloth and proposed, "Who will venture outside to seek it?" There may be fortune to uncover. I will, declared one of the young men, taking the cloth with enthusiasm and leading a few companions out to search. In less than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, he returned. But instead of treasure, he bore a dilapidated earthen jar, his expression one of disdain. Humph, I expected something of value, yet all I found was this rubbish. He carelessly sifted through the dirty coins and tarnished silver, plucking out a relatively intact silver lock to inspect. However, even the lock was marred with tarnish, suggesting it had been neglected for years. Trash, he spat, dismissing it as unworthy, even less valuable than the trinkets worn by his household maids. He tossed the silver lock aside. This scene, however, struck a profound chord within Mao Xiaoshu. Desperation surged within her, compelling her to struggle with all her might. This was her last glimmer of hope, yet it was being trampled upon by these young gentlemen. Tears welled in her eyes, but what good would that do? Gao Zhao found her distress increasingly entertaining. Are you so concerned about these coins? He taunted, extending his hand. The young man instinctively offered the earthen jar to him. Gao Zhao, without a glance, held the jar in one hand while gripping her with the other, leading her from the backyard into the grandest room of the brothel. He flung open the window, gazing down at the bustling crowd below, and laughed heartily. The world claims that one cannot expect free lunches from the heavens. Thus, let this young master shower you with a rain of coins today. With that, he abruptly poured the contents of the jar out. A cascade of copper coins and shards of silver rained down into the streets. As the onlookers scrambled to seize the coins, Mao Xiaoshu's struggles ceased, her mind going blank. It was all gone. The wealth she had painstakingly accumulated was lost in an instant. In that moment, Mao Xiaoshu felt no fear, no panic, nor concern. All that remained was an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. The money was gone. She could no longer summon anyone from the depths of the brothel. Her parents' vengeance could never be avenged. Gao Zhao observed her lifeless demeanor, the toy in his hands devoid of resistance, and instantly lost interest. He presented the ceramic jar before Mao Xiaoshu and shook it slightly. However, Mao Xiaoshu remained utterly still, as if possessed, growing increasingly bored. Gao Zhao carelessly shattered the jar on the ground and then lifted Mao Xiaoshu towards the window. At that moment, he could effortlessly let go and send her plummeting to her demise. Just as Gao Zhao was about to release his grip, he noticed a chubby, big-eared young man approaching from behind, squinting his small eyes and grinning mischievously. Second brother. Gao Zhao turned to him, puzzled. Second brother, since you've lost interest, perhaps you might consider. The chubby young man ceased speaking, merely rubbing his hands together, eagerly gazing at Mao Xiaoshu in Gao Zhao's grasp. Gao Zhao paused, then realized and laughed, reprimanding him. I nearly forgot that you have a penchant for such things. Alas, you do not understand. It is rare to find someone petite and adorable in these times. The chubby young man expressed his frustration. These days, unlike before, it's chaotic. One could once buy a young girl with just a few measures of rice. Now, in this prosperous age, every household can afford to eat well, and by year's end, most even have a surplus, so few are willing to sell their children. Gao Zhao scoffed, with such a depraved interest. Aren't you worried that your future son might be lacking in certain traits? The chubby young man chuckled. Ah, then a daughter would suffice. He blinked, dismissing the concern, while his anticipation for Mao Xiaoshu only grew. This little girl may be a touch tender, but her looks are passable. She could be tolerable. Gao Zhao rolled his eyes but casually tossed Mao Xiaoshu to him, saying, all right, enough. Quickly, be gone. If I stay with you any longer, I might just feel ill. Without hesitation, the chubby young man scooped up the seemingly lifeless Mao Xiaoshu and headed towards the adjacent room. Observing the actions of this corpulent individual, several others nearby began to feel restless. Gao Zhao, enough, off you go. Gao Zhao scolded them irritably. Having spent years together, they instinctively knew each other's intentions. They exchanged knowing smiles and promptly followed suit. Though he cursed them, Gao Zhao did not harbor any genuine disdain in his heart. In their circle, it was quite normal to have some unseemly little quirks. Moreover, the friends surrounding him belonged to families of considerable influence. Even the Gao family occasionally afforded some respect. Gao Zhao shook his head. Despite the day's tumult, it was merely another ordinary day amidst the many he had experienced. Nothing worthy of concern. Yawning, he prepared to lead his remaining companions to the next venue of entertainment. Meanwhile, at the far side of the extravagant banquet in Tianxiang Tower, Gu Tai'an was strolling alongside Yinqing, attempting to explore every corner of Jining Prefecture. To be honest, Gu Tai'an himself was uncertain of their exact destination, as he was merely following Yinqing, who would occasionally stop and wander. Especially when passing by a blacksmith shop earlier, she lingered the longest. It was a rather simple establishment. Yet the owner, seemingly from nowhere, was enthusiastically extolling the virtues of the place to passers-by, as if he intended to sell it. Yinqing stood there, leaning on her bamboo staff. Gu Tai'an momentarily entertained the thought that she might be interested in renting the shop, but alas, that was not the case. Yinqing only paused for a brief moment before continuing her stride forward. Although she uttered not a word, Gu Tai'an perceptively noted the slight furrow of her delicate brows. Was there something peculiar about the blacksmith shop? Pondering this, Gu Tai'an became so engrossed that he failed to notice Yinqing had halted, resulting in a gentle collision between their forms. Why have you stopped? Gu Tai'an inhaled the faint, sweet scent reminiscent of gardenias, brushing his nose lightly. Yinqing turned to him and softly said, "It is getting late. We should return. No further inquiries? All inquiries are complete." With a tap of her bamboo staff against the ground, she began retracing her steps. Gu Tai'an hurried to catch up, resting his arms behind his head, and asked, "Is there something amiss with that blacksmith shop? Yet you did nothing there." Yinqing closed her eyes and replied slowly, "Consider it a talent honed by years of perception. I can analyze specific behaviors, environments, and traces to deduce the circumstances at hand and reconstruct them in my mind." Gu Tai'an was taken aback, exclaiming, "A profile? What is a profile?" Yinqing seemed unfamiliar with the term, turning to him with a puzzled expression. Gu Tai'an cleared his throat and quickly explained, "It's nothing. Just this talent you speak of is referred to as profiling in my homeland, a rare ability possessed by only a few." Yinqing appeared enlightened and nodded. "So, you have already made a decision in your heart?" "Indeed." Then the young girl spoke no falsehood? "No." Gu Tai'an chuckled with a hint of resignation. The fact that the girl had not lied implied that the Jinningao family had indeed committed nearly a massacre. Yet the entire Jinning government remained willfully ignorant of such transgressions. Although I harbor little fondness for the court, I have heard that in the days of the founding emperor, there was a clear edict regarding the principles of governance. The law governs the realm, and Confucian teachings cultivate virtue. Yet now, the law serves merely as a tool to restrain the lower classes, seldom daring to encroach upon the privileged. In light of this, Yinqing slowly opened her eyes and calmly stated, "Then I must make these noble lords understand a fundamental truth." "What truth?" "Swordsmanship is also law." As her words fell, a clear sword intent resonated through the heavens and the earth, causing her white garments to rustle in the breeze. Gu Tai'an gazed at her silhouette, refraining from discouragement, his lips curving into a subtle smile. In the past, while in Fengdu, he often heard derogatory remarks about these wandering masters of the martial world. Phrases like heroes disrupt the law with their martial prowess. Yet now, as he truly bent down to enter this realm, he found a new perspective. Yet one may discern that the chaos wrought by martial prowess is not always a malevolent affair. When the law fails to shield me, you would do well to pray that it can still safeguard you. Chapter 88. Do you have ties with the Liu family? As dusk descended, Master Gu, having exchanged goodnights with his friend after a day of toil, turned back to his adjacent quarters. Despite the fatigue etched upon him from days of relentless travel and nights spent under the stars, Gu Tai'an did not hasten to his bed. Instead, he approached his desk, deftly flipping his wrist to reveal a palm-sized wooden box that materialized in his grasp. With a subtle press, the gears within the box whirred to life, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a sizable container. Gu Tai'an opened the box to find not only his personal garments and belongings, but also several bags. "Let me take a look. These are the renowned local delicacies. Meant for Tai Ping, that greedy little girl. This is fragrant powder for Shangwan. I wonder why that fellow insists on smelling so delightful all day. This scroll of scripture is incomprehensible. I cannot tell if it is a Buddhist text. I shall let the bald one decipher it upon our return. Oh, and this pendant would look quite charming affixed to a scabbard, though knowing Xiao Tang's sharp tongue, he will likely scorn it." Gu Tai'an meticulously organized his treasures, mindful of the gifts he ought to bring back for his cherished friends after his sojourn in the martial world. Once he had finished, Gu Tai'an stretched lazily and returned the storage box to its place. He then settled cross-legged upon his bed, reflecting on the passage of time. He noted that several days had elapsed since he had been pursued by the trio from the southern frontier. The fervor of their chase should have waned by now, allowing him to attempt to break through some of the seals he had set. With his eyes closed, he concentrated, He was acutely aware that the golden silkworm Gu could track him across vast distances, yet remaining in a state of prolonged confinement was not a viable solution. Although Yunqing remained by his side during this period, for reasons unknown, he still felt a profound sense of insecurity. Perhaps it was because Yunqing was ultimately just an external force. After all, his fear of insufficient fiery power was deeply ingrained. He resolved to leave one qi mark to suppress, while attempting to unravel the remaining three. With determination, Gu Tai'an commenced the circulation of his true qi, endeavoring to breach the seals he had imposed upon himself. This endeavor was not particularly arduous, yet it did require time. Outside, the night was sparse, while within, true qi swirled like mist. Time slipped away unheeded. When Gu Tai'an finally reopened his eyes, he found himself no longer in the inn, but rather within a resplendent grand hall. The Hall of Literature? Gu Tai'an surveyed the surroundings and recognized the decor. It was indeed the very hall where he and Taiping had once captured Xiao Ao. Boy, prepare to meet your end. A fierce voice echoed before him. Gu Tai'an turned to behold a middle-aged man, bare-chested, advancing menacingly with a broadsword in hand. He radiated an overwhelming aura of sanguine ferocity, exuding a fierce and terrifying presence. Xiao Ao. Gu Tai'an's expression shifted as he recognized the man. What is happening? Was he not slain? A fleeting thought crossed Gu Tai'an's mind, and he furrowed his brow. Pondering, is this a consequence of a witch's curse? His gaze flickered. Yet, before he could deliberate further, Xiao Ao, unwavering in his intent, swung his formidable blade toward Gu Tai'an's head with a fierce momentum. Gu Tai'an, sensing the gravity of the situation, swiftly summoned his sword to parry the attack. The blade shimmered like crimson rainbows, unmistakably the Qi Wang sword bestowed upon him by Lu Lingwe, confronting the palpable aura of martial prowess. The clash of blade against sword was indeed the most effective recourse. With a resounding clang, as the force reverberated through the blade, Gu Tai'an hesitated not for a moment. He executed a spinning kick. Xiao Ao raised his arm to block, staggering back several paces. Yet, without delay, he surged forward again, his blood energy coalescing upon the blade as he struck anew. This time, however, Gu Tai'an exhibited no intention of evasion or defense, merely allowing a wry smile to grace his lips. Just as the mighty blade drew perilously close to Gu Tai'an's throat, merely a hair's breadth away, Xiao Ao's movements abruptly froze, as if ensnared in a temporal stasis. In that instant, a gentle female voice, seemingly emerging from nowhere, chided playfully, "Why aren't you dodging?" Gu Tai'an scratched his forehead and shrugged, responding, "Given that you are a mother, couldn't you refrain from being so mischievous?" No sooner had he spoken than he felt a sharp thud on his head, prompting him to clutch it in pain. Upon glancing before him, the Wenhua Hall remained unchanged. But where was Xiao Ao? Only a figure clad in azure, ethereal and dreamlike, remained. "You child, how many times must I tell you? Do I seem like a mother to you?" The azure-clad goddess placed her hands on her hips, leaning in closer, her piercing gaze directed upwards at him. Gu Tai'an raised both hands, earnestly declaring, "I can't tell. You could be 500 years old, or even 5,000. The goddess rolled her eyes in exasperation. "How could I be that old? Then how old are you?" Gu Tai'an seized the moment to press further. To his surprise, the azure-clad goddess was unfazed. She merely reached out with her delicate hand and pinched his ear, smiling as she said, "Has no one told you that inquiring about a lady's age is quite impudent?" "Ouch, ouch, I beg for mercy," Gu Tai'an pleaded repeatedly. The goddess huffed lightly, finally relinquishing her grip on his ear. It was then that she noticed the sword in Gu Tai'an's grasp. "Oh? The Qingping sword? Isn't this a relic of the ancestral temple? That girl actually gifted you this sword?" With a casual flick, the shimmering sword flew from Gu Tai'an's hand, orbiting around her gracefully. The sword's intent resonated, as if it were an old acquaintance. "What? You recognize it?" Gu Tai'an, rubbing his ear, inquired with intrigue. This sword, known historically as the national sword of the great Qi Taizu, was commonly referred to as the Qi Wang sword by later generations. Yet, the azure-clad goddess could readily summon its true name. Suddenly, Gu Tai'an seemed to connect the dots and, stroking his chin, asked, "Do you have ties with the Lu family?" Reflecting on the past, during the crisis of the Wenhua Palace, when her body was temporarily commandeered, she appeared to exhibit a familiarity with Taiping. Not only was she able to recognize the Taizu Longjian, but she also discerned the Taizong Jinjia. However, Taiping seemed rather perplexed by her presence. Yet, Given her ability to identify the treasures of the Liu family with such ease, it stands to reason that she must have some connection to the ancestors of the Liu clan. The Qingyi goddess shook her head, opting for silence. And with a graceful flick of her sleeve, she summoned the Qingping sword back to Gu Tai'an's side. She deftly shifted the topic, saying, "I have been preoccupied traversing the mundane world lately, and I neglected to inquire about your insights regarding the battle at Wenhua Palace. Have you reached any understanding?" Gu Tai'an scratched his face. "Are you referring to what constitutes tyranny?" The Qingyi goddess lifted her exquisite gaze and gently asked. Chapter 89. My desire to become the overlord. Gu Tai'an found himself at a loss for words. Had anyone else posed that question, he would have had 1,000 interpretations, a myriad of explanations, as this was his path, impervious to outside commentary. Yet, before this goddess, who had guided him onto the martial path, he found himself momentarily speechless. When the heavens collapse and the earth shatters, one must remain unyielding. When the sun and moon traverse the sky, one must remain sovereign. The Qingyi goddess stepped aside, extending her arms. To aspire to kingship and tyranny, one must first embody such resolve. You must believe yourself to be the one wielding the chess pieces, confident that your heart's desires align with the desires of the people. Yet now, you are restrained by the bloodlust born from the martial arts. Can such a path truly be considered tyranny? Gu Tai'an fell silent, lowering his head in contemplation. Indeed, his understanding of tyranny ought to be founded upon an absolute authority that transcends the myriad schools of thought. How could he be held back by the strengths of any single sect? What is tyranny? It is the ability to trample over opponents at any time and in any place with absolute power. Yet now, his tyranny had revealed vulnerabilities. Can such a path still be deemed royal dominance? Gu Tai'an's countenance darkened, and a flicker of doubt crept into his heart. He had never pondered this question deeply before. He merely believed that his shortcomings in the battle at Wenhua Palace stemmed from his insufficient realm. However, upon closer reflection, even during his confrontation with Zhao Ao, he had been at a high level. Yet the inherent restraint of bloodlust remained. In that instance, he was still meant to contend through strength and physique. This did not align with the tyranny he so fervently upheld. The furrow in Gu Tai'an's brow deepened. He raised his head, inhaled deeply, and earnestly inquired, "What should I do? You seek my counsel?" The Qingyi goddess cast a sidelong glance at him. "This is your path, not mine. It pertains to your state of mind. If you do not comprehend it yourself, there will forever be flaws, and you shall never attain true tyranny." Gu Tai'an was taken aback and fell silent. He had presumed that their martial practices were akin and that their past experiences would bear similarities, offering him some reflections and assistance. Yet, it seems that the mother did not intend that at all, as if perceiving the thoughts of the little one. She lowered her eyelids and calmly remarked, "In this world, there has never been two flowers that are entirely alike, just as there have never been two identical paths in the martial arts. Even when practicing the same technique, subtle differences inevitably arise." She raised her hand, letting the sleeve of her azure garment slip down, revealing a slender arm. Gu Tai'an looked up and noticed that her hand bore no chi patterns like his. Instead, there were beads the size of a thumb, spiraling around her delicate wrist. The precise number eluded his sight, but he was certain it far exceeded 9. Indeed, there must be true immortals in this world, Gu Tai'an pondered silently. "Do you see? My Qingyuan wonderful method, though stemming from the same lineage as yours, manifests differently. Ultimately dependent on the individual, the azure-clad goddess attempted to guide him. However, Gu Tai'an raised an eyebrow and interrupted her. "Wait a moment. What is the name of your technique?" "It is called Qingyuan Wonderful Method," the azure-clad goddess replied matter-of-factly. "Returning to the source, the wonderful method flows naturally. Thus, I named it Qingyuan Wonderful Method. However, since it is self-created, as you previously mentioned, you may call it whatever you wish, just like how you refer to it as Dozhan Shintong." The azure-clad goddess pondered for a moment before providing her explanation. Gu Tai'an's expression turned peculiar. "Qingyuan Wonderful Method. Dozhan Shintong. Should one say that this reflects an unspoken understanding between them?" Gu Tai'an shook his head, dismissing the trivialities, and fell into silence once more. However, mere thoughts, devoid of action, ultimately held no significance. Since he was in his own dream, he focused his thoughts and waved his hand. Before him, the Hall of Literature reappeared with two figures. One was shrouded in a blood cloud, Zhao Ao. The other, clad in brocade, was none other than himself from that fateful day. The azure-clad goddess cast a glance at her child, seemingly astonished by his ability to master his dreams so adeptly without a mentor. Yet, she refrained from interrupting. Soon, under the influence of the dream, Gu Tai'an and Chao Ao clashed once more, reenacting the battle of that day, akin to a replay of a video. Again and again, they fought. Ultimately, after countless cycles, Gu Tai'an snapped his fingers, freezing the movements of the two before him. He stepped closer, scrutinizing the spot where his black armor had been breached that day. First, he restored his black armor to its true chi form, then dispersed it with a gust of wind, and finally allowed the blade to strike him as it did. A realization flickered in Gu Tai'an's eyes, illuminated with newfound understanding. He repeated the battle once more for a second confirmation, and this time, he finally felt assured, a smile returning to his face. Have you figured it out? The azure-clad goddess sat gracefully in her dragon chair, her jade hand supporting her chin, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she observed him. Gu Tai'an nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. I have come to understand. How do you plan to confront this in the future? He recalled the poetic words, resilient through countless trials, unyielding to the winds from any direction. With determination, he clenched his fist and smiled. Ultimately, the reason the martial spirit can transcend all techniques is that true chi itself is inherently insubstantial. However, if one can refine true chi through repeated tempering, akin to how body cultivators forge their flesh, eliminating the ephemeral and retaining only the solid essence, then even the martial spirit shall not easily diminish. The Celestial Maiden gazed at him for a long while before breaking into a smile. But have you considered the consequences of such an endeavor? What consequences? He inquired. Slow progress, she replied, her elegant robe brushing against the dust on the dragon table. Even with the fish talisman I once gifted you to aid your comprehension, chi remains as fleeting as a rootless duckweed. To solidify it, with each refinement, you may retain but a fraction. In other words, while others may advance in a decade, you might take a century for a single progression. Is this arduous path one you wish to tread? Without hesitation, Gu Tai'an affirmed, yes. Do you not regret this choice? No regrets. Why? Because I aspire to wield supremacy. I desire to be a conqueror. With a hearty laugh, Gu Tai'an willingly dispelled the true chi he had accumulated over recent days, which was meant to assist in his breakthrough. Ordinarily, this would have caused his realm to plummet. Yet paradoxically, at the very moment his declaration resonated, his vitality and blood essence surged upward. A moment of enlightenment ensued. In this instant, Gu Tai'an, embodying a return to simplicity, ascended to the 5th tier of cultivation, a state the world refers to as charming rainbow. The might of martial arts surged forth like a radiant arc. Chapter 90. The darkness of Jining Prefecture is truly profound. The moment of enlightenment was not brief. When Gu Tai'an finally opened his eyes, a day had already passed. The Celestial Maiden had departed, and unbeknownst to him, his true chi had been refined to an unprecedented density and weight, as steadfast as a rock. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle rapping echoed at the door. Gu Tai'an rose from his bed and opened it, revealing Yunqing leaning on her bamboo staff, her demeanor tranquil as an orchid in a secluded valley. The white veil obscured her visage like a flawless jade with a hidden flaw, evoking a sense of wistfulness. It is time. Shall we go together? She invited calmly. Gu Tai'an understood that the time she referred to was the one they had agreed upon with that impostor named Mao Xiaoshu upon their arrival at Jining Prefecture. Initially, they had not outright rejected the impostor's life-threatening demands, but had made an excuse about her insufficient funds, allowing her 2 days to gather money. This was to afford them some time to investigate the facts and truth. Now that the time had come, and since the impostor had not lied, it was likely that this matter would fall into their hands. This was a matter of chivalry and righteousness, surely not an act of treachery, he mused, responding aloud. Let us go. Though this venture might pit them against powerful families, he had already dared to confront the current general. What were mere families to him? He would see it through. Side by side, the two made their way toward the back mountain. Along the path, Yunqing casually inquired, Have you attained enlightenment? Gu Tai'an paused momentarily, then nodded. How did you know? I sensed it while cultivating my sword the night before last, Yunqing explained. I intended to come protect you, but for some reason, it seemed you had fallen asleep and were speaking in your dreams. Gu Tai'an's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly asked, What did I say in my dreams? Yunqing remained silent, her eyes shrouded in white gauze, gazing at him with a hint of peculiarity. Perhaps it was better left unsaid. Tai'an felt a wave of unease. With the expression she wore, it hardly seemed to bode well. If revealed, it would be akin to being caught in the act in a most embarrassing manner, utterly mortifying. Fortunately, Yunqing's temperament was serene, and she refrained from teasing him further. Under Tai'an's subtle guidance, they swiftly shifted past the topic. Upon reaching the back mountain, the two waited from dawn until dusk. Yet the figure of that pretentious child remained elusive. Could it be that he couldn't scrape together the money and simply ran away? Tai'an jested while seated on a stone. Yunqing did not respond, instead standing silently beneath a maple tree, allowing the fiery red leaves to fall and settle upon her shoulders. Gently, she reached out, slowly plucking a leaf and holding it before her veiled eyes. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. She tilted her head slightly and whispered, "He's here." Tai'an turned to look. Indeed, a frail silhouette was elongated by the dying rays of the sun. The figure moved slowly and unsteadily, as if on the brink of collapse. Just as Tai'an prepared to tease, he froze upon seeing the face of Mao Xiaoshu, replaced by a frown of concern. He leaped down from the boulder, hastening to her side, crouching down to scrutinize her closely. He had not been mistaken. Her face bore numerous bruises of varying hues. "Who did this to you?" Tai'an could not help but ask. What kind of force must one possess to inflict such harm? She is but a child. Yet Mao Xiaoshu did not respond, merely shaking her head repeatedly. At that moment, Yunqing approached Tai'an. Although she could not see, she could sense the little girl's condition through her spiritual energy. It was not good. The frail body had sustained significant internal injuries. If not treated promptly, even if she managed to grow, her life would likely be cut short. Just as Yunqing intended to extend her hand to provide some warmth and healing, Mao Xiaoshu recoiled in apparent fright, retreating with a look of terror. This scene filled both of them with confusion. It was known that the little girl, though often fearful in their presence, had once exuded a strength filled with hatred in her eyes. Yet now, that animosity had been entirely supplanted by fear. What had transpired in these mere 2 days? Indeed, at long last, Mao Xiaoshu spoke, her voice slightly hoarse, and the first words that escaped her lips were an apology. She lowered her head, struggling to suppress her tears. I lost my money and have nothing to buy my life with." She recoiled, taking a step back, and turned to flee. However, Tai'an instinctively reached out and grasped her slender arm. In that moment, it seemed to awaken the deepest fears within Mao Xiaoshu's mind. She screamed in terror, crouching on the ground, clutching her small head with both hands, trembling violently and shouting in agony. At this point, even the most oblivious would sense something was amiss. Yunqing swiftly appeared before Mao Xiaoshu, disregarding her struggles as she grasped the frail arm. As her true energy flowed forth, she began to nurture the hidden injuries while assessing the situation. Yet, the more she tended to them, the graver her expression became. Ultimately, the temperament that usually mirrored the serene moon in the sky was now rarely exuding a chilling aura. What on earth had transpired? Tai'an furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Yunqing. Yunqing remained silent, only silently extending the frail arm towards Tai'an. As he probed with his true energy, a mere moment of perception caused his pupils to constrict suddenly. Beasts! Damn beasts! He clenched his teeth, tightening his fists, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. How dark could the skies of Jin Ningfu be to allow such a young girl to endure inhumane torment? What was the cause of the injuries on her face? Yunqing's voice was devoid of emotion, only coldness, an icy chill that pierced the heart. While there were indeed bruises of varying shades on Mao Xiaoshu's arms, their origins were evidently distinct. The bruises on her arms were deeper, reminiscent of marks left from a struggle, aged slightly. In contrast, the injuries on her face were fainter, akin to later inflicted punches. In other words, after enduring inhumane cruelty, this young girl had been further beaten to the ground? Chapter 91. One must pay the price for wrongdoing, a lesson imparted by my mother. No wonder she arrived unsteadily, bearing countless hidden injuries, nearly on the brink of death. Was this also the doing of those from the Gao family? The sword intent radiating from Yunqing had coalesced to its zenith, as if ready to soar into the heavens and confront the skies with her blade. Mao Xiaoshu clutched her head, her body quaking incessantly. "No, it's not true," she whimpered. "Come with me." Yunqing grasped her hand, determined to seek justice. Yet, Mao Xiaoshu broke free, retreating repeatedly with a vacant and fearful gaze. "No, we cannot go, we cannot go. They are all fierce ghosts. We cannot go. We will die, we will die." The pain that had been suppressed for so long finally erupted at that moment, and she wept uncontrollably. No one could fathom the torment she had endured over the past 2 days, but her cries now were heart-wrenching, enough to stir even the hardest of hearts. Tai'an silently stepped forward. His seal had been lifted, and the energy in his palm flowed, transforming into a shamanic seal, which he gently pressed against Mao Xiaoshu's forehead. In the realm of shamanic healing, the practitioners are indeed healers. If one were to discuss which school possesses the most effective methods of treatment among the myriad, it would undoubtedly be the Southern sorcery. Even though that aged figure clad in hemp garments did not display his healing prowess when pursued, it does not detract from his mastery of sorcery. After all, during his time at the Wenolu, his body was temporarily commandeered by a divine maiden, who employed such magic to mend Taiping's wounds. Surely, one can learn to emulate the techniques of others? Listening to the anguished cries echoing around them, both Tai'an and Yunqing chose to remain silent, seemingly composed yet reluctant to inquire further, lest they exacerbate the emotional turmoil of Mao Xiaoshu. They merely stood by her side, allowing her to release her pent-up distress. Gradually, her sobs diminished. Under the gentle healing of sorcery, Mao Xiaoshu succumbed to fatigue and fell into a deep slumber. Yunqing carefully lifted her and placed her upon a boulder. She then gazed upward at the overcast sky and commanded, "Sword, come." A beam of divine light shone from the heavens, cascading from the clouds and landing beside Yunqing. It was a long sword, its formidable edge unmistakable. Observing this, Tai'an hastily urged, "You must remain calm. The Gao family is not easily dealt with. This matter requires careful consideration." Before he could finish, Yunqing had already soared away on her sword, leaving behind a faint echo. "Those who err must pay the price. This is the lesson my mother taught me. I have vowed to make those noble lords understand. The swordplay is also a form of law." As for Jining and the Zhang residents, it is often said that with each new emperor comes a new set of officials. Apart from the Gao family, who have long established themselves as the local emperors, other families typically rise and fall in prominence over time, much like the Zhang family today. Attaining the title of Tongji is a rare distinction in Jining Prefecture. The Tongji is not the chief officer and lacks the authority to govern, but serves as an aide to the principal officer, akin to a deputy. Currently, in the entirety of Jining Prefecture, only one position is worthy of the title Tongji, that of the deputy prefect. In terms of rank, it nominally stands second to the prefect, yet in practical authority, it pales in comparison to the Biejia, who oversees local personnel, and the Changshu, who wields administrative power. To put it plainly, the role of deputy prefect exists merely because the prefect is burdened with an overwhelming number of responsibilities. Thus, a few lesser duties, such as water management and grain transport, are delegated to the Tongji. Nevertheless, even such a position, though not heavily endowed with power, remains a figure of aspiration for countless individuals. This is simply due to the fact that within the entirety of Jining Prefecture, there exist only 2 fourth-rank officials. One is the prefect, and the other is the deputy prefect. Therefore, the Zhang residence stands as a beacon of opulence, unrivaled even across the vast Jining. By day, it is bustling with visitors seeking an audience. By night, though the crowds have dispersed, the revelry continues unabated. A corpulent young man, with a round face and large ears, reclined leisurely in the courtyard, surrounded by beautiful companions and an abundance of fresh fruits before him. He reveled in the pleasures of life, seemingly content. However, at that moment, his attention was not on the lovely maidens nearby, but rather on the cricket jar in his hand. "Bite it," he exclaimed with glee, caught up in the excitement of his game. Just then, a maid approached with her head bowed, kneeling respectfully before him. "Young master, it is time for your bath." Yet, the rotund youth appeared oblivious, lost in the thrill of his cricket match. "Young master? Young master?" The maid called softly once more, but he remained engrossed, tipping the jar back and forth as if seeking to favor one of the crickets. In his distraction, he stumbled and collided with the kneeling maid. "Ouch!" he cried, falling heavily to the ground, causing the cricket jar to roll away. Ignoring the pain, he hurried to retrieve the jar, but found the crickets inside utterly still. He stood frozen in shock. The steward, perceiving the situation, stepped forward with alacrity, kicking the maid to the ground. He then unsheathed his riding whip and lashed it at her, reprimanding her for obstructing the young master and disrupting his enjoyment. The whip cracked mercilessly against her frail body, showing no mercy. Before long, her skin was marked and bruised, Yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to cry out, knowing that the louder she protested, the worse her fate would be. Enough, enough, the young man interjected, raising a hand to halt the steward's assault and commanding him to step aside. He then crouched down, shaking out his sleeves, and grasped the maid's chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. "TSK, TSK, how could you be so cruel to such a delicate beauty?" The steward bowed his head, acknowledging, "It is my fault." The smile vanished from the youth's face, replaced by a cold tone. "In the future, if mistakes are made, do not strike anyone. Simply drag them out and beat them to death." The maid, upon hearing this, was instantly thrown into a panic. She hurriedly raised her head and clutched his leg, pleading earnestly, young master, I understand my mistake. Please grant me another chance." She cried out desperately, hoping for a glimmer of mercy. However, the steward had already seized her by the hair, striding towards the courtyard's exit. At that moment, a loud explosion reverberated through the courtyard. Everyone turned to look, and amidst the rising dust, a tall and graceful figure emerged. It was a woman wielding a long sword, clad in pure white, appearing ethereal as if she had descended from the heavens. Chapter 92, Decapitation before discussion, royal authority permitted. Is that clear enough? Who goes there? The young man demanded, his brow furrowed in anger. To intrude upon an official's residence at this late hour, do you wish to lose your life? The newcomer did not respond but continued to advance, drawing closer with each step. Is she blind? He wondered, scrutinizing the figure before him. Her appearance was indeed stunning, reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Yet, alas, her eyes were veiled in gauze, imparting an impression of the jade marred by flaws. The rotund man shook his head. To his recollection, he had never crossed paths with her. The butler beside him also sensed the disquiet, promptly abandoning his intent to punish the maid and positioning himself protectively in front of his young master. The newcomer exuded hostility. He did not allow himself to be lulled into complacency merely because she was blind. Yinqing held her sword at an angle towards the ground. Her eyes, shrouded in white gauze, swept over all present. Ultimately, her gaze settled on the rotund man. Her delicate visage was frosty, akin to the moonlight reflecting upon ice. As she spoke softly, I have heard that you noble scions, perched high upon your pedestals, are utterly ignorant of the law. Thus, I have come today to enlighten you. Initially taken aback, the rotund man soon regained his composure, chuckling derisively. Ah, I see we have yet another arrogant individual, emboldened by a modicum of skill, believing themselves to be the supreme authority. You wish to kill me? Do you truly think you are worthy? Do you know who my father is? My father, Zhang, silence. Yinqing interjected, her brow furrowing as she wielded her sword, unleashing a surge of sword energy that surged forth with an imposing force. Even at a distance, the chill emanating from her presence seemed capable of rending the very fabric of space. This individual, though youthful, possessed an astonishing mastery of the sword's essence. The butler's expression paled as he clenched his teeth in apprehension. In that fleeting moment, he recognized that he was no match for the young lady. However, retreat was not an option. Should he falter, the inept young master behind him would likely fall victim to her lethal strike. The repercussions from his master would be equally dire. After a brief internal deliberation, he resolved to endure and weather the onslaught of her sword energy. Coughing, a trickle of blood seeped from his lips as the butler, disregarding the tumultuous energy surging within him, hastily raised his hand to placate her, saying, "My lady, please hesitate before striking." Yinqing paused momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, the butler urged, "Might I inquire how my young master has offended you? I am willing to offer my apologies on his behalf. Furthermore, should you seek any form of compensation, please do not hesitate to voice your demands. To be candid, my master ranks among the top 5 in the Jinning political sphere. There are few matters he cannot resolve. These young lords, in their usual demeanor, were merely arrogant, not foolish. Only the obtuse linger long in such circles." The butler was acutely aware of his own guard's capabilities, and it was evident that the young lady could effortlessly inflict severe injury upon him, compelling the guard to submit. Even the rotund man, lacking in insight, recognized that he might genuinely be facing a formidable opponent, far removed from the mere rogues who could only throw a few punches. With a resounding thud, he knelt before her, displaying a keen understanding of the situation. "Sister, I was mistaken. I do not know in what manner I erred, but kneeling now at least conveys my sincerity." Yet, he pondered inwardly whether her blindfolded state would hinder her perception of his submission. For an ordinary person, such a gesture might indeed provoke confusion, but Yinxing was anything but ordinary. Though she is not cold and detached, her heart remains as tranquil as the moon hanging high in the sky, and only the sword in her hand can stir her emotions. Thus, even when faced with the delicate appearance of this young master, she replied with a blank expression, "Since you acknowledge your wrongdoing, you shall face the consequences." "Very well. You may dictate the punishment. I shall heed your words." The rotund figure blinked, displaying an endearing obedience. Yinxing raised her sword and spoke softly. "Since you pride yourself as a scion of nobility, I shall refer to the laws of the great Qi as my guide. Pray tell, what punishment fits the crime of aiding in murder and bullying children?" The plump man's countenance changed drastically. While he could not immediately recall the specifics of his past transgressions, he distinctly remembered the recent incident of bullying a child, which had occurred just days prior at Tianxiang Tower while playing with Zhao Gur. Zhao Gur was disinterested in such antics, leaving only him and a few other unscrupulous companions. Could it be that this woman sought vengeance for that golden-haired girl? What was their connection? Cursed be his fate. At that moment, the rotund man regretted his decisions deeply. Had he known the consequences of his actions, he would have disregarded the foolish counsel of those around him and eliminated her forthwith. Now she had come seeking retribution, evidently intent on taking his life. The steward, witnessing his young master's distress, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. He could only muster the courage to explain, "I am unaware of the details. Is any of these individuals related to you, young lady?" The Zhang family stands ready to offer ample compensation. Yinxing turned her gaze coldly and replied, "None among them are my kin, thus your compensation bears no relevance to me. I am here solely to seek justice for these innocent souls." Justice? Perhaps realizing that submission today would not grant him a path to survival, the rotund man rose, his true nature exposed, and snarled, "What are you to demand justice on their behalf?" "By virtue of the sword in my hand," Yinxing retorted, her expression unwavering. "You inquire about my worth? Let me elucidate. I shall address matters that your great Qi laws dare not, and I shall eliminate those whom your laws fear to touch. In short, I will oversee what you can govern, and I shall take charge of what you cannot. Is that sufficiently clear?" The rotund man's complexion paled. Even without any martial training, he could sense the chilling aura emanating from Yinxing, escalating with each passing moment. She was resolute in her intent to end his life. Not wishing to meet his demise, he frantically waved his arms, pushing one maid after another forward in a desperate attempt to shield himself as he exclaimed, "Quick, quick, stop her." The steward, gritting his teeth, though reluctant to engage with this blind woman, found himself compelled by the dire circumstances. He steeled himself to confront her. Yet Yinxing merely raised her sword slowly, condensing her intent into a lethal strike. "I must find my father, yes. Only he can ensure my safety." The rotund man fled in haste towards the hidden passage within the estate, seeking to summon his father, who was still at the government office. "Once I gather the elite forces of this city, I shall ensure she meets a dreadful fate," he vowed through gritted teeth. The turmoil of the evening was a rare encounter for him, and he was unwilling to accept it. Yet, as the rotund man hurried towards the backyard, he was strangely startled to find a young man in purple robes standing at the entrance of the hidden passage. "Oh, you have arrived?" The purple-robed youth, initially facing away, turned upon hearing the commotion behind him and greeted him with a smile. The man's eyelids twitched violently. Instinctively taking a step back, he stammered, "Who are you?" "Me? I believe my name is Gu Zijing now." Gu Tai'an pondered for a moment before explaining with a grin. "If the lady outside sought to kill you because of her formidable strength, then my intent to slay you is sanctioned by imperial decree. A case of killing first and justifying later." With a flick of his wrist, he grasped the long sword he was leaning on, slowly drawing it from its sheath, revealing its dazzling blade that instilled terror in the heart. The Qi sword. To see the royal sword is akin to encountering the emperor himself. Qi sword. The rotund man was utterly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. His gaze fixated in horror on Gu Tai'an's actions, he gasped, How do you possess the Qi sword? Isn't it royal property?" His voice faltered, swiftly enveloped by a profound dread. Could it be that this man before him was of royal descent? Which prince could he possibly be? At that moment, the rotund man was overwhelmed with terror, seemingly forgetting that this man had previously mentioned his surname was Gu, not Lu. However, Gu Tai'an had no intention of reminding him. Instead, with a gentle smile, he swung the Qingping sword in a wide arc. With a swift motion, the sword sliced through the throat, and blood splattered. The rotund man's body collapsed to the ground. His eyes wide open, silenced forever. When Yunqing arrived, her veiled eyes scanned the surroundings. There lay only a lifeless body and a somewhat bored Gu Tai'an. Yunqing fell silent. She stepped over the corpse and approached Gu Tai'an, softly stating, "You should have captured him and waited for my arrival." "Huh, what would I wait for you for?" Gu Tai'an jested. "To let you handle all the killing alone? Then, when the court comes to investigate, they would pursue only you." Yunqing's fingers caressed the hilt of her sword as she replied slowly, "I know you possess a sense of chivalry. But the court's bounty is not as simple as you think." "And what of it?" Gu Tai'an replied indifferently, "My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. All I do is just." Yunqing remained silent, simply gazing at him intently. "Moreover, since today Estachi dares to proclaim a prosperous era, merely relying on each household having surplus food for the new year is insufficient." Gu Tai'an paused momentarily before continuing, "A true prosperous era should embody relative fairness." "Relative fairness?" "Indeed, I understand that absolute fairness does not exist in this world. Thus one must strive for a compromise, seeking a semblance of fairness." Yunqing was slightly taken aback, gazing at him in astonishment. No one has ever spoken such words before. "Well, now someone has," he replied. Gu Tai'an chuckled, "You champion righteousness. While I wield my sword against evil, we both serve the people." Yunqing smirked lightly, shaking her head in apparent resignation. "All right, I concede. However, since a life has already been taken, let us depart. It won't be long before the officials arrive, and that may lead to some complications." "Indeed," Gu Tai'an nodded. Just as he was about to leave with Yunqing, he seemed to recall something and hastily said, "Please wait for me a moment." Yunqing turned, puzzled. Gu Tai'an casually picked up a twig from the ground, dipped it in blood, and used it to inscribe 6 bold characters on the wall, "Killing for the sake of Tai'an." Satisfied with his handiwork, he turned and said, "Let us go." Yunqing paused, pointing to the wall. "Isn't that a bit too brazen?" "Not at all. One must be resolute in their actions," he replied. "But you may let it go, as long as you are happy. By the way, this residence should merely be the first, correct?" "Indeed. In the coming days. The entire Jining prefecture is bound to be tumultuous. I merely replicated what they have done to the common folk." Indeed, my valiant heroine. Such a tongue." As Gu Tai'an had anticipated, the ensuing days saw Jining prefecture in chaos. Officials were frequently spotted on the streets, and every few paces, patrols halted to conduct searches. From merchants to street vendors, the populace was thoroughly beleaguered. This unrest stemmed from the untimely demise of several sons of high-ranking officials within just a few days. From the grandson of the governor to the only son of a magistrate, none escaped unscathed. Some claimed it was divine retribution. However, others contested, questioning why the Gao family had been overlooked in this divine awakening. Indeed, since the incidents began, the Gao residence remained unnaturally tranquil. Aside from receiving a threatening forewarning letter, there had been no further disturbances, as if they did not reside in Jining at all. Even if heaven was indeed vigilant, it seemed peculiar for it to only target the softer targets around. Such behavior would render the divine rather timid. Of course, these were merely the opinions of outsiders. Only those familiar with the internal arrangements of the Gao family understood that the seemingly unremarkable estate had discreetly mobilized an unknown number of hidden guards for fortification. It was a well-known ruse of outer laxity coupled with inner vigilance. Clearly, they were wary of this mysterious visitor from the martial world who had come bearing a letter of introduction. Gu Tai'an sat before a wonton stall, casting casual glances at the Gao residence not far away while engaging in light conversation with the enchanting companion beside him. The servants entering the estate today must be the 7th batch of disguised experts, correct? Yunqing's crystalline earlobes twitched as she discerned the voices. Counting the steward who just entered, it would be precisely the 314th. Gu Tai'an clicked his tongue in admiration. Yet there are over 300 martial arts masters. Even if they are all merely at the stage of refining their skills, they could easily turn the entire Jining prefecture upside down. But now, they are merely assembled to protect the scion of a wealthy family? One must admit, the Gao family truly lives up to its reputation. I fail to comprehend why, if you genuinely intend to bring those who harmed that girl to justice, you do not start with the Gao family. Gu Tai'an, biting into his dumpling, remarked, a hint of heat in his voice. Surely the Gao family should be the most formidable among these officials, right? Yet, You not only left Gao Zhao for last, but even before taking action, you specifically disseminated a notice throughout the city, informing them that you would enter the estate on Hanlu take Gao Zhao's head. ISNT that just inviting them to be on guard, granting them time to prepare. Yun Qing shook her head, responding calmly, it matters not. I wish for them to prepare. Gu Tai'an shot her a glance, teasingly saying, what? Do you think the challenge is too easy and wish to elevate the stakes for yourself? Challenge. Yun Qing paused, realizing, it means to overcome obstacles, she clarified. That is not the case. The reason for leaving them for last and allowing them to prepare in optimal condition is to impart a lesson to the citizens of Jinning Prefecture. What lesson? That even the noble families are not as formidable as they imagine. As Yun Qing spoke these words, her expression remained calm, gently stroking the bamboo stick in her hand as if caressing a sharp sword. We are all human, and as humans, we are destined to die. This time, I aim not only to take lives but to strike at their very hearts. Chapter 94. Employing foreign techniques to subdue the foreign. Meanwhile, amid the turmoil in the city, peace was equally elusive within the Gao residence. The recent deliberate targeting of the family's young scions by martial artists had compelled the long-absent old Master Gao to endure his pain and rise from his bed, unsteadily making his way into the main hall. At that moment, all the significant officials of Jinning Prefecture had gathered there. Upon seeing old Master Gao, they all rose. With former protégés eager to assist him, yet he waved them off. Leaning on his cane, he advanced step by step until he took his seat. Only then did the officials return to their places to commence the day's discussions. With autumn nearing its end, only 5 days remained until the Hanlu Day mentioned in the notice. One official spoke first, directing his gaze toward old Master Gao. Old Master, you are the cornerstone of Jinning. Please guide us on what we should do now. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of agreement arose from various officials. Among them, a middle-aged man clad in martial attire slammed his palm on the table, standing up to exclaim, in my youth, I fought on the battlefield for the glory of the nation. And after many years, I finally had this one son, whom I have indulged. Yet now, he has been inexplicably slain in our own home. If we do not take vengeance upon this rogue, how can we find solace for my son's spirit in the heavens? Indeed, the third official clenched his teacup tightly, a cold smile gracing his lips. Though my eldest grandson is often headstrong, he is endowed with exceptional talent. Intelligent and eager to learn. Given time, he will undoubtedly achieve greatness and bring glory to our family. Yet now, he lies tragically slain at the hands of these transgressors? I shall not permit this. The assembly erupted in unison, voices filled with righteous indignation. Yes, we shall not permit it. In my view, we should collectively petition the court and stage another upheaval in the realm to curb these lawless rogues. Today they dare to slay our descendants. Tomorrow, will they not have the audacity to challenge the emperor himself? This matter touches upon the dignity of the court and must not be tolerated. As the crowd exchanged fervent words, it was evident they had been stirred deeply. Observing the chaotic scene below, the venerable Lord Gao realized that further commotion would yield no fruitful outcome. He struck his cane against the ground, commanding silence. All officials ceased their clamoring, turning their attention toward the principal seat. Lord Gao cleared his throat, his voice slightly hoarse yet steady. Esteemed colleagues, I have many sons. Yet only my second son remains alive. Thus, I deeply empathize with your grief over the loss of your children. He slowly bowed his head, his body tilting slightly. The officials, witnessing this, dared not act arrogantly and returned the gesture of respect. However, I urge you all to carefully consider. If today's affair escalates to the court, will any of us emerge unscathed? Lord Gao's tone was calm, yet laced with an undeniable gravity. To kill in the name of peace is a heart-wrenching declaration. What does this imply? Has the Jinning Prefecture not experienced tranquility in recent years? Each of you knows well how matters have unfolded. If this incident truly draws the court's scrutiny, let us not even speak of those rogues of the martial world. What of you? Can you withstand such an inquiry? The officials fell silent, struck by realization. Thus, this course of action would harm us more than it would our adversaries. Alas, alas. He shook his head repeatedly, dismissing the officials' desire to escalate the matter. Most of the officials were not fools, now that they had regained their composure. They understood the implications and recognized that their earlier fury had clouded their judgment, leaving them with a sense of trepidation. Hence, as clarity returned, one among them ventured to inquire, what, then, Does the venerable elder propose we do? Haha. Lord Gao chuckled softly. I believe that since this is a matter of the martial world, it is best left to those within it. Let us act wisely for once, adopting the methods of our adversaries to counter them. The officials exchanged glances. Does the elder propose that we discreetly recruit a cadre of skilled martial artists from the underworld to target those who have issued the invitation? Precisely. Lord Gao nodded in agreement. Yet the officials furrowed their brows, voicing their concerns. Recruiting individuals from the martial world is not overly difficult, but the timing moreover. Since they dared to send an invitation, clearly indicating their arrival date, it signifies their confidence in their own strength, suggesting they are no mere amateurs. Perhaps we should simply mobilize the army and surround their residence directly. When the time comes, even if they were to sprout wings, escape would still be an arduous task. Indeed, there is truth in that. As the conversation circled back, the venerable high old master could not help but frown, feeling an urge to reprimand. However, years of cultivation restrained his ire, and he earnestly addressed the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, I understand the concerns that weigh upon your hearts. Yet I implore you to consider, are the troops mere private assets of any household? This night, the military is mobilized with great fanfare, and by dawn, the Jinui will place their secret edict before the Emperor's dragon desk. At that point, everything we have accomplished will be rendered futile. Fearing that this group might utter further blasphemous remarks, the high old master hurriedly continued. As for the preparations involving the skilled martial artists of the Jianghu, rest assured, I have made arrangements. The officials, filled with skepticism, inquired with curiosity, what arrangements might the venerable elder refer to? He replied, you must have heard of the recent, frequent recruitment of household retainers by my high family, correct? Indeed, those are not ordinary retainers, but rather individuals from the Jianghu. Perhaps in terms of quality, they may not compare to the mysterious masters who have sent us invitations. Therefore, let us strive for quantity. With over 300 fighters, supplemented with armor and weaponry, I believe we shall be adequately prepared for the impending events. Upon hearing this, the officials were elated, exclaiming, "Brilliant, brilliant." They acknowledged the wisdom of having an elder in their midst, realizing that without him, they might have succumbed to blood vengeance, which would have jeopardized their future, even if the emperor were to intervene on their behalf. As they spoke, the middle-aged man clad in martial robes rose once more, clasping his fists in salute to the esteemed high old master, stating, "High elder, if in a few days a significant matter is indeed settled, we would kindly request that the perpetrator be delivered to us. If we can avenge the murder of our kin, we will owe high family a debt of gratitude. From now on, should you have any requests, we pledge to fulfill them without hesitation." The officials rose in unison, bowing deeply. "We are willing to follow the high family's lead." The high old master smiled serenely. In the political arena, one must be astute. Securing the high family's influence in Jining cannot rely solely on mere words or the distribution of wealth. One must also engage in tangible acts of benevolence. How to express such benevolence? The present moment serves as the finest example. As 5 days swiftly passed, the chilling dew of the Hanlu, one of the 24 solar terms, signified the onset of biting cold. Such was the atmosphere in Jining Prefecture today. When the night breeze swept through, it felt deceptively tranquil. Yet the surroundings bore an unshakable chill. In the face of this eerie coldness, some felt anxious, while others remained relaxed and unperturbed. At this moment, Gao Zhao found himself nestled within the confines of the high family estate, indulging in warm soup, cradling a lovely companion, and savoring fine wine, embodying the essence of utmost enjoyment. "Young Master Gao, why do you seem utterly unfazed?" His companion inquired cautiously, lifting the wine jug with trepidation. The matter of the foreboding letter had become common knowledge throughout the city. It is well known that a mysterious visitor, emerging from the shadows of the martial world, is set to claim the head of Gao Zhao this very night. If it were any other noble scion, they would likely have already retreated to a faraway haven, summoning layers of protection around themselves. Yet, Gao Zhao remains ensconced within a conspicuously unhidden residence, indulging in revelry without a trace of concern. The young master can only helplessly rub his temples, exclaiming, "I am indeed anxious, but what good does that do? The old wretch is determined to use me as bait to ensnare the entire bureaucratic realm of Jining into owing him a favor. What options do I possess?" He scoffs derisively. The Gao family boasts numerous members. Even though he is of direct lineage, a second grandson is still but a second grandson. He pales in comparison to his esteemed elder brother, the first grandson of the Gao family, who has achieved great success. Yet, when needed, he can be easily sacrificed. Gao Zhao tilts his head slightly, his gaze hazy as he looks at the 3 or so beauties in his embrace. He playfully pinches one of their chins, grinning wickedly. What, are you afraid? The voice of the beauty falters, transforming into a forced smile. If the young master fears not, what is there for us to dread? Clever girl. Gao Zhao leans closer, his voice chillingly cold. Had you dared utter the word fear a moment ago, I would have dispatched you first. The beauty trembles in fright. Unable to utter a single word, Gao Zhao bursts into laughter, but now fret not. I am merely a bit irate. How about you indulge me in a bit of relaxation? He presses the maid's head down, intending to submerge her beneath the water. It appears another round of springtime pleasures is about to commence in the bathhouse. However, at that moment, a commotion arises from outside the estate. Gao Zhao furrows his brow, murmuring, so they have indeed come. He casually releases the maid, casting her aside, and emerges from the steaming waters. Clad only in a thin nightgown. Outside, a woman in white, wielding a long sword, strides into the moonlight. Shrouded in white gauze, she resembles a celestial being descended from the heavens. To his astonishment, the formidable figure that instills fear in the bureaucratic circles of Jinning is revealed to be a blind maiden. Gao Zhao sneers, collapsing onto the ground as he takes a delicate sip from his wine jug. I am quite curious. What offense has the Jinning estate committed that you would go so far as to oppose my Gao family? The Gao family? Is it truly so formidable? Yunqing gently caresses the blade of her sword, speaking with an air of indifference. It is said that you noble youths press down upon others like a towering mountain. Yet when it comes to slaying, you do not seem so formidable after all. Gao Zhao narrows his eyes, scoffing. Indeed, you are blind to the true divinity. He dusts himself off and rises, declaring, the power of my Gao family cannot be compared to those trifling officials. He shatters the wine jug on the ground, and the immediate vicinity erupts into a cacophony of footsteps. As he surveys his surroundings, he is met with the sight of numerous heavily armed enforcers, each radiating a formidable aura. Individually, they may seem unremarkable, but in unison, they resemble a dark tide poised to surge forth. Even though the court holds power, unable to mobilize troops for suppression, as long as the Gao family desires, the entire Jinning will see a steady stream of people summoned at our beck and call. Gao Zhao opened his arms and smiled lightly, saying, they are but lowly commoners, foolishly attempting to shake the intricate web of relationships my family has cultivated over generations with mere 10 years of arduous cultivation. A dreamer-esque folly. Yunqing, lowering her gaze, replied nonchalantly, is that so? Yet, from my perspective, your family's intricate web of connections is not as formidable as you believe, relying solely on them. Today they cannot guarantee your life. Gao Zhao smirked, his lips curling into a grin. If you think you can accomplish that, do feel free to give it a try. Yunqing nodded slightly, I shall. Perhaps it was her unremarkable tone that instilled a hint of weariness in the second young master of the Gao family. He flicked his sleeve and turned back into the room, coldly commanding, kill her. At his command, 300 henchmen charged forward with battle cries. However, what awaited them was not the brilliant flash of swords, but rather a rain of purple-golden arrows descending from the depths of the sky. The crowd looked up to see a young man in a purple robe, perched upon the beam of the room, smiling down at them. I say, he began, leaping down with an air of casual authority, surveying the surroundings with a grin. Is it really appropriate for so many esteemed gentlemen to besiege a single maiden, especially one afflicted with a visual ailment? Why not let me join the fun? The soldiers exchanged wary glances, their expressions grave. When had this person appeared? Why had they not sensed him earlier? Yunqing glanced back, her tone gentle as she spoke. There are too many of them. There's no need to force a confrontation. Just buy me some time, a mere 100 breaths, and I shall return. Gu Tai'an, undeterred by the trivial matters, shifted his gaze inward, reminding her, one thing is certain, what that fellow said is accurate. The Gao family's power is indeed not something ordinary officials can contend with. Besides these 300 henchmen present, he likely has other means of self-preservation. Exercise caution. Yunqing acknowledged with a soft preparing to step forward. Yet at that moment, Gu Tai'an suddenly raised his hand, gently patting her shoulder. Yunqing turned, puzzled. Gu Tai'an smiled and waved her off. It's nothing, just spotted a stray hair and thought to help you. Yunqing's expression turned peculiar. She was not fond of physical contact, as her body instinctively resisted it, leaving her feeling uneasy. Yet, perhaps due to the suddenness of the earlier encounter, she found herself devoid of the impulse to adjust the area he had touched or to cleave the man before her in two with her sword. Yunqing slightly closed her eyes. The situation left her no room for further contemplation, and she continued forward with her sword drawn. However, she seemed unaware that on her shoulder, a faint purple-golden aura was subtly emanating a weak glow, akin to a slit pupil slowly awakening. Chapter 96. Who told you I am blind? The bathing chamber was far larger than Yunqing had anticipated. The dwelling, though modest, possessed an internal structure akin to that of a palace, resembling a labyrinth with its intricate twists and turns, making it nearly impossible to navigate. Yunqing could only endeavor to expand her perception further, her thoughts swirling vividly within her mind. Gradually, her feet began to move once more, albeit slightly, bringing her to the edge of the bathing area. In that moment, the bathhouse was enveloped in a haze of warmth, the soft drapery gently billowing, and the fragrance of flowers permeated the air, reminiscent of an ethereal realm. Alas, for Yunqing, shrouded in blindness, all of it was rendered utterly meaningless. A voice, belonging to Gao Zhao, echoed from all directions. You've swiftly overcome the onslaught of those outside. It seems you have allies. Yunqing remained silent. Her gaze lowered as she meticulously employed her perceptual abilities. Yet, soon her brows furrowed in confusion. How peculiar it was that within this space, she could sense multiple presences. Had the Gao family concealed additional masters here? No, that could not be right. The auras she sensed bore no trace of true energy fluctuations, nor the vigorous vitality of adept practitioners. They were merely ordinary individuals. Perplexed, are we? Gao Zhao chuckled softly, his voice resonating omnipresently. If only you could open your eyes. Perhaps the truth would dawn upon you. But alas, you remain blind. Unbeknownst to him, he extended a hand, gently brushing against the once enchanting visage of a maid. Now replaced by fear. The maid yearned to struggle, yet bound tightly, she was utterly immobilized. Gao Zhao withdrew his hand, casting a sidelong glance at the corners of the room, where numerous amplification devices lay in wait. These contraptions were remnants of his idle past, once used for flirtation during intimate encounters with women. Little did he expect an unforeseen advantage today. He knew that those devoid of sight often possessed heightened sensitivity in their other senses, particularly among martial experts. Yet, fate seemed to smile upon him this day. With vision obscured, the remaining senses, hearing, taste, smell, touch, and intuition, became his only allies. Hearing? The amplification devices scattered around ensured his voice permeated the space. Smell? The maids had been by his side for years, their sense indistinguishably familiar. Touch? To seek someone by mere tactile means seemed utterly absurd. Yet, were it possible, he would be intrigued to witness such a scenario. As for taste, even a dog lying on the ground could not rely on its tongue to locate someone. Only the heart remained. How fantastical, yet not to be feared. Had another martial artist intruded, as an ordinary man, he might have resigned himself to a fate of waiting for death. Yet, alas, there were no hypotheticals. A chilling smile crept across Gao Zhao's lips as he stealthily approached Yunqing from behind. The night is too dark outside. I failed to notice that the one pursuing me is a rare beauty. His voice continued to resonate, aiming to unsettle Yunqing's composure. Look at your calm demeanor. You must have once been a proud and lofty soul, untouched by the embrace of a man. If you possess the heart, why not shed your garments this very night, and let us indulge in the pleasures of the clouds and rain? I, a seasoned gentleman who has traversed the realms of romance for many years, assure you that after your first experience of ecstasy, you shall yearn for a second. In a swift motion, Gao Zhao produced a small green vial, casting the powder within into the air. In an instant, the atmosphere thickened with an alluring crimson haze. Savoring the transformation of his surroundings, Gao Zhao greedily inhaled deeply, for this was the precious Sichuan fund that even he held in high esteem. Just a mere trace of this powder could transform the most virtuous maiden into a creature of desire. Could true energy suppress it? Utterly ineffective. Over the years, he had encountered countless heroines of the martial world. Though blind, he would miss much of the pleasure during the act, yet her form was more than sufficient compensation. Gao Zhao scrutinized Yunqing, who was now entirely enveloped in the Sichuan fun, regarding her as his prey. Despite his extensive encounters, he had never before met such a paragon. This time, he could indulge to his heart's content. Silently, he approached Yunqing from behind, a fervent glimmer igniting in his eyes, yearning to caress her enchanting figure. Yet, at that moment, Yunqing suddenly pivoted, her sword drawn mercilessly. With a swift motion, a streak of crimson sliced through the air. Gao Zhao stared in disbelief at his severed arm. Severed? Had his hand truly been cleaved? The pain had yet to arrive, but already beads of sweat dripped from his brow. As the agony surged, Gao Zhao could not stifle a cry, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. The pain of his severed limb was excruciating. However, Yunqing, the architect of this chaos, regarded him with an expression of indifference. I forgot to mention, I despise physical contact with others. You would do well not to touch me, or I might be compelled to chop you into 8 pieces. How is this possible? Gao Zhao struggled to lift his head. Disbelief etched across his face as he exclaimed, "How could you possibly discern my location?" Yunqing replied calmly, "It is merely a veil. Who told you that I am blind?" Gao Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment as he gritted his teeth and pressed further. "And the Hehuan Fun? Since you were tainted by it, why are you unaffected?" With a graceful motion, Yunqing brushed her hand along her sword, replying with a serene demeanor, "According to my elders, I possess a clear mind and a sharp sword's heart, rendering all nefarious means ineffective against me." Gao Zhao stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. Why did each word resonate with familiarity, yet the phrase itself felt so foreign? What did sword heart clarity even mean? Was it not akin to being a born sword immortal? Though the Gao family had primarily engaged in politics and paid little heed to the martial world, they had heard whispers of such rare physiques. Throughout the annals of the martial realm, one could find but a single individual in a generation blessed with the gift of a true sword immortal. Xianyuan Sword Sect. Gao Zhao nearly ground his teeth as he uttered the name. Aside from the renowned Spirit Eye Fairy, who else could possibly be born as a sword immortal? Do you intend to invite calamity upon the Hanging Sword Pavilion with your actions today? Gao Zhao bellowed, his voice filled with desperation. This was no mere exaggeration. For even the sects that boasted a foundation of 100 years, with several sword immortals guarding them, would bow before the iron steeds of the court. In the days of the former emperor, he trampled through the martial world, and wherever he went, sects offered their treasured artifacts to seek peace. The Hanging Sword Pavilion was no exception. They presented a famed sword from antiquity to appease the military. If the assassination case in Jining Prefecture were to leak as the doing of the Hanging Sword Pavilion's disciples, fearing the court's reputation, it would not be long before the emperor's inquiries would come crashing down upon them. At that moment, a storm would surely arise, and it might not be impossible to witness another trample across the martial world. Chapter 97. Let this round of moonlight illuminate the rivers. Yet, who would have expected that Yunqing, utterly unafraid, calmly responded, "If you were to die, what calamity could the Hanging Sword Pavilion face?" With a flick of her wrist, her 3-foot-long sword revealed a chilling brilliance that pierced the heart. "Madman, you are nothing but a lunatic." Gao Zhao finally panicked. "My Gao family has always kept our distance from you. Why do you wish to kill me? For the sake of relative fairness?" Yunqing recalled someone's past words, and she found them quite appealing. In the next moment, her sword slashed forth with an overwhelming force, vowing to deliver a fatal blow. Bang! Gao Zhao's body was instantly hurled away by the powerful gust, stirring up countless clouds of dust. Yunqing did not look back, intending to depart. However, at the very moment she turned, a commotion arose from the dust behind her. Yunqing furrowed her brow slightly and turned back. She was confident that with that strike, even a practitioner of qi would be severely injured, let alone a mere mortal who had never even stepped onto the path of martial arts. He did not die. What could this possibly mean? Hiss, it truly hurts. You vile woman. Gao Zhao's voice indeed rang out again from the dust. He staggered to his feet, swaying as he straightened his posture, his bones cracking with a cacophony of sounds. "It is true that I am the waste of the Gao family, but if you think that my family could easily be killed, you are sorely mistaken." At that moment, Gao Zhao's voice was hoarse, and his appearance was grotesque. Veins bulged on his forehead, his teeth resembled fangs, and his disheveled hair transformed his once handsome demeanor into something utterly hideous. "Have you taken drugs?" Yunqing was unsure of what state Gao Zhao was currently in, but his aura had undeniably changed, becoming chaotic and frenzied. There was even an unusual surge of blood energy within him. What could cause a mortal to undergo such a transformation, except perhaps the ingestion of medicinal pills? Gao Zhao clutched his chest and laughed heartily. truly worthy of being a priceless treasure pill. Those from the Dantian group did not deceive me. I feel fantastic now. Dantian. Upon hearing this term, Yunqing was momentarily taken aback. Similar to the Hanging Sword Pavilion, the Dantian is also one of the 10 renowned sects in the martial world. One can glean from its name that the disciples it recruits primarily focus on the art of alchemy. It is said that the leader of Dantian possesses an eccentric disposition, seemingly indifferent to the character of those he accepts, choosing instead to judge solely by talent. This has resulted in a diverse array of disciples, with reputations both commendable and disreputable. Some have chosen the righteous path, expending countless precious resources to concoct elixirs solely to save the life of an unrelated individual. Others, however, harbor malevolent intentions, recklessly using living subjects for their experimental concoctions in pursuit of forbidden knowledge. It appears that this Gao Zhao belongs to the latter category. The brief surge of vital energy within him suggests he possesses the potential to contend with masters of the martial world, yet how long can such a state be sustained? Once his vitality is depleted, it will inevitably lead to a swift backlash against his very life force. In simpler terms, he is burning his own life essence. Yunqing shook her head, sheathed her sword, and turned to leave. It was not that she sought to shy away from confrontation. Rather, she felt that, under these circumstances, her intervention was no longer necessary. In due time, this man would meet his demise on his own. Instead of wasting her energy here, she would be better served assisting Gu Zijing outside. 300 henchmen would already pose a challenge for her. However, Gao Zhao, in his ignorance, could not fathom Yunqing's thoughts. To him, this woman was blatantly displaying contempt, dismissing him entirely. When I was a mere mortal, you looked down upon me. Now that I have taken medicine to enhance my abilities, you still disregard me? Was that medicine then for naught? Gao Zhao, a scion of the Gao family, could not tolerate such indignation. Having heard of the unparalleled swordsmanship of the Spirit Eye Fairy, he resolved to test her skills today. With a fierce determination, he charged forward, launching an attack with a resounding shout. Even without any martial training or knowledge of techniques, the surge of energy within him was sufficient to unleash his physical capabilities to their fullest extent. His fists could shatter mountains. Yet, Yunqing did not even glance back, merely twisting her delicate wrist to execute a thrust with her sword. Clang! His fist was effortlessly deflected by the blade. Gao Zhao's pupils dilated slightly, gritting his teeth. He summoned even greater strength. But alas, Yunqing remained composed. With a mere gathering of her sword's energy, she sent Gao Zhao flying once more. You are not my match. Do not waste my time. Without sparing him a glance, Yunqing continued on her way. Perhaps it was the repeated disdain that deeply pricked the pride of this young master from the Gao family. He was unwilling to accept it. Unwilling to be regarded as a useless waste since the day of his birth by that old curmudgeon at home. Unwilling to be overshadowed by his elder brother in every regard. Unwilling to hear those around him call him the second young master of the Gao family to his face, while mocking him in private as a failure. Unwilling, even at the cost of burning his own life essence, to be so easily defeated by this woman. Gao Zhao raised his hand, and a box of medicinal pills reappeared in his grasp. If a single elixir proved insufficient, then what of an entire box? He tossed his head back, consuming all the pills within the container in one swift motion. The surging vitality within him ignited like a torrential flood, no longer contained. Crimson veins appeared upon his skin, tracing along his meridians in a disconcerting display. Even his bones, unable to withstand the immense pressure, began to subtly transform, rendering his physique tall and imposing. He had become a beast of man. Perhaps this was the most fitting description of Gao Zhao in this state. He roared, his voice barely comprehensible, as the remnants of his sanity urged him to tear apart the woman who had looked down upon him. Yunqing, however, merely glanced back for a fleeting moment. She lifted her wrist again, her fingertips gliding along the sword's blade, murmuring, having committed numerous wrongs in this life, your demise should rightfully be a consequence. Yet, should the innocent suffer as a result, it would merely add to your transgressions. Very well. Let today be an act of benevolence. I shall grant you passage to the afterlife. With a leap, she burst through the roof, soaring like an ethereal being into the heavens. The moonlight reflected her figure as she slowly turned beneath its glow. The brilliance of heaven and earth coalesced in her hands, the frosty white of her garments billowing in the fierce winds, exuding a deadly elegance that even the moon above would envy. She softly intoned, Let this moonlight illuminate the rivers and streams. With a stroke of her sword, a river of light surged forth. The radiant beams cascading like a waterfall of stars, coalescing into a silvery thread that spanned the universe, sweeping downwards. The thunderous sound of sword energy echoed, reducing the entire estate to ruins. Even those at a distance, such as Tai'an and his companions, felt the tremors of the devastation. The night breeze carried swirling dust, inducing an uncontrollable urge to cough. Tai'an stared in awe at the scene transformed into a wasteland before him. He had anticipated Yunqing's strength, but never to such an astonishing degree. This estate, though merely the private residence of the Gao family, covered an extensive area of over 1,000 square meters. Could it truly be destroyed by a single strike? The surrounding henchmen swallowed hard, exchanging glances filled with incredulity. Was this combat prowess still human? They were clad in heavy armor, armed with sharp weapons, yet this woman had already ascended to the skies. Am I truly battling a sword immortal? Is this for real? Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Yunqing had already curtailed her force, descending gracefully to Tai'an's side, akin to a celestial maiden alighting upon the mortal realm. Have I taken too long? She asked with a playful smile, winking mischievously. Tai'an regained his composure and replied with a smirk, not at all. There's still plenty of time left. That's good to hear. Yunqing nodded, turning her gaze back to the 300 henchmen encircling her. Since Gao Zhao had been dealt with, it was time for the remaining foes to break free from their encirclement. She raised her delicate arm once more, preparing to wield her sword anew. However, Tai'an intercepted her first. That sword strike just now must have consumed quite a bit of your energy, hasn't he? Yunqing was taken aback and hesitantly nodded. Although her heart was clear as a bell when it came to swordplay, she was still young and her cultivation was shallow. Recklessly unleashing such a formidable move was indeed taxing on her vital essence. Then let us take a break, Tai'an smiled. Leave the rest of these individuals to me. You? Yunqing's beautiful eyes reflected her doubt. It was not that she lacked faith in him, but rather that there were over 300 people present, each clad in heavy armor weighing dozens of pounds. Even a seasoned practitioner in the Qi refinement realm would struggle to breach their defenses, let alone defeat them all. Yunqing bit her red lips, still feeling somewhat uneasy. Yet, in response to the questioning gaze of the enchanting beauty beside him, Tai'an merely smiled. What is the matter? Don't believe me? Shall we make a wager? A wager? On what? Well, you can fly with your sword, can't you? If I manage to defeat them, you'll take me for a flight in the sky. Yunqing raised an eyebrow, surprised by his proposition. And instead of agreeing or declining, she countered, and if you fail? Tai'an laughed heartily. Just watch. With a flick of his wrist, a radiant long sword appeared in his grasp. A fine sword, Yunqing noted, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. She knew that Tai'an must possess a sword. After all, the injury he inflicted on the Zhang clan's disciple had been a sword wound. Yet, she had never seen the sword in question. Now, even as it was merely partially unsheathed, the ethereal glow emanating from it was enough to captivate the heart. The quality of this sword should be at least on par with my Fuyo, Yunqing mused inwardly. The blade, shimmering like blood in the light, bore a striking resemblance to the Qingping sword reputedly cherished by the royal family of Qi, having devoted her life to the study of swordsmanship. Including all the renowned swords throughout history, she knew the true name of the Qi Wang sword. However, aside from this knowledge, she had not deeply associated this sword with the royal family of Qi. After all, the Qingping sword was an artifact worn by the emperors of Qi, something the martial world had only heard of but never seen, leaving its authenticity in question. Everyone was aware that the current occupant of the Dragon Throne was a female emperor. Therefore, scenarios such as the Emperor Incognito, only to be unexpectedly encountered, or my friend turns out to be an overbearing emperor, could never unfold. Is it a counterfeit? If so, the craftsmanship is remarkably exquisite. Should the swordsmiths of the martial world catch sight of it, they would undoubtedly discard all the inferior works they had forged in the past. Yunqing compared in her mind, reaching a conclusion. Or perhaps, this is simply an unparalleled treasure, resembling the style, but not yet catalogued? Yunqing was uncertain. Yet at this moment, her curiosity was not primarily about the sword, but rather about Tai'an's impending swordsmanship. Since he had drawn the sword, it indicated that he was indeed skilled in its use. As a fellow swordsman, she was eager to observe the techniques of her peer up close, believing it could greatly benefit her future progress. And indeed, Tai'an did not disappoint her. with just a single step forward. The immense true energy emanating from the fifth-tier realm surged forth from his body like a tempest, rustling his garments in a symphony of whispers. What a magnificent display! Yunqing silently praised, her conviction in her earlier thoughts solidified. Observing this swordplay would undoubtedly benefit her. Yet, as Yunqing wholeheartedly focused on Gu Tai'an, she was taken aback to witness him mirroring her previous movements, soaring into the sky with great fervor. Gazing at this scene, it wasn't only Yunqing who was left astounded. Even the 300 henchmen surrounding them stood frozen in disbelief. How familiar this sight felt. Hadn't it just unfolded moments ago? Under the moonlight, Gu Tai'an steadied himself, gently closed his eyes, and gripped his sword with both hands, unleashing a magnificent surge of true energy. However, unlike Yunqing's icy star-like brilliance, it resembled crashing waves against the shore, a torrent of power sweeping over all. Suddenly, the night darkened, and the bright moon was obscured by ominous clouds. The crowd looked up in astonishment, discovering that the sky had been transformed into a sea of azure. Chang'e must regret stealing the elixir, her heart yearning for the azure skies every night. Gu Tai'an abruptly opened his eyes, murmuring, "This sword is named Azure Sea and Sky." The sound of crashing waves grew clearer, and an ethereal vision began to materialize behind him, enveloping everyone present in an unending tide. As Gu Tai'an swung his long sword, the onlookers were once again astonished to see a full moon rising from the sea, more radiant and dazzling than ever before. At that moment, everyone present was spellbound, feeling the gentle brilliance soothe their hearts and warm their souls. But when they finally regained their senses, they found themselves with swords at their throats, incapacitated on the ground. Not a single one of the 300 henchmen escaped unscathed from this strike. As Gu Tai'an gently descended from the air, he was met only by Yunqing's piercing gaze. "You have employed all of my sword techniques." Her teeth clenched in frustration. Yet Gu Tai'an merely chuckled. "Whoever wields it, claims it as their own." Chapter 99. "If you use that move again, I will have someone deal with you." Yunqing's teeth ground in irritation, her composure shattered. She, who was typically as serene as the moon hanging high, had truly lost her calm. It wasn't merely due to Gu Tai'an pilfering her sword techniques. It was also because of his innate talent. After all, she was sword heart enlightened, a born sword immortal. Yet even so, it had taken her an entire year to master this technique. But now, he had merely glanced at it, and had already grasped it. His talent surpassed her own. Was he the sword immortal, or was she? Yunqing observed him, quiet and unresponsive, though he had actually departed some time ago. She recalled his promise to her. Yet Gu Tai'an, oblivious to her feelings, approached with a cheerful grin. "When you ride the sword again, take me for a flight." Yunqing cast him a sidelong glance through her veiled eyes and retorted, "You can already imitate my sword techniques. Can't you fly as well?" "Not a chance." Gu Tai'an widened his eyes in disbelief. "What is wrong with you?" he asked. "What do you mean?" Yunqing ground her silver teeth and retorted fiercely. "You've pilfered my sword techniques without even paying your respects to a master. Do you know what that is called in the martial world?" Yunqing felt a throbbing anger in her head, raising the bamboo stick in her hand, ready to strike him. However, Gu Tai'an was quick-witted and evaded her blow. Left with no choice, Yunqing chose to sulk in her indignation, walking away while tapping the bamboo stick behind her. Gu Tai'an, chuckling, chased after her. "Honestly, I don't even know how to wield a sword. Why don't you teach me someday? You can execute my techniques without knowing how to use a sword? And even better than I can? Oh, so you finally admit my swordplay is superior? I don't care. You are not allowed to use that technique again. Otherwise, I'll find someone to deal with you." "Hey, why are you acting like a child? Mind your own business." The two bickered as they exited the private residence. However, at that moment, their footsteps halted simultaneously. Before them appeared a multitude of blinding torches. The officials, from their attire, it was evident there were armed forces as well as constables from the government, and most notably, the familiar garb of the Jinui. So many of them. Gu Tai'an scanned the crowd, finally fixing his gaze on the few military officials mounted on tall steeds, smiling as he remarked, "It seems you gentlemen have brought out the entire display of Jining Prefecture." The military officials regarded the two with various shades of solemnity. One of them rode forward, shouting, "Who dares to cause a ruckus in the depths of night at Jining Prefecture, disturbing the order of the court?" Gu Tai'an, upon hearing this, couldn't he help but show a hint of surprise. How strange. This was not their first midnight visit, They had made similar appearances at various residences just days prior. Yet, it seemed these officials had only just noticed them. Tai'an was initially puzzled, but as his gaze swept over the accompanying jinui and armed guards, understanding dawned upon him. Ah, so that is the case. They feared repercussions from the court if they took personal revenge, so they chose to cloak their intentions under the guise of official duty. With a smile, Tai'an exposed their dark thoughts. If those 300 thugs can subdue us, that would be ideal. If not, they will lie in ambush, waiting for us to create a scene before dealing with us as common thieves. Am I right? The military official on the horse narrowed his eyes and replied coolly, I do not know what you are speaking of. The authority of the court is paramount. Surrender quickly, and you may receive leniency. Otherwise, with the jinui present, I believe you thieves would not wish to face the consequences. The jinui, Tai'an clicked his tongue, chuckling. I have indeed heard that each of them is as formidable as a monster. Truly terrifying. Upon hearing this, the leading figure in brocade garments leaped down, gripping the hilt of his sword at his waist, casting a bland glance in his direction. Originally, our commander had issued a decree that, given the exceptional nature of this incident, the genie guard should not intervene. However, you have made a grave error in causing such a commotion at the last moment in the entirety of Jinning Prefecture. If news of this reaches Fengdu, we too will bear the consequences. Tai'an blinked. Ah, I understand. A higher official can indeed suppress those beneath them. We shall take our leave then, so as not to trouble you further. He turned, tugging at Yunqing's sleeve. Yunqing promptly understood, retracting her bamboo staff and summoning her sword, Fuyo. Lightly stepping onto it with her white embroidered shoes, Yunqing extended her palm towards Tai'an. Well then, until we meet again. Tai'an smiled and willingly grasped her hand. It was cold and soft. In the next moment, the long sword transformed into a rainbow, carrying their figures soaring into the heavens. Damn it! The military officials' expressions shifted drastically. They had considered every possibility, except that these two rogues could fly. Quickly, mobilize the mechanisms in the arsenal. Send the wooden kites after them. Fire arrows. Quickly fire. Angry voices resounded on the ground. Yet, as their figures gradually vanished into the clouds beneath the starry sky, they ultimately dissolved into mere illusions. That night, the second son of the Gao family met his demise. On this day, the entirety of Jinning Prefecture was ablaze with lights. As Mao Xiaoshu stood atop the back mountain, gazing down at the chaos below that had erupted because of her. For reasons unknown, tears streamed down her delicate cheeks once more. She wept uncontrollably, not out of pain, but rather from the release of the long-suppressed shadows in her heart. Yunqing descended on her sword to the back mountain, walking hand in hand with Tai'an to her side. You cannot return to Jinning Prefecture, Yunqing said calmly. If they cannot capture us, the Gao family will vent their anger on you. You must leave. Leave? But where can I go? Mao Xiaoshu bit her lip. Since she became aware of her surroundings, she had always resided within Jinning Prefecture. The outside world seemed vast and unfamiliar to her. Where could she go? Can I follow you? Mao Xiaoshu raised her head, a glimmer of pleading in her eyes. With her family all deceased, even if she had a place to stay, she could not return. She was utterly alone in this world. The only refuge she could think of now lay with these two strangers before her. Yet, in response to her plea, Yunqing shook her head, offering a silent two-word reply, not possible. Chapter 100. The long and winding road. She rejected Mao Xiaoshu's request, plunging the already fragile girl into a state of confusion. Tai'an sighed inwardly. He understood that Yunqing meant well. After all, the Gao family would not simply let this matter drop. Carrying a burden would only lead to trouble for her, as she lacked the means to defend herself. Thus, in response to Yunqing's deliberate assumption of a role, Tai'an had no choice but to crouch down, gently ruffling her hair in a gesture of comfort. In this world, no one ought to treat you kindly without reason. Even though we have slain Gao Zhao for you, it was merely because we accepted your silver in advance. Do you understand? Therefore, there is no need for you to harbor gratitude or dependence towards us. We are ultimately just two transient figures in the lengthy journey of your life. With your parents gone, you must learn to grow up on your own. Mao Xiaoshu wiped away her tears and looked up in bewilderment. Grow up? Her parents had once expressed a desire for her to mature quickly, yet at that time, she had not comprehended the true meaning of growing up. But just moments ago, in that fleeting instant, she understood. She yearned to grow up. She aspired to find a mentor and learn the arts, to become like the elder brother and sister before her, heroes who champion justice and vanquish evil. She wished for there to be more individuals like them and fewer who had suffered as she had. For this, she would willingly dedicate her entire life. Eventually, Mao Xiaoshu broke into a smile, nodding vigorously. Yunqing stepped forward and, with a flick of her wrist, presented her with an unfinished wooden carving. Take this. Mao Xiaoshu accepted it, somewhat perplexed. After a moment of silence, Yunqing continued, your innate talent is not extraordinary. Even if you wield a sword, it is likely you will struggle to achieve great success. Yet, there remains a glimmer of opportunity. If you are unafraid of hardship, venture to Mount Xianding. Present this item, and someone will guide you in your training. Upon hearing this, Mao Xiaoshu was overjoyed and carefully tucked away the unfinished wooden sculpture. Thank you, elder sister. Yunqing nodded slightly and fell silent. The mountain paths were long, and the waterways were distant. Gu Tai'an stood up again, smiling as he said, little girl, may we meet again by fate. Yunqing took to the skies once more, carrying Gu Tai'an along with her. As she watched their figures grow distant, Mao Xiaoshu chased after them. Finally, at the edge of the mountain, she shouted at the top of her lungs, elder brother, elder sister, when we meet again, Xiaoshu will surely become as formidable as you. She waved her hand, as if bidding farewell to their departing silhouettes, while also reaching out in hope for the dawn that was about to arrive. Perhaps this would mark the beginning of another tale uniquely hers. Gao Zhao was dead. When the wretched corpse was delivered to the Gao residence, the elder master felt an overwhelming wave of weakness wash over him, causing him to nearly collapse backward. Alas, old man, fortunately, several astute officials nearby swiftly supported him, preventing the elderly gentleman from falling to the ground. Did you see what that scoundrel looked like? With his head resting on his arm, the elder master gasped for breath. The officials, bowing slightly, cautiously replied, we have discerned the culprits, 2 rogues from the Jianghu. 1 male and 1 female, both wielding swords. The man is eloquent, while the woman is blind. A blind woman? A blind woman could kill someone from the Gao family? The elder master's eyes blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth and declared, she cannot possibly be an insignificant nobody. Investigate. Bring me the murderer. Indeed, I have already contacted the Jinyue. The official hesitated and said, however, as you know, the Jinyue is rather unique and does not fall within the ranks of regular officials. Our people, in principle, cannot inquire about them. Therefore, even if we are aware of something, they are likely to remain silent. If we cannot obtain answers, we shall investigate ourselves. Gao Zhao slammed his cane against the ground, exclaiming, for how many years, since the establishment of the Qi kingdom, on the day my ancestors of the Gao family were conferred titles of nobility, no one has dared to harm my family, except for the Liu clan. If this grudge is not avenged, how shall my Gao family maintain its standing in Jining Prefecture in the future? The official, upon hearing this, forced a bitter smile. My lord, pardon my impertinence, but at present, Jining Prefecture is in turmoil, and it seems that those above have already taken notice of us. At such a moment, it is truly unwise to stir up trouble. Shall my Zhaoer die in vain? The old Lord Gao's eyes widened in fury, shedding any semblance of his previous frailty. Indeed, he had always regarded Gao Zhao as a liability. Yet this did not mean he harbored no affection for his younger grandson. The Gao family's predicament was known to him, having steered the family for 40 years. How could he remain oblivious? Now, with the Empress in power, the political landscape of Fengdu is ever shifting. Who can predict where the next gust of wind will blow? To speak frankly, one might glance up one day and find the sky has changed. What are the numbers? In the realm of officials, what significance does quantity hold? Is this akin to ruffians brawling in the streets? The more one does, the more mistakes one makes. To preserve the Gao family's long-standing wealth and prosperity, one must learn to place strategic bets. His eldest grandson is already capable of bearing great responsibility, so why must he thrust his younger grandson into the spotlight? Titles of nobility? Humph, such matters are too sensitive, serving both as a shield and a sword of doom. Regaining his composure, the old Lord Gao rose again and made to exit the mansion. Just then, however, the steward rushed in from the front courtyard, breathless, and said, my lord, someone is seeking an audience outside. Seeking an audience? At this time, the old lord furrowed his brow, assuming it was yet another official paying a visit, and barked, decline. Inform them that I am occupied with pressing matters, and to leave. Leaning on his cane, he intended to continue on his way. Yet the steward interjected once more, my lord, The visitor has come from Fengdu and claims to bear a message from our eldest son. Huana? The old Lord Gao paused in surprise. His eldest grandson, Gao Huan, was currently honing his skills in the Ministry of War. Why would he suddenly send someone with a message? Could he be in trouble? The thought sent the old lord into a state of agitation. If something were to happen to Gao Huan in Fengdu, the entire Gao family would be doomed. He quickly waved his hand, saying, "Hurry, please invite them in." Yes. The steward complied and turned to relay the message. In the interim, the old Lord Gao turned to those beside him and instructed, "You, prepare to properly lay my second son to rest and transfer him to the Gao family ancestral grave." Understood. The attendants lifted the coffin and departed. The old Lord Gao returned to the main hall to receive the trusted messenger from Fengdu. The trusted aide bowed before the esteemed elder. The venerable Lord Gao waved his hand repeatedly, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. Is my grandson well?" "He is well." The aide nodded in affirmation. "I have come specifically to convey the wishes of Lord Gao. As for Huan, he wishes to express that regardless of whether the second young master is alive or deceased at this moment, he hopes you will cease your entanglement with that wanderer from the rivers and lakes."